In order to unveil the hypocritical and grotesque visage of Konoha, I directly transcended into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. At the tender age of merely 10, I not only awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but also unlocked divine power of the Susanoo. Even the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was at my fingertips. This lad truly remains unchanged, suffering immensely from a poor resistance to bamboo. At such a tender age, he is already coveting his family's treasury. He certainly has a promising future. I couldn't help but chuckle, effortlessly bringing him down as I turned to push open the vault door. The intoxicating scent of wealth enveloped me, providing an immense sense of comfort. Though not as lavish as the pastoral wealth, it was nonetheless one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The glimmering silver coins amounted to at least 100 million. The spatial scrolls produced by the system proved to be remarkably useful. Humming a cheerful tune, I began my shopping spree. Intermediate scrolls contained 20 million, while the basic ones held 5 million. In no time, I had swept away 70 million Rio. Gazing at the remaining 20 million, I couldn't help but commend myself for my generosity. Isn't that enough, dear sir? If the old man Mu were to discover this, I hoped he wouldn't succumb to a heart attack. Before departing, I kindly closed the door behind me, concealing my deeds and achievements. This maneuver, I deemed, was a model of sustainable development. Delighted, I tucked the scrolls filled with riches into my attire, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck me. I in such a bountiful pasture, how could I leave without establishing a back door? Swiftly, I produced a kunai and deftly etched the Flying Thunder God seal, tossing it to conceal behind the vault's beams. If these fools failed to notice, I would be able to procure supplies at will in the future. With a farewell, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, keeping my accomplishments shrouded in secrecy. Mere minutes after my departure, a piercing sound filled the air. The old man Noki, utilizing his weight manipulation technique, hastily arrived. Upon seeing the lifeless form lying on the ground, his countenance darkened, resembling shattered glass. With a thunderous roar, he formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of earth-style jutsu, flooding the area like a torrential downpour. The sight of Earth Dragon Bullet and Rock Pillar Spear left one dizzy in its magnificence. My clone's chakra was nearly depleted, leaving me to evade in a rather awkward manner. Had my true self been present, I would have summoned Susanoo to teach him a lesson. This old coot was rather sprightly, I thought, gazing up at Noki as he soared through the air, cunningly using his ability to fly to his advantage. As he struggled to breach my defenses, he suddenly clasped his hands together, a blinding white light emanating from his palms, the art of separation from the original realm. I inwardly cursed this old rascal was finally resorting to his ultimate technique. The blinding light surged forth, and my clone was instantaneously disintegrated into atoms. Yet before disappearing, I managed to give him the finger, promising that our next encounter would see me personally engaging him in battle. Breathing heavily, I acknowledged the old man's prowess. After such a prolonged struggle, I had only barely managed to gain the upper hand. Truly, he was an ancient relic of an era long past. Even without utilizing the Sharingan, I had managed to instill such fear in him that I chuckled inwardly, observing the apprehensive expression on Noki's face. Estimating the timing was right, I deliberately exposed a weakness. As the sharp rock spear pierced my form, I even winked at him. With a resounding boom, the white smoke dissipated. The visage of Noki instantly contorted into a comical expression. Alas, the shadow clone. I nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the old man's jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. I can vividly imagine the turmoil within him at this moment. Here I am, the esteemed Tsuchikage, being outmaneuvered by a mere clone. Busy as I was, I teleported to the hidden location beside the secret stash, patting my bulging pouch of coins. Observing Noki's sudden turn, I struggled to suppress my laughter. The Flying Thunder God technique is simply exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, I traversed several kilometers more convenient than hailing a ride. Yet, the chakra consumption is quite taxing that I felt my energy waning and realized I must seize the opportunity to gather more chakra from the Nine Tails. The old man continued his pursuit, and I deliberately jangled the coins in my pouch, the clinking sound serving as the perfect mockery of the Tsuchikage. As I landed, Noki's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, fixated on the kunai beneath my feet, his face blanching in fear. Witnessing his reaction, I surmised he was recalling the terror instilled by the yellow flash. I could almost hear his teeth chattering in dread. This old fellow must have been traumatized by the beatings from the fourth Hokage. "Who are you?" Noki stammered, his voice trembling, yet he secretly formed a hand seal. What a laugh. This old hawk still harbors intentions of a sneak attack. I whistled at him. Your granddaughter feels quite delightful. The treasury is even more enticing. With tears glistening in his eyes, I glanced at his contorted face before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. This was a true act of psychological warfare. 20 minutes later, as I perched atop a tree, casually snacking on seeds, I spotted Noki standing at the entrance of the vault, holding his granddaughter, lost in thought. The old man could hardly stand upright, resembling a groundhog struck by lightning. How pitiful that he frets over a mere 70 million. I gave my pouch a little shake. Next time I come, they want me to borrow your hidden funds. From my vantage point atop the tree, near the hidden stone village, I watched the brightly lit Tsuchikage's office, nearly bursting into laughter. These old geezers must be convening an emergency meeting. Their hair, likely graying with worry. 70% of the third Tsuchikage's treasury has vanished. Through the window, I could see Noki's beard trembling, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The rotund advisor beside him was still prattling on about sending out pursuit teams. How amusing. This hefty fellow surely hasn't experienced the sting of the Flying Thunder God technique. As expected, Noki shot him a piercing glare. Control your baggage. The meeting room fell silent as a graveyard. Tea that moment. Akatsuchi was brought in, rubbing her eyes, still quite spirited for her age. I patted my bulging pouch again, thinking that had it not been for her youth, I would have snatched her pocket money as well. Sharingan and Flying Thunder God. Noki muttered through gritted teeth before suddenly slamming the table. It must be Konoha's doing. I chuckled, shaking with mirth atop the branch. Yes, let's shift the blame to Konoha. Soon, he'll orchestrate a similar scheme in Tsunade, sowing distrust among the 5 great nations. Under the moonlight, I tossed my kunai while humming a tune. Tonight's escapade is a perfect trifecta of profit, troublemaking, and infuriating at Tsuchikage. Hiding atop the tree, I nearly laughed aloud as the old men continued their wild speculation. Noki's beard bristled with indignation. The rogue ninjas of Konoha are too preoccupied with their own troubles to plot against us. That it is amusing to see this old man find solace in self-deception. Observing him, hunched over and grunting, nearly provoked a chuckle from me. The Flying Thunder God technique, aside from Konoha, who else could wield it? On the other hand, Noki slammed the table, his teeth clenched in frustration, insisting this had nothing to do with Konoha claim even a dog wouldn't believe. I flickered into existence 50 miles away in a desolate forest, nearly sickened by my own Flying Thunder God technique. This troublesome skill can be quite dizzying, akin to riding a roller coaster. Leaning against a tree trunk, I gasped for breath and swiftly consumed 2 chilling pills. This maneuver was an undeniable windfall. Not only did I acquire 2 medical ninjas for free, but I also secured 70 million ryo. Under the moonlight, I counted my fortune until my hand cramped. This was akin to pulling a fast one. Had it not been for my dwindling chakra reserves, I would have relished the opportunity to launch a surprise counterattack, relishing the sight of Noki's bewildered expression. Upon discovering the empty treasury, the notion of encountering misfortune in a ditch was far from reality. I weighed the bulging pouch of coins. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating moment since my arrival in this world. 70,000 gold coins granted me unparalleled freedom in the system's marketplace, not to mention 70 million ryo, which would elevate my standing in the village. Perched in the tree fork, I counted my riches until my hand grew numb, envisioning the newly paved streets and bustling food stalls. Even the elderly lattice dumpling stand was thriving. If we were in the pastoral realm, gatherings of 3 or more Uchiha would be under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Yet, the entire village now thrived in harmony. That is the essence of life. The most delightful aspect was how gracefully I deflected blame. With a swift motion of my red cloud robe and a display of the Flying Thunder God technique, I surmised that the village of Awagakure must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the pastoral realm and the minor organizations. When Tsujikin sauntered by in his little uniform, Ziz would undoubtedly light a candle for him. As dusk fell, I returned to the village. Orochimaru and the others had yet to arrive. Dragging 2 burdensome companions certainly slowed them down. However, having witnessed my prowess, he dared not stir any trouble. Just as I slipped into the courtyard, I noticed Uchiha Ryo spring up at the start, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. "You have finally returned," he exclaimed. I casually tossed my ninja tool pouch under the eaves. "Everything has been normal these past few days, right?" I inquired, only to see Ryao's gaze wander, his fingers nervously fiddling with his clothing. "That mooncake lord," I raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings, only to find the plump dumpling absent. Where has that black panda wandered off to? In the backyard, enjoying the hot spring, Ryeo murmured, his voice diminishing. Suddenly, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I am sorry. We shouldn't have engaged in such activities during the construction period. But Lord Mooncake mentioned you would need relaxation upon your return." I couldn't help but laugh. This extravagant panda certainly knew how to indulge. However, upon witnessing Ryeo's anxious demeanor, I waved my hand dismissively. Indeed, the hot spring is quite enticing. Ryeo visibly relaxed, a smile beginning to form, only to be halted by my next words. "But you lot on duty will have a 2-day holiday, starting tomorrow. No arguments, let's minimize the chatter." I placed my hand firmly on her shoulder. "Isn't your wife busy with the newborn? Hurry back and tend to the child." As she attempted to protest, I fixed her with a stern gaze. "If you continue to resist, I will dock your performance rewards." I sought to dispel the lingering redness from my eyes. I stealthily made my way to the backyard. There, beside the steaming hot spring, I encountered a certain black and white round creature, lounging with one leg crossed, nibbling on bamboo shoots. Its plump paws occasionally splashed the water as it rubbed its belly. Lo and behold, was that not Lord Mooncake? In a playful manner, I splashed water, sending droplets soaring half a meter high, drenching its head. The startled Mooncake, realizing it was me, erupted in a flurry of fur, resembling a puffed-up ball. "You little rascal, today I shall." Before it could finish its thought, this clumsy creature floundered towards me, but as it reached the center of the pool, its short legs began to wobble, ultimately resulting in a comical submersion, bubbles rising to the surface. I reclined in a relaxed position, arms stretched wide, savoring the sound of bubbles popping above the water. As the system activated the marketplace, I seized the moment. Amidst the soothing warmth of the spring, it was time for a tenfold draw. Suddenly, the system's notification tone blared, nearly causing me to leap from the hot spring. The dazzling golden digits on the virtual screen danced before my eyes. "Congratulations. You have acquired 7,000 coins." With a delightful grin, I navigated my personal panel, where an array of class ninjutsu gleamed brilliantly. Just 3 months prior, I had been a novice unable to activate the Sharingan, yet now I could effortlessly contend with shadow-level systems. How my father would marvel! Yet, I realized my chakra reserves were still insufficient. Recalling the harrowing experience of my return from the land of Earth, I gritted my teeth and accessed the marketplace. A mere flick of my fingers saw 2,600 coins vanish instantaneously, boosting my total chakra to 35 cards. The spring water began to bubble vigorously, the surging energy igniting every pore in my body with exhilaration. Glaring at my dwindling balance, I took a sharp intake of breath. Only 4,440 coins remained. I had to be prudent. After much deliberation, I exchanged for a contract seal and a 1,000-words blade, reluctantly purchasing 2 life-preserving elixirs. With each system notification, my heart skipped a beat. This was not merely a transaction, but rather a sacrifice of flesh. Suddenly, a chill crept down my spine. Turning around, I discovered Mooncake jabbing at me with a bamboo shoot. "You little rascal, what a nuisance. You've turned the hot spring into a chakra hot pot. Do you even understand?" I retorted, pushing it back into the water. This was a chakra spring worth 2,600 coins. My words fell silent mid-sentence as I froze, realizing I had only 3,040 coins left. If this foolish creature were to find out, the entire village might host a hot spring party by tomorrow. A sudden jolt of realization struck. Met his was no hot spring at all, but merely a regular bath. The fire stove behind the pool was emitting wisps of smoke. With a grin, I declared fire release fireball technique. A blazing inferno surged into the stove, causing the pool water to bubble violently, steam instantly filling the room. When the mist finally dissipated, I beheld a certain little panda, thoroughly cooked, floating belly up on the surface. Only after becoming thoroughly softened did it finally emerge from the water. Just as I was about to carry the steaming mooncake to the door, a knock resounded. Opening the door revealed Aunt Yia, holding a food container, silhouetted in the moonlight. The rising steam softened her features, making her look exceptionally gentle. "I heard you have finished your training and thought you might not have eaten," she said, reaching out to adjust my towel at the collar. The warmth of my mother's touch lingered on my fingertips, and an unexpected pang of sorrow surged through my nose. On the fateful night of the 9 tails, it was this woman who cradled my 6-year-old self, searching through the ruins for the bodies of my parents throughout the night. As I received the food box, I caught sight of the burns on her hand, undoubtedly the result of her hurried cooking. Just as I was about to speak, an aunt suddenly tugged at a shy figure from behind. Shienmei mentioned she needed to speak with me. I gazed at my childhood friend, who stood a head taller than I, her grip on her clothing betraying her nervousness. She was a stark contrast to the girl who had once forcefully kissed me against a tree. The moonlight glimmered on her hair tips, and I was abruptly reminded of that fateful night of betrayal. Reports from the Dark Faction revealed that when she was found, she had been clutching a photo of you, weeping to the point of fainting. In an attempt to tease him, I resorted to calling him by my childhood nickname, and indeed, his ears flushed a deep crimson. The boy standing before me was no longer the younger sibling in need of protection, but rather the Uchiha clan leader capable of subduing tailed beasts with a single hand. Yet, when he mustered the courage to look up, his eyes reflected, eternally, the image of that wild-haired imp who had stolen his first kiss. I absent-mindedly picked at the fried shrimp in my food box, suddenly tasting bitterness in my mouth. Ever since becoming a shinobi, my days had been spent either walking the noble lattice dog or moving furniture for officials, my skills stagnating in a manner unworthy of the Uchiha. Name, Baichuan, my younger brother, fidgeted with his fingers, his voice as soft as a falling leaf. Do you truly think we should defect? My chewing of the tempura came to an abrupt halt. The life of this girl before me resembled a tragic novel witnessing her father's death at the hands of the Ninetales at the tender age of 5, being beaten into unconsciousness. At 7 to protect the young, and at 12, braving the rain to implore Fuyu not to abandon his beloved youth. In the end, the very person she fought to protect had plunged a knife into his own heart. The sauce in my food box suddenly became difficult to swallow. I stole a glance at Kwanmai's lowered lashes, still marked with remnants of unshed tears. Her father was a foreign ninja, and her mother an Uchiha. Caught between lineage and allegiance, she breathed with utmost caution. Initially, I too believed that our defection was a mistake. He suddenly lifted his gaze, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. However, in recent days, watching the children run wildly on the training grounds and the elders playing chess in the newly constructed pavilion, his voice grew increasingly resonant, as if he had finally broken free from some unseen shackles. It dawned on me that we Uchiha could indeed live with such freedom. I nearly choked on my rice, astonished that I didn't need to persuade him the girl had come to this realization on her own. Clearly, the efforts in constructing the new village bore fruit far beyond mere words. Yet, observing his tightly clenched garment, it was evident that the only thing he could not let go of was, perhaps, that butcher. Kwame was likely worried about Yuzu. I intentionally bit into the last piece of tamago, producing a loud crunch, and immediately noticed her shiver, her Sharingan flaring in response. This infatuation was beyond salvation. Reminiscent of the time she had pressed me against the tree and kissed me. Suddenly, Kwame sprang up like a startled rabbit, her face flushed a deep crimson. Baichuan, you know, she began. I rolled my eyes, poking the dried plum in my food box with my chopsticks. Come on, Yuzu is my cousin, for heaven's sake. I'm not blind. Yet his fingers twisted the fabric of his clothing to the point of nearly wringing it dry. I waved my hand to interrupt his turmoil. Let's go meet him. The uncle is quite safe now, especially since our defection was successful. The herders dare not disturb the clansmen who remain in the village. I deliberately placed my lunchbox down with a thud. Had it not been for our swift escape, we might have found ourselves facing knives, and the younger clansmen would have been mercilessly slaughtered. In an instant, the vibrant colors of the world faded to crimson. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his lips trembling, the blood-red eyes manifesting uncontrollably. It was evident he had never anticipated that the person he cherished most would nearly be forced into becoming a mass murderer. Thus, Sister Kwan, I seized the opportunity to pop the last piece of pickled radish into my mouth. What you must do now is take good care of Aunt Yua and work diligently to develop our village. Then I paused deliberately and strive to grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. Natsum's words gradually cleared Izumi's confusion. Right? If I had enough strength like Natsum, I could calmly handle any crisis, right? At the very least, I could become a pillar for my family, for Itachi, and for Natsum. I understand now. Thank you, Natsum. By the way, I will make targeted contacts and arrangements for the clan members left in Konoha. I will find a way to save them all. Ah, really? Izumi's eyes lit up with joy. Of course. That's great. Natsum, you're the best. Izumi cheerfully approached Natsum and ruffled his hair. Then, she happily turned to leave. I'm going back now. Eat well. Hey, Sister Izumi, I want teriyaki chicken tomorrow. All right. Watching Izumi leave joyfully, Natsum shook his head and smiled. However, he didn't deceive Sister Izumi. When Konoha forces the remaining Uchiha clan members to chase after him and others, Yain village will inevitably come into contact with the clan leader Fugaku, Itachi, and others. At that time, he would certainly make good use of it. After all, wanting to destroy Konoha and overturn the entire ninja world cannot rely solely on himself. Moreover, with Itachi's talent, even without experiencing the night of the massacre, he could still shine brilliantly. Well, those are things to consider later. Let's eat first. Aunt Hazuki's cooking is as good as ever. Natsum continued to enjoy his dinner. Soon after finishing, news came again. Orochimaru returned with Kabuto and the others. A few minutes later, Natsum had finished cleaning up the dishes and was sitting cross-legged in his room. In front of him, Kabuto and Nono were kneeling, waiting for their verdict. Neither of them had any illusions about escaping, although they did not know how strong the boy before them truly was, or why he could control an entire ninja village, or even make one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, work for him. They undoubtedly understood that they were no match for him. Escape would only lead to death. My name is Uchiha Natsum, the young clan leader of Yain village. Good evening to both of you. Greetings, Lord Natsum. Don't be so formal. Look up when you speak. How about it? Director Nono, Kabuto. Orochimaru has told you the specific situation, right? What are your thoughts now? Or rather, what do you think about the betrayal of Konoha? Speak boldly. Here, your safety is guaranteed. Natsum raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest. Chapter 28, The Cruel Truth. Subduing the pharmacist at this moment, kneeling in front of Natsum, both Kabuto and Nono felt incredibly complex emotions. On the way back, Orochimaru had revealed to them the entire truth. This included Danzo using them to collect intelligence from enemy villages, isolating the two from each other, deceiving Nono with false photos, and ultimately resorting to the despicable tactic of making the two kill each other to eliminate risks. If Natsum hadn't intervened in time, Kabuto might have mistakenly killed his beloved director, leading to his own collapse. For this, both were filled with horror, almost unable to believe. However, upon reflection, it indeed aligned more with the dark nature of the roots of Konoha. Moreover, all other evidence corroborated that it was not mere delusion, but a truly cruel reality. In an instant, the two, now aware of the truth, were on the verge of breaking down. They had sacrificed so much for each other and for the orphanage, risking their lives to infiltrate enemy villages, constantly extracting intelligence. Yet they were living in a conspiracy, a deception, a betrayal. They had become pawns that were destined to be discarded. How could this not be despairing? Reflecting on the past, Kabuto clenched his fists in anger but couldn't say anything. In contrast to the younger Kabuto, the experienced Nono remained calm, but she closed her eyes in pain. Filled with regret, it was my fault. I should have known that the roots were still that dark, cruel, and unscrupulous place. I shouldn't have held hope for it. For Danzo, I caused Kabuto to suffer. This, wandering Miko, blamed herself while tears of crystal fell from her eyes. It's hard to imagine that this cruel ninja world could force such a strong and loving Miko to cry. Yasin, it's not the director's fault. We were all deceived. The director is innocent. It's those bastards from the roots. They deserve to die. Kabuto hurriedly defended. He gritted his teeth in rage. Do you think the darkness of the roots is limited to this? Natsum spoke again. Nono and Kabuto suddenly looked up, a bad feeling creeping into their hearts. Let me tell you, even the orphanage that you risk everything to protect hasn't escaped Danzo's clutches. All the young children in the orphanage with ninja potential are secretly taken away by him for training. You've heard of the blood mist policy of Kirigakure, right? Danzo is imitating that model, making those collected orphan ninjas fight each other to grow, gradually erasing their humanity, turning them into the most ruthless and sharpest blades in his hands. In an instant, the bloody cruel truth revealed by Natsum struck the two like two heavy hammers, making their hearts tremble violently, nearly spitting blood. They never expected that Danzo would extend his claws into the orphanage, implementing such inhumane training on other children. How could this be? Lord Danzo promised us that he. Nono covered her eyes, almost on the verge of collapse, murmuring. Meanwhile, the already frantic Kabuto suddenly stood up, shouting in anger. Beasts! How can you do this? Why target the orphanage? Those beasts, I will kill them. Clearly, The absurdity of rare individuals, precious things being trampled upon in secret, was enough to drive anyone to despair. So what do you want to do? Rush back alone? Confront the roots head-on? Face off against one of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha? Just with your chakra scalpel? How many jounin do you think you can fight? 1? Or half of 1? Natsum questioned loudly, causing Kabuto to freeze in place, his face turning red. What the other party said was correct. With his current strength, facing even a single jounin would be extremely difficult, let alone challenging all of Konoha. It would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Kabuto, sit down. Don't be rude. Nono, who had calmed down slightly, quickly called out to Kabuto. This is in someone else's village. Your life is still in the hands of this young clan leader, so you can't afford to be rude and seek death. I am unwilling. Kabuto knelt weakly on the ground, his hands hanging down, his eyes filled with despair. And so, the room fell silent for a full 10 minutes. Natsum leisurely finished a pot of tea, giving the 2 ample time to calm their emotions. After a long while, Nono finally asked softly, Lord Natsum, is what you said true? Konoha is right there, and you came from the roots. It wouldn't be hard to verify these claims if you went back. After a moment of silence, Nono continued, then why did you save us? Why inform us of this intelligence? What do you really want? Looking at the golden-haired Miko in front of him, Natsum couldn't help but admire her a bit. Once in the zone, this experienced, wandering Miko was indeed remarkable. Thus, Natsum directly confessed, work with me. I don't need you to infiltrate some hidden village or become dangerous spies. Just utilize your specialties. Use your medical ninjutsu to heal the people of Enko village. How about that? Kabuto hesitated, feeling somewhat tempted. The past few years of living in fear as a spy had nearly driven him mad. But he quickly glanced at the director beside him and decided to stand with Nono. Nono fell silent as well. She had to admit, Natsum's proposal was indeed very tempting. Any normal ninja wouldn't want to live in a dangerous spy life forever. Moreover, they had no way out. Once they returned to Konoha, Danzo, who knew they were still alive, would definitely not let them go. And besides, working hard in Enko village will be much better than working in the dark. Bloodthirsty roots of Konoha, right? All right, but I have one condition. Nono summoned her courage to add another condition. It's about the orphanage, right? Don't worry. I will have a new orphanage built in the village. Moreover, I will find a way to bring the remaining orphans from Konoha's orphanage over. Is that satisfactory? In order to win over these 2, Natsum had indeed put in considerable effort. She continuously offered heavy incentives, leaving Nono, the wandering Miko, with no reason to refuse. She even couldn't help but wonder if the other party had ulterior motives for investing so much, such as having her in mind. Ugh, what am I thinking? How old is this kid? It doesn't seem like you're up to anything sinister, right? Even if you were. Trading your own future for a beautiful future for that orphan would be quite a bargain. Thinking of this, Yano-yu readily agreed. Thank you, my lord. I'm willing to stay. I am willing to. Very good. Natsum nodded in satisfaction. The village is undergoing major renovations, so it's hard to arrange accommodations. You 2 can stay with me for now. There will be separate rooms later. Once the new orphanage is built, you can move there. Thank you, thank you. Yano-yu and Do expressed their gratitude once again. It was their first time meeting such a kind superior. Moreover, the other party was just a boy a little over 10 years old. This Enkaku village was truly amazing. After a long day of travel, Yano-yu and Do were extremely hungry and tired. Natsum wasn't harsh on these precious medical ninjas he had finally managed to recruit. He had several clansmen take them down, prepare some food for them, and change their clothes. The rest could wait until the next day. For these unfortunate souls who had also suffered under Konoha's bullying, the Uchiha clansmen were very warm and shared a sense of sympathy. They warmly received Yano-yu and Do, making the 2 feel a bit embarrassed. At the same time, just after Natsum sent the 2 to rest and returned to his room, the elusive and grinning Orochimaru slipped through the wall and suddenly appeared in the living room. If you don't use the front door next time, I swear I'll chop you into 9 pieces and roast you to feed the mooncake. Natsum glared at Orochimaru and warned him irritably. Don't be angry, my lord. It seems you've already recruited those 2. What does it have to do with you? TSK. They're quite good talents. What a great experimental subject. What a waste. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, lamenting darkly. Bah, if you have something to say it quickly. If not, get lost. Don't get excited. I'm here to tell you some good news. What news? The Hashirama cells are ready, and the transplant can begin at any time. Upon hearing this, Natsum was suddenly shaken. His eyes brightened, and he became excited. transplanting Hashirama cells to obtain an almost eternal Sharingan. I've waited too long for this day. Chapter 29. Transplanting Hashirama cells. Dual backup. What are Hashirama cells? In simple terms, they're the cells of the Sage of Six Paths, a type of super gene cell that contains immense vitality, regenerative abilities, and natural affinity. It can be considered the universal remedy of the ninja world. Once mastered, it can significantly enhance a ninja's physical capabilities, granting you strength that surpasses normal levels by one or several times. And this is just for ordinary ninjas. For Uchiha ninjas who possess the bloodline limit Sharingan, transplanting Hashirama cells can further optimize the side effects of using Sharingan. Just like Obito, after transplanting Hashirama cells, he could use his Manjiki Sharingan almost limitlessly. After all, to put it simply, the power of the Sharingan and Hashirama cells both originate from the Sage of Six Paths. They are essentially from the same lineage. It is not surprising that Hashirama cells can perfectly control the Sharingan and eliminate its side effects. And this is exactly what Natsum has been pursuing. Are you ready? Of course. Although I accompanied Lord Natsum on a trip these past 2 days, my clone has been in the laboratory, adjusting the experimental injection solutions. Now, everything is ready. All that is left is for you to move to the laboratory to begin, Orochimaru said respectfully, but just by looking at his slightly trembling fingertips, it was enough to prove how excited and eager he was. All right, let us go. Natsum, who shared the same anticipation, did not hesitate. After leaving a shadow clone behind, he followed Orochimaru out of the village and arrived at the underground experimental base located in Sound Ninja Village. Soon, the two entered the laboratory prepared for the transplant. Inside the laboratory stood a young boy with white hair. Lord Orochimaru. Kinshiki respectfully greeted Orochimaru. Oh, this is Kinshiki, one of my assistants. I know he is a holder of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, right? Natsum said casually, his expression unchanged. Orochimaru was secretly shocked. He never expected that this little brat, Natsum, could see through Kinshiki's background at a glance. Or perhaps he had already planted a spy here. Did he have a thorough understanding of everything here? Impossible. Ha ha ha. Natsum-kun, you have a good eye. This child is indeed a descendant of the Kagaya clan. Coincidentally, he just turned 10, similar to your age. I originally wanted to introduce him to you sooner. At this moment, Natsum had no energy to care about anything else. He directly responded, let him go. There is no need for him to know about what comes next. Very well, Kinshiki. You may leave. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Kinshiki to step back. As you command. Soon, the white-haired boy exited, although he was quite puzzled as to why his idol, Lord Orochimaru, would treat a little brat of similar age with such enthusiasm and respect. He clearly understood that he should not ask questions about things he wasn't supposed to know. Can we start? Of course. However, Natsum-kun, you still need to choose the level of transplant. The powerful activity of Hashirama cells makes them extremely invasive. If the transplant fails, the likelihood of death is high. Even if the transplant is successful, some anomalies may occur. For example, the skin may turn white, horns may grow from the head, or a human face may appear on the chest, and so on. If you are like Danzo and are transplanting a part of the body, I do have experimental subjects that can help reduce the risk and keep the anomalies limited to the transplanted area. But since you are not doing a limb transplant, you can only use the injection method. Therefore, I have prepared 4 dosage levels of cell injection: low, medium, high, and extremely high, with increasing amounts of Hashirama cells. The higher the cell content in the injection, the better the effect, but the risk also increases. The extremely high dosage has a chance to help you master wood release. It all depends on which one you choose. Natsum frowned and asked, somewhat displeased, what are the probabilities of anomalies? 10, 30, 50, 100. What guarantees can you provide for perfectly controlling the Sharingan? High and extremely high. Doses should both guarantee it. I will choose the high dose. Natsum made a decisive choice. In this world, not everyone can easily gain immense power like himself through the system. Although Orochimaru's experiments are terrifying, they're also a form of alternative talent expression. Looking at the ninja world, how many people yearn for power? Let alone risking a little, countless people are willing to flock to it, even at the cost of death. Of course, these countless people do not include him. The 100 probability of anomaly with the extremely high dosage is something Natsum would not inject. The 50 chance, however, is worth the gamble. After all, obtaining the infinite endurance of the Manjiki Sharingan is very important. But Natsum does not want to undergo a drastic change in appearance because of it. He is only a little over 10 years old and quite handsome. there will be plenty of beautiful female ninjas waiting for him to charm. Ahem, pursue. If you were forced into an anomaly and had to go out with a white Zetsu face, wouldn't that scare people? In short, Natsum wants the sage power brought by Hashirama's cells. But he cannot lose his good looks. Otherwise, that simply won't do. At worst, he can spend a high price to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in the system shop. Alright, Natsum-kun, please lie down. Next, I will leave it to you. Orochimaru pointed to the surgical table in the center of the laboratory, eagerly urging. His reddened eyes and the flaring nostrils made him resemble those mad scientists from movies. Just looking at him sent shivers down one's spine. For this reason, Natsum certainly did not lie down on the surgical table immediately. Instead, he performed the shadow clone technique, again creating a shadow clone. He handed the artifact, Kanai, from his waist to this clone, instructing it to stay alert throughout the process and signaling that if his main body were in danger, the clone could unleash a massacre. And this was just the first layer of insurance. Seeing the shadow clone of Natsum holding the artifact, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, feeling a bit frightened. But soon, he realized that Natsum's backup plan was far from just this. The next moment, after Natsum's main body lay on the surgical table, without saying a word, he suddenly activated another ninjutsu. Spirit transformation technique. Start. In an instant, a translucent spiritual shadow flew out from Natsum's main body, quietly floating in midair, watching Orochimaru. This astonishing scene startled Orochimaru once again. Soul ninjutsu. And it's of a very high level. Lord Natsum, what a clever tactic. Are you really so untrusting of me? Orochimaru exclaimed, clicking his tongue in amazement. Deep within his eyes, a strong sense of caution arose. After all, he was currently not afraid of any physical attacks. Even if his body were to be torn apart, he wouldn't die. But he was particularly afraid of this rare soul ninjutsu. After all, his soul couldn't shed its skin and be reborn. Once it was erased, it would truly be gone. Therefore, he never expected that this little brat, Natsum, would actually master such a soul ninjutsu that could counter him. Truly hidden talents. It seems he had to give up on his little schemes for now. Don't think of any bad ideas. Let's get started. Natsum's clone urged from his side. In fact, the reason Natsum exchanged for this rare S-rank soul ninjutsu right from the start, aside from preparing it to target Teziko, was to guard against Orochimaru at this moment. After all, no one knew better than him how obsessed Ant Snake, this research fanatic, was with the Sharingan. If he really did nothing to prepare, lying down and letting Orochimaru experiment on him, he was sure the other party would have 100 ways to quietly kill him. And now, with 2 layers of protective measures in place, one of which was a soul ninjutsu that could threaten Orochimaru's life, he thought it was time for him to put away those evil thoughts. Natsum would never be foolish enough to completely place his life and death in someone else's hands. In short, you can mess with my body as you please. My soul is watching right beside you. If you really mess up my body, you won't be able to live either. Let's die together. This is the precautionary mechanism left by Natsum. So, are you afraid or not? All right. Let's get started. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his brow, suppressing all his ulterior motives. He quickly began to honestly perform the transplant surgery for Natsum. Chapter 30. Surge in Strength Boundless Sharingan. At this moment, in the dark underground experimental base, the crazed Orochimaru was frantically operating on the main body of Natsum beside the surgical table. Meanwhile, Natsum, whose soul had separated from his body using the spiritualization technique, was staring intently from the side, detached from his physical form. His soul's sensitivity to time was greatly diminished, making it hard for him to estimate how long had passed. However, he assumed that it must be dawn outside by now. Time passed second by second, and the transplant surgery continued. Finally, after an unknown period, Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, I wasn't wrong. This is it. So that's how it is. The Hashirama cells can alleviate the backlash of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan can prevent the active erosion of the Hashirama cells. The powers of the Hashirama cells and the Sharingan indeed complement each other. No wonder my previous experiments with Hashirama cells mostly failed. It turns out I lack the power of the Sharingan." Orochimaru laughed maniacally, as if he had gone insane. How to suppress the active erosion of Hashirama cells on living beings had always been an almost unsolvable problem. He once thought that using young children, with their strong vitality and adaptability, could effectively resist the erosion of the Hashirama cells. However, he failed. Out of dozens of test subjects, only Yamato survived by chance. He then conducted many more experiments. In the end, he managed to transplant Hashirama cells using Shin's special physique, relying on the inactivation of most of the Hashirama cells' activity. This was the only way he barely succeeded in transplanting the Hashirama cells and created a right arm for Danzo. However, that was merely a half-finished product. Although it possessed certain impressive abilities, it was far from comparable to the fully active Hashirama cells. At the time, Orochimaru only thought it was a lucky success. Now it seemed that only by combining the Hashirama cells and the Sharingan could a perfect fusion be achieved. Even ordinary Sharingan fell slightly short. Only the extremely rare and powerful Manjiki Sharingan could truly resist the erosion of the Hashirama cells and form a perfect balance with this power. A few minutes later, the transplant officially ended. Natsum released the spiritualization technique and allowed his soul to return to his body safely. As soon as he returned, he leaped up, pushed Orochimaru aside, and rushed to the mirror beside the lab to check. He hurriedly confirmed whether his appearance had undergone any abnormal changes. Fortunately, his skin color hadn't paled. There were no horns on his head. No face of Hashirama emerged from his chest. Everything was normal. Natsum let out a sigh of relief. Then, he began to meticulously check the changes in his body. The first feeling was that he had become stronger. Of course, not in that sense. Rather, his entire body had become more solid. With the powerful activity boost from the Hashirama cells, his bones, veins, muscles, strength, speed, and so on had all significantly increased. Conservatively estimated, they had at least doubled or tripled. Don't underestimate this doubling or tripling. Although Natsum's physique was not comparable to Might Guy and other ninjas specialized in physical arts, it was definitely on par with ordinary elite jonin. For an ordinary ninja, improving their physique by 2 or 3 times out of thin air is an impossible dream without years of hard training. Yet, these powerful Hashirama cells allowed him to surpass others' years of hard work in just a moment. Moreover, this was only the ability of the transplanted cells. Just from this point, one could glimpse how immensely powerful the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, must be with his near-perfect sage body. No wonder even his cells were later used by descendants as a panacea. Besides the enhancement in physique, Natsum also discovered that with sufficient cellular activity, his total chakra had surged dramatically. It had doubled, from 35 chakra to 70 chakra. However, this was normal. After all, chakra is essentially a combination of power and spiritual energy extracted from all the body's cells. With increased cellular activity, the total chakra would naturally increase. What excited Natsum even more was that he immediately spent 100 gold coins to exchange for 1 chakra in the system. To his surprise, he found that his total chakra had actually increased by 2 chakra. It became 72 chakra. This meant that no matter how much chakra he exchanged in the future, it would double? Wow. So it turns out that these Hashirama cells provided him with a permanent chakra doubling buff. This buff was fantastic. Just a small transplant of Hashirama cells brought such a heaven-defying effect. Once he saved enough gold coins to exchange for a complete sage body, wouldn't that be absolutely incredible? Now, Natsum finally understood why the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could crush the powerful Nine Tails with a single slap after activating the true Thousand Hands. Compared to that guy's vast chakra reserves, the Nine Tails chakra could probably only be considered a small pond. Of course, the enhancements in physique, chakra, and so on were merely byproducts. What Natsum cared about the most was the improvement that the Hashirama cells brought to his Manjiki Sharingan. This was the top priority. The next moment, as he activated his eye power, a red light burst forth. The magnificent Manjiki Sharingan instantly manifested. Orochimaru, who was nearby, quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet Natsum's Sharingan. This time, upon activating the Manjiki Sharingan, Natsum clearly felt much more relaxed and comfortable. There was no longer the previous burning pain from resisting the side effects of the Sharingan. It felt as if he could keep the Manjiki Sharingan activated without any burden. The Hashirama cells transplanted into him had indeed perfectly suppressed the side effects of the Sharingan. This feeling was incredible. From today onward for a long time, he would no longer have to worry about becoming blind due to excessive use of the Sharingan. With the infinite Manjiki activated, Natsum looked at his hands and instinctively clenched his fists. The surge of power and the overflowing eye power made him want to unleash, just for fun. But looking around at Orochimaru's cramped laboratory, he figured that if he activated Susanoo, this place would probably be completely destroyed. Thus, he had to suppress this impulse for the time being. Lord Natsum, are you satisfied? Orochimaru asked with a smile, rubbing his hands together, trying to ingratiate himself. At this moment, no one understood better than him what kind of immense power this 10-year-old boy possessed. With numerous advanced ninjutsu, powerful physical strength, unparalleled artifact might, and this pair of seemingly boundless kaleidoscope Sharingan, and that most daunting age, only 10 years old, already so terrifying. Just imagine how powerful he will be when he grows to 2030. By then, the entire Konoha might not be enough for him to fight alone, right? What a pity. Such a perfect body, yet cannot be seized by me. It's truly a shame. Orochimaru exclaimed in awe and regret. Very good. Feels great. Fortunately, you didn't have any ill intentions. Natsum calmly approved. Orochimaru's advanced transplantation technology is indeed commendable. Of course, if one is unprepared, it is hard to say whether the other party would remain so composed. Lord Natsum, do you feel any side effects? If so, please let me know. It can help me accumulate some experience for my subsequent experiments. Orochimaru asked sincerely, setting aside those bad intentions. He is indeed very dedicated on the path of experimentation and research. There are indeed some side effects. These transplanted Hashirama cells, although they have assimilated with my body, still have a strong active corrosive power. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. However, if I exhaust my chakra, it will be difficult to control these cells. At that time, these cells are likely to significantly erode my body. Natsum pondered for a moment and expressed his feelings. It is quite normal for powers derived from transplantation to have some side effects. However, for others, this might be quite a hassle. After all, after a major battle, no one can quickly recover their exhausted chakra. But for Natsum, with plenty of chakra recovery Dan, he doesn't need to worry about this at all. Even if his chakra is exhausted, taking a couple of Dan will suffice. There is no need to worry about being unable to suppress these Hashirama cells, as there is no chance for them to backfire. Chapter 31. The Uchiha clan is good at fighting, but does not enjoy war. After listening to Natsum's description, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. This side effect is much better than the previous experiments. Clearly, compared to before, Natsum's transplantation this time is the most successful. The side effects are minimal. It can almost be considered a success for the most part. This also marks a significant step forward for Orochimaru in the transplantation surgery. However, he wonders how many terrifying nightmares this transplantation surgery will bring to others after Natsum perfects the Sharingan. Well, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a researcher, Orochimaru thought helplessly. If a few days ago, he could still compete with Natsum. Now, he probably wouldn't be a match for the kid, even if he tied himself up. Sigh, has the ninja world changed this much recently? Amazing prodigies keep appearing, and he feels he might not keep up with the times. After the surgery was successful, Natsum had no reason to linger there any longer. To be honest, the atmosphere and smell in this laboratory were quite unpleasant. Soon, Natsum dispelled his shadow clone and retracted his sword, putting on his clothes. Of course, before leaving, he asked specifically about the arrangements regarding the land of rice. Are the preparations in the land of rice ready? In simple terms, he and Orochimaru were in a mutually beneficial, transactional relationship. Each took what they needed, which was the foundation of this relationship. His strength was the bond that secured this relationship. As long as he was strong enough and continued to grow stronger, cunning as a snake and shrewd as a rat, Orochimaru would never dare to turn against him. In response, Orochimaru immediately replied, "Of course, everything has been arranged. I estimate that today, the lord of the country will personally issue the state document, recognizing the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan and Yain village." Natsum smiled and said, "You really have made a good puppet." Orochimaru replied, "Lord Natsum, you flatter me. It's just for convenience. I haven't laid hands on the citizens of the land of rice. Moreover, most of the test subject here are bandits and traitors captured from various places. You can capture anyone else, I don't care. But if you dare to reach into my village, you know the consequences." Natsum glanced at him again. Those still scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan were truly terrifying. "Of course, I will be careful." Orochimaru nodded with a smile. He still had a grasp on this matter. Thus, Natsum quickly left Ein Hidden Village and returned to his own village. When he returned to the village, it was already noon. It was evident that he had spent most of the day at Orochimaru's base. Of course, after successfully transplanting Hashirama cells and significantly increasing his strength, while shaking off the side effects of the Sharingan, Natsum was in a great mood and quite cheerful. He even didn't bother to hide his presence anymore. Instead, he swaggered along the main street, casually strolling back. It was also a good opportunity to see how the village was developing. Young clan leader. "Hello, young clan leader. Big brother Natsum. Young clan leader. This is freshly grilled meat skewers. You should try some." This is fruit we just traded from ordinary villagers in the neighboring village. You should also have a taste. Seeing their young clan leader appear, many simple and enthusiastic clansmen gathered along the street. While greeting him, they offered Natsum various delicious foods and fruits. Soon, a high pile was built up in Natsum's arms. Although Natsum was young, for the Uchiha clan, which revered strength, the outstanding young clan leader was indeed worthy of their admiration. Moreover, it was the young clan leader who had led them away from the Konoha abyss. Therefore, at this moment, almost all the clansmen regarded Natsum as their benefactor and the true young clan leader. Anyone who dared to stand up against the young clan leader would probably be torn apart by others before Natsum even had to lift a finger. Thus, while happily greeting everyone, Natsum collected various gifts as he walked towards his residence. By the time he reached his doorstep, the pile of gifts in his arms was already taller than he was. Just looking at it was quite delightful. At that moment, before Natsum could open the door, the wandering shrine maiden, Yanoyu, dressed in a maid outfit, ran out and took most of the gifts from Natsum. Director Yanoyu, what is this? Natsum's eyes brightened in surprise. This was sent by Lady Hazuki. Since we have benefited from Lord Natsum's kindness and reside here, I will do my best to take care of your daily needs for the time being. Please allow me, my lord. Lady Hazuki really loves to meddle. All right, do as you wish. I can't just kick you out, right? Natsum waved his hand, granting permission. Besides, it must be said, this shrine maiden looks quite good in a maid outfit. As for Do, I heard he is helping to set up an orphanage in the western district of the village. That's good. There's plenty of food here, so there's no need to cook lunch. Additionally, take some food to Do and those workers building it. Let them eat together. Thank you, my lord. Yanoyu bowed in gratitude. They really are something. They all came out with me, almost all alone, and now they send me so much despite not having much food at home. Looking at the large pile of gifts in front of him, Natsum couldn't help but smile wryly. This also proves that you, my lord, are well loved by the clansmen, isn't it? Do shrine maidens really know how to flatter? Yanoyu smiled gently and continued. Although our time together has been short, the villagers here, as well as you, Lord Natsum, are very different from the Uchiha clan I knew. At the root, all the ninjas were indoctrinated that the Uchiha are an evil clan, very fond of war, and quite treacherous, so we must always be vigilant. But now all I see are warm-hearted and kind people, striving to build their village and live on. Perhaps this is the true Uchiha clan? Yanoyu sincerely reflected. Here, it seems to be much more relaxed than when I was in Konoha. Of course, no one is born irredeemably wicked. Discrimination and prejudice are often sources of evil. Root is like this, and Konoha is the same. From the beginning, it was never that we hated Konoha, but that Konoha hated us. In any case, this place will surely become a new village that is vastly different from Konoha. Natsum said seriously, the Uchiha clan is good at fighting, but does not enjoy war. There is a fundamental difference between being skilled in battle and being eager for battle. It should be noted that even the ancestor Uchiha Madara, when he first established Konoha, attempted to overthrow the village and seize power. Many Uchiha clan members opposed Madara at that time, unwilling to lose the hard-won peace. This shows that those who accuse the Uchiha clan of being eager for battle are all slandering. In the future, with the development and prosperity of Yain village, these slanders will surely be disproven. Afterwards, Natsum hastily ate some lunch and then went outside the village. He found an open area and began practicing the newly mastered ninjutsu and abilities. His strength had surged too rapidly in recent days, and if he didn't hone his skills properly, he would suffer greatly in future battles. At the same time, Yanoyu also went out to deliver food. In the entire house, only a panda with its legs crossed was left, lying on the threshold, basking in the sun and taking a nap. However, compared to the peaceful and orderly development of Yain village, the news that suddenly emerged from Land of Rice at noon, recognizing the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan and Yain village, was like a giant stone thrown into a lake. It quickly stirred up a wave of ripples throughout the entire ninja world. The 5 great hidden villages and countless small hidden villages were all shaken by it. Chapter 32. The Flame Hidden Village gains fame, shocking each village at this moment. In the conference hall of the Konoha Hokage building, Danzo, who was missing both legs and sitting in a wheelchair, was struggling to push himself in front of Sarutobi and the others with his left hand. He shouted angrily, Look at this. This is Uchiha. This is the consequence of your indulgence. Hiruzen. Danzo slammed a document on the table, which clearly recorded that the Land of Rice had openly accepted the Uchiha clan and recognized the legitimacy of the newly established Flame Hidden Village. Seeing such news, it was no wonder Danzo was furious and agitated. We all know, no? And are still sitting here? What is this? This is a blatant provocation against Konoha. The defected Uchiha clan has built their own flame-hidden village and wants a ride on Konoha's back. How can this be allowed? It is a great humiliation. The more Danzo spoke, the more agitated he became, even wanting to stand up to denounce it. As a result, he slipped and almost fell from his wheelchair, which reminded him that he no longer had legs. Danzo, your legs. Mito Gate, Inan, kindly asked from his side. Oh, I'm fine. That's not what we should be considering now. Danzo straightened his body. His face darkened as he resolutely continued. What do you want to do? Notify the other major ninja villages to join forces and quickly annihilate this traitor village. Danzo suggested mercilessly, clenching his fists. In his view, the only way to relieve his inner pain and humiliation was to ruthlessly eliminate all the defected Uchiha clan members and thoroughly crush that Uchiha Shikomi kid. No, Sarutobi directly rejected. Why? Let's be honest. The village can't afford a large-scale war right now. How could that be? Are you still going to indulge the Uchiha clan? Danzo shouted. The third Hokage paused and explained. On the night the Uchiha clan defected, the village's treasury was also robbed. The initial suspicion is that it was done by the defected Uchiha members. Now, relying solely on the remaining money in the treasury. Even if it can barely support a war, afterward, the village's economy would regress for more than a decade, or even collapse. Not to mention contacting the other major ninja villages for assistance. Konoha can't bear the huge expenses afterward. Hearing this, Danzo was stunned. He had been in the medical ward for the past few days and was indeed unaware of the theft from the treasury. It was clear that Sarutobi and the others had kept this matter very confidential. Bastards! Those damn traitors even stole from the treasury. However, it was just a small amount of war funds. It could easily be borrowed from the feudal lord. Danzo, unwilling to give up, suggested again. To this, Sarutobi sighed. Serving the noble bureaucrats of the feudal lord is already a thankless task. Similar tasks have been assigned to Uchiha ninjas. Therefore, the feudal lord has a good impression of the Uchiha clan. It is said that there is a low-ranking ninja named Uchiha Izumi who is highly regarded by the feudal lord's wife. Consequently, the feudal lord has classified this incident as an internal conflict of the Uchiha clan. They do not agree to the village directly declaring war. They will not pay for it either. If the village insists on going to war, they will significantly reduce next year's economic support for the village. Hearing this, Danzo was even more dumbfounded. He never expected that the feudal lord's side would have this attitude. Those corrupt officials are too cowardly. Do they really intend to let those traitors continue to be arrogant? Danzo, calm down. I have already discussed this with Koharu and the others. We will try to send the remaining Uchiha ninjas to hunt down those traitors. You don't need to worry too much about this. Just focus on healing. Danzo was taken aback and then realized, you want the Uchiha clan to kill each other? Aren't you afraid that the dispatched Uchiha ninjas won't return? Danzo loudly questioned. At the same time, another concern he did not voice. In his view, among the remaining Uchiha ninjas, almost none could match that terrifying kid Shikomi. Even Itachi should be somewhat lacking. Sending those miscellaneous ninjas to chase after them is like sending sheep into a tiger's den. Danzo, we have our arrangements. Don't forget, that night, it was because of your reckless actions with the root ninjas that Shikomi got away. Koharu. Danzo's face flushed red, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. In his heart, he cursed fiercely. If it were Koharu facing Shikomi's Susanoo, she'd probably be cut down in one blow. How could she have the chance to scold him here? Danzo, Koharu, enough. No more arguing. Sarutobi shouted to stop the two. Hearing this, Koharu also gave Sarutobi some face and backed down a bit. I understand, she said, then called to Mito Gate Inan, let's go inspect the treasury. Okay. Additionally, although we can't start a large-scale war, those rebellious elements are indeed too arrogant. For the sake of the village's dignity, we still need to urge the Uchiha ninjas within the village to quickly hunt down those traitors. Before leaving, Koharu once again urged in a deep voice. Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat reluctant. But he had to agree. All right, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Then, Koharu and Mito Gate Inan left the conference hall, leaving only Sarutobi and Danzo. Danzo, you shouldn't be so indecisive. Using the Uchiha clan to deal with those traitors is impossible to succeed. You know the power of that kid Shikomi. If we let him grow any further, the entire village will be in danger of collapse. Danzo glared at Sarutobi and shouted. Hearing this, Sarutobi was also angry. Danzo, what about you? Do you think this step was solely your responsibility? You ordered Itachi to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan behind my back? Were you really just doing it for Konoha? Must you be so radical? Your true goal is to covet their Sharingan, isn't it? Danzo was taken aback. Hiruzen, you saw it all? Oof. That evil arm and those bloody eyes. Do you think I couldn't see them? Danzo, at your age, are you still obsessed with those crooked paths? The will of fire. It cannot be carried by those evil eyes in your hands. Sarutobi shouted angrily, clearly genuinely upset. Danzo's heart trembled again. He knew very well that transplanting Sharingan was definitely not the right path. However, he was already old. His body, spirit, chakra, and so on, were all declining just like Sarutobi's. It was very difficult to forcefully maintain the strength of his youth, let alone further enhance his power. He had no choice but to make up his mind to take this path, collaborating with Orochimaru, and extending his claws towards the Uchiha clan that possessed the Izanagi technique. You don't need to worry about my matters. Danzo shouted angrily, waving his hand defiantly. Danzo, sigh. In any case, you should not interfere with the Uchiha clan's affairs anymore. Sarutobi said unusually seriously. Very well. I can ignore the subsequent matters of the Uchiha clan, but you must hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me. That's impossible. You should know that kid Uchiha Shursui has activated the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Manjiki Sharingan can forcibly break the seal inside the Jinchuriki's body. If he succeeds, he can control the Nine-Tails again. Do you want to replay the Nine-Tails incident from back then? Danzo shouted indignantly. In a short time, he couldn't rely on collecting more Sharingan for himself. Then he could only set his sights on the powerful Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I will strengthen my supervision over Naruto and will never let the tragedy of that year happen again. Sarutobi gritted his teeth in response. Clearly, that night 7 years ago had always been a deep pain in his heart. Danzo, Sarutobi. Soon, the heated argument between the two echoed again in the conference hall. The guards outside were already used to it. After all, the third Hokage would have to flirt with Danzo from time to time. Just ignore it. It will end soon. Thus, when they learned that the Uchiha's defection had led to the establishment of a new village integrated into the land of rice, aside from Konoha, which took this news seriously and argued endlessly about it, the other 4 great ninja villages also paid considerable attention to it. After all, the Uchiha clan was one of the families that possessed the most famous bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Even if only half of their clan members were left, they should not be underestimated. They were definitely strong enough to rival many smaller hidden villages. Such a force could not be ignored. Is it war? Is it peace? Or should we turn a blind eye? The major hidden villages had to make a decision. Of course, at this moment, in a certain rock village of the land of Earth, they were still busy with the major incident of a theft from the treasury and the severe injuries of their leader, leaving them no time to deal with this issue. Chapter 33. Pragmatism. The first 5-year plan today marks the 4th day since the land of rice fields publicly acknowledged the Hidden Flame Village. And it's also the 7th day since Natsum and his companions settled here. At this moment, Natsum is sitting upright in the living room, engraving something while listening to reports from his subordinates. What are the attitudes of the major hidden villages? According to intelligence from the Sound Village, the attitudes of the 5 major hidden villages towards our Hidden Flame Village's establishment vary. Among them, the attitude of the Konoha village is the most aggressive. They have already issued multiple notices, strongly protesting to the land of rice fields, demanding that the land revoke its decree and cancel its legal recognition of our village. They insist on continuing the tradition of one country, one hidden village, and expelling us. However, it seems they have not yet dispatched ninja forces to attack. Next, the attitudes of the Cloud Village and the Sand Village are somewhat milder. They have each submitted diplomatic letters to the land of rice fields through the land of lightning and the land of wind, respectively, hoping that the land can explain the reasons for recognizing our village's independence and respect Konoha's reputation. Then, the attitudes of the Mist Village and the Water Country are unclear. They appear to still be in a closed state, making it difficult to obtain internal information. Finally, the attitude of the Rock Village is somewhat ambiguous. They seem indifferent to recognizing our village's independence, and they even sent an envoy yesterday, preparing to visit our village. They are currently on their way. Uchiha Nichiyu respectfully and meticulously reports. Since yesterday, Natsum has formed his own personal guard, temporarily consisting of 5 members, responsible for assisting him in handling government affairs and conveying information. Uchiha Nichiyu, Uchiha II, and Uchiha Jin are among them. Nichiyu has initially taken charge of collecting and organizing intelligence to report to Natsum. Hearing this, Natsum nodded slightly. This situation is almost exactly as he expected. Each hidden village needs to consider its own interests. Even the 5 major hidden villages are no exception. His clan's defection from Konoha undoubtedly damages Konoha's reputation. However, when waging war becomes a burden, the cost outweighs the benefits, and reputation becomes less important. To be honest, if Konoha really mobilized its entire village to attack his fledgling Hidden Flame village, it would be quite difficult to deal with at this stage. After all, both the third Hokage's Shiki Fuin and Might Guy's 8 Gates are techniques that pose a significant threat to him. However, they have indeed hesitated. Fortunately, he was wise enough to raid Konoha's treasury before leaving. Otherwise, Konoha might have immediately organized personnel to launch a surprise attack on his hidden village. As for the Rock Village, it's even easier to understand. They're likely gritting their teeth against Konoha right now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They certainly don't mind the Uchiha clan establishing a village and continuing to oppose Konoha. In fact, they probably hope to see a conflict between them and Konoha. In summary, it seems that for the time being, his village is unlikely to face any large-scale attacks. Is there any other important intelligence? Yes. We have obtained general information about the Konoha orphanage that you previously instructed us to investigate. You managed to gather information about the Konoha orphanage? Was it through the Sound Village's intelligence network? Yes. Our hidden village has just started, and with limited manpower, there is no surplus energy to build a large intelligence network. However, in this regard, Orochimaru's Sound Village has done quite well. The intelligence-focused Orochimaru has long begun to lay down his pieces and spies in the major hidden villages. As of today, it has already shown significant results. Although we may not have stolen highly confidential information, basic news can still be easily obtained. How could he pass up such a useful intelligence network? Of course, he has to make good use of this pragmatism and use it freely. He believes that as a partner, Snake certainly wouldn't mind, right? Very well. Since the village is just starting, everything that can be utilized should be used well. However, it's also important to discern the information and not trust everything blindly. Additionally, let's leave the information about the Konoha orphanage for now. Konoha is currently on high alert, and it's not suitable to probe too much. Later, I will personally make a trip to rescue the remaining orphans there. Understood. Natsum took a stack of documents from Nichiyu and stored them away. The reason he is so concerned about this orphanage is twofold. First, since he promised Nanoyu and Kabuto, he must keep his word. Second, one should not underestimate the role of this orphanage. Although currently, 99 of the Hidden Flame village is composed of Uchiha clan members. In the future, in order to expand and strengthen the village, relying solely on these 400 people will definitely not be enough. Therefore, gradually accepting others is also a challenge that the village must face, starting with the orphanage. Allowing the clan members to first accept the orphans and then gradually accept others is indeed a good method. That is why Natsum places great importance on the construction and improvement of the orphanage. Young clan leader, it's time for lunch. Outside the door, Uchiha Jin, who was ready to eat, excitedly ran in and called out, Nichiyu, you're here too? Huh. Young clan leader, what are you writing? The village's plans for the next few years. Ah, what is that? Can I take a look? The easygoing Uchiha Jin curiously asked. Sure. After receiving the permission, Jin quickly leaned in to take a look. Just in time, Natsum was writing the first 5-year plan for the Hidden Flame village on the scroll. Year 1. Preliminary construction of the ninja village. Complete the popularization of handicrafts. Achieve independence and self-sufficiency. Year 2. Recruit talents. Expand the scale of the hidden village. Begin the path of light industrialization. Self-develop scientific ninja tools. Year 3. Develop industrial construction centered on heavy industry. Promote technological transformation. Achieve prosperity for the ninja village. Year 4. Destroy Konoha. Annex the Land of Fire. Year 5. Destroy the other 4 major hidden villages. Unify the ninja world. After reading the young clan leader's future plans, Uchiha Jin was instantly dumbfounded. Is this really a future plan? This is simply daydreaming, right? Does the young clan leader have such great ambitions? To unify the ninja world in 5 years? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? After a while, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but stutter and ask, why, young clan leader, aren't these plans a bit too fast? Fussed? It doesn't matter. Let's plan first. We'll see when the time comes. The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. Setting high goals gives us motivation to strive. Natsum cheerfully patted Jin on the shoulder and encouraged him with a bright voice. He could only respond with a bitter smile. But this goal is a bit too frightening, don't you think? If you don't believe me, let Nichiyo take a look too. Natsum nodded. The curious Nichio leaned over to take a glance as well. The next moment, even Nichio, who usually had a slightly calmer demeanor, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and break into a light sweat upon seeing this almost outrageous 5-year plan. He secretly marveled at the young master's ambitious aspirations, or perhaps foolish delusions. Young master, these goals are indeed a bit astonishing. Although he didn't understand what terms like handicraft, light industrialization, and scientific ninja tools meant, he could recognize the phrase destroy Konoha, unify the ninja world. Isn't that a bit too scary? No wonder they don't have dreams. After all, unifying the ninja world was the unfulfilled wish of the incomparable ancestor, Lord Uchiha Madara, not to mention their few hundred people. However, with the young master's astonishing talent, if he perseveres for another 10 or 20 years, there might still be a chance. You guys, you've already separated from Konoha. Can't you have a little ambition? Don't you want to take revenge on Konoha when you dream? Don't you want to destroy that den of evil? Of course we do, Uchiha asserted first. Then that's settled. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, that day will inevitably come. All right, enough of that. Let us have Fujin come in and report on the village's economic situation. Natsum proactively moved past the topic and began to focus on the village's financial condition. Understood. Chapter 34. Robbing the rich to help the poor. From the very beginning, Natsum set the tone for the power dynamics of the entire Indian village. The highest leadership, judgment power, and military authority all belonged to him. All ninjas within the village were to be dispatched and allocated by him alone. No one else was allowed to interfere with military power. Under this framework, Natsum was quite lenient with all other civil rights, delegating them to others. He even generously relinquished control over the village's financial distribution and management. After all, building a village involves too many aspects. Just managing daily financial income, expenditures, and distributions was enough to give anyone a headache. Natsum did not have the energy to meticulously balance the accounts. He only needed to set the general direction and control the scale of financial expenditures. Thus, even though he had borrowed a total of 14,800,000 Ryo from the coffers of Konoha and Iwagakure, he did not spend it extravagantly. Instead, he deposited this large sum into the Indian village treasury, allowing the elders responsible for overseeing the construction of the new village to allocate and distribute the funds to aid in building the village. At the same time, Natsum dispatched Uchiha Fuji from his personal guard to supervise and account for the use of this substantial amount of money, ensuring that no one would have the opportunity to embezzle. Of course, in terms of overall strategy, he still chose a model of work for relief. Through a series of operations involving defining projects, recruiting workers, constructing facilities, and distributing rewards, he aimed to help build the village, create jobs, and support the clansmen. Natsum would naturally not use the foolish method of merely distributing money, which would undermine the motivation for labor to stimulate the village's economy. Overall, looking at the bustling scene in the village over the past few days, the results should be quite good. Natsum received the financial weekly report passed to him by Fuji and skimmed through it. The results shocked him. The financial expenditure for just 1 week had reached 3.5 million Ryo. This far exceeded Natsum's expectations and was truly alarming. However, upon closer inspection, every expenditure on the report was orderly and not inflated. It should be noted that the village currently had over 400 people. Excluding the elderly, children, and women, more than 100 able-bodied young men were involved in the basic construction, including several ninjas. On average, one person working had to support 4 others. Their daily wages were distributed by the village, ranging from 200 to 400 Ryo per person. Calculating at an average of 300 Ryo, 130 people working for 7 days would require disbursing 273,000 Ryo. Additionally, expenditures for constructing shops, roads, orphanages, medical facilities, bathhouses, schools, and so on, as well as purchasing materials like stone, glass, and equipment, along with various necessities for daily life, added up. All these combined, spending 3.5 million Ryo in a week was really not excessive. This was even after the clan elders had meticulously budgeted to save as much as possible. However, at this rate, their entire financial reserve of 14,800,000 Ryo would last only 42 weeks, which is not even 10 months. Moreover, as the village continued to expand and improve, and with an increasing population, expenditures would only further escalate. At that point, it would be difficult to sustain even for half a year. This was much shorter than Natsum originally predicted. It further confirmed that maintaining and developing a village was no simple task. Military strength was merely the first layer of assurance. without sufficient economic resources, it was impossible to sustain it. This is why even a powerful place like Konoha had to lower itself to fire country, and even had to seek the opinions of the daimyo when choosing the Hokage. After all, they held the economic lifeline. Looking at this long list of accounts, Natsume felt overwhelmed. Thinking back to those Naruto novels he often read in his previous life, where the main character could build a hidden village with just a clap of his hands. It was simply ridiculous. Even with all the advantages of time, place, and people, just building a small hidden village was so nerve-wracking, like walking on thin ice. The saying truly holds. It's easy to conquer a land, but hard to defend it. In short, they could no longer afford to sit idly and consume their resources. Even if their treasury could last for more than half a year, they must quickly develop their own income channels. Without sufficient economic income, it was impossible to establish a strong and prosperous village. Okay, I understand. The second elder and the others are doing very well. Fuji, please convey to them to keep it up. Also, do not be too stingy with financial expenditures. Even if it costs a bit more, it's fine. Everything should prioritize building the village as the first goal. After all, from now on, this will be our new home. How can we be miserly about our own home as construction? Understood. I will definitely pass it on. Uchiha Fuji replied with a smile. Yes, Uncle Fuji, just suggest to the elders to plan for larger facilities like bathhouses. A mixed bathing pool would be the best. That would be comfortable. Uchiha Jin chimed in to encourage. Huh, you little brat, what are you talking about? Is it you who wants to have a mixed bath? Fuji scolded with a laugh, then calmed down and finally asked Natsume. However, young clan leader, continuously spending lavishly is not a solution. These Ryo will eventually run out. What should we do next? Natsume replied, no need to worry. I will find a way regarding this matter. Uchiha Jin asked, are you planning to take action against that village again? Are you going to rob their treasury? Smack. Jin received another slap from Natsume. Nonsense. That's not called robbing. It's robbing the rich to help the poor. Natsume corrected him seriously. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. He also seemed eager to try this robbing the rich to help the poor thrill. However, continuously robbing the rich to help the poor was not a long-term solution. A village that had been robbed would definitely strengthen its defenses. The next time, it might not be so easy to succeed. Natsume nodded in approval. Fuji is right. Therefore, pure robbing the rich to help the poor is not sustainable. We must develop our own revenue channels and create a positive cycle to achieve the goal of enriching the village. But we are all missing Nin, and ordinary great nations will not let us take on missions to earn rewards. How are we supposed to make money? Uchiha Jin said with a frown. In fact, it was precisely because of this reason. After the ninja from each village defect, they generally live very difficult lives. Even outstanding ninjas, like Kisame Hashigaki, have to rely on frequently taking on missions to accumulate money. Don't worry, I already have a goal. Young clan leader. What is the goal? Of course, it's Land of Waves. Natsume smiled gently, revealing his fangs that were as greedy as blood. Chapter 35. The Land of Waves. Making money is the hard truth. The primitive accumulation of capital is always brutal and bloody. According to historical patterns, there are generally two ways to achieve the initial accumulation of capital: plunder and exploitation. The former relies on raiding other countries to accumulate wealth, much like the Western European nations during the Age of Exploration. The latter depends on exploiting the local population to create wealth, similar to a certain A3 country. As for our own Inazuka village, at this moment, it has just started, and the entire village has barely 500 people. With so few people, how can one exploit them? Even if you treat them like mules, they can't generate much value. Therefore, to become prosperous and accumulate primitive capital, Natsume can only turn his gaze towards other villages. And now, Konoha and Iwagakure have already been looted. Ahem. I mean, they have been robbed to help the poor once, and it's indeed difficult to get another haul. At the same time, the other major hidden villages are also barely maintaining a balance. If we were to raid them again and break this balance, it would only be detrimental to our village's development. Thus, after much thought, it seems that the Land of Waves is the most suitable target. The Land of Waves is located southeast of the Land of Fire. It's a small island nation connected to the outside world by a single large bridge. The number of ninjas in the country is almost zero, the economy is poor, and the people live in poverty. Logically, such a small and impoverished country shouldn't be on Natsume's radar. However, being well-versed in the world of Naruto, Natsume knows very well that although the Land of Waves is poor, the president of the shipping company controlling it, Kato, is one of the world's few billionaires. Such a villain, who has made his fortune through the mafia and ninjas smuggling drugs and contraband, is naturally the best candidate for robbing the rich to help the poor. Moreover, by looting this evil corporate group, it's possible to reorganize and take over Kato's shipping company. By relying on abundant maritime trade, we could earn a continuous stream of funds for our village. It's a win-win situation, so why not? This is the real reason Natsum has set his sights on this small country. As for Uchiha Fuji and the others, they naturally cannot understand the deeper meaning behind it, but they all know that following their young clan leader is the right thing to do. After all, with the young clan leader's wisdom, he would never let them suffer losses. Young clan leader, are you going to that land of waves? Yes, I will leave in a few days. I want to go. Don't worry, I really need a few people to help this time. We'll decide before we set off, so don't rush. All right. Okay, Fuji, you can go now. Remember what I said. Don't hold back. Do your best to improve the village's infrastructure. Understood. Next, Natsum began planning the village's construction while preparing supplies to head to the land of waves. However, that afternoon, an envoy from Iwagakure also arrived at the village. Out of sympathy for Inoki's old back and to express gratitude for the generous donation of 70 million ryo from Iwagakure, Natsum reluctantly received the envoy. The envoy was a middle-aged ninja, nearly 30, with only the strength of a chunin, and he didn't seem to be very battle-worthy. However, upon arriving, this envoy from Iwagakure was quite arrogant, seemingly looking down on this fledgling new village established by the Uchiha traders. When he saw the leader was just a kid a little over 10 years old, he became even more pompous, acting as if he were a senior ninja village inspecting a junior one. This infuriated Uchiha Jin and the others, who could hardly contain their anger at wanting to draw their swords and slay this bastard. However, before he could flaunt his arrogance for long, he was directly seized by Natsum's right hand's bone claw, which crushed several of his ribs on the spot. After experiencing a greeting from the god of death up close, he quickly learned to behave and no longer dared to act boastfully. He respectfully stated his purpose. He was sent by the 3rd Tsuchikage with a hope to secretly ally with Inazuka village to jointly deal with Konoha. Upon hearing this, Natsum wasted no time and kicked the envoy out without leaving any face. Watching the Iwagakure envoy leave in a dejected manner, Natsum's guards nearby were slightly puzzled. Young clan leader, why not ally with Iwagakure? Uchiha Nichiyu asked proactively. In his view, their village was just starting out, and if they could ally with one of the 5 major hidden villages, Iwagakure, to resist Konoha together, it should bring more benefits than drawbacks. Natsum glanced at Nichiyu, quite satisfied. It's a good habit to ask when you don't understand. Much better than those who know nothing and blindly rush in. Ally? Don't joke around. Would you sincerely ally with a small hidden village that doesn't know its place? Iwagakure is merely trying to use us to weaken Konoha. There would be no benefits, and we could be schemed against. It's a secret alliance at best. In short, such an alliance is useless. The village is just starting out and is indeed weak. But my minimum requirement is at least a public alliance, not this kind of optional, hierarchical attachment. An unequal alliance only leads to exploitation, not mutual assistance. Natsum explained quietly. Having grown accustomed to the world history of struggles that resembled a quagmire in his previous life, he had deep insights into these political games. At this moment, he certainly would not be deceived by Iwagakure as hypocritical gestures of goodwill. What kind of financial wolf would willingly befriend a sheep? Unless he simply wanted to use this sheep to lure in more sheep. Or perhaps, this wolf is named Grey Wolf. Of course, in reality, who is the wolf? Who is the lamb to be slaughtered? It's hard to say. After all, not long ago, he had just taken a large amount of wool from Iwagakure. After hearing Natsum's explanation, Nichiyu, Jin, and the others pondered. Although this reasoning is simple, it is not easy to see through from within the situation. After all, for a weak village facing the strong 5 major hidden villages' olive branches, it is truly difficult to remain unmoved. Otherwise, in Natsum's previous life, there wouldn't have been so many small countries sold out by beautiful country, still counting money for them. Moreover, thanks to the long-term infiltration of Yanoyu and Do in Iwagakure, the entire Iwagakure appeared completely exposed before him, with no secrets to speak of. At this stage, unless Iwagakure is genuinely willing to lower their stance and show sincerity to form an alliance, Natsum would never agree. All right, I've already received the envoy. How he reports back is his business. You don't need to worry about it. In addition, Nichiyo Jin, get ready. We will set off early tomorrow morning, destination, Land of Waves. After driving away the rock-hidden messenger, Natsum also began to plan for serious matters. He instructed Nichio and the others. Upon hearing that they could go out, Uchiha Jin was overjoyed and couldn't help but leap with excitement. Great, but is it just the three of us? Natsum replied. Let's also bring Tsukihime and Uncle Takashi. Nichio, go notify them. Understood. Huh? Sister Tsukihime is going too? Oh no, oh no. This is going to end badly. Jin couldn't help but feel worried. After all, with Tsukihime's cold and strict personality, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to relax on this trip. Chapter 36 Arrival. Little show early the next morning, Natsum set off with several team members. Natsum, Uchiha Nichio, Uchiha Tsukihime, Uchiha Jin, and Uchiha Takashi, a total of 5 people. Among them, Nichio, Tsukihime, and Jin are all members of Natsum's personal guard. Tsukihime is Nichio's sister, 18 years old, tall, with long legs that almost reach Natsum's shoulders. Ahem. Of course, Natsum didn't recruit her into his personal guard just because of her long legs. Mainly, her strength is quite impressive. At just 18, she already possesses genuine Jonin-level strength. She can almost be considered the youngest and most outstanding female ninja of the Uchiha clan. Although she may not compare to prodigies like Kakashi and Itachi, she is still very valuable for training. After all, even in the entire Konoha, the total number of Jonin, including dozens of large and small clans and those hidden and unlisted, does not exceed 300. And among the Uchiha clansmen he brought out, those who reach Jonin level are even fewer than 10. This includes several elderly clan elders who are frail. Therefore, every young Jonin is extremely precious. Uchiha Takashi, 37 years old, has the strength of a Chunin. His combat ability is not outstanding, but he has been responsible for the trading activities between the Uchiha residents and other Konoha clans. He is experienced in commerce. The reason for bringing Uncle Takashi along is to take advantage of his expertise. This will facilitate the quick consolidation of the shipping company after eliminating Kato and others. As for bringing Nichio and Jin along, it's purely to give them more opportunities for training. After all, as the village gradually expands in the future, it will be impossible to manage everything alone day and night. One must cultivate more trustworthy and capable subordinates. In addition, this time, Natsum felt much more at ease than the last outing. He had already left numerous flying thunder god marks in many secret corners of the village. And with his ample chakra reserves from his 72 cards, he could teleport back at any time. Moreover, even if there were any movements on Konoha's side, it would be difficult to escape the information network of Sound Ninja Village and the Uchiha spies he left in Konoha. Therefore, the village's security issues could be temporarily set aside. The urgent task now was to make money. The Land of Waves is located in the southeast of the Land of Fire, a bit far from the Land of Rice. However, all 5 members of Natsum's group are at least Chunin level, so their speed is not slow. They reached their target country in less than 2 days. Of course, if it were just Natsum alone, with his incredible speed, it would take him less than half a day. The Land of Waves is situated on a small island surrounded by sea on all sides. Generally, one can only enter by boat. As for the later famous Naruto Bridge, construction hadn't even started at this time. Soon, after spending a little money, Natsum and the others boarded a fishing boat heading to the Land of Waves. The rower was a middle-aged man who wasn't particularly strong. Based on the thick calluses on his hands and the fishy smell on him, it was clear that he was an old fisherman who had relied on fishing and rowing for many years, and he should not be a villain. Young master, the fog here is so thick, it's almost impossible to see far. 16-year-old Uchiha Jin leaned over the railing, curiously looking around. This was normal. Countries located on the sea, including the Land of Water, are often shrouded in thick fog. Nichio, standing next to him, replied calmly. Compared to Jin, who didn't like studying, he clearly had a richer knowledge reserve. Is that so? But I want to know, why does fog occur? Where does it come from? Brother Nichio, do you know? Nichio was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Just then, Natsum, sitting at the back of the boat, began to explain. The sea water is moist, and under sunlight, it easily evaporates. After evaporating, it disperses in the air to form water vapor. When a vapor pressure increases to saturation, condensation occurs, forming fog. Nichio, Jin, Tsukihime, Uncle Takashi. The others looked at Natsum with wide eyes, feeling like they understood everything yet nothing at all. Natsum rolled his eyes at them, feeling like he was talking to a wall. Although he wasn't a PhD graduate in his previous life, he still knew this principle. Unfortunately, explaining it to these illiterates was futile. Ha ha ha, young master is so knowledgeable. Uncle Takashi joked, easing the confusion among them. The boat continued to row. After a moment, Natsum took the initiative to ask, "How much longer, boatman?" The middle-aged boatman wiped the fine sweat from his brow and replied cheerfully, "Not long. We'll be there in a few minutes. It seems you all are young nobles from a big country, right?" No, we are ninjas." "Huh? Where have I seen such a young ninja like you?" "Don't joke with me. We really are ninjas," Natsum defended, but the boatman still didn't believe it. After all, none of them wore the common ninja headbands. Usually, even ninjas from small hidden villages would wear their clan's headbands. However, this was understandable, as their hidden flame village had just been established and hadn't had time to produce their unique headbands yet. "Uncle, we really are ninjas, and we are the kind that's very powerful," Uchiha Jin shouted. "I don't believe it, unless you perform a jutsu for me to see." The jutsu of a ninja is supposed to be very impressive. Well, jutsu isn't for performing. Jin hesitated and looked at Natsum, stammering. After all, randomly using jutsu for showboating is prohibited. This is common knowledge among ninjas. However, what they didn't expect was that at this moment, Natsum, sitting at the back of the boat, suddenly spread open his right hand and began to gather a large amount of chakra. In a moment, a small yet formidable sphere of chakra energy appeared in Natsum's hand, containing at least 2 cards worth of chakra. The massive energy stirred the surrounding fog, quickly gathering to form a huge spiral vortex, quite impressive. The burly boatman, standing at the front of the boat, felt his legs go weak and almost knelt down in worship. "Young master, what are you doing?" Uncle Takashi exclaimed, feeling a bit anxious. After all, he sensed that the chakra within that energy sphere exceeded several times his own total chakra. If that exploded, everyone on the boat wouldn't escape. Similarly, the others felt tense. Even Uchiha Tsukihime, who was usually cold and silent, showed a look of surprise, unable to understand the actions of his family's young clan leader. The next moment, Natsum did not explain, merely exerting force with his right hand to flick, and a fist-sized chakra energy ball was instantly shot out. It flew towards the left side of the small boat, quickly disappearing into a mist. A few seconds later, a loud explosion erupted. A large column of water shot up into the sky, spraying out. It then turned into a downpour of raindrops falling down. Just one strike was enough to leave the others stunned and secretly frightened. At the same time, in the distance, along with the explosion, there were also cries of anguish and pleas for help. "What is that?" "It must be a group of sea bandits living by plundering," Natsum responded. "Young master, so what were you just doing?" "Their ship has been blown up, but there should still be quite a few survivors left. These sea bandits are ruthless, committing all sorts of evils, killing and looting. They are not worth pitying. Nichiyu, go take care of the remaining bandits." "Understood," Nichiyu responded and quickly jumped out, stepping on the water surface and rushing to the left, disappearing into the mist. He began rapidly harvesting the lives of the remaining bandits. Soon, more cries of agony began to ring out. Unfortunately, in just over 30 seconds, the cries gradually faded away. At the same time, Nichiyu returned to the small boat, holding 2 bloodied kunai. "Back, young master." It was indeed a group of pirates, about 20 of them. "All survivors have been eliminated." "Good, take a seat." Nichiyu put away the kunai, glanced at his sister Tsukihime, sitting on the left, and said no more. Instead, Uchiha Jin was amazed again. "Wow, incredible. So they really were pirates?" "Young master, how did you find out? And what was that ninjutsu you just used? You didn't need to form any seals?" Natsum smiled slightly. "Just a rough way of using chakra. It's like a low-tier version of the tailed beast ball. As long as you have enough chakra and control, you can master it." "Can I learn it too?" "Sure. Once your chakra amount increases by 5 or 6 times, you should be able to use it barely." Natsum's answer was like a bucket of cold water splashed on Jin's fiery enthusiasm. 5 or 6 times more chakra. When will I ever accumulate that much? As expected, the young clan leader is abnormal, just casually using a big move as if it were a game. As for how Natsum had sensed the pirate group in advance, it was even simpler. With the S-rank spirit transformation technique by his side, he could easily perceive all nearby living beings with souls. Moreover, he could distinguish whether they harbored malicious intent or murderous intent. Therefore, he had long noticed that on the distant sea to the left, a group of pirates filled with malice was quietly tailing them. They were just waiting for the right moment to strike. It was just right to test the power of his chakra energy ball. Rest assured, it was definitely not to show off. At this moment, the huge explosion, the instantaneous disintegration of the pirates, and these powerful, unfathomable ninjas, all of this had left the boatman at the bow of the boat paralyzed with fear. Good heavens, he really had a boat full of ninjas. And what kind of monster was that youngest boy? He had never seen such a terrifying ninja in his life. "Ha! Boatman uncle, do you believe we are ninjas now? Uchiha Jin teased with a smile. I believe. Please spare us, great ninjas. The boatman quickly bowed and pleaded, visibly terrified. Jin, don't scare people unnecessarily. Natsum spoke up to stop him. Uchiha Yin, blink on the smile. I was just talking. How am I scaring anyone? Besides, even if I were scary, it's not as terrifying as what the young clan leader just did. All right, boatman uncle, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Just right. I have a few questions I want to ask you. Natsum helped the boatman up, smiling kindly. Chapter 37. Anger, cut out with a knife. Several esteemed ninja, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will disclose everything. The boatman responded tremblingly. Although these esteemed ninja were smiling and appeared kind, he dared not let his guard down. After all, even those wandering samurai would not be held accountable for killing a civilian like him, let alone these high and mighty ninja. Don't be nervous. You are from the land of waves, right? Natsum asked amiably. After all, he wasn't some man-eating beast. Yes. Have you heard of Kato Shipping Company or Kato Group? I've heard of them. This company came to our island suddenly 2 years ago. They said since our land of waves is surrounded by the sea, transportation is inconvenient. They were willing to cooperate with us to transport goods and trade for our citizens. Now, almost all maritime transport on the island is handled by their company. Oh, what do you think of their company? To be honest, the boatman hesitated for a moment, but then spoke frankly. At first, it was quite good. Many people on the island relied on their large cargo ships and maritime market to sell various goods and earn some money. But since last year and this year, the people from Kato Company have gradually used various means to lower our purchase prices. For example, the salmon my family often catches, which could sell for over 20 or 30 silver coins a pound at first, has now been pushed down to 8 or 9 coins a pound by Kato Company. Sometimes, they've only offered 5 or 6 coins. They've even robbed us outright several times. This has left most fishermen on the island in dire straits, almost unable to make a living. The boatman gritted his teeth, filled with hatred as he recounted. It's not just the fishing industry. Almost all industries in the land of waves are being exploited step by step like this. Otherwise, after over 20 years of fishing, I wouldn't have given it up to come here to seek customers. He lamented that he could hardly support his family anymore. Meanwhile, Kato Company profited immensely by collecting low-priced goods from the land of waves and selling them at several times the price elsewhere. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin exclaimed, "What? Such a low purchase price? Won't you sell to other buyers? You know, at my uncle's shop in Konoha, a bowl of the most ordinary ramen costs 60 coins. Yet here, a whole pound of salmon is only worth 5 or 6 coins in purchase price. This can't just be called exploitation. It's even worse than a shredder. No, we have no channels. The entire island's purchasing channels are controlled by Kato Company. Besides them, we have no other channels to sell. Moreover, if anyone is found secretly selling, it's not just confiscation." Jin and the others were taken aback. "Won't you resist? Being exploited like this, you'll eventually lose your lives." The boatman gave a bitter laugh. "Some have resisted, but Kato Company has hired many wandering samurai. Those armed samurai are not something we can resist. Even the Lord has been controlled by them. We are utterly powerless to fight back." The boatman cried out in anguish. If they could resist, if they dared to resist, they would have acted long ago. How could it have come to such a tragic state? Unfortunately, the enemy is too powerful. They simply can't win. Recently, I heard that Kaisha is organizing a rebellion, but it's likely a dead end. How can it be that a mere company and a few wandering samurai can control an entire island nation and oppress countless people? Young master, this is too unreasonable. Jin suddenly stood up, looking at Natsum, his eyes filled with anger. The Uchiha clan, who had long suffered discrimination and oppression in Konoha, naturally hated such ruthless exploitation. Similarly, the other members of Nichiyu also showed serious expressions, displeased with such a bully company. "Jin, sit down." "But, sit down," Natsum said again, his youthful voice carrying an undeniable tone. Jin had no choice but to sit down quickly, stifling his anger. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the boatman quickly gestured for calm. "Esteemed lords, please do not take offense. This is all my ramblings. Please do not take it seriously. I also ask you not to let this leak out. Otherwise, my family's lives may not be guaranteed." Natsum gently reassured him. "Uncle, get up. Don't worry. We won't speak carelessly." The boatman let out a sigh of relief and boldly added a few more words. "We're almost there. May I ask why you esteemed ninja have come to the land of waves? If it's convenient, please let me know, so I can choose which port to dock." Natsum casually replied, "Any port is fine. We were just commissioned to come to the land of waves to bring back some specialties. Nichiyu, Jin, Tsukihime, Uncle Long. The group fell silent, then lowered their heads and stifled laughter. The young clan leader is impressive. He can lie without batting an eye. It's almost indistinguishable from a truth. This specialty is probably worth several million coins. Soon the small boat docked. Natsum and the others disembarked. The boatman initially dared not accept payment. In the end, under Natsum's insistence, he reluctantly accepted a transportation fee, trembling. At this moment, there weren't many people at the port. However, there were quite a few cargo ships waiting to be loaded. The villagers who were loading live animals were being watched and driven by several armed samurai, as if they were commanding slaves at work. The entire port was filled with a grim atmosphere, making one feel uncomfortable. It seems that the boatman did not lie. The villagers here are indeed being controlled and exploited. Uncle Long scanned the area and quietly concluded. Seeing this, Jin's anger flared up again. Young clan leader, why didn't you let me speak just now? Such evil forces should be eradicated. Natsum maintained his composure, patting Jin's shoulder as he walked past him. Jin, it's better to do more than to speak more. The anger in your heart won't be expressed through your mouth. It needs to be cut out with the knife in your hand. Only by making the enemy feel excruciating pain will they understand your anger. If our ancestors, the clan leader, had inflicted pain on Konoha back then, our clan wouldn't have fallen to this state. And now it's the same. Jin suddenly understood, his resolve solidified, and he quickly followed Natsum. Young clan leader, what should I do? Silver, when was the last time you killed someone? Natsum squinted and asked softly. A year ago, during the 17th mission. It's been a while. Do you still remember the taste of blood? I've never forgotten. That's good, let's go. There are probably quite a few to kill today. Be careful. Don't dull your shuriken. Understood. Silver replied heavily, the blood-red aura in his eyes suddenly flaring up. In the next moment, the group rushed towards the target stronghold of Cardo Corporation, moving at high speed. Chapter 38 hurried to invite Rue in less than 10 minutes. The base of the Kato Company, which made the entire land of waves tremble, collapsed with a loud bang. Dozens of wandering warriors and several rogue ninjas from the small hidden village were all eliminated. Natsum did not make a move the entire time. Killing these small characters would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, making a big deal out of nothing. Although these guys looked fierce and were numerous, they could only bully unarmed civilians with their swords and weapons. A single Chunin could easily wipe them all out. Moreover, Silver had the strength of a special Jonin at the very least. It was completely effortless to eradicate such an ordinary evil force stronghold. Soon, covered in blood and exuding a murderous aura, Silver emerged from a sea of ruins and flames. A kunai in his left hand and dragging a large man with his right. Young clan leader, the enemies have all been eliminated. However, we did not find someone named Kato. This person was the manager of the stronghold. He was still alive and should be able to provide a lot of information. Silver threw the large man onto the ground. The man's feet had been rendered useless by Silver, so he could not escape. Furthermore, in front of Chunin, two special Jonin, one Jonin, and Natsum, whose overall combat power was unknown, it would be difficult for an ordinary person like him to escape. Good. I thought you would kill them all. It's good to maintain rationality in anger, not to be ruled by fury. That is what a qualified ninja should be like. Watching Silver, who had bathed in blood and grown a few degrees, Natsum felt quite gratified. However, the absence of that big bully Kato did surprise Natsum a little. But upon reflection, he realized he had been misled by experience. As a bully boss controlling a multinational conglomerate, why would he assume that the other party should always stay in the land of waves? This land of waves was just one of the small countries he secretly controlled. Although the initial plot of Naruto did indeed take place in the land of waves, that was a matter of 5 years later. The Kato Company had only recently begun to dominate the land of waves and had not treated it as a core stronghold. Therefore, it was quite normal for the other party not to be here. Thinking of this, Natsum's expression darkened slightly. However, it was fortunate that they had caught this manager alive, and he should know Kato's exact whereabouts. Which of you will interrogate him? I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to torture him. Natsum waved his hand and said. In fact, he was mainly afraid that he would accidentally kill the captive before extracting any information. I'll do it. The usually silent Uchiha, Suki, spoke up. Natsum nodded and led the others away, leaving the captive to Suki. After a short while, Natsum and the others standing at a distance heard screams coming from the ruins. The sound was filled with sorrow and grievance, tearing at the heart and piercing the soul. It It was as if a man's most precious asset had been ruthlessly destroyed. Hearing this, Natsum and the others felt a chill in their lower bodies and instinctively tightened their legs. Even Silver, covered in blood and exuding a murderous aura, couldn't help but feel deflated and tremble inside. In less than 3 minutes, Suki returned with the information Natsum needed, confirming Kato's whereabouts and the location of the company's headquarters. After determining the target location, the group immediately rushed toward it without further ado, leaving behind a large number of citizens of the Land of Waves, staring blankly at their retreating figures and the still blazing ruins. After a long time, everyone finally felt a sense of relief, laughing and crying in joy. At this moment, in the Land of Soup, inside the headquarters of the Kato group, bang! Kato smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground and pointed at the subordinate in front of him, roaring with anger. What? The stronghold in the Land of Waves was destroyed? What the hell is going on? The subordinate hurriedly replied, trembling. The specific situation is still unclear. A telegram from there reported that the stronghold was violently attacked. The attackers are suspected to be ninjas. Communication has been cut off, and it is very likely that they have been wiped out. Kato was shocked and then continued to rage. Useless, you're all useless. So many warriors, and you couldn't even defeat a single ninja. Who is it? Who is going against me? Is it those people from a Land of Waves? Did they hire ninjas? Impossible. Those guys are too poor. How could they afford ninjas? There must be a rival company? That's very possible. Kato gritted his teeth and speculated. Unfortunately, he couldn't determine it at all. In his view, even if it was indeed the tactics of a competing company, that was too despicable, too against the rules. It was like the malicious competition between two multinational companies in Natsum's previous life. It might involve smear campaigns, suppression, intelligence theft, or even hiring mercenaries and assassins for silencing. All very normal. But directly hiring ninjas to take action was just absurd. It was like hiring the special forces of the Five Nations at an exorbitant price. Who could withstand that? President. The important thing now is not to find out who did it, but to quickly prepare defenses. What if those ninjas come here? That will be troublesome. This subordinate, who was barely intelligent, hurriedly reminded. Yes. We must quickly strengthen our defenses. Hurry to invite. No, wait. Quickly issue a bounty task. And hire more ninjas for me. Kato urged anxiously. But, President, the cost of hiring ninjas is not low. Moreover, with the 5 great nations, even if we want to, they want to allow us. Kato was furious. He kicked the subordinate hard and shouted, Damn it! What time is it? And you're still worried about the cost? Just go and invite them, no matter how much it costs. If we can't hire ninjas from the 5 great nations, aren't there so many rogue ninjas? How can we not be able to hire them? All right, I'll go right away. The subordinate hurriedly scrambled out, trying to invite people. The Land of Soup is located to the northeast of the Land of Waves. It is also an island nation surrounded by the sea on all sides. However, its land area is much larger than that of the Land of Waves, and its population far exceeds several times. Among the dozens of islands in the surrounding sea area, it is second only to the water country of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, due to its unique location, it is also a trading center for maritime trade among many island nations. Many large shipping companies stand here. The Kato Group is naturally no exception. After Natsum and his group left the Land of Waves, they directly hijacked a large cargo ship from Cardo Company and headed towards the Land of Hot Water. The cargo ship sailed for a whole night. Finally, the next morning, they arrived at a port in the Land of Hot Water. It was evident that this port was much more prosperous than the one in the Land of Waves. Nearly 100 cargo ships, big and small, were docked at the port, loading and unloading goods. Young clan leader, what should we do? The crew on the ship should know where the headquarters of Cardo Company is. Let's have them lead the way, and we'll go directly there. All right. Soon, the group disembarked at the port and headed inland. However, they hadn't gone far when Natsum suddenly stopped a few people and reminded them. There are quite a few ninjas approaching, all carrying killing intent. It seems that Cardo Company already knows we are here. Get ready to fight. Chapter 39, The Mist-Hidden Ghost Man? Too weak. At this moment, Nichiu Jin Tsukiheim and the slightly weaker Rongo Shuku combined their strengths, and their overall power was already comparable to the elite teams of the 5 great ninja villages. On the other hand, Kato Company had hired a considerable number of ninjas, over 20 in total. However, most of them were rogue ninjas who had defected from small hidden villages. About half of them barely reached the level of a genin. The rest were merely at the level of a trainee ninja. Only the leader displayed a faint chakra fluctuation that suggested he was at the level of a chunin. Such a ragtag group thought they could challenge Sakamoto and the others. They were simply overestimating themselves and seeking their own demise. Soon, several assassins jumped out from the surrounding woods, and in an instant, they fell into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. After less than half a minute, the remaining dozen assassins were also swiftly taken down by Nichiyu and the others. In fact, they didn't even need to use their Sharingan. They simply unleashed a few minor ninjutsu to clear the battlefield. The thick scent of blood gradually spread, staining the ground red. The two Kato Company employees leading the way trembled in fear and collapsed to the ground. The young clan leader has finished the cleanup. Is this the strength of the assassins sent by Kato Company? They think they can ambush us with such power. It's truly laughable. Sakamoto nodded, but did not let his guard down. Instead, he warned the others. This is just the prelude. The main course hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a thick fog began to rise around them, quickly enveloping everything in sight. What is this? Morning mist? No, this is not natural fog. It's mixed with a faint chakra presence. This must be a ninjutsu cast by someone. Is it the mist hidden technique? How could it be? Has a ninja from the mist village come? Nichiyu and the others were startled and quickly became alert, surrounding their young clan leader, Sakamoto, to guard against attacks from the surroundings. In the next moment, the fog on their right suddenly contracted. Body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. Silent killing technique of the mist. Then, a flash of sharp blades suddenly appeared, aimed straight at Nichiyu. Nichiyu, be careful, Jin shouted. Fortunately, having been vigilant and with quick reflexes, Uchiha Nichiyu swiftly reacted. He activated his two-tomo Sharingan to predict the attack's trajectory and countered with a kunai, blocking the deadly strike. Clang, the harsh sound of metal clashing echoed. The force behind the large blade directly knocked the kunai out of Nichiyu's hand, creating a large gap in it and sending the kunai flying. However, this deadly strike was deflected due to the kunai's resistance, merely grazing Nichiyu's shoulder and leaving a shallow wound without severing his head. Seeking death, seeing her brother injured, Tsukihime was filled with anger. She threw a powerful punch at the shadow in the mist. Boom! Her heavy punch was blocked by the opponent's large blade held horizontally. However, the opponent was also sent flying backward, retreating over 10 meters before disappearing again into the thick fog. Nichiyu, are you okay? I'm fine, just a minor injury. But the enemy is very strong. They are not on the same level as those assassins we just faced. Nichiyu quickly used chakra to stop the bleeding on his left shoulder and warn the others. His right hand, which had just been knocked away with the kunai, still trembled uncontrollably, indicating the enemy's immense strength. At the same time, a deep male voice soon echoed from the distance within the fog. What a powerful punch. Quite impressive. Which village are you ninjas from? Why aren't you wearing headbands? Wait, is that the Sharingan? You're from Konohagakure. The surprised voice of Zabuza echoed through the mist. He had initially thought that the targets of this mission were just a few mediocre ninjas from small hidden villages. However, he did not expect the strength of these opponents to be quite formidable. Not only did they block his usually effective silent killing technique, but they also possessed the famous bloodline limit known as the Sharingan. It seemed he was up against some hard hitters. Ninjas from the Uchiha clan are not easy to deal with. Damn, I set my price too low. I'll definitely ask that bastard Kato to raise my fee later, Zabuza thought regretfully. Fortunately, he hadn't been the first to reveal himself. He had sent those worthless, low-level ninjas to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have already fallen here. Can you see the enemy's position? Rango Shuku asked calmly. Nichiyu, using his Sharingan to scan the area, shook his head. No. The fog is mixed with a bit of chakra, affecting the Sharingan's tracking. The blade. And their strength, the enemy, must be the infamous rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi, right? Tsukihime, experienced from her missions, quickly deduced the enemy's identity. Among the Uchiha clan, she was a rare ninja who focused on physical combat. Although her punch just now wasn't her full strength, it was still quite powerful. Ordinary jounin would find it hard to withstand. Yet, this ghostly figure, Zabuza, seemed to handle it with ease, which was indeed impressive. So, you've heard of my name. It seems you really do have some ties with Konohagakure. Or perhaps, you're the remnants of the Uchiha clan who defected from Konoha not long ago. Zabuza mused. Never mind, none of that matters. In my fog, you'll undoubtedly die. No, since you've heard of my name, I will do my best to leave your corpses intact. His arrogant threats resonated from all directions within the mist. Hiding in the fog, Zabuza was stalling for time with his words while quickly moving around, searching for weaknesses and openings in the five opponents. aiming for a single lethal strike in the next move. This kind of chatting is exhausting. This fog is too thick. It's a bit blinding. Let us clear it. Sakamoto rubbed his eyes and yawned, casually saying. Then he clapped his hands. A violent chakra presence instantly erupted, sweeping out like layers of hurricanes centered around him. In just over 10 seconds, it dispersed all the thick fog surrounding them whoosh after the strong wind. Everything around became clear. At the same time, in the distance, a certain mist ghost man stood there holding his sword, staring blankly at Sakamoto. What the heck? Although my mist technique is not unbreakable, I have never seen such a brute force method of dispelling it with overwhelming chakra. What kind of person is that kid? How could there be such immense chakra? And he is being protected by 4 others, which suggests he has a high status. Could it be that he is a Jinchuriki from Konoha? Zabuza thought in shock. Generally, only Jinchuriki from various villages would have such massive chakra at such a young age. But why was he able to hide his presence so well just now? I didn't expect to misjudge someone. I thought the youngest, who should be the weakest, was actually so powerful. Hooray! The young clan leader is mighty. As the mist cleared and visibility returned, Ian exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough, what a load of hidden mist jutsu. In front of our young clan leader, it's utterly weak. All right, the mist is cleared. That guy is too weak. He's not worth my effort. I'll leave it to you all, especially you 3, Nichio, Tsukihime, and Ian. Get familiar with your teamwork and try to capture him alive. Natsum waved his hand and ordered the others. Although Zabuza is quite strong, he ultimately only has the strength of an elite Jainin. If it were a few days ago, I might have been interested in playing with him. But now, I'm not in the mood for that. After all, what kid would really go all out against an adult? It's better to let Nichio and the others practice. Understood. Nichio and the others responded and tightened their grip on their weapons, quickly charging towards Zabuza in the distance. At the same time, from afar, Zabuza was instantly enraged upon hearing that little brat say he was too weak to warrant his attention. His brows furrowed deeply. He had never seen such an arrogant kid in his life. Originally feeling a hint of retreat, he quickly made up his mind to kill these clueless ninjas. And that little brat too. Chapter 40. Attack his lower body. Can you play dirty? The fierce battle erupted in an instant. Without the mist and fog, Zabuza faced the siege of the 4 from the Uchiha clan without retreating. After all, he was one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, possessing the strength of an elite jonin, and was a top-notch master of stealth and assassination. In the ninja world, any ninja whose name could reach foreign lands was not to be underestimated. Moreover, this guy had almost wiped out Team 7 in the past, and Team 7 had sealed Kagaya, so by that logic, of course, that was just a joke. But there was no doubt that Zabuza's strength was still quite impressive at this moment. The number of ninjas who had died at his hands was probably in the triple digits. However, the 4 fighting him were equally formidable. The Chunin Taka, who excelled in long-range attacks, the special Jonin Nichio, who specialized in ninjutsu bombardment, the Jonin Suki, who was skilled in close combat, and the special Jonin Jin. For people, 4 pairs of Sharingan. The lineup could be described as luxurious. Even Zabuza found it quite difficult to fight against them at this moment. Water style, water clone technique. Water style, grand waterfall technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Wind shuriken. Taijutsu, 8 trigrams palms. One after another, fierce ninjutsu was released frequently, colliding with each other. Both sides were engaged in a fierce exchange. Although in terms of hard strength, Nichio and the others were not as good as Zabuza. Relying on their cooperation and the enhancement of the Sharingan, they cleverly blocked all of Zabuza's attacks. They even managed to suppress him slightly. At this moment, standing at a distance, Natsum was watching the fierce battle while excitedly shouting instructions. Nice, nice. Just like that. Taka, aim for his head and release ninjutsu. Suki, get closer and attack his lower body. Don't give him a chance to form seals. Nichio, pay attention to the intervals when releasing ninjutsu. Support Suki well. Don't miss a line. Jin, don't rush too far ahead. Stay back and throw more shuriken and kunai. Can you play dirty? Don't worry about ethics on the battlefield. Be ruthless. Did you hear that? Such crude and insidious instructions only fueled Zabuza's rage in the midst of battle. He was itching to rush over and take out a kid first. But every time he thought about attacking that kid, the 4 Uchiha ninjas would desperately pounce on him and launch a fierce attack, even willing to exchange injuries without fear of death. This forced him to take a step back, unwilling to attack that kid. Damn it, what is that kid's identity? How can he make these ninjas fight so desperately for him? It doesn't make sense. Zabuza's face darkened, and he was secretly shocked. At the same time, the battle with Nichio and the others felt increasingly strenuous. Among the four, except for the female ninja and the uncle, the fighting experience of the other two kids was not rich. Initially, they were quite inexperienced, but now, the four of them were becoming more and more coordinated, and the battle was becoming smoother. At this rate, the one who might ultimately be defeated could even be himself. No, he couldn't drag it out any longer. He needed to find an opportunity to release a large-scale ninjutsu and crush these people. Be careful. That guy might be planning to use a clone to hold you all back, then prepare to form seals for the water dragon bomb technique. Bind his main body. Don't give him a chance. Natsum quickly saw through Zabuza's intentions from a distance and reminded loudly again. Hearing this, Zabuza felt a tightness in his chest and suddenly coughed. He was almost so angry that he spat blood. Bastard. How does that kid know? How does he know what I'm planning to do? And he even shouted it out. How am I supposed to perform ninjutsu now? How am I supposed to fight? Is he that shameless? At this moment, seeing Zabuza's frustrated and flustered expression, Natsum also felt amused. Of course, in my previous life, I watched this guy form seals grow up. I could recite the 40-plus seals of the water dragon bomb technique even with my eyes closed. In the entire ninja world, I probably know this guy's fighting style and hidden tricks better than anyone else. How can he win? With what? Just like that, after receiving another prompt, Nichio and the others suddenly accelerated their offensive, completely not giving Zabuza a chance to form seals and perform ninjutsu. As for Natsum, he was even more happily watching from distance. Thus, it was evident that Zabuza's decline was gradually expanding. As the fierce battle progressed, he had accumulated more than 10 wounds, and the blood spilling out had stained most of his body, making him look increasingly disheveled. However, just when Nichio and the others were on the verge of victory, behind Natsum, a small pool of water suddenly began to ripple. It gradually condensed into a delicate girl of about 10 years old. Whoosh! The girl, holding a kunai, suddenly rushed out and came to Natsum's back, pressing the sharp kunai against his neck. Quick, tell your people to stop. Otherwise, I will kill you, By said, wide-eyed and loudly threatening. If it weren't necessary, he really didn't want to go against Zabuza's orders and act. But he wasn't stupid. Seeing the situation, if this continued, Zabuza might very well even lose his life. Naturally, he couldn't wait any longer and had to take action forcibly. Young master, Nichio and the others paused, feeling a tightness in their hearts, and quickly wanted to rush to support Natsum. Focus on the battle. Don't get distracted, Natsum coldly reprimanded. Yes. Seeing this, By was even more furious, gritting his teeth and threatening again. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Quickly tell your people to stop. I want to say it a second time. The days of being a rogue ninja must be tough. Huh? What nonsense are you talking? Natsum replied lightly, not nervous at all. The 10-year-old By trembled slightly, gripping the kunai tightly. You're forcing me. By gritted his teeth and directly stabbed at Natsum's neck. No matter what, he had to save Mr. Zabuza. But the next second, the expected blood did not spray out. By only felt the kunai slip from his grasp, completely devoid of the feeling of piercing, and instead stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Then, as he focused his eyes, he was shocked to find that the boy's body had suddenly shattered into countless small pandas. Then, these pandas bounced around him and quickly gathered on his right side. They reformed into the figure of that boy. I was suddenly alarmed. Substitution technique? Clone technique? No, it's an illusion. I've fallen into an illusion. The boy was not a physical entity from the very beginning? How could that be? When did I fall under a spell? Why was I completely unaware? In his panic, By dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly activated his strongest ninjutsu, bloodline limit, ice release, and unleashed the ice release secret technique. Magic mirror ice crystal. Soon, the ninjutsu was activated, and numerous ice mirrors rapidly formed around him. He also prepared to swiftly dive into the ice mirrors to launch an attack. However, just as he was about to jump into the ice mirror, he instinctively glanced at the boy. In that instant, By was once again jolted. That was the kaleidoscope Sharingan? How could this be? In the blink of an eye, over a dozen ice mirrors suddenly shattered. Boom! With the sound of shattering, By saw a blur in front of him. And before he could react, a hand, roughly the same size as his, had already grasped his throat. It forcefully interrupted his ninjutsu and lifted him effortlessly. I told you to behave. Why won't you listen? Looking into the boy's crimson eyes and hearing his indifferent voice, By trembled all over, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Chapter 41. The Destruction of Kado, a Super Harvest, I Surrender. With a whoosh, Zabuza, covered in wounds, plunged his large sword into the ground. One arm dangled, while the other was raised high, half kneeling on the ground. He voluntarily admitted defeat. Seeing this, the four of Nichiyu were slightly taken aback. They stopped their attacks and cautiously removed all the weapons from Zabuza's body, binding his hands. After confirming there was no threat, they waved to Natsum in the distance. Natsum placed the unconscious Haku on the ground and quickly cast a binding technique to prevent Haku from running away if he suddenly woke up. Then he approached Zabuza. "TSK, I thought you would fight to the death. At the very least, I thought you'd take the chance to escape and come back later. I didn't expect you to surrender so decisively." "Why?" Natsum asked with a slight sigh and a smile. Zabuza lowered his head, glancing at the unconscious Haku in the distance without saying much. Although he had struggled countless times in his heart just now, he ultimately chose to surrender. Meanwhile, Jin quickly chimed in, flattering him. "Of course, it's because of your strength as the young clan leader. The moment you showed up, you scared him out of his wits." Natsum shot Jin a glare and scolded, "Enough already. Stop boasting for a moment. You've been fighting for so long and couldn't completely take him down. It's embarrassing, considering I was guiding you from the side." Hearing this, Nichiyu and the others lowered their heads, feeling quite ashamed. "How should we deal with these two? Should we kill them?" Suki asked coldly, without mercy. Upon hearing this, Zabuza immediately spoke up. "I know you are not ninjas from Konoha. You're the remnants of the Uchiha defectors, right? If that's the case, I am willing to pay for my life. Please, spare me." Zabuza pleaded through gritted teeth. For a tough guy like him, it's not easy to plead for mercy. If it weren't for his long-held wish and for Haku, he probably wouldn't even flinch if he was cut down. How much money could you possibly have? If you had money, would you still be taking these life-threatening missions endlessly? To think you want to buy your life, it's outrageous. Natsum spat disdainfully. After witnessing the treasures of the two major hidden villages, his standards had clearly been raised. Naturally, he looked down on Zabuza's meager possessions. At this moment, being mocked by such a young kid made Zabuza's face turn red with humiliation. He could only shout, 10 million Ryo, is that enough? Natsum's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Bring him some slack." Wow, is Zabuza really that wealthy? As a rogue ninja, he has managed to save up such a huge fortune? Was he perhaps a transformed Pishio in his past life? Young clan leader, are you really going to loosen his bindings? Just kidding. Keep him tied up. I still have use for him. By the way, bring that little kid over here too. Next, Nichiyu, you stay here to guard these two. If they make any moves, just kill them. I will go with the others to the Kato Corporation headquarters and come back to find you." Natsum quickly arranged. Although Zabuza's 10 million Ryo was tempting, compared to the entire Kato Corporation, it was nothing. Therefore, he knew how to prioritize. If they were late and let Kato escape, it would be troublesome. "Understood." Nichiyu responded and moved Haku from distance. He tied the two together and diligently kept watch. Meanwhile, Natsum and the others immediately headed towards the Kato Corporation stronghold. The following journey was uneventful. Natsum and his group of four easily found the Kato Corporation stronghold. They effortlessly broke in and swiftly annihilated this large conglomerate, putting an end to Kato's life of crime. It is worth mentioning that when Natsum and the others charged in and found the President Kato, this guy was still happily having his secretary do some work in his office. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the threat posed by Natsum and his group. It was unclear whether he had confidence in the 20-some incompetent assassins or in the infamous wandering ghost of the mist. In any case, despite his numerous crimes, dying without a clue at the pinnacle of bliss could be considered a stroke of luck. Of course, given the boundless sins this guy had committed, he would undoubtedly go to hell after death. Thus, after annihilating Kato and the upper echelons of the group, as well as a large number of inhuman, crime-ridden samurai assassins, Natsum and the others did not attack the other company employees. After all, once they incorporated the shipping company in the future, they would need these employees to operate and maintain it for a while. Moreover, most of these lower-level employees were also victims of Kato's exploitation, working tirelessly every day, with even no time to commit crimes. They could be considered quite pitiful. Of course, Natsum's long journey was not solely to punish evil and promote good or to liberate these oppressed employees and the people of the Land of Waves. The real goal was to make money, to make a large sum of money. Therefore, with the experienced Uncle Ryu taking charge, they quickly calmed the terrified hundreds of company employees. Natsum and his group, under the guidance of the company manager, soon arrived at the underground vault where the entire Kato group stored its funds. The vault was huge and the door was specially locked, seemingly known only to Kato and a few others. Unfortunately, such defenses were trivial in the face of powerful ninjas. Natsum swung his sword, and the sturdy alloy lock was instantly cleaved in half by the kunai blade. In the next moment, the vault door swung open, and a dazzling light burst forth, dazzling Natsum and the others. Before their eyes lay truckloads and piles of countless gold, silver, and jewels, all splendidly arranged inside the vault. Conservatively estimating, there was over 100 million Ryo in cash alone. If they included those valuable jewels and diamonds, it would easily total several hundred million Ryo. We hit the jackpot. This is a super harvest. Looking at the entire vault and the countless riches before him, Natsum couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter, overjoyed. His little heart couldn't help but twitch violently. Oh, it feels like a heart attack. Chapter 42. Getting rich and commissioning. 1 scroll costs 5 million. 2 scrolls cost 10 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain and beat the tiger. Ugh. Wrong chant, wrong chant. Natsum muttered to himself while cheerfully stuffing his pockets with silver coins scattered all over the ground. Uncle Long and the others watched from a distance, amazed. For the first time, they saw their young clan leader so excited. They almost thought he had gone crazy with joy. Wow, is the young clan leader this greedy for money too? Silver, standing nearby, stuffed gold coins into his pockets while joking cheerfully. Ugh, this ISNT greed. This is following one's heart. Understand? You guys don't manage the household, so you don't know how expensive basic necessities are. Natsum turned around and scolded with a smile, but his hands didn't slow down in packing the money. Before long, he had stuffed all the cash from the entire treasury into his bags. He had filled 25 space scrolls. At the same time, seizing the opportunity, Natsum also absorbed the aura of money from his cash and exchanged it all for gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 117,000,000 value points. Would you like to recharge 117,000,000 value points to exchange for 11,700 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 11,700 gold coins. Current balance, 14,640 gold coins. Looking at his suddenly skyrocketing gold coin balance, which had directly surpassed 5 digits, Natsum was even more overjoyed, feeling as if he was floating in the clouds. This is true wealth. Moreover, his system had the advantage that after exchanging this cash for corresponding value points, it wouldn't consume the money. This cash could still be taken back to his ninja village and used normally. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, there were pros and cons. The system was very generous in exchanges, but had high requirements for audits. In the past, Natsum had tried to repeatedly brush value points with a sum of money, but the system wouldn't accept it at all. It only recognized Natsum's first obtained cash that can be fully controlled could be exchanged for value points, which could then be recharged into gold coins. Aside from this, valuable jewels, luxury goods, weapons, and items couldn't be exchanged for value points either. Otherwise, on the night he defected, the thing stolen from Konoha wouldn't just be the treasury. Thus, in this treasury, aside from the over 100 million cash that could be directly exchanged for value points, the remaining various jewels, luxury goods, etc., worth hundreds of millions, couldn't be directly utilized. However, it was a big problem. He could rely on this guy, shipping company, to slowly sell off these jewels and convert them all into cash. Although the process might take a bit longer, it was stable and reliable. In short, today's harvest was indeed rich enough to exhilarate. He never expected that this mere Kato company would actually be richer than the treasury of Awagakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages. One eye-opener, but upon closer thought, it made sense. Although the combat power of the 5 great hidden villages was high, each village only had tens of thousands of people, which was not even comparable to a small town. Large multinational companies like this had tens of thousands of employees. In terms of economic scale, it could easily match a small town. Of course, if maintaining such a large company didn't require significant cash flow investment, the cash reserves here might need to multiply several times. However, for now, all of this belonged to him. Kato was dead, and he had gifted himself such a large shipping company and so many treasures. It made him feel a bit embarrassed. Forget it. He should be magnanimous. He wouldn't kick a dead horse anymore. After putting away the scrolls, Natsum and the others left the headquarters of the company, fully loaded. They handed the entire company over to Uncle Long for management. They would also send a few capable clan members to assist Uncle Long. With Uncle Long's abilities, within half a month, he should be able to eliminate stubborn issues and reorganize the entire company. Within a month, the maritime routes could be restarted, bringing truly sustainable profit to their village. Indeed, lying at home, counting money was the most comfortable. After leaving Kato Company, Natsume, Tsukihime, and Silver returned to Nichiyo. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku remained tied up in place, not struggling to escape. It was unclear if they had lost their strength or had resigned to their fate. Zabuza looked up at the radiant Natsume and the others returning and suddenly had a calculation in mind. Kato must have already died, right? Of course. Such a bully would only bring endless disaster if left alive. I have already sent him off to the afterlife. Natsume nodded, not denying it. How ridiculous. Zabuza sighed. A wealthy and notorious businessman, a bully, unexpectedly lost his life because he was too stingy with a little commission fee and couldn't hire enough help. And me? I recklessly attacked such a ruthless kid for merely 3 million taels in commission. This kid must definitely have a bounty exceeding S rank. I guess I can't complain about my misfortune. All right, Nichiyo, you all wait at the back for a moment. I need to have a private chat with this Mist Ninja ghost man here. Young clan leader, this guy is very dangerous. Nichiyo hesitated, feeling somewhat worried. After all, Natsume bore the hope of the entire clan's revival. If something were to happen, the consequences were unimaginable. What? Do you all still think this guy is my opponent? Can he pose a threat to me? I can take him down with my hands and feet tied. Natsume rolled his eyes at them, saying helplessly. This contemptuous remark made a certain ghost man's face darken, nearly unable to hold back from jumping up to fight. Unfortunately, he sensed that he indeed was not this kid's opponent. Nichiyo and the others exchanged glances and didn't insist. They understood the young clan leader's strength. Not to mention a bound and helpless ghost man. Even 10 fully operational ghost men wouldn't be a match for the young clan leader. Soon, the others retreated to a distance, leaving only Natsume and Zabuza alone together. What do you really want? Zabuza gritted his teeth and asked. In his view, now that Natsume had obliterated the Kato Company and become rich, he probably wouldn't care about his meager savings anymore. He feared that all that awaited him was a dead end. It was a pity he couldn't fulfill his long-standing wish and ended up harming Haku. How much money do you have saved up in total? Natsume's question left Zabuza stunned. 13. 8 million taels. TSK, TSK, TSK. As a traitorous ninja, you really know how to save money. No wonder your clothes are so worn out and you're still wearing them. Natsume clicked his tongue slightly. In his eyes, those who can save money are ruthless individuals. Although not as good as a certain money-saving expert Kakuzu, this Zabuza is quite impressive as well. Money, I'll give it all to you. You can kill as well. If possible, let him go. He's still young. Zabuza lowered his head, clenched his fists, and requested in a deep voice. This was his final wish. However, Natsume did not execute the other party. Instead, he flicked his fingers, shooting out a chakra that cut through the ropes binding Zabuza, freeing him. He then smiled and asked, why act tough? It sounds awkward. I ask you, you've been frugal all these years, saving so much money. Is it to gather manpower and brew the next coup to counterattack the Mist Village? Zabuza was shocked in his heart and stared blankly at his liberated hands. He couldn't gauge this kid's intentions at all. You. Attacking the 5 great hidden villages, Mist Village, this task must at least be S rank or higher, right? With such a task, would the ninjas from the other major ninja villages dare to take it? And you think 13 million Ryo can hire how many ninjas? 5 jounin? Or 10? With just this little power, how can you stage a coup? How can you bring down the mist? Even if you save a lifetime's worth of money, it wouldn't be enough. Natsume's mockery made Zabuza's anger boil even more, his eyes turning bloodshot. This kid could tarnish him, but he could never tarnish his aspirations, never tarnish his ambitions. Even Zabuza himself knew that he would never be able to cleanse his own village. Bastard, you're asking for death. Natsume waved his hand with a smile, continuing to tempt. Don't get angry yet. I want to take your reward for free. How about this? Give me 13 million Ryo, and I will help you wreak havoc in Land of Water. Cleanse Mist Village. How about it? Hearing this, Zabuza's anger suddenly dissipated, and he was taken aback. He couldn't help but ask, You want to help me fight back to Mist Village? That's right. What? Do I not look strong enough? Or do you want to try it yourself? Natsume revealed a set of white teeth, smiling like a demon from the abyss. Chapter 43. The killing begins. A few hours later, on a wide cargo ship, Zabuza, whose right hand was wrapped in bandages, sat sternly on the deck with a knife in his left hand. Beside him, the short-statured Haku was gently cleaning the scars on Zabuza's shoulder, holding gauze and standing on tiptoe. A few single dogs in the distance looked on with envy. Lord Zabuza, do you really trust them? Haku asked quietly, glancing at Natsume and the others in the distance, worried, especially about that boy who was almost his equal. He was just too strong. Even now, Haku had not recovered from the shock of being defeated so quickly before. Haku, you've been with me for a few years, right? 6 years, 7 months, and 23 days, Haku answered accurately. Do you think I can really kill my way back to the hidden mist village on my own one day? That's very difficult, or rather, almost impossible. Haku bit his red lip and replied honestly. Zabuza sighed. Yes, we've been struggling to survive under the pursuit of the village's Umbu. There's no way to overthrow the 4th Hokage's rule. That kid was right. Even if I saved money for a lifetime, I wouldn't be able to hire enough ninjas. So does it matter whether I believe or not? What I need is just a chance. If he can give me that chance, to throw away all cowardice and fight to the death, that's enough. What does he seek? It doesn't matter. Will I die? It doesn't matter either. I am a sinner who should have died long ago. Zabuza responded, his eyes filled with the last flicker of hope for the village. No, Lord Zabuza, you won't die. You can't die. Death is the return of a ninja, Haku insisted. After we land, you should quietly escape. Those people shouldn't care about you. If you run fast enough, you should be able to survive. Zabuza stared at the boy before him and solemnly warned, as if arranging his final affairs. To be honest, he believed this trip was almost certain death. Those Uchiha ninjas were strong, but they could not possibly rival the entire Hidden Mist village. I won't leave you, Lord Zabuza. Wherever you are, I will be there too. Haku leaned gently against Zabuza's broad shoulder, responding with unwavering determination. His life was saved by Lord Zabuza. He would never escape alone. At this moment, on the distant deck, Natsume and the others couldn't help but feel a pang of envy watching this sickeningly sweet scene. We should just throw that mist demon guy into the sea to feed the fish, so he stops spreading dog food. Silver quickly encouraged. Young master, I think that little sister is quite cute and pretty. How about you? Hey, that's a boy. Put away your dirty thoughts. Huh, it's a boy. But didn't you say before, young master, that as long as they're pretty, it doesn't matter what gender? Natsume jumped up angrily and gave Silver a good smack. Wow, you remember this one line I said out of all the things I told you? Hey, I was just joking. But really, young master, are we seriously going to take on the entire Hidden Mist village? Natsume raised an eyebrow. What, scared? Of course not. It's just that, with only us few, won't it be too embarrassing? Silver replied. It wasn't just Silver. Even Nichio and Suki, upon hearing this news, felt a bit apprehensive. This felt like Natsume's past life, when a special forces team suddenly declared they were going to annihilate one of the 5 great ninja countries. It was truly hard to have confidence. Don't worry, I have confidence. It's time for you to see my true strength. Once we engage the enemy's main force, you just need to follow up with the finishing blows. Natsume assured confidently. At this moment, he possessed a Sharingan comparable to an eternal kaleidoscope, 3 S-rank jutsu, a divine artifact, along with a 5-figure gold reserve. Facing a single Hidden Mist village, he couldn't think of any possibility of losing. Besides, he was already equipped with semi-divine gear. Hiding at home and playing it safe will be far too boring. A real man should confront things head-on, even though he was still just a boy. Hearing this, Nichio and the others exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed to accompany their young master on this crazy endeavor. If it really came down to it, they would fight to buy him some time to escape. But why choose the Hidden Mist village? Nichio asked, puzzled. Because the Hidden Mist is easier to bully, Natsume replied. Nichio and the others. Hidden Mist village. Of course, this easier to bully was only relative. Among the 5 great hidden villages, besides the Hidden Leaf village, which was filled with forbidden jutsu and had many weaknesses, the overall strength gap of the other 4 villages wasn't too outrageous. However, due to the 3rd and 4th Mizukage being secretly controlled and implementing the Blood Mist Village policy, internal strife in the Hidden Mist Village was extremely severe. In the brutal environment of mutual slaughter, often only a few students from each ninja academy could survive to graduation. Over the years, the number of ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village had drastically decreased, significantly weakening its overall strength. Of course, aside from the Hidden Mist Village being slightly weaker, there were many other reasons. For instance, their own Hidden Flame Village was just established and desperately needed a major victory to enhance its deterrent power. Nothing would be more eye-catching and feared than directly defeating one of the 5 great hidden villages. Moreover, with the Mist Demon Zabuza leading the way, this war could entirely be characterized as an internal coup of the Hidden Mist Village. They would merely be assistants hired by the Hidden Mist ninjas. It was a legitimate reason, and it wouldn't overly shape the reputation of the Hidden Flame Village as warlike and brutal. Additionally, the Hidden Mist Village's treasury was quite tempting. It was time to rob the rich to help the poor. Finally, if they really managed to defeat the Hidden Mist Village and subdue the land water, the surrounding sea areas would no longer be constrained. Their own maritime trade company could develop trade freely among the surrounding countries and even expand into the densely populated land of water, making a substantial profit. In this way, it was a fourfold gain or even a fivefold one. Forget it. In short, the benefits are numerous and worth the fight. This is the true reason why Natsum intends to take action against the Hidden Mist Village. It is not a short-sighted decision to greedily seek the 10 million Ryo bounty on Zabuza, nor is it because of the charming and youthful female ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. Thus, the cargo ship powered through the sea for a good half day until dusk. Finally, it arrived at a port in the land of water. At the port, all ordinary workers have been cleared out, and only cargo ships were docked at the shore, silently floating. They have arrived. Zabuza stood up, gripping his sword, his expression serious as he looked towards the distant port. Clearly, with his sharp instincts, he had already sensed countless hidden threats on the shore. Who? Zabuza, the members of the Hidden Mist Umbu. As expected of Umbu ninjas, they came quickly. Zabuza, you can still leave now. It's not too late. Their target should only be me. Natsum chuckled softly, rubbing his knuckles. All right then. If you can't even swing your sword, what are you pretending for? Move aside quickly. Open your eyes wide and see what true killing efficiency looks like. Natsum stepped forward, reaching the bow of the cargo ship, directly facing the large number of hidden mist ninjas lurking in the port. Then, with a quick grab of his right hand, a short blade, solidified by dense chakra, instantly appeared in his hand. Obviously, he didn't need the kunta blade to deal with these small fry ninjas. The next moment, Natsum's toes touched the ground, and his figure instantly vanished. The slaughter officially began. Chapter 44, Charge. Explosive Kill. The Art of Speed. At this moment, within the port, a group of hidden mist Umbu ninjas lay in wait inside the docked ships. Attention all teams. The target cargo ship is about to dock. According to intelligence, the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi is on that cargo ship. This time, he must not escape again. As they watched the large cargo ship slowly approaching from a distance, the captain of the hidden mist Umbu solemnly reminded his team. They had been ordered by the 4th Mizukage to capture the rogue ninja Zabuza for many years. It had been embarrassing to let him escape time and time again, and now he was brazenly sailing toward the land of water, walking right into their trap. If they failed to capture this rogue ninja today, the Umbu members might as well abandon their ninjutsu and go home to farm. Thus, the hidden mist ninjas continued to hold their breath and sharpen their blades. Soon, the cargo ship was less than 100 meters from shore. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the bow of the ship. What's going on? What is happening? Why is there just a kid? That kid is also a ninja? Zabuza is actually sending such a small ninja to his death. The hidden mist Umbu were momentarily stunned. They had dealt with Zabuza enough times to know that he was not that shameless of a person. Captain, wait. I feel something is off about that kid. Something is off? The group looked again and suddenly realized that the boy's figure on the cargo ship had vanished. In the next moment, he instantly crossed dozens of meters and appeared on the surface of the sea near the shore, walking step by step toward the land. With each step he took, a violent chakra aura surged and rippled the surrounding sea, creating waves that splashed like a light rain. In a hazy view, countless water droplets divided everything around, as if pulling one into a gray-white dream, making everything feel unreal. This is too strange. Regardless of whether it's strange or not, kill him. The Umbu captain shouted loudly, quickly commanding his team to launch an attack. Clearly, all the hidden mist ninjas realized that the boy figure approaching them through the mist was far from simple. In the next second, more than 20 ninjas leaned out and launched their attacks. Countless shurikens, kunai, and water-style ninjutsu surged towards Sakumo. Unfortunately, none of these attacks hit the boy. They all passed through him as if he were an illusion, splashing into the distant sea and creating even more waves. Seeing this, the hidden mist ninjas nearly doubted their lives, their eyes wide in disbelief. Each face was filled with the words, "I can't believe it. What the hell is this monster? How'd he dodge so many attacks? Is that a body flicker technique? A high-speed movement leaving an afterimage? Impossible. Unless he the wreckage, otherwise, how could anyone achieve such a feat? To dodge hundreds of attacks without a scratch. Even the 4th wreckage couldn't do that, right? What on earth is happening?" Clearly, The scene before them greatly exceeded the ninja's understanding. But just then, a chilling prompt rang in the Umbu captain's ears, causing his scalp to tingle. It's not a movement after image, it's a time after image. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked by. Like wind, like thunder, it struck with ferocity. Blood splattered, directly taking the life of the Umbu captain. Since acquiring Hashirama's cells, which significantly weakened the side effects of using the Sharingan, Sakamoto had made great progress in developing and utilizing his Sharingan abilities. Just as left, I had risen from the maximum 3rd tier, instantaneous, to the 4th tier. Kaleidoscope Sharingan left, I instantaneous. 4th tier with 16 times speed enhancement. A 16-fold speed enhancement. This made Sakamoto's instantaneous speed nearly approach the sound barrier. Such speed was almost equivalent to a car racing at 1,200 kilometers per hour. Without needing techniques, just colliding with a person would be enough to reduce them to mush. If not for Sakamoto's enhanced physique from Hashirama cells and a large amount of chakra protecting his body, moving at such speed would have likely crushed him against the wind resistance. At this moment, seeing a figure suddenly appear beside him while their captain had already dropped dead, the surrounding hidden mist Umbu ninjas were terrified, but many immediately gathered their spirits, shouting angrily, and once again charged towards Sakamoto to kill him. Kill. Attack. In the next second, death moved again. He vanished once more from his spot, leaving 2 deep impact craters on the ship's deck. At the same time, the 3 nearest hidden mist ninjas hadn't even seen what happened before they were sent flying. Crashing hard onto the ship's cabin, their organs shattered, dying on the spot. Charge. Dash. Explosive kill. Unmatched. All enemies standing in front of Sakamoto were instantly dismantled, erased, and terminated, one after another. The charging hidden mist ninjas fell dead, like moths to a flame. The sharp chakra blade sliced through their necks like cutting through soft tofu, leaving a line of blood. Then it suddenly exploded, unleashing an unstoppable torrent of blood that frantically consumed life. That figure, ghost-like and moving too fast to capture, seemed like a phantom, choosing its victims and devouring them. Anyone who was touched fell dead instantly. There was no chance of survival. This was true efficiency. This was the art of speed. In the distance, on the cargo ship, Nichio, Suki, Jin, and Zabuza were all dumbfounded. Brother Nichio? What's going on? Can you see it? Jin stammered. In his view, he only saw repeated explosions lighting up the distant port. One hidden mist ninja after another flew out like chicks, dying instantly. Ships were being ruthlessly and violently torn apart, as if they were fragile little girls. Yet, the young clan leader who initiated the attack was completely out of sight. Nichio slightly opened his mouth, using his 2 Tomo Sharingan, trying his best to lock onto the young clan leader's figure. Unfortunately, he could only catch glimpses of a blurry figure as Sakamoto moved swiftly. It was taijutsu, pure speed. The speed of the young clan leader has already surpassed the limits that your eyes can capture. With her 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, the usually taciturn Tsukihime spoke to explain. Even she could barely see Shamig's movements. If one wanted to counter, there would be no time at all. I'm afraid that before I could even respond, the young clan leader's blade would have already cut open my throat. Is this the true strength of the young clan leader? What a marvelous technique. At the same time, Nichio and the others were deeply shocked. As a former enemy, Zabuza was even more horrified. He couldn't believe that the boy possessed such speed and strength. How many times faster could this be compared to his mist body flicker? No wonder this brat has always remained calm and composed. With such strength, if he wanted to, during their first encounter, I would have probably been killed by his blade before I even realized it. How foolish of me to have taken pride in my silent killing technique. Compared to this kind of speed, I am nothing. So this is the confidence he has to challenge the entire Hidden Mist Village? Zabuza mocked himself internally, struggling to steady his slightly trembling right hand. At this moment, merely observing from a distance made him experience the taste of fear once again. It was truly lamentable. After a moment, once they recovered from the overwhelming shock, Tsukihime was the first to jump off the ship and join the battlefield. Stop looking. Let us make our move too. If the young clan leader kills them all, what will we do? Nichio drew out a kunai and coldly said, jumping off the deck and rushing towards the shore. Right? Wait for me. Silver shouted and chased after him. Seeing this, Zabuza also quickly moved out with the 2 of them. Chapter 45. The Devil's Deal. After Rieo and the others rushed ashore, the battle at the port had evidently come to an end. More than a dozen cargo ships were wrecked, and nearly 30 Mist Village Umbu ninjas had all been decapitated, dying violently here. All were killed with a single strike. Without any mistakes, and the precision was taken to the extreme. It was as if 30 chicks had been bound at their feet, left to be slaughtered. These were ninjas, the fearsome Umbu of the Mist Village. This was too quick of a death, wasn't it? Just looking at this bloody scene of devastation made one feel a chill down the spine and a sense of dread. Swish! Natsum flicked the blood off the chakra blade in his hand. Then, he hurriedly took off his shoes, which were smoking. He had just moved too quickly. The enormous friction between the soles and the deck produced so much heat that it was almost burning the soles. He had to take them off quickly. Indeed, he needed to find time to buy a better pair of heat-resistant shoes in the future. Otherwise, every time he used instant, he'd end up burning a pair of shoes, which wasn't cost-effective. Soon, after taking out a new pair of shoes from the space scroll and putting them on, Natsum finally approached Ryeo and the others. "What are you looking at? Is there blood on me?" "And no," Ian stammered, swallowing hard. Compared to the young clan leader, his previous slaughter of the Land of Waves base seemed too embarrassing. Look at him. He killed so many powerful Umbu ninjas and didn't get a single drop of blood on him. Truly ruthless. All right, stop standing around stupidly. Let us check if there are any survivors. Also, see if they have anything valuable to take with us. This, young clan leader. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ryeo hesitated to ask. Most of the Uchiha clan were proud in nature, and this practice of rummaging through corpses was somewhat offensive. Nonsense. Every 10 tails you collect means the village's children can go one less day hungry and have one more full meal. Isn't that worth it? Remember, even the smallest fly is still meat. Natsum earnestly advised. Only those who have truly experienced hunger know how painful that feeling is. Moreover, these were people he had killed himself. Even rummaging through the corpses was money earned through his own efforts. Is there a problem with that? Ryeo was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, compared to the children in his clan, rummaging through corpses was not something to be embarrassed about. Soon, Ryeo and Ian quickly dispersed, checking for any overlooked survivors while happily rummaging through the corpses. On the other side, after landing, looking at the gruesome battlefield filled with corpses, even someone as cold-blooded and tough as Zabuza couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Frankly speaking, these 30 missed Umbu ninjas together would have been enough to surround and kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding all the way here. And now, in just half a minute, they had all been buried here. It was truly horrifying, and the one who slaughtered them was merely a 10-year-old boy. What kind of monster had the Uchiha clan produced? What? Are you dissatisfied? Natsum approached, rubbing his somewhat sore arm, and asked with a smile. Zabuza's expression was somewhat despondent. Shaking his head, he said, "Before, when I was being hunted by these Umbu ninjas, I fantasized countless times about killing them all. But now, seeing them dead, I can't help but feel a bit regretful, Natsum." "Regretful about what?" "They came to kill you. Zabuza. They were all good ninjas of the village, merely following the orders of the Mizukage, Yagura. I never wanted them to die. Each one that dies is a huge loss for the village, Natsum. But if they don't die, how will you carry out your coup? How will you overthrow the 4th Mizukage? How will you return the Mist Village to its former state?" "Zabuza, I know. So I want to be soft-hearted. After everything is over, I will come to collect their bodies and give them a proper burial." Natsum glanced at Zabuza, feeling a bit emotional. To be honest, setting aside their positions, he still respected such a tough guy. He was bold and responsible, valuing emotions and righteousness. Although he was a bit cold-blooded and foolish, it was still much more reassuring than those old fogies in Konoha. According to this method, even if the coup is successful, your Mist Village will probably not have many capable ninjas left, right? I understand. Let us make a deal, Natsum suggested with a smile. Zabuza instantly became alert, feeling that this kid was about to deceive him again. Throughout their journey, he had become very clear that he could never underestimate this kid as just a child. "What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. My proposal is, after we invade Mist Village, I will try my best not to kill anyone. I will strive to only knock out your Mist ninjas without harming their lives. This way, you can retain some talents for your village. How about that?" Zabuza's eyes lit up, but he remained vigilant. "What else do you want?" "I don't want your money. I want your village's money. Here's the deal. 200,000 taels for a genin, 500,000 taels for a chunin, 200,000 taels for a special jonin, and 500,000 taels for a jonin. For every ninja I save, after you overthrow the 4th Mizukage, you will pay me that amount in the name of the mist. How about it? This deal is fair, right?" Natsum proposed with a smile. After all, whether to kill or not was just a matter of waving his hand. With a simple gesture, he could legitimately collect a large sum from the Mist Village. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zabuza was momentarily stunned and greatly tempted. In his view, although money was important, if after the coup all the ninjas in the village were dead, then no matter how much money he had, it wouldn't be able to protect anything. The other 4 great hidden villages would definitely take the opportunity to divide up their village. Using this money to save a batch of missed ninjas' lives and leave some vitality for the village was undoubtedly very cost-effective. But I'm just a rogue ninja and have no authority to manage the village's finances, Natsum quickly encouraged. Hey, don't underestimate yourself. After we kill the 4th Mizukage and his supporters, won't you be a big shot in the village? It's even possible that you could sit in the position of the 5th Mizukage. At that time, won't your words carry weight? Moreover, after your village pays this commission, you can form an alliance with us and gain military support, ensuring that the other 4 great hidden villages cannot take advantage of the situation. It's just a matter of losing some money, which can be earned back in the future. If the money isn't enough by then, we can also support installment payments. It's a good deal with no harm at all. If you miss it, there will be no second chance. Natsum's persuasion was like the whisper of a devil, gradually eroding Zai Bujan's resolve. Zai Bujan shook his head vigorously. He really couldn't figure out how this little devil, who had burrowed into the money, could be so powerful and so skilled at deceiving others. But in the end, he still agreed. After all, he really didn't want to watch helplessly as the entire hidden mist village turned into a river of blood, destroyed in an instant. All right, I agree. A very wise decision. After the scheme succeeded, Natsum felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately called out, "Speed up. Prepare to set off. Destination, Hidden Mist Village." Chapter 46. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the village. In the land of water, in the Hidden Mist Village. This secluded ninja village, shrouded in thick fog year-round, is located deep in the mountains. At this moment, in the Mizukage building, the 4th Mizukage, Yakura, with hollow eyes, was sitting at a leather desk, listening to the reports from 2 Umbu ninjas. Returning to the 4th Lord, Umbu Team 7, Team 10. Teams 12 and 13 are lying in wait at the port, ready to ambush the rogue ninja Zabuza. This time, we will surely kill this rogue ninja. I understand. You have done well. Yakura nodded faintly, responding with a blank expression. He didn't seem particularly concerned about Zabuza. Dismissed. Understood. I take my leave. The Umbu captain hurriedly exited, not wanting to linger for a moment longer. After the Umbu captain left, Yakura finally turned his hollow gaze toward another Umbu ninja who was half kneeling in front of him. Uchiha Kisame. I am here, 4th Mizukage. Kisame lowered his head and replied respectfully. His expression was unreadable. I have an important task for you. Please command me. Find an opportunity to kill your superior. My superior? Lord Suigetsu? May I ask why? This guy is colluding with the enemy, leaking important information about the village to the enemy country. For the sake of the village, I need you to eliminate him. Kisame was taken aback, but still calmly asked, Why me? Suigetsu is very wary and strong. Capturing him by force would only increase casualties. But he trusts you, his subordinate, very much. As long as you set a trap and seal his chakra, you can easily succeed. After completing this task, you will replace him as my direct subordinate and continue to contribute to the village. Yakura coldly narrated, as if he had memorized the lines. Kisame fell silent for a moment and then replied softly, It seems I have no reason to refuse. Although he knew there were some unreasonable aspects to this task. Since it was a direct order from the 4th Mizukage, Kisame had no other choice but to accept, because no one knew better than him about the strength of his superior, Suigetsu, since the Mizukage had already developed a murderous intent towards him. If he didn't act, the Mizukage would send more people to do it. That way, with Suigetsu's strength, it would lead to even greater casualties. More mist ninjas would die. Thus, besides himself, no one could end this farce with the least cost. After all, he was already a person stained with the blood of his companions. He didn't mind carrying another sin. TSK, what a hypocritical world. Kisame sighed in his heart. Then, after a respectful farewell, he prepared to leave and start planning how to execute this task. However, just as Kisame took half a step out of the room, a loud provocation mixed with thick chakra suddenly rang out from outside the window, awakening the entire village. Hey, Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the village. That guy Yakura, the 4th Mizukage, come out and die. Such an arrogant provocation shocked Kisame. He quickly took the initiative and said, Could it be that someone has reached the village gate? Mizukage, I will go take a look. With that, Kisame leaped out of the window and quickly headed towards the village entrance. Not long after Kisame jumped out inside the room, The fourth Mizuki Jikura still sat in his chair with a blank expression. However, from the shadow behind the chair, a figure wearing a patterned mask gradually emerged, murmuring to himself, "This voice? It's Uchiha Sakumo. That little brat. How could he be here? Damn, he even dares to provoke the entire Hidden Mist village. But that's good. I'll take this opportunity to see if I can use the power of the mist to eliminate this major variable." With a sinister smile, the masked figure faded back into the darkness. Under his control, the fourth Mizuki Jikura suddenly stood up and began to head towards the village entrance. At this moment, at the village entrance of the Hidden Mist village, Sakumo and his group of 6 were quickly surrounded by a large number of approaching mist ninjas. It was evident that the number of male ninjas was relatively small. A glance revealed dozens of white-skinned female ninja thighs, enticing to behold. It was clear that the Hidden Mist village was very female-dominated. It was time to supplement the yang energy. However, these ninjas were not particularly strong, and there was also the famous mist ninja Zabuza standing in front. Therefore, the mist ninjas did not rashly attack. "Young clan leader, are we being a bit too high-profile?" Silver wiped the sweat from his palms, nervously asking. Having grown up, this was his first time standing at the doorstep of one of the 5 great hidden villages, the Hidden Mist village, and provocatively challenging them. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He just hoped that the young clan leader could truly unleash his power and break through the entire Hidden Mist village. Soon, an Umbu captain arrived. Suigetsu, with a plump figure, orange curly hair, and 3 pairs of green stripes tattooed on his face, carrying the great sword Samahata, looked somewhat foolish. But this guy was one of the first members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and the first user of the great sword Samahata. He was considered a high-ranking figure in the Hidden Mist village. He had long been executing underground missions, was very deep-minded, and had a strong sense of vigilance, even earning the respect of the masked figure. After all, this guy had once narrowly survived against Might Guy, who opened the 8 gates. His strength had already steadily entered the threshold of a Kaga-level ninja. At this moment, upon his arrival, he immediately recognized Zabuza and shouted, "Zabuza, you rogue ninja. How dare you come back? What happened to the Umbu ninjas sent to kill you?" Zabuza calmly replied, "They're all dead." The surrounding ninjas gasped in shock. After all, the Umbu ninjas sent to hunt Zabuza were quite a number, nearly 1/5 of the entire village's Umbu strength. To think they were all killed by Zabuza? Where did he get this kind of strength? Then, wouldn't he be blocking the village gate right now? "Bastard, you're seeking death." Suigetsu roared, gritting his teeth, looking as if he wanted to tear Zabuza apart. However, he did not draw his great sword Samahata. Instead, he secretly exchanged a look with Zabuza that only the 2 of them understood. Zabuza quickly replied with another meaningful look. The 2 sides exchanged glances. Unbeknownst to them, one might think that the 2 were just exchanging electric sparks. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle was about to break out, several figures from the Hidden Mist village, high-ranking officials, arrived one after another. "Is that the Master Yuan?" "The Master Yuan has come too." A stir arose among the crowd. At the same time, in the distance, an elderly figure leaning on a snake-shaped wooden staff was slowly approaching with the support of 2 people. The figure was none other than the elder of the Hidden Mist village, Master Yuan. He held power and status equal to that of the Water Shadow, overseeing most of the village's civil affairs, and most important matters in the village would specifically consult this elder's opinion. The 2 people supporting Master Yuan were his confidant, Quan Bingwei, and a young and beautiful figure, the village's rising ninja, Terumi Mei. As Terumi Mei, with her long, red-brown hair and bright green gem-like eyes, and a mature and graceful figure, walked over, Natsume couldn't help but brighten up. Who doesn't like a beautiful female ninja? After all, appreciating beauty is an art in itself. Of course, Natsume also knew very well that he was there to get down to business. How could mere beauty possibly affect him? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 47, 1/10 million. Zabuza, what do you really want to do? Master Yuan slammed his cane down fiercely, radiating an imposing aura as he loudly questioned. Beside Master Yuan, Terumi Mei also looked at Zabuza with extreme confusion. Back then, Zabuza opposed the 4th Mizuki's blood mist policy and even questioned the 4th Mizuki Yagura himself, leading to a failed coup and his subsequent escape. She was aware of this, as were many like-minded ninjas in the village who secretly supported Zabuza, maintaining contact and providing information about the Umbu's movements. Among them was the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. Terumi Mei also. Otherwise, Zabuza alone could never have evaded the relentless pursuit of the Mist Umbu for so many years. Therefore, Terumi couldn't understand why Zabuza would return to the village at this time to seek death. Did he really think that he, along with a few foreign ninjas backing him, could challenge the entire Hidden Mist village? Zabuza stepped forward, gazing firmly at Master Yuan, and said in a deep voice, "Master Yuan, I'm back to challenge the fourth Mizuki Jigura. Although I once initiated a coup, failed, and defected, I'm still a ninja of the Hidden Mist. I believe everyone here knows what our village has become under the Force rule these years. Have we become prosperous? Have we grown strong? No, not at all. Instead, over the years, we've seen cruel governance, a decrease in ninjas, and a sense of insecurity among everyone. If this continues, the Hidden Mist village will inevitably perish. And today, I am here to overthrow the fourth Mizukage and rebuild the Hidden Mist village." Zabuza swung his large sword, declaring resolutely. He was not a man of eloquence, but these words had been bottled up inside him for many years. Today, it was indeed time to let it all out, even if death awaited him. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of Mist ninjas around couldn't help but feel despondent. As people of the Hidden Mist, how could they not feel the changes in the village over the years? However, they were all forced into silence by the oppressive policies of the third and fourth Mizukage. Now, with Zabuza pointing it out openly, reminiscing about the past, these Mist ninjas felt a deep ache in their hearts, falling into silence. At the same time, seeing how Zabuza's words had diminished the enemy's morale, Natsum couldn't help but admire him. Still, the word escape is impressive. TSK, 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 Zabuza, I didn't realize you had such a talent for speeches. But relying solely on words won't help. Can we get started already? I haven't finished my meal. Let's finish this so I can eat. Natsum urged impatiently. After sitting on the boat all day, he was already hungry and just wanted to finish the fight quickly to eat. Zabuza's expression chilled slightly, feeling that this kid was indeed full of confidence. However, he was not wrong. No matter how much he spoke, it ultimately had to be resolved with force. If he couldn't defeat the fourth Mizuki Jigura, everything was just talk. Cough, cough. Zabuza, I understand your feelings. It's just a pity that choosing the path of a coup is a mistake. Moreover, as a rogue ninja, the village can no longer tolerate you. Surrender obediently. Master Yuan suddenly coughed twice and kindly advised. But before he could finish his words, whoosh, an air-splitting sound rang out. And another figure suddenly jumped into the crowd, facing Zabuza and his group. Without a doubt, it was the fourth Mizuki Jigura, who had just arrived. Upon Yagura's arrival, the cold and powerful aura he emitted caused the surrounding Mist ninjas to collectively hold their breath. He merely glanced at Zabuza and the others outside the gate, and then, without a word, he coldly commanded, "Kill." As soon as this order from the fourth Mizukage was issued, dozens of hidden Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows charged out, rushing towards Zabuza and his group without hesitation. The battle erupted instantly. Seeing the fierce battle beginning at the village entrance, Terumi and the others quickly protected Elder Yuan as they retreated. Kawabe, hurry and evacuate the villagers nearby. Also, inform the barrier team to come and set up a defensive barrier. This battle doesn't look like it will end easily. Elder Yuan quickly instructed. Understood. Kawabe responded and hurried to evacuate the villagers. Meanwhile, Terumi couldn't help but whisper, "Elder, this might be an opportunity. Should we join in?" "Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. The situation is still unclear. Unless Zabuza's reinforcements really have the strength to defeat Yagura. Otherwise, if we act now, it will only be in vain." Master Yuan whispered hoarsely to Terumi beside him. In fact, as an 80-year-old veteran, Master Yuan had witnessed the birth and development of the entire Hidden Mist village. He was well aware of the history of the past Mizukages. Therefore, how could he not sense the drastic changes in the third and fourth Mizukage Yagura's temperament overnight, as they enforced the cruel policies of the Blood Mist village? He had long suspected that there was something wrong with the fourth Mizukage Yagura. However, due to Yagura's immense strength and his position as Mizukage, bearing the fate of the entire Hidden Mist, he had always been cautious and dared not take action. He had been lying low until now, waiting for a good opportunity to overthrow Yagura's rule. As for whether this was a good opportunity, it depended on whether Zabuza and his group could deliver. That guy, since he dared to challenge the entire village, must have some confidence, right? All right, let's wait a bit longer. Terumi bit her red lip and nodded firmly, quickly shifting her gaze to the battlefield. At this moment, dusk fell like ink, and the mist was as thick as water. The attacks launched by dozens of Mist Umbu ninjas poured down like a torrential rain, obscuring the sky and leaving no place to hide. The multitude of ninjutsu was dazzling. leaving no time to react. Zabuza and the others felt a slight chill in their hearts. Clearly, before possessing absolute power, a sufficient number of attacks could still overwhelm the enemy. It was not without reason that many ants could kill an elephant. Unfortunately, this time, among them was a person with absolute strength. Susanoo, activate. Natsum unhesitatingly activated Susanoo. In an instant, the crimson skeletal form of Susanoo rose again. Moreover, it directly transformed into chakra flesh and clothing, wrapping around the skeletal frame, entering the second form. It covered Natsum, Nichiyu, and Zabuza, among others. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ninjutsu, shurikens, kunai, rained down on Susanoo like a torrential storm. Unfortunately, these attacks couldn't even scratch Susanoo. It seemed as if they were violently colliding against tofu on a rock, instantly collapsing into pieces. Susanoo, the strongest defensive technique in the ninja world, is no joke. Moreover, with ample chakra and the enhancement of Hashirama cells, Natsum was now commanding with almost no burden, far more adept than before. Is it all done? It's my turn now. Natsum chuckled lightly. Controlling Susanoo, he waved his hand and drew out a chakra great sword once again. Of course, he didn't use the spirit weapon, Kunta's sword, to avoid killing the enemy with excessive power. In the next moment, Susanoo swung the sword fiercely, the wind howling like waves. However, it was just the side of the sword that struck out. Clap, clap. 3 mist-hidden ninjas were hit directly by the great sword. In an instant, they were sent flying like glass balls, crashing dozens of meters away, directly collapsing several buildings and fainting on the spot. Fortunately, Natsum controlled the force. Otherwise, those 3 would have been turned into mush. This fierce and ruthless scene left the mist-hidden Umbu ninjas dumbfounded, causing them to stop in their tracks. Come on, bring more. Don't stop the attack. This strike 500,000. This strike 2 million. This one 5 million. This hit 10 million. Ha ha ha. I'm making a fortune. Making a fortune. In the mist, with light rain falling, the boy wielding the towering Susanoo like a demon was wildly swinging his blade, striking, venting, laughing, and going crazy. It seemed that he was not knocking out enemies, but rather collecting barrels of gold and silver. Countless mist-hidden ninjas watched in horror, trembling in fear. Chapter 48. Susanoo's might, blade slashing Yatsukura. What is this? Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. In the distance, the crimson phantom of the demon god, displaying its divine power in the rain, caught the attention of Elder Jin, a member of the Mist Village. He couldn't help but exclaim. After nearly 60 years, this scene brought back memories of the Uchiha clan leader Madara from the end of the Warring States period. The same terrifying power, the same unmatched prowess. So many years have passed, and another freak has emerged from the Uchiha clan, and he's so young, excessively so. Is this the assistance that Zabuza sought? There's a chance. Jin's eyes lit up as he seemed to see hope. He was well aware of the power of the Mangeki Sharingan and Susanoo. It was definitely enough to rival the power of tailed beasts. Moreover, it seemed that the Uchiha boy hadn't used lethal force. He wondered if there was some sort of deal made with Zabuza. However, as long as they could overthrow the 4th Hokage, it would be worth the cost. After all, such a young child shouldn't be too greedy. Elder, this. Kurumi may pressed down her shock and whispered in inquiry. Prepare yourselves. Follow my instructions to act shortly. Jin said. Kurumi May's eyes brightened, and she quickly agreed, understood, and immediately made arrangements. At the same time, apart from most of the Umbu ninjas who directly joined the battle at the command of the Mizukage, a small group of Umbu ninjas did not rashly engage. The leader among them was none other than Kisame Hashigaki. Captain, is that you, Kisame? You finally made it. Suigetsu turned around, seeing Kisame stealthily approaching, and felt a slight joy. Captain, aren't we joining the battle? Wait a moment. Do you think you can withstand a single blow from that guy? Suigetsu pointed at the towering Susanoo, his heart still trembling. The force was such that he doubted he could endure even one strike. How could Kisame? Kisame remained silent. Being an honest person, he wouldn't boast. If he couldn't withstand it, then he just couldn't. Kisame, let me ask you a question. Are you loyal to the 4th Mizukage or to the village? Suigetsu asked in a deep voice again. Kisame was taken aback, as if he vaguely guessed something. Of course, to the village. Good. Then follow my orders when the time comes. Understood. Suigetsu patted Kisame's back with his large hand and solemnly instructed. The battle was intense. In just a short moment, the gates of the Mist Village and over a dozen surrounding houses were demolished by the shockwaves of the battle. This demonstrated the immense, destructive power of Susanoo during combat. However, The fierce battle also came to an end quickly. Under the temptation of one strike for 10 million, Natsume controlled Susanoo and launched a frenzied attack, making it a thrilling experience. In less than half a minute, he swept away dozens of Umbu ninjas around him. Of course, he deliberately controlled his strength. Aside from one or two ninjas who accidentally collided with Susanoo's blade and died immediately, the majority of the remaining Umbu ninjas were only knocked unconscious by the blade and were not fatally harmed. After all, each of those surviving ninjas would be a hefty sum of money that the Mist Village would have to pay him. Seeing his numerous Umbu ninjas quickly defeated, the fourth Mizukage Yatsukura, whose mind was controlled, still maintained a cold expression. He seemed to care little about the lives or deaths of those Umbu ninjas. Or perhaps, he intended to use these ninjas to exhaust Natsume first. On Natsume's side, after dealing with those minor threats, without a word, he once again swung his blade, aiming straight at the distant fourth Mizukage Yatsukura. Mizukage, fourth Hokage. Someone in the crowd shouted to remind him. Clearly, even the most brutal rulers would not lack lackeys willing to serve them as long as there were interests to be gained. In the next moment, just as the blade was about to fall, a massive surge of chakra suddenly erupted from Yatsukura. Undoubtedly, it was the chakra of the three tails, Isabu. In an instant, the dark red chakra enveloped Yatsukura's entire body, transforming him into a half-tailed beast and revealing three dark red tails. This greatly enhanced Yatsukura's overall strength. With a roar, the half-tailed beast Yatsukura extended a pair of sharp claws, directly resisting Susanoo's strike. A loud clang echoed, shaking the surroundings. The tremendous recoil generated a gust of wind that spread out, and the half-tailed beast Yatsukura was forced to slide back over 10 meters, leaving long grooves in the ground. However, thanks to the powerful defensive capability of the tailed beast cloak, he managed to withstand the blow, suffering only slight shock injuries. This was a testament to the strength of tailed beasts. Interesting, he actually took that blow. It seems this blade isn't sharp enough. Then I'll switch to another. Natsume raised an eyebrow and chuckled. If something can't be split, it simply means your strength isn't enough, or that your blade isn't good enough. Natsume's strength was definitely sufficient. Moreover, he just happened to have a divine blade that could be weaponized. In the next moment, the chakra great sword dissipated. Following that, a bright red light blossomed in Susanoo's hand. The divine weapon, Kuntu's sword, instantly took shape, transforming into a 20-meter-long spirit weapon sword. Come again. Let's see how my blade fares. The brilliant blade light fell, resembling a meteor descending to earth. The speed was so fast that it didn't give Yatsukura a chance to react. Roar! Under the blade, the half-tailed beast Yatsukura shrieked, once again swinging his claws to prepare for a hard resistance. But this time, the sharpness of the blade light was far beyond that of the previous strike. Clang! That incredibly hard-tailed beast cloak, which had astonishing defensive power and could even withstand the piercing of the Kusanagi sword, could not hold up against the brilliance of the Kunta sword. It couldn't even last half a second. The blade severed his claws, cutting off one of his tails and his entire left arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, leaving the entire audience stunned. Chapter 49, Breaking Through the Mist. Violently beating the three tails. Although in the later stages, when the walls were collapsing, the tailed beasts seemed not strong. During normal times, each tailed beast, when fully unleashed, possessed at least peak shadow level strength. Otherwise, they would not have been sealed off to maintain the balance among the villages. Moreover, the nine tails, even in half form, likely had the power of a super shadow level threshold. Otherwise, Naruto, who was only partially tailed beast transformed, wouldn't have been able to change the tide against pain of the six paths. Thus, the concepts of Jinchuriki and perfect Jinchuriki are fundamentally different. The gap between them is even greater than that between ordinary shadow level and peak shadow level. Therefore, at this moment, the half-tailed beast, transformed fourth Mizuki Jigura, already possessed strength close to the upper tier of shadow level. His invulnerable dark red tailed beast cloak was nearly immune to most ninjutsu, making it impossible to break through. This is also why, despite their dissatisfaction with Yagura's tyranny, no one among the Mist Village ninjas could resist him. However, at this moment, they never expected that someone could actually break through the defense of the tailed beast cloak and directly sever Yagura's left arm and tail. Looking at Yagura in the distance, Natsume sneered. Did he barely deflect the blade with his claws? If not for that, that blow would have split him in half instead of just severing an arm and a tail. However, Jinchuriki inherently had strong vitality, and with the protection of tailed beast chakra, this injury while severe, likely wound T take his life. Sure enough, before the dust even settled, Natsum clearly felt a more massive chakra rapidly gathering amidst the haze. The next moment, the rapidly condensing high-density chakra sucked away the surrounding dust, revealing the half-tailed beast transformed Yagura, who was indeed gathering a pitch-black energy sphere in his mouth. Not good. It's a tailed beast bomb. Many remaining mist ninjas exclaimed. This tailed beast bomb is no joke. It's a ball of tailed beast chakra condensed in a specific proportion, possessing very high density and energy. Once fired, it can cause considerable destruction with a wide attack range. Ordinary ninjas caught in its wake would basically be dead without a doubt. TSK. To release a tailed beast bomb at the village gate is truly reckless. Natsum mocked. Then he glanced at the few people protected by Tsunade. He could easily dodge the tailed beast bomb on his own, but he couldn't protect them. Plus, there were the unconscious mist ninjas around, each worth millions. There was no choice but to take it head-on. Summoning technique, triple rashomon. Natsum quickly formed hand seals to release. Just before Yagura unleashed the tailed beast bomb, 3 enormous Rashomon gates rose from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 massive Rashomon gates landed, blocking in front of Natsum. At the same time, the tailed beast bomb erupted instantly. The blinding light engulfed everything in its direct path, including the remarkably defensive Rashomon gates. Meanwhile, countless mist ninjas fled in panic. After all, with such a powerful tailed beast bomb, if they were slow to escape and even slightly caught up in it, they would definitely be obliterated. Seeing Yagura disregard the village's safety and even use the tailed beast bomb, Terumi Mei and other mist ninjas felt deeply disappointed and resentful. Elder, Terumi Mei said, but with such a powerful tailed beast bomb, she truly didn't know who could withstand it. Don't worry. The combination of Rashomon and Tsunade is not so easily broken. That Uchiha brat should still be alive, the elder responded calmly. But he too had no confidence in the outcome. Soon, the bright light dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb's explosion. A massive chasm, over 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide, appeared before everyone. And the Tsunade still stood firm in place. Huh, I'm not dead. My eyes hurt so much, so sore. Ian lay on the ground, both surprised and rubbing his eyes painfully, looking like he had survived a disaster. Just now, seeing the tailed beast bomb coming, devouring everything, he almost thought he was done for. Yet he somehow survived. Quickly, he used his ocular power to ease the stinging in his eyes and hurriedly looked up. Only then did he see that the triple Rashomon summoned by the young clan leader had been shattered, and the Tsunade protecting them had also been torn apart by the residual force of the tailed beast bomb, leaving only a skeletal frame to shield them. That one blow was enough to break through the triple Rashomon and diminish most of Susanu's defenses, demonstrating the terrifying power of the tailed beast bomb. If they had been fully exposed to that strike, they would definitely be obliterated. Still alive? Natsum asked the others. Alive. Tsukihime was the first to stand up, lifting the collapsed Niku and Iin. On the other side, Zabuza tightly protected Haku behind him. If you're not dead, retreat. The battle here is not something you can participate in. Go around and carry away those unconscious mist ninjas. They're all valuable assets. Tsukihime rolled her eyes at the young clan leader. Her clan leader was indeed ruthless. Even after such a battle, he was still thinking about money. But she obediently did as told, immediately taking Niku and the others and rushing out of the system as protective range to retreat to a distance. After seeing Tsukihime and the others retreat, Natsum once again turned his gaze to the distant fourth Mizuki Jigura. That tailed beast bomb. He just unleashed it made him quite embarrassed. No more playing around. It was time to end this quickly. Natsum took a step forward. The power of his eyes and the chakra within surged out once more, filling the skeletal frame of Tsunade with muscle and armor, transforming it back into its second form. At the same time, under the amplification of chakra, the spiritual weapon, the Kanai sword, also surged dramatically, reaching over 30 meters in length, comparable to a 10-story building. Then, filled with intense killing intent, he charged directly at the distant Yagura. For a moment, even the formidable enemy, who could not be overcome by the tailed beast bomb, felt the threat of death. At this moment, Yagura dared not hold back his last strength. He quickly roared, directly releasing the power restraint of the three tails, Isabu, starting the complete tailed beast transformation. In an instant, a massive turtle several dozen meters long, covered with spikes and having three tails, crashed down. Just the chakra hurricane it stirred up forced many mist ninjas in the distance to struggle, nearly kneeling. and the fully tailed beast transformed three tails, Isabu, upon emerging, opened its mouth wide once more. Once again, he prepared to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Just a small turtle, acting so fierce. Natsum shouted, and how could he possibly give the three tails another chance to release the tailed beast bomb? He directly swung his sword in a horizontal slash. In a flash of light, he instantly severed half of the three tails' jaw, interrupting its tailed beast bomb formation. Then, the towering Susanoo suddenly swung its fist. With a powerful smash, it struck directly on Ika's shell. Boom! The enormous Ik turtle let out a wail and was slammed to the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently. But this wasn't over yet. Natsum launched another attack. He twisted the giant blade in his hand and directly aimed it at Ika's three tails. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air, and the three massive tails shot up into the sky, severed in response. As a result, a dignified tailed beast was being toyed with as if it were a little chick. Such a frenzied scene left countless hidden mist ninjas dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. Chapter 50. Contract Seal. The battle comes to an end. The tail was severed, the mouth was injured, and it was being heavily suppressed by Susanoo. At this moment, the once formidable three tails, Isabu, seemed to have its strength completely drained, as if its body had been hollowed out, leaving only a fraction of its power. It lay on the ground, seemingly at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, the three tails, Isabu, struggled desperately with its four large legs, attempting to retract its body back into the seal of the Jinchuriki. Dung, dung, dung. It's too dangerous out here. I'm not playing anymore. I want to come out. Let me go back. Let me go back. That little brat Yagura is trying to kill me. I can't fight such a powerful enemy. Isabu roared, cursed, and felt helpless in its heart. It could only feel that if it didn't retreat back soon, it might die here. Although it would soon reassemble and be reborn after death, it was still very uncomfortable. If it could avoid death, that would be best. Unfortunately, it had only struggled halfway when it noticed that the figure of Sita before was gradually dissipating, slowly revealing the true form of the Uchiha brat. Is he preparing to stop? This little brat is indeed frightened by my aura? Isabu felt a surge of joy in its heart, but before it could fully revel in it, it suddenly met the eyes of the Uchiha brat. Damn, it's the Mangeki Sharingan. I'm in trouble. Isabu was suddenly alarmed. However, before it could finish its thought, the consciousness of the entire tailed beast was enveloped and controlled by the endless genjutsu of the Sharingan. It had to admit that although the tailed beasts were powerful, they were relatively weak in mental resistance. As long as one had enough ocular power, even a mighty nine tails could be controlled by the Mangeki Sharingan. Although Natsum's Sharingan didn't specialize in genjutsu and couldn't compare to Itachi's Tsukuyami, controlling a wounded and weakened three tails Isabu was still not a problem. As for why he didn't use the Mangeki to break Yagura's mental control from the start, that was because Natsum had already tried. In a short time, he simply couldn't break it. After all, the Sharingan and Byakugan were different. He couldn't directly sever the control of the ocular power. He could only use stronger ocular power to cover and erase the mental domination of the controlled. One had to know that Yagura had been controlled by Obito for several years. Each time the technique was performed, the control deepened a little more. By the time it was stacked, it was probably already at 99 layers. Even if Natsum could break through these ocular locks, it would take a long time and be a loss. It was better to directly attack and force the three tails out of Yagura's body. After all, while Yagura's genjutsu was hard to resolve, controlling the three tails Isabu was not difficult. Soon, the three tails Isabu, controlled by Natsum's Mangeki Sharingan, stopped struggling and lay quietly at the entrance of the hidden mist village, motionless. However, Natsum could clearly feel that within the three tails, there was still a stubborn force resisting against his ocular power. Obviously, as the Jinchuriki, Yagura was still continuously resisting, trying to stimulate the three tails to break free from Natsum's control. If given enough time, with Yagura's perfect control over the tailed beast, he might really be able to make the three tails break free. However, Natsum certainly wouldn't give him that opportunity. It was time to try this ninjutsu. Sealing technique, contract seal. Natsum formed hand seals and pressed them onto Isabu, instantly casting the technique. The contract seal, one of the unique seals created by the Uzumaki clan. Once cast, it can effectively sever the contract relationship between the enemy and their summoning beast. In the past, the fourth Hokage used this technique to free the nine tails from Obito's control. Although the relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast is slightly different from that between a ninja and a summoning beast, It ultimately relies on seals and contracts to control the tailed beasts. Regardless of its effectiveness, it would be known once tried. In the distance, in a shadowy area, Obito, who had witnessed the entire battle, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Contract seal. This brat actually knows the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Not good. He wants to separate the three tails from Yagura. Damn it, I have to stop him. It was because he fell for this trick that he lost control over the nine tails to Minato-sensei. How could Obito forget? Initially, he intended to use the power of the entire Hidden Mist Village and the three tails to greatly deplete that brat Natsum. Then, he planned to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. But he never expected that in just a few days, Natsum's strength had skyrocketed. Now he could easily defeat dozens of ninjas and tailed beasts. The growth rate of this brat is truly terrifying. And now, he even wants to separate the three tails from the Jinchuriki. One must know that every tailed beast is a crucial pillar of the Eye of the Moon plan. How could Obito just stand by? However, just as he was about to make his move, he saw that the brat hundreds of meters away was not only restraining the three tails, but also looking in his direction. In that gaze, there was a sharp killing intent and an unmistakable threat. It was a warning that said, if you dare to show yourself, be prepared to die, huh? Obito took a deep breath and retracted the foot he was about to step forward with. That brat, has he already noticed me? Damn it, was it an accident? Or did he already know I was controlling the fourth Hokage Yagura? Impossible, how could that brat know? Obito shook his head vigorously, filled with confusion. He even inexplicably felt a ridiculous sense of being exposed, as if his underwear color was visible to the other party. This feeling was too terrifying. Moreover, since that brat already knew of his existence, his ambush would be much harder to pull off. Damn it. Does this mean I have to give up on the Hidden Mist Village? Give up on the three tails? Obito gritted his teeth in anger, feeling very displeased. At this moment, seeing the three tails Aisabu being knocked down and losing its power to resist, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, including Jinjetsu, Meiterumi, Suigetsu, and Kisame, were all shocked. Following that came intense exhilaration. The opportunity has come. The opportunity has come. Quickly act fast. Jinjetsu, leaning on his cane, ordered repeatedly. Yagura has suffered a great defeat, and the three tails is heavily injured. There is no better opportunity than this. This is also the only chance to overthrow the fourth Hokage Yagura's rule and rescue the entire Hidden Mist Village. For this, Jinjetsu, Suigetsu, and others had long prepared for many years. They immediately took action, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the remaining brutal elements supporting the fourth Hokage Yagura within the village. However, the changes on the battlefield at this moment. Once again, a group of mist-hidden ninjas stood dumbfounded, unable to move forward. In their astonished gaze, they witnessed the appearance of the contract sealing incantation as the connection between the massive three tails Aisabu and the Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizuki Jigura, was swiftly severed. The contract seal took effect. A vast amount of tailed beast chakra began to be stripped away from Yagura. Before long, the entire three tails Aisabu was completely extracted, transforming into a small, exquisite turtle with a broken tail, obediently lying on the ground, not daring to move an inch. On the other side, as the tailed beast was extracted, Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the fourth Mizukage, also fell into the water on the verge of death. Thus, the strongest combat power of the mist-hidden village ultimately fell. This battle, which would surely shock the ninja world, had temporarily drawn to a close. Chapter 51. Do your best to satisfy him. The rain kept pouring, and the wind kept blowing. The desolate dusk gradually descended. Although the great battle at the village entrance had already concluded, the localized conflicts within the village were still ongoing. A large number of ninjas, long dissatisfied with the village's tyranny, quickly launched a campaign to eliminate the remaining loyalists of the fourth Mizukage under the orders of high-ranking officials like Genji and Suigetsu. Undoubtedly, today the entire Kirigakure would undergo a massive bloodshed. As for how many ninjas would remain in the end, and how much fresh blood would be preserved for Kirigakure, that was not something Natsum needed to worry about. After all, he had already made a profit. Sun, Silver, over here. Natsum quickly instructed the nearby Sun and Silver to jump over and tally the number and strength of the Umbu ninjas from Kirigakure that he had knocked out. Not a single one should be missed. Those are all shiny silver coins. Understood. The group responded and immediately went into action. Only then did Natsum wave at Zabuza in the distance. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, which looked like it had been ravaged by a hurricane, Zabuza was momentarily stunned. He never expected that the Uchiha boy had truly succeeded. He had single-handedly taken down a large portion of Kirigakure and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. This was simply too outrageous. He had even considered killing the boy with a single strike before. Now, thinking back, it was already a stroke of luck that the boy hadn't T-flattened him with one blow. But what did he want from him now? Was he going to turn on him? Feeling apprehensive, Zabuza signaled for Haku to step aside before walking towards Natsum alone. And Natsumi-sama. Zabuza stammered slightly. Accustomed to a life of constant danger, he clearly wasn't used to using such respectful terms. Unfortunately, for the sake of the village, he had to lower his stance a bit. Don't be so formal. After all, we have a solid commission and cooperative relationship. Come on, let us go say goodbye to your Mizukage for the last time. Natsum chuckled and began walking away with Zabuza. Before long, the two arrived beside the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. At this moment, Yagura was covered in blood, his left arm severed, and his breath was faint. He was indeed just a breath away from death. However, thanks to the immense backlash from the extraction of the tailed beast, his self-awareness finally broke free from the control of the illusion, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. This was evident from his once empty eyes, which were now filled with awareness. Zabuza. Yagura squinted his eyes to see the visitor clearly. Lord Fourth. Lord Yagura, I. Upon seeing Yagura return to normal, Zabuza instantly broke down in tears, causing this iron-willed man to shed tears. It made him reminisce about years ago, when that man stood up under the shadow of the Third Great Ninja War, voluntarily sealing the tailed beast to become a Jinchuriki, and first took the position of Mizukage, leading the entire Kirigakure towards revival and prosperity. Back then, Yagura was the hope of the entire village, the object of admiration for all the students in the Ninja Academy. Jabuja, Terumi-me, Kishama, and other newcomers were all eager to follow the fourth to revive the entire Kirigakure. Unfortunately, everything changed after that day. The once diligent and vibrant fourth Mizukage, Yagura, underwent a drastic personality change overnight, restarting the blood miss policy of the third Mizukage, shrouding the village in a haze of blood once more. It was then that Zabuza, forced to slaughter all his peers, chose to betray and instigate a coup. Until the coup failed, he fled the village and wandered ever since. Now, having returned to the village with allies, he had overthrown the brutal rule of the fourth. All of this was truly lamentable. However, regardless of everything, the respect Zabuza held in his heart for the former fourth Mizukage, Yagura, remained undiminished. I am sorry. I was controlled by someone, and I harmed the entire village. Zabuza, you did very well. Yagura rasped, holding on to his last breath. Regret, pain, resentment, and relief. Various complex emotions filled his face. Who knows how Natsum could perceive so many emotions? At this moment, from a distance, the elderly Genji, the alluring Terumi-me, and the composed Kuratsuchi approached. Seeing the fourth Mizukage regain his senses before his death, everyone was teary-eyed, filled with emotion. Yagura. Genji tightly gripped his cane, lamenting. After all, he was the one who had pushed the most valued and talented boy, Yagura, to the position of fourth Mizukage. Lord Genji, I'm sorry. Jabuja, Terumi-me, and Lord Genji. The future of the village is in your hands. Truly sore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagura took his last breath. The fourth Mizukage officially declared dead. The rain continued to patter softly. The sky was almost completely dark. The surroundings were enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow and pain. Natsum generally disliked commenting too much on the dead. People are complex. Life is complex. And the human heart is even more complex to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Yagura was guilty, Obito was guilty, and even all the ninjas of Kirigakure were guilty. At this point, probing into who was right or wrong was meaningless. Moreover, if it weren't for Kirigakure's weakness and being easier to bully, he probably wouldn't have chosen to strike at Kirigakure at all. And now, since victory had been achieved, why bother thinking about those troublesome matters? Quickly, swiftly enjoying the fruits of his victory was the most important thing. Are you the elder of Kirigakure, Genji? Natsum glanced at the old man and asked. Indeed, that's me. Genji replied, kindly with a nod. At the same time, Zabuza immediately approached, leaning down to whisper a few explanations. Genji's heart jolted, and he finally understood. But he quickly suppressed his emotions and smiled in admiration. So you are Natsum-sama from Konoha. I have heard of your great name for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so young. I represent the entire Kirigakure, and we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Natsum-sama. Natsum waved his hand, interrupting. All right, enough with the formalities. Looking at you all. It seems you've long had plans for a coup, and now you have a lot to deal with, right? Let's wait until you all finish your tasks and choose someone capable of making decisions for the village tomorrow before discussing serious matters. Master Yuan nodded, feeling a bit more favorable towards the young man. Thank you, Lord Natsum, for your understanding. However, right now, Natsum raised an eyebrow and said directly, Right now? Right now, quickly bring out the best services your village has to offer. The best hot springs, the best food, the best massages, the best service. Not a single thing can be missing. Do you understand? In short, from Natsum's perspective, having finally conquered one of the 5 hidden villages, he should enjoy the fruits of victory. If he doesn't fully enjoy Kirigakure today, he absolutely will not leave. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Lord Natsum, please come in. Master Yuan's eyes brightened, feeling pleased, and he quickly invited. He wasn't worried at all about this young man being extravagant. He was more afraid that the other party wouldn't be greedy and lustful. After all, such people would demand even more, something that the current Kirigakure could not bear. Instead, these worldly desires were the most affordable and presentable services the village could offer. Therefore, upon hearing Natsum's worldly demands, he felt relieved and somewhat at ease. Otherwise, if there were to be a conflict, the remaining villagers combined probably wouldn't be able to take on this Uchiha Natsum. Seeing Natsum and others enter the village, Master Yuan quickly arranged for the people beside him. Zai Bujan, Quan Bingwei, you all come with me. There are still many matters to handle. Suka Mountain, you're temporarily in charge of the Umbu. Do your best to assess casualties and stabilize the Umbu situation. Understood, Zai Bujan and the others responded, not daring to hesitate. Only then did Master Yuan turn to Terumi, Mei, and solemnly instruct. Mei, put aside what you are doing for now. You will be in charge of receiving that young lord. Huh, me? Whatever requests he has, do your best to fulfill them, given the current situation of the village. We must not become enemies with him. Moreover, although that kid is strong, he looks to be just over 10 years old. It seems he won't make any excessive demands. Can you handle it? I will do my best. Terumi Mei bit her red lips and said firmly, for the sake of the village, she must do it. Chapter 52. On the lavish life after the war at this moment, in the most luxurious water shadow hot spring pool of Kirigakure, within a sauna room filled with hot steam, 2 figures were enjoying themselves. Silver, with flushed cheeks, took a deep breath of hot air and couldn't help but exclaim, so comfortable. It's no wonder this is the best hot spring room in Kirigakure. It feels amazing. Daylight, let's have our village build one too. Once you come here, you don't want to leave. Daylight nodded lightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Although he looked down on Silver's decadent thoughts, to be fair, the sauna was indeed very nice. The intense hot steam accelerated blood circulation and completely relaxed all the muscles in the body. Not only did it eliminate fatigue, but it also eased the tense spirits significantly, which was very beneficial. If after missions and battles, they could come here for a steam bath, it would indeed be delightful. You have to know, back when they were in Konoha, the Uchiha clan members couldn't even use the village's ordinary hot springs, let alone the best ones. It was truly infuriating. Where else could they find such comfort as they had in Kirigakure right now? This treatment was probably better than what the envoy of the Land of Water would receive. Indeed, as long as your fists are strong enough, everything will get better. Stop daydreaming. Even if we were to build one, it would have to be with the approval of the clan leader. Daylight warned Silver with a serious face, already showing signs of a mature ninja. Right. Of course, the clan leader is the strongest. Speaking of which, hasn't the clan leader been soaking in the hot spring for over 2 hours now? Why hasn't she come out? Could it be? Silver joked with a mischievous smile, feeling quite excited. What could it be? Daylight replied. I saw that beautiful kunoichi from Kirigakure with red-brown long hair go in with the clan leader. Not to mention, that kunoichi is indeed very pretty, with a good figure. 2 hours is enough for anything, right? Smack! Daylight gave Silver a hard slap on the back of the head, warning him sternly, don't think about such things. The clan leader is still young. Don't always bring up such dirty topics to corrupt her. Does the clan leader even need me to take care of her? She's clearly... Daylight raised an eyebrow. Silver quickly waved his hands. No, I misspoke. What I meant was, Daylight, aren't you afraid that the people of Kirigakure will use beauty tricks to seduce the clan leader? Daylight froze for a moment, then hesitantly replied, that shouldn't be the case. After all, the clan leader isn't that easily tempted, right? Silver immediately laughed. Ha. Daylight, you really believe that? Don't worry. Sister Suki is over there in the bathing area. She won't let the people of Kirigikure have their way. I was just joking. Goodness, you're asking for it. Daylight suddenly exploded, yanking the towel off Silver's body. Soon, the two started playfully fighting each other. To be honest, this was the most comfortable and relaxing night since Natsum reincarnated into the world of Naruto. The best hot spring, the best food, the best essential oils, and the most beautiful kunoichi from Kirigikure providing service the whole time. It felt almost like being a god. It made Natsum want to take over the entire Kirigikure and enjoy it slowly. Of course, that was just a temporary thought. After all, right now, to annex Kirigikure, both the timing and conditions were not quite mature. You can't expect to eat a pig in one bite. Even if he did take over the entire Kirigikure, with the population of his own village, how could he rule? How could he defend it? It's a pity that such a beautiful and fun piece of meat could only be enjoyed for a while. The next morning, Natsum slowly woke up from a silky velvet bed. Soon, several beautiful kunoichi from Kirigikure entered one after another, carefully helping this esteemed Natsum with dressing and washing up. It has to be said, these kunoichi from Kirigikure, being near the sea, were all quite lovely and youthful. In the future, he could let the single dogs from his village interact more with the kunoichi here to promote pure friendship exchanges. After a while, Natsum pushed the door open and found Daylight and the others waiting outside. Good morning. How did you rest? Natsum greeted cheerfully, full of energy. Not bad, not bad. Daylight and the others awkwardly nodded. They couldn't exactly say that they had fought until late last night and hardly slept at all. At that moment, Terumi, who was responsible for taking care of Natsum, quickly approached. Good morning, Miss Terumi. Your skills last night were amazing. I'll look for you next time. Natsum gave a thumbs up, unable to hold back his praise. Daylight, Silver, Suki, and Terumi herself. What happened? Didn't she just help this kid scrub his back in the bath last night? How did it become amazing skills? Please don't say it in such an ambiguous way. It would lead to many misunderstandings. Hey, you little brat. Terumi face turned red as she scolded him in her heart. She never expected this little Natsum to be so difficult. If he really grew up, wouldn't he devour all the kunoichi from her village? However, even so, she couldn't lose her temper. After all, the life and death of the entire Kirigikure now depended on this little brat's whims. You're joking, Natsum Dano. Breakfast is ready. Please come this way. Terumi said warmly as she invited them. Soon, breakfast was served. More than 10 exquisite dishes filled a large table. It was very delicate and well prepared. It was evident that despite the current injuries in Kirigikure, they dared not neglect this Natsum Dano. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal, Natsum lazily stretched, feeling quite content. However, while the gentle hometown of Kirigikure was nice, ultimately wasn't his own. He had already delayed quite a bit during this trip. It was time to quickly deal with matters here and return to his own hidden village. All right, it's time to get down to business. Whether it's that elder from the Yuan clan or anyone else, let's have you represent the people of the hidden village and come out to talk. Natsum called out to Terumi beside him. The latter paused for a moment in her heart and quickly went to report. After all, the negotiations that would determine the fate of the hidden mist village were about to begin. Chapter 53, Alliance and Profits 10 minutes later. In a conference hall inside the Mizukage building of the hidden mist village, two groups of people were engaged in intense negotiations regarding the future of the entire hidden mist village. Natsum sat on the left side, guarded by Nichiyu and Tsukihime behind him. On the right side was Elder Jin, flanked by Terumi, Chiba, Zabuza, Sujetsu, and several other unfamiliar clan leaders from the hidden mist. To be blunt, despite the larger number of people on the opposite side, if Natsum wanted to, he could easily unleash his power and eliminate everyone in a short period. In fact, if everyone present on the other side were to die, the entire hidden mist village would be on the brink of destruction, and even self-dissolution wouldn't be out of the question. However, annihilating a fun hidden mist village wouldn't benefit him or his own village, which was the real reason Natsum refrained from taking action. It certainly wasn't because he was still immersed in the joy of last night. Soon, the negotiations began. The atmosphere on Elder Jin's side was extremely serious. Although Terumi reported that she had made Lord Natsum very satisfied last night, no one knew if this formidable Uchiha kid would be the kind of person to deny everything after getting what he wanted. Therefore, in this negotiation, they had to put in their utmost effort to preserve the interests of their hidden mist village. Yes, they no longer hoped to send off Lord Natsum without any losses. They just hoped that the cost they had to pay would be as minimal as possible. Don't worry, I have no intention of doing anything to your village. I have two conditions, both very simple. As long as you meet these two conditions, I will leave immediately and will not interfere with your village's internal affairs. Natsum stated first. Upon hearing this, Jin and the others across the long table secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were conditions to negotiate, that was the best outcome. It was certainly better than dealing with some mindless idiot. Elder Jin slowly spoke. Lord Natsum, please go ahead. First, the Hidden Mist Village must announce to the world that it officially allies with the Hidden Flame Village, advancing and retreating together, resisting enemies together. Natsum threw out his first condition. To be honest, given the current dire state of the Hidden Mist, Natsum had no expectation that they could truly resist enemies together. What he needed was merely to borrow the name of the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 great hidden villages. After all, the other major hidden villages were unaware of the Hidden Mist's true situation. Once the Hidden Mist Village allied with the Hidden Flame Village, any other hidden village that wanted to provoke them would have to think twice. Moreover, once allied, his trading company could more openly conduct business in the Land of Water. As allies, it would be normal for him to earn a bit of money from them, right? That wasn't too much to ask, was it? Soon, a heated discussion erupted on the Hidden Mist side. There were both supporters and opponents, each expressing their opinions and arguing endlessly. However, within a few minutes, the most respected elder, Jin, ultimately made the final decision. He agreed to this condition. Although the Hidden Mist Village, as one of 5 great hidden villages, would be allying with a small village that had recently defected from Konoha, there would undoubtedly be many drawbacks and significant losses. Yet, what Elder Jin truly valued was not the Hidden Flame Village itself, but Natsum Uchiha, who possessed beast-level combat power. As long as they could form an alliance, and the Hidden Mist Village had some utility for Natsum, it would compensate for the most lacking top-tier combat power in the Hidden Mist right now. If the Hidden Mist ever encountered danger in the future, it would also be easier to seek this powerful ally's help. And if they could endure these few short years, their village could surely cultivate new shadow-level combat power. At that time, everything would be worth it. Very well, let's discuss the second point, Natsum said, nodding and gesturing for Nichiyu to report. Nichiyu stepped forward and unfurled a scroll of accounts, quickly reporting. According to statistics, during this battle, the young clan leader showed mercy to a total of 65 hidden mist ninjas. Among them, there were 7 Jinin, 28 Chunin, 21 special Jounin, and 9 Jounin. The total compensation amounts to 10,240,000 Ryo. Please pay. Upon hearing this, Zabuza, sitting across, couldn't help but twitch his mouth and lowered his head, averting his gaze. The other high-ranking members of the Hidden Mist instantly erupted in chaos. That was an astronomical sum of over 100 million Ryo. Although it seemed insignificant compared to the value of the entire village worth thousands of billions, there was an essential difference between market value and cash. Just like a company worth several hundred billion could collapse overnight due to a few million in cash flow problems. Moreover, due to the closed village policy and high-pressure tactics over the past few years, the village's treasury had hardly any reserves left. How could they possibly gather 100 million Ryo? Of course, if they were ruthless enough to sell off some village assets, cut ninjas' mission commissions, and borrow from the ninja clans, they could still scrape together that amount. However, doing so would jeopardize the already fragile balance of the village's economy after the war, possibly leading to a complete collapse. If the economy collapsed, villagers wouldn't be able to afford food or daily necessities, and the Hidden Mist Village would be on the verge of disintegration. More importantly, who the hell agreed to this condition? Trading the lives of Hidden Mist ninjas for money. Were they insane? Who was the idiot that came up with this terrible idea? Cough, cough. A certain Hidden Mist ghost man lowered his head, awkwardly clearing his throat to attract the attention of the other high-ranking members. They all turned to Zabuza, their expressions filled with anger and resentment. At this moment, Zabuza felt deeply troubled and powerless to defend himself. Initially, under the temptation of that brat Natsum, he thought it was a great deal to spend money to preserve some ninja blood for the village. However, upon returning to the village, he realized their treasury was nearly empty. The entire village's economy had been thrown into chaos by the 4th Mizukage, making it extremely tight. They simply couldn't come up with much compensation. Moreover, after a major battle, there were many places in the village that needed calming and repairs. There simply wasn't enough money to go around. Seeing this, Natsum raised an eyebrow and threatened unceremoniously. What? You want to fault? You think you want to fight again? He had the demeanor of someone who would deny everything after taking off his pants, which made Terumi grit her teeth in frustration. It was important to know that negotiation was a deeply technical skill. Regardless of past or present, there are always those who, with sharp negotiation skills, secure benefits far exceeding what was originally offered. Unfortunately, Natsum is not very good at negotiation. Or rather, he simply can't be bothered to engage in mind games with opponents. After all, his own strength is the heaviest bargaining chip on that negotiation scale. Don't agree? Let us fight. Not suitable? Let us fight. Not paying? Go to hell. In short, if Natsum's demands are not met, then the entire Kirigakure must perish. Simple and brutal. That's the effect he wants. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure, frightened by Natsum, were all startled. They couldn't help but recall the terrifying strength of this Uchiha kid who fought against the Three Tails yesterday, causing them to feel a prickling sensation on their scalps. Lord Natsum, please forgive us. We do not intend to default on our debts, and we are very grateful for the precious ninjas you saved. However, the situation in the village is not good right now. We simply cannot raise such a large amount of money in a short time. Genji hurriedly eased the atmosphere and quickly explained. But he knew better that this enormous expense was something they could not escape. Firstly, the other party had already made an agreement with Zabuza, and they had no means to tear up this deal through force. Secondly, if they were unwilling to spend money to save the lives of the village's ninjas, it would undoubtedly severely damage the village's standing in the eyes of the people, greatly undermining the leadership's credibility and giving rise to more problems. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, Kirigakure had to swallow this loss. It's okay, just pay as much as you can. The rest can be paid in installments. After all, we are already allies. I won't be too harsh on my allies, right? Natsum grinned and proposed in a very kind-hearted manner. Chapter 54 Discussion and Deep Relationships. I left quietly. Just as I came quietly, I waved my sleeve, not taking away a single cloud. Well, I only took away 30 million of Hidden Mist Village as special products. That's right. After some intense negotiations, Hidden Mist Village ultimately compromised completely. They agreed to two conditions from Natsum's side. They officially decided to form an alliance with Hidden Flame Village and honestly paid the ransom to redeem the lives of those 65 Hidden Mist ninjas. Of course, since Hidden Mist Village really couldn't come up with much, Natsum also allowed them to first pay 30 million Ryo. The remaining 70 million Ryo would be paid off in 4 years. As for why it was 4 years, simply because Natsum was afraid that the entire Hidden Mist Village wouldn't survive until the last year of his 5-year plan. Thus, carrying 30 million in Hidden Mist special products and quite a few beautiful ocean pearls and gems, Natsum and his companions returned home loaded. Some people always feel that the 5 great hidden villages are too poor. In fact, that's not the case. These 5 ninja villages are, to put simply, just 5 small towns with populations of over 10,000. Moreover, they are outdated towns that have not fully entered industrialization. Assuming the village has a total tax revenue of 1 billion each year. If we calculate based on an average reward of 30,000 Ryo for C-rank missions. To achieve 1 billion in tax revenue, at least 34,000 missions need to be completed, and most ninjas can only manage D-rank missions. Moreover, extracting 1/5 of the mission rewards as tax is considered very high. This means that just from mission rewards, the number of missions needs to be multiplied by at least 5, which means they must complete 170,000 C-rank missions each year. Even if a ninja village has 1,000 ninja teams working day and night on missions, without considering any mission failures or ninja casualties, on average, each team must complete 170 missions each year. That is almost 1 mission every 2 days. Is that possible? Is that reasonable? Therefore, even for the most prosperous Hidden Leaf Village, making a profit of 1 billion in a year is already extremely large. This is still reliant on various land leases, trade, and assistance from great nations to barely reach such income. But with 1 billion in revenue, they still have to pay salaries to a large number of civil servants like the Hokage, consider the development of the village, provide pensions for fallen ninjas, and fund institutions like ninja academies and orphanages. Thus, aside from these major expenses, having 1 or 200 million left as emergency cash reserves is already quite considerable. As for higher-ranked A and S missions, although the rewards are extremely high, they are also very dangerous. Looking at a village, how many of these high-risk missions can there be in a year? Even if there are, how many ninjas can survive to complete them? It's like in the real world, giving you 1 billion to take down the president of a powerful nation. Is that feasible? It is precisely because I know that Hidden Mist Village is already so poor that they truly cannot come up with more ransom at once. Therefore, Natsum mercifully agreed to the installment payment. After all, the hot springs and services here are indeed very attentive. When he has time, Natsum doesn't he mind coming here more often to experience the superb skills of a certain future 5th Mizukichi. If he directly caused Hidden Mist to collapse, he wouldn't be able to come here to have fun anymore. At this moment, in the conference room of the Hidden Mist Mizukichi building, have they left? The elder Yuan Sure raspingly asked. They have left, watching them depart from the village, an Umbu ninja reported. Huff, hearing this, all the high-ranking officials of Hidden Mist sighed in relief. After all, regardless of how young that Uchiha kid is, his terrifying strength alone is enough to suffocate the entire Hidden Mist village. And now, despite the considerable cost, they have finally sent this deity away. Their village can finally catch its breath. What about the 3 tails? It was taken away by them. What? That's our village's tailed beast. How could they take it away so easily? Then go get back. I. With such power, plus a tailed beast, this Uchiha kid and Hidden Flame Village will surely become our great enemies in the future. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said darkly, sounding a warning. Having long been in the shadows, managing the dirty work for the village, he naturally views matters in a more discerning and sinister way. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Hidden Flame Village has great potential. Who doesn't he know that? But the problem is Hidden Mist Village has no choice right now. If there were a choice, would they compromise like this? What are we afraid of? That kid is strong, but he is only one person. Besides, the entire Hidden Flame Village is made up of Uchiha defectors, and they are at odds with Hidden Leaf. With Hidden Leaf bearing the brunt, it should be Hidden Flame Village that can't sleep at night. A prominent elder of Hidden Mist sneered, analyzing logically. This also expressed the thoughts of the crowd. From the village's perspective, there has never been any eternal friendship or alliance. There are only interests and advantages. If the opportunity arises, if Hidden Leaf and Hidden Flame Village end up in a mutual destruction, Hidden Mist will definitely not hesitate to stab them in the back. The ninja world is just this realistic. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Yuan Sure stomped his cane, squinted his eyes, and sternly warned. No need to discuss this anymore. The village has just overthrown the rule of the 4th Mizukichi and ended his tyranny. This is a good thing. At this moment, and for a long time to come, Hidden Flame Village is our reliable ally, and we must not allow any statements that could undermine this alliance. I hope everyone keeps this in mind. Clearly, the elder Yuan Sure, with his years of experience, has a broader perspective than the others. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lord Yuan Sure, what about the selection of the new Mizukichi? Let us put that matter on hold for now. Prioritize the recovery of the village as the first goal. The selection of a new Mizukichi can be discussed later. Yuan Sure made the decision. In fact, he understood better that the enemy who controlled the 4th Mizukichi, lurking in the shadows, had yet to surface. Rushing to select a new Mizukichi now would only give the enemy a new opportunity, allowing them to control the new Mizukichi and replay the previous drama. It's better to delay selecting a Mizukichi and distribute the village's power a bit. Prioritize rebuilding the village. Otherwise, as an elder of Hidden Mist, with power equal to that of the Mizukichi, he could have quickly centralized power and dominated the entire village long ago. Once Yuan Sure spoke, everyone actively moved past this topic. After all, at this moment, truly no one has sufficient strength and prestige to assume the position of the new Mizukichi. Then, the elder spoke slowly again. This time, Zabuza's performance was outstanding. He successfully lured the enemy. No, he attracted reinforcements, breaking the darkness that enveloped the entire village. I suggest that we quickly revoke his wanted order and restore his status as a Hidden Mist ninja. What do you all think? I second that. I agree. I also agree. Everyone voted in favor, unanimously agreeing to restore Zabuza's status as a Hidden Mist ninja. It should be noted that at this moment, any elite jonin is invaluable to the village. Moreover, in name, Zabuza is still the hero who is righteous and brave, challenging the darkness and overthrowing the tyranny of the 4th Hokage. We can't let the hero feel disheartened. Nor can we give outsiders an excuse to interfere with the Hidden Mist. Thank you. Zabuza responded dryly. He felt no gratitude towards most of the high-ranking officials present. After all, the reason the Hidden Mist had become what it is today is closely related to their repeated concessions and compromises back then. His return to the Hidden Mist today was certainly not because these people showed mercy or had a change of heart. The root cause was still their fear of that little brat, Shikamaru's strength. Indeed, strength is the measure of everything. He actually relied on a 10-year-old kid to fulfill a lifelong wish. It truly made him feel a mix of emotions and shame. Kid, when we meet next time, I will surely surprise you. Zabuza clenched his fists and silently vowed. One more thing. For convenience, I propose that we send 2 people to stay in Flame Hidden Village to gather intelligence, the elder suggested. This proposal quickly gained unanimous approval from everyone. After all, in the eyes of the Hidden Mist, the threat level posed by that little brat now far exceeds that of the tailed beasts. Although both sides have formed an alliance, not sending someone to keep an eye on the other's movements would make them uneasy even while sleeping. But who should we send? Choosing the wrong person would only provoke dissatisfaction from them. Everyone hesitated. They were all weighing who would be most suitable for this task. The elder scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Zabuza and Meitarumi. These 2, one is steadfast, loyal to the village, and has had considerable contact with that Uchiha Shikamaru, maintaining a cooperative relationship. The other is exceptionally beautiful, talented, and has had a one-night affair with Shikamaru, making her very familiar with him. Both are good candidates. It's indeed a difficult choice. Chapter 55, Joyfully Acquiring the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After leaving the Hidden Mist Village, Natsum quickly shook off the tail behind him. Finding a secluded spot, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique with Nichiyu and the others, instantly traversing thousands of kilometers back to his home in the Hidden Flame Village. At this moment, the superiority of the Flying Thunder God technique was fully demonstrated. The ability to instantly travel through space and return home was incredibly satisfying. Once he traveled across the entire ninja world and left a few more marks, he could go wherever he wanted. He could even indulge in some fun. How wonderful would that be? Upon returning to the village, Natsum first sent Nichiyu and the others back. They had gained quite a bit from this journey. Just from looting corpses, they must have amassed a significant amount of money. And it was indeed time to show off at home. After all, if they couldn't flaunt their earnings, how could it be demonstrated that following him on adventures had many benefits? How could more clansmen be encouraged to join him on his escapades? And how could his grand achievements on this journey be quickly spread? He certainly couldn't be the one to say it. That would be so embarrassing. Lord Natsum, you have returned. Soon, behind Natsum, a woman in a nun's attire, exuding a sense of holiness, kneeling respectfully on the ground, greeted him. Is it just you? What about Do? That child is still helping with the construction of the orphanage. Natsum, he's quite diligent. Yao and Ayu. Yes, he probably wants to vent his anger and helplessness through carrying bricks. Let him be. Natsum nodded. To be honest, he was also curious to see how far Do could reach, having abandoned hatred and no longer twisted with his talent. All right, you can go now. By the way, please prepare some lunch for me. Understood. Yao and Ayu sighed in relief and quickly withdrew. After dismissing everyone, Natsum eagerly set to work on something important. It was time to exchange and draw rewards. This trip had made him incredibly wealthy, and not spending a good chunk of the amassed gold would be doing himself a disservice. For his first act, Natsum touched the ransom he had rightfully obtained from the Hidden Mist and exchanged it entirely for gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 30,000,000 value points. Would you like to recharge 30,000,000 value points to exchange for 3,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 3,000 gold coins. Current balance, 17,640 gold coins. Host, Natsum attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, chakra, 72 cards ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, S-rank spacetime ninjutsu, 8 gates release formation, S-rank taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, S-rank soul ninjutsu, bloodline limit, Sharingan, Mangeki, taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain, leaf whirlwind special skill, chakra extraction method special weapon, Kunwa blade current balance, 17,640 gold coins. Goodness, he had nearly 18,000 gold coins. If he also counted the profits from his shipping company, selling those jewels, and the installment payments from the Hidden Mist, it wouldn't be long before his gold coins reached hundreds of millions. Indeed, having a lot of superfluous cards and forming an alliance with the Hidden Mist was an immensely correct choice. Putting aside idle chatter, after confirming his balance, Natsum immediately immersed his consciousness in the system mall, beginning to search for exchange options. Items priced above 10,000 gold coins in the system mall were considered high value, with only a little over 20 options available. Among them, several were ones Natsum had long anticipated: the Sage Body, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Evil God Body, and Tailed Beast Body. Each of these was priced at 10,000 gold coins. Sage Body grants a perfect sage physical power significantly increases physical strength, recovery ability, chakra limit, and mastery of sage arts. Very practical. Evil God Body grants an immortal body. No matter what damage is sustained, one will not die. Similar to Haiden. But with fewer restrictions, one won't die even without eating. Tailed Beast Body allows one to detach from the physical body, converting consciousness and chakra into tailed beast form. Significantly increases chakra limits and is also fearlessly resistant to death. Like other tailed beasts, even if destroyed, one can spend some time to recombine and resurrect. Lastly, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. There's no need to elaborate. It offers extreme ocular power, perfect ocular techniques, and unparalleled strength. You deserve to own it. In fact, long ago, Natsum had compared and weighed the pros and cons of these four abilities countless times. Clearly, each ability had its unique strengths and weaknesses. The Sage Body was indeed powerful, greatly enhancing overall strength, and could be considered perfect. However, lacking immortality was somewhat regrettable. The Evil God Body and Tailed Beast Body both possessed immortality, but the former did not provide a significant boost to strength, while the latter had vulnerabilities such as being easily sealed or being captured by the God of Death. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan greatly enhanced strength but also lacked immortality. However, it could significantly develop one's innate talent and serve as the foundation for obtaining the Rinnegan. After all, its original price was 15,000 gold coins. It was only because he already possessed the Mangeki Sharingan that it was cheaper. In the system, all Sage Body would release 20,000 gold coins, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 8,000 gold coins of Nine Tails Chakra 23,000 gold coins. It was evident that the individual value of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan exceeded that of the Sage Body and would release. Therefore, after much hesitation, Natsum ultimately decided to exchange for the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan first. After all, the 5,000 gold coin discount was too good to pass up. Moreover, he had already implanted some of Hashirama's cells, which meant he had a small part of the Sage Body. Thus, once he exchanged for the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he might even have the chance to directly evolve into the Rinnegan. Just like Madara, wouldn't that be a massive profit? So, it was worth a try. Of course, the reason he didn't choose the Evil God Body or Tailed Beast Body with immortality was that Natsum felt that after gaining the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, there would be virtually no one during this period who could kill him. However, if by chance someone were to resurrect Madara or Hashirama through Edo Tensei, he would undoubtedly prioritize considering how to exchange for an immortality ability to save his life. Quickly, Natsum confirmed the exchange. In the next moment, a full 1,000,000 gold coins vanished like snowflakes. Under the system's influence, a vast power surged into Xiaomu's eyes. In just a moment, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was in hand. Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve, good health for the family, and a joyful reunion. Chapter 56, 10 consecutive draws, re-entering Konoha Whoosh. Natsum opened his Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which contained the essence of all things. The vast power of his eyes poured out like stars. This time, after activating the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Natsum felt his eyes clear and free of any stimulating side effects. Even the Hashirama cells were too lazy to activate. He no longer needed to rely on Hashirama cells to heal the damage from using the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is this what the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan is like? So refreshing. Natsum murmured joyfully. It is known that the Eternal Kaleidoscope is far stronger than the ordinary Kaleidoscope. It's a simple principle because it merges two pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's not just 1-1-2. Not going blind is just a basic benefit. And the power of his eyes is at least multiplied, including vision, the unique abilities of his eyes, and the power of Susanoo, and so on, all receive a certain degree of enhancement. After all, the two pillars of the kaleidoscope could barely take on someone like Danzo. But now, with the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Natsum's strength was basically on par with Naruto, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Therefore, the gap between the Eternal and ordinary Kaleidoscope is equivalent to at least half the gap between a perfect Jinchuriki and an ordinary one. The improvement in strength is very obvious. Simply put, if it were the previous Natsum, without opening the 8 gates, even using all his means, he could only barely touch the threshold of a super shadow level expert, and there was still a good chance he would lose. But now, with the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Natsum's overall strength had firmly stepped into the super shadow level. Of course, compared to Madara and Hashirama, there was still a slight gap. However, looking at the current ninjas, squeezing into the top 5 or even vying for the top 3 was not a problem. In short, he could now initially traverse most of the ninja world. After happily acquiring a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Natsum was quite pleased. Looking at the remaining huge sum of 7,640 gold coins, he boldly decided to do another 10 consecutive draws. Let's test his luck. Would you like to pay 888 gold coins to start a 10 consecutive draw? Confirm. Whoosh, 888 gold coins instantly vanished like flowing water in Natsum's mind. The 10 treasure chests once again emitted brilliant light, based on the previous golden legendary 2 consecutive draws. This time, Natsum didn't expect to draw anything too good. He just hoped to at least get a guaranteed item. That would already be quite good. Unfortunately, as the 10 treasure chests opened one after another, Natsum's expression darkened like dead water. This extremely unlucky 10 consecutive draw brought Natsum a total of 2 chakra recovery pills, 1 intermediate healing pill, 2 intermediate space scrolls, 3 primary healing pills, 1,000 ordinary shurikens, and 1,000 ordinary kunai. Upon seeing this, Natsum immediately gave up the idea of continuing to draw. Not even a guaranteed prize. Instead, he got a whole bunch of useless kunai, shurikens, and other ordinary weapons. Not everyone can use kunai like an artifact, like Danzo. What use do I have for so many weapons? Am I opening a weapon shop? With such bad luck, it's highly likely that that little goddess of fortune is out playing around. Better to wait until she settles down and falls back in love with me before trying again. Natsum sighed and abandoned the idea of continuing the lottery, although he really didn't draw anything good. 888 gold coins weren't a big deal for him now that he was financially well off. As for the remaining 6,752 gold coins, Natsum decided to save them up first. Once the shipping company recovers, he won't need long to sell the first batch of jewelry and other valuables from the company's treasury. Therefore, within a month, he will surely reap a large sum of money. At that time, he can gather enough for 1,000 gold coins to exchange for something like a sage body or evil god body. Isn't that tempting? Natsum withdrew his consciousness from the system, organized his gains, and closed his Sharingan. At the same time, Yanoyu was ready with lunch. Feeling quite hungry, Natsum immediately devoured his meal. Of course, it was just eating, not anything else. After all, enjoying delicious food while appreciating a beautiful person is such a delightful thing. Not to mention, having a beautiful maid at home has indeed made things much more convenient. It was indeed an incredibly wise decision to coax Yanoyu and her companion back at that time. At this moment, kneeling beside him, silently watching Natsum eat, Yanoyu felt quite anxious. On one hand, she couldn't help but worry about the remaining children at the orphanage after learning about Konoha's scheme. On the other hand, she was more aware that everything she had now, including her life, was granted by the esteemed Natsum before her, and she had no right to urge him. If she truly angered this young master, she and Kabuto together wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. Is it to your taste, Natsum-sama? Yes. Yanoyu's cooking is quite good. Natsum generously praised. That's great, and Yanoyu hesitated. Are you worried about the children at the Konoha orphanage? You want to urge me to take action soon, right? Yes. Yanoyu was slightly startled, biting her lip and admitting. Sure enough, even though this young master looked small, his ability to read the room was astonishing. All right, prepare yourself. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Yanoyu set off? To charge back to Konoha and rescue those orphans. What's wrong? You don't want to go? I do. Very much. Yanoyu was momentarily stunned, quickly agreeing, and couldn't help but choke up slightly. Thank you, Natsum-sama. The next morning, Yanoyu was already packed and anxiously waiting. Although she knew that Natsum's strength was extraordinary, she wasn't quite sure how strong he was. Therefore, in her view, trying to offend the Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages, to rescue those children from the root was definitely not an easy task. So much so that when Kabuto learned of it, he strongly requested to go along. Ultimately, he was vetoed by Yanoyu. This trip was too dangerous. How could she let Kabuto take the risk? It was safer for him to stay here. Soon, Natsum yawned and got out of bed. To be honest, the bed at home was too hard and uncomfortable. He missed the goose-down bed in the mist village. Are you ready? Let's set off. Natsum asked while looking at Yanoyu. Wait, what are you doing? Only now did I realize that the female pharmacist director had purposely worn a tight black leather outfit today. It perfectly outlined her curvy figure, making her incredibly alluring. Goodness, I'm here to save someone, not to cause trouble or set fires. Is it really necessary to dress so enticingly? Cough, so provocatively? But looking like this isn't bad either. Huh, Lord Natsum, Is there something wrong with this outfit? No, no, let's go. Natsum quickly waved his hand. Then, the two of them immediately set off, rushing towards the direction of Konoha. Chapter 57. Intrigue within intrigue, hey? Have you heard? Big news from the Mist Village recently. What happened? It seems their fourth Mizukage died suddenly. What? How could that be? Who did it? Not sure about the specifics. I just know there seems to be internal strife in the Mist Village, with many ninjas banding together to overthrow the fourth Mizukage rule. Such a big event? Who did it? Apparently, it was a rogue ninja from the Mist named Zabuza Momochi. Of course, there were also quite a few other ninjas from within the Mist Village who assisted him. In short, the Mist Village has undergone a significant change, and it might even affect our village. Why is that? Don't you know? That Zabuza guy, the rogue from the Mist, was actually aided by the newly established Flame Village during this coup. Those are the defectors from the Uchiha clan. Now that the coup has succeeded, the Mist Village has publicly announced a formal alliance with the Flame Village. The next step might be to prepare for a joint attack on our Konoha. What? They wouldn't really start a war, would they? Who can say for sure? Sigh. The higher-ups really went too far, pushing the Uchiha clan so hard. Now look, they've defected, built a new village, and formed an alliance with the Mist, and they're eyeing us. If you ask me, the higher-ups are just looking for trouble. Shoo, don't say that. Seeing a few shadowy figures of Umbu ninjas flash by in the distance, the villagers discussing these topics quickly fell silent. Despite Konoha's open atmosphere, if such disrespectful remarks were reported to the Umbu, those who spoke carelessly would not fare well. Moreover, there's an even more fearsome organization than the Umbu, Root. Clearly, in any era or country, as long as there's a ruling class, the so-called freedom of speech is merely a lie for children. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Father Itachi, just back from mission with the Umbu, was reporting to Fugaku. You did well. Thanks to you navigating between the village and the clan these past few days, we managed to keep the remaining clansmen safe. By the way, have you heard about what happened in the Mist Village a couple of days ago? I heard. Itachi nodded in response. With the backing of the Konoha Umbu, the information he could obtain was certainly more accurate than the rumors circulating. While some details were still unclear, he was generally aware of the situation. What are your thoughts? It should be the work of my cousin, Shursui, Itachi asserted. That's right. It said that the fourth Mizukage was a rare perfect Jinchuriki with considerable strength. There are very few who can defeat him. Moreover, the Mist Village's alliance with the Flame Village must have involved his efforts. That kid really knows how to surprise people. In this way, the clansmen in the Flame Village can settle down for a while. Fugaku nodded in approval. Originally, there was considerable debate among Konoha's higher-ups about whether to take military action against the Flame Village. Now that they have allied with the Mist Village, launching a military campaign would likely result in being attacked from both sides. Furthermore, the fact that the Flame Village was able to help defeat the fourth Mizukage indicates that they possess comprehensive strength far beyond that of a small hidden village. Therefore, once war breaks out, even if they eventually win, the cost would undoubtedly be more severe. I believe Konoha's higher-ups are not foolish enough to make such a reckless decision. Thus, for a significant period in the future, the safety of the Flame Village and those clansmen should be assured. In such a short time, my nephew Shursui has accomplished so many significant matters. It truly is astonishing. Looking back now, I realize I was indeed narrow-minded. If I had abandoned Konoha earlier and established our own village, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have ended up like this. Itachi, is there anything else? Yes. Due to Shursui and the others leaving, I've noticed that a few clansmen in the clan have started to stir. In fact, there are even a few who have contacted the Flame Village. It seems they are preparing to defect again tonight. Moreover, it appears the Flame Village will send someone to escort them. Itachi, you understand our clan situation in Konoha. We are barely maintaining a fragile balance thanks to our usefulness in hunting down rogue ninjas. This fragile balance must not be broken again. If any clansmen successfully defect again, the rest of us will surely face disaster. For the village, for the clan, and for your brother. Therefore, Itachi, you must go tonight. Try your best to stop those clansmen and bring them back safely. Uchiha Fugaku commanded in a deep voice. If Itachi takes action, he will surely be able to quickly incapacitate those clansmen and bring them back before they can escape Konoha. Listening to his father's command, Itachi was momentarily stunned. Then he nodded, without saying a word. Understood. He swiftly turned and left, moving with the same speed and decisiveness as before. After Itachi left, Fugaku let out a slight sigh. Yadai, come out. Soon, Uchiha Yadai stepped out from the shadows of the room. He was sharp, Perhaps he had already sensed my presence. Fugaku shook his head, not concerned. It didn't matter. You and the Flame Village have connections, and Itachi already knows. Uchiha Madara nodded, staring in the direction Itachi had left, and said softly, he will soon inform the Konoha higher-ups about this news, right? Just like the last time he reported. Fugaku closed his eyes and sighed. This child, like Shursui, has made a more brutal choice between the clan and the village. And I'm not a competent clan leader. Otherwise, these children would not have to bear such a heavy burden. Yadai, this is also one of the reasons I chose to follow young Master Shursui. Clan leader, I'm sorry. Fugaku, let's not talk about that. Yadai, tell me, will many people die tonight? Jedi, no. As long as Itachi informs the Konoha higher-ups, the plan on young Master Shursui's side will have already succeeded by more than half. Tonight, there won't be too many casualties. Moreover, tonight's target is not Konoha. Fugaku nodded again, feeling a little relieved. That's good. That's good. I hope this time, Itachi can truly see how corrupt the village hierarchy he recognizes and is loyal to really is. Additionally, after tonight, I will also be quickly dispatched with orders to attack the Flame Village. Just in time, I can take this opportunity to see what kind of paradise that kid has actually built. On the other side, 20 minutes later, in a dimly lit secret room, Itachi, wearing a raccoon mask, is half kneeling in front of Danzo, who is sitting in a wheelchair, reporting important information. Of course, at this moment, he has no idea that this so-called important information was intentionally leaked to the Konoha higher-ups. Chapter 58, Barriers and Infiltration at this moment. After hearing such important intelligence from Itachi, Danzo was greatly surprised. There are actually people who want to defect, and that traitor's village even dares to send someone to assist? Is the information true? Itachi nodded and confirmed. Seeing this, Danzo suddenly took a deep breath, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. His heart instantly ignited with excitement. This is a great opportunity. No matter who comes from the Hidden Flame Village to assist, he can set up an ambush and catch them all. If that little brat Natsum dares to walk into the trap, even better, it will be perfect to tear him apart to vent his hatred. On the other hand, Danzo did not have too many doubts about the authenticity of this information. It wasn't because he wasn't suspicious, but because the one reporting this message was Itachi. Let me ask you, would you doubt a subordinate who voluntarily reported a family and ruthlessly decided to wield the knife against their kin? Moreover, Itachi's parents and his beloved younger brother are still in Konoha, still in his hands. Therefore, Itachi could never betray Konoha. Itachi, what do you plan to do? Everything will be decided by Lord Danzo. Itachi lowered his head and respectfully replied. From his tone alone, one could not judge his true thoughts. To this, Danzo was not entangled. After all, the immediate priority was to consider how to determine the ambush location, how many people to dispatch, and how to set the trap. Regardless of how many people that traitor's village sends, this time they must not return. Danzo clenched his left fist and swore fiercely in his heart. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to seize a few more Sharingan to enrich his Sharingan reserves. However, due to the deadly danger he faced last time, Danzo had learned his lesson. He prepared that during the ambush, unless he was absolutely certain of victory, he would not reveal himself. Time passed little by little. On the surface, Konoha was peaceful. At this moment, secretly, a storm was brewing. A large number of Umbu and Root ninjas were secretly recalled, arranged, and prepared for action. Of course, as the Hokage, Sarutobi immediately noticed the unusual movements of many Umbu ninjas. However, having just had a huge argument with Danzo, he only thought that this was Danzo throwing a tantrum. After all, the Root had just submitted an emergency play application. Plus, there had been no significant changes around the village recently, so Sarutobi temporarily ignored it. Soon, dusk faded and night fell. At this moment, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, two figures were stealthily lurking. Naturally, these two figures were Natsum and Yanoyu, who had rushed to this place. At this moment, Yanoyu was wearing a tight leather outfit, leaning against a large tree, accentuating her graceful curves. This made Natsum's blood boil, and he couldn't help but recall the pole dance from his past life. Hiss, when I go back, I can promote this. Natsume-sama, Natsume-sama. Oh. Yanoyu's calls pulled Natsum back from his enchanting fantasies. What are we waiting for? Waiting for an opportunity. Natsum slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky above Konoha. He continued to explain, during the previous Ninja World War, Konoha established a sensing unit led by the Yamanaka clan. This unit created a large spherical barrier above and below the village. allowing them to sense the chakra of all ninjas entering and exiting the village, and it also had certain defensive capabilities, except for ordinary villagers and ninjas with clean identities. Only those who possess the secret code to pass through the barrier can enter and exit freely. Otherwise, trying to break through the barrier by force or intruding will be instantly detected. Although such a barrier could not stop me at all once discovered, it would surely alarm the entire Konoha. At that time, it would not be easy to rescue all the children in the orphanage. You know how ruthless Roots methods are. We must be wary of them acting out of desperation and harming those children. Moreover, after the last defection, Konoha would definitely change the barrier's secret code. The code I previously knew is now invalid. Upon hearing this, Yanoyu was also taken aback. As a former ninja of Root, she naturally knew that entering and exiting Konoha required a secret code to pass through the barrier. But no amount of related information could be known even by Root ninjas. It's hard to imagine that this little guy Natsum knows it better than I do. So what do we do? Wait? I've already arranged everything. Just wait a moment. Okay. Yanoyu nodded slightly, choosing to trust him. Gradually, more than half an hour passed. Finally, with a few rustling sound from a distance, several dark figures came into the view of the two. Is it members of the Uchiha clan? Yanoyu was secretly shocked. It should be noted that within the Uchiha clan, except for a few members who executed missions or joined Umbu, the rest were strictly restricted from knowing the barrier's secret code. Abusing the code or leaving the village forcibly would quickly be detected by the sensing unit and regarded as a traitor ninja. Last time, when over 400 clan members fled Konoha, they were exposed immediately. If it weren't for the battle between Natsum and Fugaku attracting the attention of most Konoha ninjas, the sensing unit would have already notified a large number of Umbu ninjas to intercept them. Therefore, Yanoyu was curious about why a few ninjas from the Uchiha clan were escaping in such a panic. Calm down, don't expose us, Natsum whispered as a reminder. Soon, the two watched as those clan members fled into the distance. However, Natsum remained unmoved. Just like that, not long after, swish, 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 dozens of sounds of breaking air came one after another, quickly following the direction in which those Uchiha ninjas escaped, silently pursuing them. These Konoha ninjas all wore masks. Without a doubt, they were all ninjas from Konoha's Umbu, preparing to track those defecting Uchiha ninjas to find their meeting point. The timing is almost right, Natsum murmured, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he suddenly vanished from his spot. A few seconds later, Natsum reappeared next to Yanoyu, but this time he was holding a dark-clad Umbu ninja by the throat. Clearly, Natsum had made a decisive move, directly capturing the last Umbu ninja who had fallen behind. To be honest, a 10-year-old boy holding an adult ninja who was completely powerless to resist looked so out of place. However, time was of the essence at this moment, and there was no room for hesitation. In the next moment, relying on the powerful ocular ability of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Natsum easily controlled the Umbu ninja with Genjutsu and extracted the latest barrier code from him. Seeing this, Yanoyu suddenly realized that this was Lord Natsum's plan. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With the new code in hand, breaking through the barrier and entering Konoha would not cause any disturbance. They would be able to quickly rescue the children from the orphanage. All right, with the code secured, let's go. But, Lord Natsum, what about your clansmen? No need to worry, I have a plan. First, go to the orphanage to rescue the people. All right. Yanoyu felt a warmth in his heart and quickly agreed. In the next moment, the two of them leaped out, using the cover of night and the code to directly pass through the barrier of Konoha, rushing into Kanehagakure. During the new year, even the donkeys of the production team are resting. But the author is still working hard. Winky face. Friends who like this book, please click to urge updates and send a free gift. Don't be stingy. Throw your red envelopes to crush the author. Chapter 59. White Eyes After Entering Konoha. Natsum and Nozomi continued to quietly hide their traces as they rushed toward the orphanage. It wasn't that Natsum didn't want to be high profile. He just didn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, whether it was Konoha's Azure Beast or Sarutobi's corpse sealing technique, both posed a certain threat to him. This wasn't cowardice. It was a calmness from the heart. If he waited 2 or 3 more months, he could accumulate another 10,000 gold coins and obtain an immortal body. By then, even facing the 8 gates of bypass would not be a problem. Right now, there was no need to put himself in a life-threatening situation for the sake of momentary flamboyance. He had to remember that in his village and in Kirigakure, there were still so many wonderful services waiting for him to return and enjoy. He couldn't let himself capsize in this gutter. In the night, Natsum and Nozomi kept weaving and jumping through the village. They quickly arrived near the orphanage. Be careful, stay hidden. I'll go in first to check. And after confirming it's safe, you come in. Natsum stopped Nozomi behind him and instructed. According to the information, this orphanage had probably already turned into a secret base for Root. They likely used it to hide their tracks and train personnel. Therefore, there might be Root ninjas stationed inside. It was fine for him to go in first, even if there was an ambush. But for Nozomi, who was only a CH Nin, to rashly charge and would put her safety at risk. He couldn't risk the life of this enchanting priestess for a group of children who hadn't even grown up yet. Could he? Okay. Nozomi nodded, clearly having completely trusted Natsum. However, just as Natsum was about to enter, a loud shout suddenly erupted from inside the orphanage. Who is it? Sneaking around. Two masked figures suddenly jumped out from the orphanage. One of them, with a pair of white eyes, shouted loudly at the place where Natsum and Nozomi were hiding. As expected, there were indeed ninjas from Root hiding here. Moreover, the opponent had used the ability of white eyes to spot Natsum and Nozomi first and quickly emerged to warn them. A few seconds later, step, step, two crisp footsteps sounded. A not very tall figure walked out from the dark corner and faced the two Root ninjas. Who are you? Another non-Hyuga Root ninja shouted sternly. But before he could finish, a seductive crimson light glowed in the darkness. Sharingan! The exclamations suddenly stopped. The powerful ocular power surged out, instantly eroding the consciousness of this ninja. Eye techniques are inherently difficult to resist. Once you make eye contact, it's basically game over. Moreover, it was a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It's an illusion. Not good. The Hyuga ninja, who relied on white eyes and, sensed something was off, averted his gaze half a second early and narrowly escaped disaster. However, he was even more horrified. The three-tomo Sharingan was already rare. Bruce. The Uchiha clan had just lost a large portion of its members. Among the remaining ninjas, how could there still be such a proficient three-tomo user of illusion techniques? To be able to control an Umbu ninja in an instant. At the same time, disregarding the terror in his heart, he quickly turned to look at his dazed teammate beside him. He immediately activated his white eyes. Then he suddenly struck hard on his teammate's back of the head. The powerful palm force directly knocked the opponent down to the ground. At the same time, using the ability of white eyes, he successfully interrupted the flow of the enemy's chakra and broke the illusion control on this teammate. From a distance, watching this scene, Natsum was also slightly taken aback. He secretly sighed, not bad. In just 3 seconds, the opponent had helped his teammate break free from his illusion control. Although it was also because he only activated the three-tomo Sharingan and did not use the eternal Mangeki, which was quite lenient. However, even with the overwhelming ocular power, Natsum's illusion technique with just the three-tomo Sharingan was not something an ordinary J-Nin could easily break. And this Root ninja with white eyes appeared to be only at the level of a J-Nin, yet he could break the Sharingan-S illusion in such a short time. This showed that he was extremely skilled in using white eyes and highlighted the superior resistance to illusion techniques that white eyes possessed. As one of the 3 great ocular techniques, if the power of a Sharingan focuses on attack, like Amaterasu, and deception, like Tsukuyami, then the strength of white eyes lies in perception and prediction. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that white eyes is also very effective against the illusion abilities of the Sharingan. Otherwise, the Kirigakira ninja would not have been able to break free from Obito's illusion control over the 4th Mizuka Jigura with just one white eye. It was also impossible for him to see through Danzo's Kodoa Mitsukumi illusion technique against Mifune at the 5 Kage Summit. All these performances are enough to prove that the ability to see through the flow of chakra within an enemy's body using white eyes indeed has a strong counter against illusions. After all, the essence of illusions is to use one's own chakra to interfere with and confuse the enemy's brain. My face hurts. How'd I end up on the ground? Did I just get controlled by an illusion? The Root ninja, who had hit the ground hard and was now awake, said dully and confused. However, the white eyes ninja beside him quickly warned him as if facing a great enemy. That's right, it's an illusion. The opponent is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Quickly send a signal. Be careful, the opponent's illusion ability is outstanding. Don't make eye contact with him. The ninja on the ground was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He immediately tried to pull out a signal flare to issue a warning. But at that moment, interesting, Natsum chuckled softly. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan instantaneous. Activate. 3-tier 8 times speed boost. With the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Natsum had completely adapted to the 8 times speed increase of the 3-tier instantaneous, without putting much burden on his body. He could basically use it any time. In an instant, Natsum, whose speed had skyrocketed, had already vanished from the spot. This is body flicker technique? How could it be? Where did he go? The white eyes, ninja was horrified. Even with white eyes, it was difficult to clearly capture the disappearing figure. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a powerful ninja in body flicker technique? Or was it a taijutsu? Before he could react, a scream suddenly came from beside him. Clearly, the teammate he had just rescued had already fallen into the trap. Bang! Before he could see what was happening next to him, a muffled sound was heard. Soon after, a sharp pain surged in his lower abdomen. At the same time, that short figure appeared in front of him. With a boost of extreme speed, dealing with these root ninjas at close range felt easier than killing a chicken for Natsum. He gathered chakra in his right hand and waved it gently. This cut the throat of the root ninja on his left side, taking a life. Then, he instantly appeared in front of the Byakugan ninja. With a light pinch on the opponent's lower abdomen, a tremendous force directly caused the opponent's muscles to spasm, rendering them powerless to resist. Then he flicked his fingers. The middle finger struck the opponent's forehead. The immense force instantly shattered the opponent's mask and sent the Byakugan ninja flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, after the mask was broken, the original appearance of this root ninja was revealed. Chapter 60. The Caged Bird Curse Seal, the most wasted eye technique, shadow clone technique. Natsum instantly performed the technique, creating 2 shadow clones that rushed into the orphanage. These 2 clones would undoubtedly be able to quickly clear out the remaining root ninjas inside the orphanage. Meanwhile, Natsum's main body stepped forward, arriving in front of the already defeated Byakugan root ninja, preparing to take the opportunity to persuade, to have a heartfelt talk with him. After all, eye techniques, particularly bloodline limits, are rare. Ninjas who can utilize the Byakugan to this level are even fewer. They indeed hold a certain value for recruitment. Since there was still a little time left, Natsum didn't mind giving a try. Of course, if the opponent refused to yield, Natsum would have no choice but to kill him. At this moment, Hyuga Fukuwa endured the intense pain in his abdomen and forehead. Looking up at the figure in front of him, suddenly, he was shocked. It's you? The traitor Uchiha Natsum. He never expected that this guy, already classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha and with a bounty of 30 million, would appear here. How dare he infiltrate Konoha again? And he hadn't even been discovered by the village. At the same time, he realized why the enemy possessed such powerful strength and illusion abilities. After all, this person had opened the Mangeki Sharingan and defeated the super genius ninja, Uchiha Fugaku. It wasn't surprising that he could defeat both of them in an instant. However, it was clear that the village had not fabricated its intelligence. This kid was indeed excessively strong and excessively young. It's me. Natsum nodded. Are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Or are you from the branch family? Natsum glanced at the opponent's forehead and asked lightly. After all, after the mask shattered, the prominent blue cross and the 2 opposing hook patterns on his forehead were too obvious. The Caged Bird Curse Seal. The Hyuga clan's main family cast a seal to restrict the Byakugan's abilities and control life. It represents extreme domination and obedience. The seal not only partially seals the Byakugan's abilities, but also controls and damages the brain nerves of branch family members, even forcing branch ninjas to die for the sake of the main family. In short, with this mark, there is no doubt that the opponent is a ninja from the Hyuga branch family. Hearing this, Hyuga Fukuwa furrowed his brows instantly. It should be noted that he despised the distinction between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan. At the time, it was precisely because he was dissatisfied with the control of the Caged Bird Curse Seal and did not want to be directed like a beast by the main family that he voluntarily joined the Umbu, wearing a mask to conceal the Curse Seal. Now, being exposed by a kid again, he naturally felt very indignant. As a result, he tightly shut his mouth, appearing uncooperative. Seeing this, Natsum was not surprised. After all, he knew very well what kind of place the route was. Even the most cheerful ninja would be subtly changed after staying there for a long time. Wanting to break through these guys' psychological defenses with just a few words was nearly impossible. Moreover, Natsum would never engage in verbal warfare. There was no verbal warfare exchange option in the system shop. Therefore, from the very beginning, Natsum had a plan. So, it turns out you're just a defective product of the Hyuga branch family. No wonder you are so weak. Natsum deliberately mocked. Hearing this, Hyuga Fukuwa's brows furrowed even more, gritting his teeth. Indeed, he had long heard that the Byakugan of branch family members was incomplete with vulnerabilities and flaws. It seemed that you probably didn't even fully master the Byakugan, did you? If you were from the main family, your development and utilization of the Byakugan would surely far exceed yours. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly pathetic. Soon, Natsum's mockery and humiliation began to take effect. The more Hyuga Fukuwa listened, the angrier he became. Finally, unable to hold back, his face flushed red, and he shouted, You're full of crap? My Byakugan is much better than the trash from the main family. His mastery and proficiency with the Byakugan had always been his pride. He had surpassed the vast majority of his clansmen in this regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break Natsum's illusion so quickly just now. At this moment, being so humiliated about his strength by the enemy, he naturally found it unbearable. What? Do you think you utilize the Byakugan better than the people of the Hyuga main family? Of course. Does it matter? No matter how well you use your Byakugan, as long as this caged bird curse seal remains, you're still a dog of the main family, right? The main family can kill you whenever they want, can't they? You piece of trash. Natsum ruthlessly mocked. His words were extremely cutting, like sharp blades stabbing into the opponent's heart, causing blood to splatter. I will kill you. The extreme unwillingness and humiliation drove Hyuga Fukuwa almost insane. He even endured the intense pain throughout his body, struggling to rise and attack Natsum, wanting to tear this kid who humiliated him into pieces. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Or do you not want to change all of this? Change? Hyuga Fukuwa let out a self-deprecating smile. If it were possible to change, if there was a chance to change, so many members of the Hyuga branch family would not have always been controlled by the main family. Over the years, the branch family had also produced many geniuses. Countless branch family members had painstakingly studied the caged bird curse seal, yet none had succeeded. He didn't want to change. It was simply impossible to change. What if I could erase this cursed seal? Natsum's devil-like whisper of temptation echoed again, causing Hyuga Fukuwa to shudder and stop struggling. He looked at the kid in front of him with a mixture of half suspicion and half expectation. To be honest, Natsum had long wanted to complain about the Byakugan, one of the three great eye techniques alongside the Sharingan, clearly possessing outstanding potential and great strategic value. It was almost completely wasted by the foolish Hyuga clan. It can be said to be the most wasted eye technique, without exception. The basic Byakugan generally has three main abilities: long-distance vision, X-ray vision, and insight. Setting aside the third point, just the first two abilities give the Byakugan perfect long-range vision, allowing one to see far even through obstacles. What is this eye technique most suitable for? It's for being a sniper, with the enhancement of the Byakugan. Even among snipers, it is an existence akin to cheating. Just imagine, in a battle, a group of ninjas walking through a forest. Suddenly, an arrow with an explosive tag, or another weapon, shot over from several kilometers away. No matter where you hide, you'll be seen clearly and hit in one strike. You don't even know where it's coming from. Even if you did know, you wouldn't be able to hit the opponent. You want to sneak up on them. Sorry, the opponent can see you clearly and has already run away before you get close, and they can even counterattack while running. You want to retreat. Sorry, the opponent can easily follow you and increase the intensity of their long-range sniping, mercilessly attacking you while you're down. You can't advance, and you can't retreat. Just one Byakugan sniper can hold down your entire team, annihilating you all. What can you do if there are 3 or 4 Byakugan snipers attacking? Combined with many parabolic attacks from ninjutsu, it's nearly invincible. It's truly against the heavens. But all these years, what has the Hyuga clan done with their Byakugan? Just practicing taijutsu, and that's it. Such a good ocular technique is wasted on fist fighting and close combat, clearly holding an 8 times magnification scope, yet insisting on a knife fight. It's simply foolish. Therefore, just from this point, it's clear that the Byakugan is the most wasted ocular technique. If only you could sway and recruit some members of the Hyuga clan and improve upon it, you could definitely create a long-range sniper unit that would instill fear across the entire ninja world. This is the true purpose of Natsum trying to deceive this branch family ninja of the Hyuga clan. However, to succeed, he must first solve the issue of the caged bird seal that grants absolute control. Otherwise, even if he manages to sway and recruit the branch family ninja, it would be useless. The main family can act at any moment, and the branch family members would instantly die, rendering it pointless. And does Natsum currently have the ability to remove this caged bird seal? No, but Natsum doesn't have it. The system does, although it's still uncertain. It's worth a try. If it succeeds, wouldn't that be a win? Besides, it doesn't cost much. Chapter 61. Recruitment Order, Beginner Recruitment Order. 500 gold coins. There is a certain chance to recruit a ninja, clear all negative statuses, and greatly increase the target's favorability towards the host and their faction. Intermediate recruitment order. 2,000 gold coins. Higher chance to recruit a ninja, clear all negative statuses, and greatly increase the target's favorability towards the host and their faction. Advanced recruitment order. 5,000 gold coins. Higher chance to recruit a ninja, clear all negative statuses, and greatly increase the target's favorability towards the host and their faction. This is what Natsum selected from a system. It is likely a means to break the caged bird curse seal. In fact, this recruitment order is similar to a weakened version of Kodo Amatsukami. As long as there is enough chakra, Kodo Amatsukami can invade the opponent's brain without them noticing and modify their will. It's known as the strongest illusion technique. Meanwhile, the recruitment order can invisibly alter the target's thoughts, making them greatly favor the host and their faction, allowing them to be used for one's own purposes. However, the success rate varies by level of the recruitment order. It is far from the near 100 success rate of Kodo Amatsukami, but it has the advantages of being cost-effective, with no limit on the number of exchanges, etc. Of course, what Natsum values most is that so-called effect of clearing all negative statuses. Although Natsum is also uncertain whether the caged bird curse seal on the branch family ninja of a Hyuga clan counts as a negative status. However, trying out wouldn't hurt. If successful, he could obtain a promising Byakugan ninja, and this recruitment order would become a powerful tool to break the caged bird curse seal, turning into a super chip against the Hyuga clan. If it fails, it would only be a loss of 500 gold coins. At worst, he could take a stroll in the Konoha treasury on the way back and bring back some souvenirs. He wouldn't be at a loss. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of shock and expectation, Hinata Fukuwa's heart quickly calmed down to a gray state. He angrily scolded, "Evil Uchiha Natsum, you can't deceive me." Deceive you about what? Deceive you into thinking I can break your curse seal? Even if I can't, would it affect you? Your life is in my hands. Do I need to deliberately deceive you? Natsum's soul-like questioning made Hinata Fukuwa tremble again. It seems to make sense. The other party has no need to deceive him. Even if the other party truly has designs on the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan, they should be looking for the higher-ups of the family, not trying to deceive someone like him, a low-ranking ninja with no voice. What if what the other party said is true? If there really is a way to break the curse seal, then he would be willing to give everything for it. What do you want? What I want is not important. What matters is whether you want to break the curse seal. Do you really have a way? You'll know if you try. Hinata Fukuwa hesitated, but it was clear he was moved. What are you hesitating for? Or do you want to be a dog of the main family for the rest of your life? Always living in the glory of the main family? Natsum insulted him again. Hinata Fukuwa's face flushed, and gritting his teeth, he resolutely replied, "I am willing. Come on." If it were someone else making such a crazy proposal to him, he would definitely scoff at it. But it was this 10-year-old prodigy of the Uchiha clan who opened the kaleidoscope, Sharingan, and successfully defected from the clan. Anyway, this kid has already created numerous miracles. So why can't he create another miracle? Very good. You will be very glad for this choice. Natsum praised. The reason he let go of so much ridicule and humiliation was to provoke the anger in the other person's heart as much as possible, to cause emotional fluctuations, constantly weakening their psychological defenses and making them actively accept the recruitment. This would increase the chances of successful recruitment, although he didn't know if it would be effective. Novels in his past life wrote it this way. If he didn't try, how would he know if it would work? After all, it was just talking and cursing, and it didn't cost any money. Do you wish to pay 500 gold coins to exchange for beginner recruitment order? Confirm. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and Natsum held a delicate token of pale gold in his hand. Then, with a thought, Natsum quickly activated the recruitment order. In an instant, the recruitment order rapidly dissipated, transforming into an invisible force that rippled outwards, completely covering Hinata Fukuwa before him. There was no light, no special effects, and no impressive phenomena. This 500 gold coin exchange beginner recruitment order dissipated like a fart. Natsum's heart sank, almost making him think that his 500 gold coins had gone to waste. However, just a few seconds later, something miraculous happened. Under the influence of the invisible force, the blue-caged bird curse seal on Hinata Fukuwa's forehead rapidly dissipated, returning to nothingness, as if it had never appeared. At the same time, Hinata Fukuwa suddenly opened his eyes, completely changing from his previous resistance to a gaze filled with intense heat and admiration, looking at Natsum in front of him. That fiery gaze made Natsum's heart panic, and he couldn't help but take a half step back, feeling a tightness in the back door. Thank you, Lord Natsum. The curse seal is gone. The curse seal is finally gone. I'm finally free. Amazing. Is this the true Byakugan without any blind spots? So wonderful. So great. Hinata Fukawa exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude. He was like a free sparrow that had truly flown out of a birdcage, filled with joy and vitality. Nothing is more relaxing and joyous than regaining freedom and having one's life in one's own hands. At the same time, seeing this, Natsum was also quite pleased. Hinata Fukawa's state had proven that the recruitment order could indeed clear the caged bird curse seal. With this, all the dissatisfied ninja with the curse seal in the entire Hyuga branch family would become targets for his recruitment. With the recruitment order, eroding the entire Hyuga branch family would definitely be a matter of time. At this moment, Natsum was also eager to have a super long-range sniper team that belonged solely to him. Moreover, once the recruitment order took effect, the target ninja would be inclined to favor him and Yanin village from the heart. He probably wouldn't have to worry about these recruited ninjas developing ulterior motives and betraying him for a short time. He really loves this recruitment order. Even though the success rate doesn't seem very high, it needs to be grasped well. At this moment, the 2 shadow clones that Natsum had just sent out also rushed back. I have eliminated 3 people here. I have eliminated 4 people here. 2 clones have reported. Hinata Fukawa. Do the numbers match? Are there any other root ninjas in the orphanage? No, there are a total of 9 people, all cleared. Hinata Fukawa reports truthfully. From this moment on, he is no longer a ninja of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. After all, once the caged bird curse seal is lifted, the main branch of the Hyuga clan will certainly not let go of a branch family ninja who is not under control. They will absolutely not tolerate the existence of an unstable factor who knows about the lifting of the cursed seal. As long as he is still alive and known to the main branch, he will inevitably face endless pursuit from the Hyuga main family until death. Chapter 62. Digging the wall after clearing out the root ninjas inside the orphanage. Natsum immediately sent several of his clones to accompany Hinata Fukawa into the building to search for and rescue as many children as possible from the orphanage. At the same time, Natsum's main body continued to charm this Hinata Fukawa. How does it feel? Very awesome. What are your plans next? I am willing to serve Lord Natsum. Without a second thought, Hinata Fukawa directly knelt halfway on the ground and solemnly pledged his loyalty to Natsum. This was not surprising. Firstly, having been controlled by the caged bird curse mark for so long, he had little fondness for the Hyuga clan or Konoha. Secondly, the effect of the recruitment order had greatly increased his goodwill towards Natsum and Yanhin village. Thirdly, with the curse mark removed, the Hyuga clan no longer had a place for him. Therefore, apart from serving Natsum, he had no other choice. Moreover, serving out of gratitude is a completely different feeling compared to being forced to serve the clan due to the curse mark. How to choose is naturally self-evident. Great. Welcome to the team. With his scheme successful and having recruited Hinata Fukawa, Natsum revealed a broad smile. He continued to ask, by the way, will the clan know once your caged bird curse mark is lifted? Hinata Fukawa, yes. Once the curse mark disappears, the clan will sense it instantly. It's hard to hide. Natsum, that's not a problem. After we finish here, I will burn the entire orphanage and all the corpses to destroy the evidence. In this way, the clan will only think you died here and want to investigate further. Thank you, my lord. Hinata Fukawa was slightly taken aback, then immediately delighted. If the branch family member Hinata Fukawa dies, he would naturally be able to escape the clan's pursuit and completely bid farewell to his former self. Then Natsum continued to arrange. You stay within Konoha for now. You are very familiar with the operations of the Umbu and Root. I hope you can continue to gather information on all the secret bases of Root. Understood. Hinata Fukawa touched his finally complete Byakugan and replied firmly. As long as he was freed from the shackles of the caged bird, he was confident that he would never lose to any member of the Hyuga clan again. Moreover, tasks like gathering intelligence and finding secret bases were indeed very suitable for someone with the Byakuganist perspective ability. As long as he didn't expose himself, it was almost impossible for the Hyuga clan to discover that he was alive and had lifted the curse mark. Therefore, I still need you to quietly reach out to those branch family ninjas who harbor resentment and are dissatisfied with the main family. I believe there must be quite a few branch family ninjas who are already tired of the curse mark and the main family, right? With you as an example. For the sake of freedom and the true glorious future of the Hyuga clan, I believe those branch family ninjas will make the right choice. Natsum raised the corners of his mouth and shamelessly ordered again. Even branch family geniuses like Hinata Fukawa and Hinata Niji found it hard to resist the temptation of lifting the caged bird curse mark. It was hard to resist the yearning for freedom. It's likely that other branch family ninjas would be even more eager to join. If all goes well, the establishment of My Byakugan long-range sniper unit will be a done deal. This digging the wall is truly a beautiful thing. So refreshing. The only difficulty is that I fear there will be too many branch family ninjas recruited, and I want to have enough gold coins to exchange for recruitment orders. After receiving the order, Hinata Fukawa quickly put on a mask and concealed his figure to execute the tasks of gathering intelligence and digging the wall. To be fair, having been controlled by the caged bird curse mark for so many years and living in resentment and fear, he naturally wanted to escape with the other branch family ninjas as soon as he was liberated. He was eager to see the terrified expressions on the faces of the main family when they discovered that all the branch family members had escaped their control. Therefore, he was very active and diligent in this task. Seeing this piece leave, Natsum also revealed a satisfied smile and continued with his important work. He rushed into the orphanage. Soon, upon entering, he found that, indeed, although the entire orphanage appeared normal on the surface, it had long been infiltrated and transformed into a secret base by Root. Beneath the orphanage, they had excavated underground and built a large bloody slaughterhouse. Any orphan of suitable age with a certain level of ninjutsu talent admitted into the orphanage would be selected in advance and secretly sent to the underground base to begin secret training. Their methods were extremely cruel and bloody. Looking around, there were easily dozens of child skeletons piled in the corner of the base. Moreover, this was just one base. The actual number of those who had died tragically during training was likely to be several times higher. This was enough to show just how many atrocious crimes Root had committed over the years. Thus, when seeing the bloody slaughterhouse hidden underground in the orphanage, witnessing the bloodstains everywhere, and the piles of skeletons, even the mentally strong Yano nearly broke down. She couldn't help but cry and hugged several skeletons, sobbing and blaming herself. If she hadn't trusted Root, if she hadn't been such an incompetent headmaster, so many poor orphans wouldn't have fallen into the clutches of Root and Danzo. She was guilty. After a long time, under the comfort of Natsum's clone, Yano gradually calmed down. Together with several clones, she brought out the remaining 30 or so orphans from the orphanage. Most of these children had no ninja talent, with only a few recognizing their former headmaster, Yano. The other 20 or so were orphans taken in during the past few years. However, many of the children bore obvious bruises from beatings. This was enough to show that they had also suffered inhumane treatment in this orphanage. One could only imagine how cruelly those talented orphans were treated. After rescuing the children, Natsum showed no hesitation. He quickly tossed another corpse of a Root ninja that had died on the ground into the orphanage. Then, 5 huge Great Fireball techniques were unleashed, instantly enveloping the entire orphanage in flames, starting the process of burning corpses and destroying evidence. The dazzling firelight and intense chakra fluctuations, it quickly attracted many Konoha ninjas. But by the time they arrived, the surroundings were already empty. Only a dilapidated orphanage was still burning fiercely. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away from Konoha, Natsum was with a group of children in Yano. Having instantaneously appeared at a flying thunder god mark he had set up earlier. A distance of 100 miles was quite far. Even for ninjas, it would take considerable time to catch up. It was more than enough time for Yano to lead the children out of Konoha's influence. Of course, Natsum could also instantly transport everyone back to the hidden flame village, which was 1,000 miles away. However, transporting dozens of people over such a long distance would consume a significant amount of chakra, even for Natsum. He still needed to return to Konoha to have some fun and bring back some souvenirs. It was best to conserve some chakra. Thus, he only transported Yano and the others here. Thank you, Lord Natsum. Thanks to you, Yano said with reddened eyes, expressing heartfelt gratitude. All right, instead of thanking me, repay me with your actions in the future. For now, take these children and retreat. I'll return for a bit and regroup with you later. Natsum waved his hand and quickly instructed. After leaving behind a regular clone for protection, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and teleported back to Konoha. Chapter 63. Return to the Vault, Traps. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Natsum could indeed come and go freely, with no one able to stop him. After sending off Nanoyu and a bunch of kids, Natsum instantly flashed back to Konoha. In fact, this time returning to Konoha, Natsum had 3 main objectives. First, fulfill his promise to Nanoyu and rescue the orphans from the orphanage. Second, devise a plan to ambush a wave of root members, further weaken Konoha. Third, take the opportunity to see if he could bring back some souvenirs. As for just having recruited a Hyuga clan Byakugan ninja and verified the powerful effect of the recruitment card, that was merely an unexpected delight. If that Hyuga Shinkawa could really dig through the corner of the Hyuga clan S branch family for him, that would be best. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. It was just a casual move, nothing to overly concern himself about. At this moment, what Natsum cared about the most was that fragrant, incredibly tempting vault of Konoha. Since he had made the rare trip, he had to check out the vault and bring back some souvenirs. Moreover, he currently had over 6,700 gold coins left, only 3,300 coins short of his goal of 10,000 coins. Although once the shipping company opened, he would be able to sell jewelry again in less than a month and raise a huge sum of money for himself. But if he could visit the Konoha vault again, he might collect several tens of millions tonight and directly reach his goal of 10,000 coins. Wasn't that enticing? Just like that, with practice comes familiarity. Soon after returning to Konoha, Natsum wasted no time and immediately concealed his figure, rushing again towards the vault. Due to the sudden fire that erupted at the orphanage, it drew the attention of many ninjas again, allowing Natsum to proceed smoothly. He quickly arrived next to the Konoha vault. After being stolen from once, Konoha had clearly learned its lesson, replacing the 2 Chunin guarding the vault with 2 capable Jonin. Unfortunately, this level of defense was nearly equivalent to being completely exposed in Natsum's eyes. With just one glance, the 2 Jonin fell victim to Natsum's Sharingan Jinjutsu and collapsed instantly. Soon, Natsum pushed open the vault's large door and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he did not see the anticipated shimmering silver. Instead, all he could see was emptiness. Clearly, Konoha had already moved all the silver from this vault. Only a bare, empty vault remained. Goodness, they really got smart. They had completely emptied this vault. Natsum sighed. He wasn't overly disappointed by this. In fact, he had already suspected as much. If someone's home was robbed, they would surely change the locks and move their valuables. If they didn't know this and foolishly waited for the thief to return, then Konoha would truly be beyond saving. Well, it seems I won't be able to get this souvenir. Natsum sighed, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, several sounds of rushing air suddenly came from outside the vault attic. The next moment, a unified shout echoed from all around outside. Ninja technique. Barrier. 4 green prison. Natsum stepped back from the door and realized that 4 Umbu ninjas had already taken positions at the corners, jointly casting a barrier-type ninjutsu that enveloped the entire vault. This 4 green prison barrier was a commonly used half-defense, half-restraining-type barrier among the Umbu. It required at least 4 Jonin with substantial chakra reserves to jointly perform. It could form an exceptionally strong defensive barrier that would firmly trap the target. This barrier was very difficult to break from the inside, unless one had destructive power comparable to that of a tailed beast. Conversely, it was quite easy to break from the outside. Therefore, it was often used by Umbu ninjas to trap strong enemies and await reinforcements. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. An elderly man, accompanied by 2 Umbu ninjas, gradually emerged from the shadows in the distance. The Konoha high-ranking advisor, Tsukinome Koharu. Uchiha Natsum, you've indeed come again. You managed to bypass the village's barrier without a sound. It seems you've acquired a new secret code for the barrier. Haven to you? With narrowed eyes, Tsukinome Koharu coldly taunted Natsum. You knew I would come? Not sure. Tsukinome Koharu shook her head. To be honest, she wasn't sure if Natsum would return again. However, since the silver in the vault had already been moved out, she didn't mind setting it up as a trap. Intentionally assigning 2 guards to create a false impression and having the other Umbu ninjas ambush nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even if they couldn't catch Natsum, they could capture all other lawless lunatics who dared to target the vault. After all, she had lived for so many years and had been a high-ranking advisor for so long. She had her own tricks and schemes. However, she didn't expect that tonight would be so fortuitous that she would capture the Uchiha Natsum, this super rogue ninja. What luck! Keep maintaining the barrier. We must not let him escape. Go notify the others and rush for reinforcements. Also, be careful not to make eye contact with him. Watch out for his Jinjutsu. In her moment of triumph, Tsukinome Koharu did not underestimate the situation. She quickly reminded the surrounding ninjas. After all, she had been a ninja for decades, and was once part of the second Hokage Tobarama's personal guard. Furthermore, considering that even Danzo had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this kid, She naturally wouldn't dare to be careless. However, on the other hand, in her view, while Uchiha Natsume was strong, it wouldn't be too easy for him to break through this barrier specifically designed to suppress him. This guy was like a fish in a barrel. Even if he could break this barrier, the time he would spend would be enough for her to contact the village and bring in enough ninjas to capture this rogue ninja in one fell swoop. After today, relying on this great achievement, she, as an advisor, would surely become famous again. She would put Danzo, Sarutobi, and those old geezers all under her thumb. Tsukunomi Koharu thought gleefully. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, reality was extremely cruel. Before she could bask in her triumph for a few seconds, within the barrier, Natsume spoke again. The advisor of Konoha doesn't seem to be completely useless. Tsukunomi Koharu, you played a significant role in promoting the extermination of my clan, didn't you? But do you really think you have me cornered? Tsukunomi Koharu furrowed her brows and scolded harshly. You damned Uchiha brat. Even when facing death, you still dare to be stubborn. Indeed, your clan is nothing but a disaster. All of you deserve to die. Natsume smiled faintly, not angry at all. Instead, he sneered and continued in a ghostly tone. We do deserve to die. However, who will die first is still very uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, the Natsume inside the barrier suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke and vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the few people outside the barrier, including Tsurin Koharu, were all shocked. It's a shadow clone. Damn it, that's not the real body. This is impossible. Where's his true body? Protect the advisor. Several Umbu ninjas instantly fell into chaos. Even Tsurin Koharu herself felt a jolt in her heart and silently cursed. This is bad. But before she could react, that familiar cold voice rang out once again from behind her. Safe travels. Chapter 64 Instant Kill Xiaochun. Illusions take the blame. The cold voice of wishing death echoed in Zhuangqin Xiaochun's ears, sounding like the voice of a vengeful spirit. It made her scalp tingle and her heart ache. Instinctively, she wanted to dodge and counterattack. Unfortunately, compared to the speed of Natsume, she was simply too slow. Decades ago, when she was part of the second Hokage Tobarama's bodyguard, she had the strength of a top elite genin. However, now, with age and decline, her abilities had long since faded. A ninja's strength is largely tied to physical skills and ninjutsu. At her age, her bones were almost as fragile as Wang crushed ice. Her cellular vitality had significantly decreased, and she could hardly extract much chakra anymore. How much strength could she possibly retain? The decline in her abilities was also one of the reasons Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Midogate In became consultants. In short, with her current strength, she could not evade Natsume's attack at all. Moreover, Natsume showed no mercy to this woman, who had spoken ill of the Uchiha clan behind their backs and incited many high-ranking officials against them. In an instant, using the third stage of Shan, he appeared behind her. A knife-hand strike directly broke Zhuangqin Xiaochun's lumbar spine and incapacitated her arms, stripping her of all ability to resist. Consultant, Zhuangqin-sama. The other few Umbu ninjas around were instantly horrified and exclaimed. They hurriedly prepared to attack Natsume. But how could Natsume let these Umbu lackeys off? The next moment, his divine blade was drawn. A blazing red light flashed. Swish, 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 sharp sounds of breaking air rang out. In just a moment, including the 4 ninjas maintaining the barrier, a total of 6 Umbu ninjas fell dead on the spot. All were struck in the throat, without exception. Natsume's attack was swift and fierce, without any hesitation. It was cold and efficient to the point of causing chills. Of course, the reason he used Shan and Kunlun Blade instead of ninjutsu was to minimize chakra usage fluctuations, so as not to alert other Konoha ninjas. At this moment, Zhuangqin Xiaochun, whose spine was broken and arms were incapacitated, lay helplessly on the ground, feeling unprecedented panic. As a ninja, she had faced many life-threatening crises in her life. However, she had never felt such despair and helplessness as she did now. Especially after witnessing the young boy in front of her effortlessly slaughter several Umbu ninjas in an instant, such terrifying power made her tremble in fear, feeling hopeless. After eliminating the surrounding Umbu ninjas, Natsume once again approached the gasping Zhuangqin Xiaochun. Why you? The intense pain made her unable to utter a complete sentence, and she could only glare at Natsume with hatred, her eyes filled with the desire to tear him apart. Don't look at me like that. Compared to hatred, I have too many clansmen who would love to make you wish for death. Bastard you. Natsume kicked her heart again and continued. Are you still waiting for your backup? Hee hee. Do you know why my main body appeared so late? Don't worry. The ninjas you sent out to notify have already been caught up with and secretly dealt with by me. Once you die, no one will know that I did this tonight. After all, Natsum was raised on the culture of infiltration and thick black theory. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had no intention of risking his main body. After all, with such a useful clone, it would be a waste not to utilize it properly. Thus, upon seeing the clone fall into a trap, he immediately took care of those tales that were passing on information, which delayed him only a little. Of course, even if his main body were really trapped in the barrier, he had left many flying thunder god marks outside, so he had nothing to fear. He could flash out in an instant. Moreover, whether that barrier could withstand the sharp blade of Kunlun blade was still debatable. To put it bluntly, if we disregard the third Hokage, Tsurutobi, Gaimedo, and any potential hidden trump cards Konoha might have, with Natsum's current abilities alone, he could basically pierce through most of Konoha. One couldn't help but wonder where Zhuangqin Xiaochun's confidence came from. Did she really think she could capture him alive? Why you still want to do? Natsum chuckled lightly. No rush, no rush. You transferred all the silver from the treasury to another location. And that place must be more secretive. I guess only a few high-ranking officials in Konoha know the new storage point, right? But since you set up an ambush here, and given your consultant identity, I assume you should know where the new treasury is located, right? It was evident that Natsum's intention to spare her life was to pry information about the new treasury from her. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a single strike earlier. You must be dreaming. I will never. Don't worry, I didn't think you would cooperate. I heard your illusion skills are quite good. Do you want to give my eternal Mangeki Sharingan a try? You, just as she spat out a single word. Natsum opened his crimson, eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A surge of ocular power poured out, instantly overwhelming Zhuangqin Xiaochun's will. Soon, Natsum obtained the information he wanted and learned the location of a new treasury. You really know how to pick a place. If it weren't for the illusion, I wouldn't have guessed it. All right, thanks for the intel. I estimate others should be arriving soon. Finally, cover for me and play out your last act. Natsum's eyes focused, and with eternal Mangeki Sharingan, carrying surging ocular power, he injected another illusion into Zhuangqin Xiaochun's brain, forcibly modifying her memory. Then, with a swift slash of his blade, he directly severed her upper body. With such severe injuries, she would undoubtedly die. After that, he instantly disappeared from the spot, rushing toward the new treasury. Natsum had barely left for 10 seconds when, due to the conspicuous barrier ninjutsu, several Konoha ninjas quickly arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the brutal battlefield, these ninjas were all horrified. At the same time, they quickly discovered the gasping Zhuangqin Xiaochun and hurriedly used chakra to stabilize the last breath of this consultant. Before long, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi, also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing his old friend Koharu in such a tragic state, his heart burned with rage, and he was filled with fury. Koharu. Who did this? Koharu, holding on to the last bit of her strength, recalled the phantom memories in her mind and managed to say, 2 people in red cloud cloaks, it's them. Daybreak, the village. Before she could finish her words, Koharu took her last breath and truly died. Chapter 65, 40 million gifts. The Administrative Department, an organization that assists the Hokage in managing the affairs of Konoha. Its highest officials are Mido Gate In and Tsunade Koharu, whose positions are comparable to the elders of the village. The responsibilities of the advisors are twofold. First, to assist the Hokage by providing accurate opinions. Second, to serve as a bridge between the land of fire and Konoha, conveying information from the nation and receiving the financial budget allocated to the village, while also reporting the village's conditions and situations to the daimyo. To put it bluntly, aside from having slightly less actual power, the status of Mido Gate In and Tsunade Koharu in Konoha is nearly equivalent to Danzo. They are undoubtedly high-ranking officials in Konoha. At this moment, the sudden death of such a high-ranking advisor has indeed brought a tremendous shock to Konoha. After all, even during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, not a single high-ranking advisor in Konoha had died unexpectedly. Moreover, Tsunade Koharu was a longtime comrade of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a deep bond. Witnessing Koharu's death firsthand is undoubtedly a significant blow to Hiruzen. It left him shaken and filled with rage. A high-ranking advisor, killed right in front of the vault. If this gets out, it would undoubtedly be another severe blow to the entire Konoha. Hiruzen suppressed his anger and murmured, 2-person operation, Red Cloud Cloak. Is it that Akatsuki organization? How dare they attack Konoha? How did they silently pass through the village's barriers? And why did the battle break out here? Countless questions surged in his heart. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer them. Although Koharu left behind some clues before her death, Hiruzen, out of caution, could not instantly believe them. After all, it cannot be ruled out that someone was deliberately impersonating Akatsuki, attempting to sow discord. Even with his extensive experience, he had considered the possibility that Koharu might have been under Jinjutsu control. However, after a moment's pause, Hiruzen quickly dismissed this speculation. He was well aware of Koharu's proficiency in Jinjutsu. Though she could not compare to the young Jinjutsu prodigy Yuhi Kurenai, she was still quite outstanding. To silently control her and alter her memories would be nearly impossible. Even the so-called peak of Jinjutsu, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, would find it challenging to achieve this. Mastery of skills and a vast amount of chakra were both indispensable. Hiruzen had also suspected that the traitorous Uchiha Shikamaru might have been responsible. However, that kid, despite having awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, was still too young, with limited chakra and ocular power. Therefore, the likelihood was low. Of course, if he knew that within just over 10 days, Shikamaru's chakra and ocular power had surged dozens of times, he would probably think differently. The Umbu's efficiency was high. After surveying the scene and gathering intelligence, they began to collect the bodies. Hiruzen personally closed Koharu's eyes and covered her with a white cloth. He felt anger, but after decades of being Hokage, he had grown accustomed to the farewells of life and death, and he did not lose his rationality. Instead, suppressing his inner fury, he coldly asked, "Has the scene been investigated?" "Yes, Lord Third. We have already checked the surrounding bodies. Except for Lady Koharu. Everyone else was killed with a single blow. The attacker is very powerful. Is there any way to track them?" "No. The enemy is experienced, not only quickly escaping the battlefield, but also concealing all traces and scents. Even the ninja hounds find it difficult to track them. We will need more time before we can possibly find their trail." The Umbu squad leader lowered his head, responding with deep shame. Colleagues were killed, and an advisor had died suddenly. Yet they could only stand there, utterly clueless and helpless. For the Umbu, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Of course, it was not entirely their fault. After all, who would have expected the assailants to be so powerful, so brazenly arrogant? They treated the entire Konoha as if it were their backyard. Moreover, the sensory unit was also silent, with no alerts. What useless fools! Hiruzen did not lash out in anger, though he wanted to vent his frustrations. In the end, he held it back. It was not that these Umbu ninjas were too weak. Rather, it was that the enemy was too strong. 6 elite jonin. If they had acted together, they could have easily flattened some minor hidden villages. Yet in front of this enemy, they were easily dispatched like chicks. Speaking of such a ruthless enemy, why didn't they directly kill Tsunade Koharu? Surely it wasn't out of consideration for her status as an advisor? They must have had ulterior motives. With this thought, Hiruzen suddenly realized, oh no, the enemy's target was the money that was moved out of the vault. They tortured Koharu to force her to reveal the location of the emergency vault. Hiruzen's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward the emergency vault. He no longer displayed any of the Hokage's demeanor or grace. After all, the money in the vault was the lifeblood of his village. Half of it had already been stolen last time. If it were emptied again this time, they might not even be able to pay the salaries of those Umbu civil servant ninjas. How could Hiruzen not be agitated? A few minutes later, outside Konoha village, a figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, looking at the 8 scrolls of space in his arms, Shikamaru revealed a brilliant smile. Yes, it was that very simple smile. A total of 40 million ryo in gifts. Konoha was indeed very generous. So generous that Shikamaru didn't want to leave. On the other hand, to be honest, after suffering a loss, Konoha had indeed learned its lesson. Not only did they move all the money from the original vault, but they even stored it in 3 temporary secret emergency vaults to guard against unforeseen circumstances. However, Konoha could never have anticipated that the high-ranking advisor Tsunade Koharu, who knew the addresses of the secret emergency vaults, would be completely taken out by Shikamaru. Moreover, under Shikamaru's Jinjutsu, she had revealed the locations of the emergency vaults in detail. With such enthusiasm, how could Shikamaru waste the opportunity? He immediately acted, directly breaking into one of the emergency vaults located in a natural cave beneath the rock faces of the Hokage monument. He emptied all 40 million ryo stored in that vault. Not a single coin remained. One can imagine that at this moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, realizing that one of the emergency vaults was empty, might just be so furious that he could faint. Besides that, the other 2 emergency vaults were located just below the original vault's attic. Another one is set next to the Hokage's office. Konoha has indeed practiced the truths of darkness under the lamp, and the most dangerous place is the safest place. This also shows Konoha's boldness and meticulousness. If it weren't for extracting information through illusion techniques, Natsume might not have been able to quickly find these backup vaults. Of course, due to the time constraints and high risks, Natsume did not act on the other two backup vaults. Having taken 40 million Ryo as a gift tonight is already quite generous. There is no need to completely drain Konoha's resources and force them into a desperate situation. Moreover, rather than instantly annihilating Konoha, Natsume prefers to see Konoha gradually collapse, step by step falling into the abyss, struggling desperately, grasping that faint glimmer of hope and despair, until death. Isn't that much more satisfying? The climax is often just a fleeting moment. Once it's over, it feels empty. Only the delicate foreplay and the main act can leave one endlessly captivated and reminiscing. Chapter 66 there is the true home of our clan. Ding, congratulations. You have earned 41,400,000 value points. May I ask, would you like to recharge 41,400,000 value points to exchange for 140 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have received 140 gold coins. Current balance, 10,892 gold coins. Looking at his balance breaking the 10,000 gold coins mark again, Natsume felt a surge of joy in his heart. Truly delighted. Moreover, he had 892 gold coins more than 10,000. Enough for him to indulge in another 10 consecutive draws. Of course, even though he was quite excited, Natsume did not rush into the system to start exchanging and drawing prizes. After all, there was still an important matter waiting for him to attend to. He had already accomplished 2 of his 3 goals for the night. In fact, he had exceeded expectations. Not only did he acquire a Byakugan ninja, but he also eliminated that annoying old woman, T-Kyun Koha. Now, only the last task remained. That is, design a trap to eliminate a wave of root members. Further weaken Konoha, and now it seemed that the timing was ripe. It was time to take a look. Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, a large group of Umbu and root ninjas were quietly following several Uchiha clan ninjas, continuing to lurk around. Gradually, a small portion of the Umbu ninjas began to feel a little anxious. Captain, I feel something is off. Are those guys really preparing to defect? They seem to have circled the village twice. If they were preparing to defect, they shouldn't be dawdling like this, right? Shut up. Just follow orders. No matter what they plan to do, we only need to complete our assigned task, follow them, and surround them at the rendezvous point. The squad leader whispered. Whether it was Root or Umbu, executing orders was the top priority, as the village's hidden blade in the shadows. They only needed to aim at the target and strike hard. As for whether it was right or if there would be mistakes, that was something for the wielder of the blade, namely the high-ranking officials of Konoha, to consider. Moreover, in order to redeem past failures, Danzo had invested heavily this time. Aside from those currently on missions and the immature seedlings, he had dispatched all the Umbu and Root ninjas he could mobilize. A total of over 100 people. They were divided into 2 groups. One group acted as the vanguard, secretly tracking the Uchiha clan members to find their rendezvous point. The other group lay in ambush on the outskirts of the village, ready to act at any moment. Once the signal was given, they would swiftly strike, surrounding and capturing those Uchiha traitors in one fell swoop. Having been active outside the village, this unit was currently unaware of what was happening inside the village. They did not know that a certain orphanage stronghold of Root had already been destroyed, nor did they know that a high-ranking advisor had also died suddenly. Otherwise, they would not be so calm and collected while tracking those Uchiha ninjas. Their home had been burglarized. Who would have the mood to pursue traitors? Although a few Konoha ninjas were somewhat restless, the vast majority of the professionally trained Root ninjas remained calm. Or rather, they were cold-blooded enough to possess sufficient hunting patience for their prey. Time passed second by second. After the few Uchiha ninjas, who seemed to be defecting, had circled Konoha 3 full times, they finally veered off course and headed north. Seeing this, the Root ninjas were all invigorated and quickly followed suit. In just a few minutes, the 5 Uchiha ninjas stopped in a slightly open sparse forest and quietly waited. Good. This should be the rendezvous point with the hidden Flame Village defectors. Quickly, inform the others. Gather here. Be careful, and do not expose yourselves. If this operation fails, Lord Danzo will definitely make us pay. The leader responsible for leading the over 50 Root members commanded sternly. Everyone knew the style of Root. Once a mission failed, even if one was lucky enough to survive, they would at least suffer a severe consequence. Moreover, With Lord Danzo's recent leg injury, he was already in a bad mood. No one dared to provoke this bad luck. They all quickly replied cautiously. Meanwhile, the few Uchiha ninjas waiting in the woods were also puzzled. What time is it now? Exactly 9 o'clock. The timing is just right. Is this really the place the clan head sent us to? It doesn't seem special at all, does it? Who exactly are we waiting for here? It feels so mysterious. I don't know, but we came out quietly. If we take too long to return, and the village's lookout spots us, that would be troublesome. Stop with the bad luck talk. Sigh. If I had known, I should have defected with those clansmen back then. No matter how tough or dangerous it was, it would be better than staying in the village and enduring this kind of humiliation. What about you? Do you think the same? Who doesn't he? I heard that Natsum-kun has led those clansmen to establish a new village and even allied with Hidden Mist Village. I really want to see what our clan's village would be like. In any case, it must be better than Konoha. Ha ha ha. Of course. I say the clan head should have defected long ago. I really don't understand why he still wants to stay in Konoha. Shoo. Don't speak badly of the clan head. He must have his own considerations. Well, when the time comes that we can't stand it anymore, I'll just defect too and go check out that Hidden Flame Village. Count me in. Count me in. Just, I wonder if they will take us in? After all, we did refuse to defect once before. The few Uchiha ninjas chatted and laughed loudly. Compared to inside Konoha, being out here certainly allowed them to relax and speak freely. However, as the conversation went on, they couldn't help but feel slightly worried. Worried that even if they defected, they might be rejected by Hidden Flame Village. Just then, before they could finish speaking, a sudden burst of laughter came from the shadows of the nearby forest. Ha ha, don't worry. Hidden Flame Village will never refuse you. There is the true home of our clan. The group was startled. They quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a young boy holding a small turtle, slowly walking out from the shadows of the woods. Chapter 67. Eat a tail beast ball. Natsum. It's Natsum-kun. The great elder sent us to meet him, and it turns out to be Natsum-kun. Is this to connect us with Flame Hidden Village? At this moment, the 5 Uchiha ninjas were taken aback upon seeing Natsum, and then they were overjoyed. After all, in the past few days, the good news regarding the alliance between Flame Hidden Village and Mist Hidden Village had spread throughout Konoha. As members of the Uchiha clan, it was just as they hoped. Who wouldn't want to see the new hidden village established by their own people? Therefore, after receiving confirmation from the renowned Natsum-kun, they were even more excited and couldn't wait to take a look. However, before they could happily approach him, a shocking change occurred. Natsum, holding the little turtle in one hand, suddenly formed hand seals with the other and unleashed ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, water clone technique, transformation technique, word binding technique, manipulation. In the next moment, dozens of figures of varying appearances and heights emerged one after another from the shadows of the forest behind Natsum. At the same time, 5 sharp kunai suddenly shot out from the forest, aimed directly at them. The 5 Uchiha ninjas were stunned and couldn't understand why Natsum-kun would suddenly attack them. However, at that moment, they were also instantly immobilized by Natsum's word-binding technique and found it difficult to move. They could only watch helplessly as the 5 kunai flew towards them. Swish, 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 thud, 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 5 muffled sounds echoed. The 5 kunai accurately pierced the chests of the 5 men, and they immediately fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the group of Konoha root ninjas lurking in the distance were also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Report, the target has appeared. The other party is in contact with the Uchiha ninjas. There is only one person, and we cannot see the other's appearance. But it should be a traitor sent by Flame Hidden Village to assist. Good. The fish has taken a bait. All squads, pay attention, increase the encirclement speed, and we must not let them escape. Wait, there is more than one target. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, a large number of unidentified ninjas have appeared behind the target. There are too many. What's going on? Where did Flame Hidden Village get so many ninjas? Are they planning to counterattack Konoha? Seeing the dozens of figures suddenly appearing in the distance, the captain of the root team couldn't help but change his expression drastically. Clearly, the sudden change had far exceeded his expectations and control. But before he could react, he saw the scene of the 5 Uchiha ninjas being hit by kunai and instantly collapsing. They killed those 5 Uchiha ninjas. Damn it, have they gone mad? Aren't they Uchiha traitors from Flame Hidden Village? How could they be killing each other? Not good, the intel is wrong. They might not be ninjas from Flame Hidden Village. They could be ninjas from other hidden villages. It's an enemy attack. Hurry and notify Lord Danzo, the root captain shouted. At this moment, He couldn't care less about being exposed. If those dozens of ninjas were indeed enemies from other hidden villages, then Konoha would be in danger today. At such a time, who still cares about those few insignificant Uchiha traitors? Byakugan. Who is Byakugan? Quickly show me over there. Which family's ninjas are they? Hearing this, the only two Byakugan ninjas among the root ninjas quickly activated their eyes and looked into the distance. They took in the scene over a kilometer away. At the same time, relying on the special chakra inside ability of Byakugan, the two root ninjas quickly uncovered the truth. They discovered that those dozens of figures were not real. It seemed that a large part of them were clones created by the clone technique. Note, ordinary Byakugan cannot see through shadow clones. It's a trap. They are bluffing. It's all an illusion. Those are not real people. One of the Byakugan ninjas shouted. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw something extremely terrifying. It made him choke up instantly. His face changed dramatically, and he screamed in panic. Not good. It's a tail beast. Run. A few seconds earlier, seeing the 5 people collapsed in front of him, Natsume couldn't help but smirk, seemingly very satisfied. Then, he picked up the 3 tails Isabu in one hand and patted its little head, commanding, "Hey, you can understand what I'm saying, right? Quickly, over there. Spit out a tail beast ball for me. Hurry up. If you take too long, I'll use you to make soup tonight." 3 tails Isabu. Clearly, Isabu had no right to refuse at all. It immediately opened its little mouth with a pitiful expression and began to gather the tail beast ball. Soon, under the threat of soup, in just 3 or 4 seconds, Isabu condensed a thick and massive tail beast ball. In the next moment, Natsume aimed with Isabu and directly shot out the tail beast ball. Too fast, too unexpected. The group of root ninjas in the distance never expected that there was a tail beast on the other side. Moreover, without saying a word, it shot a tail beast ball at them. That is the ultimate technique of the tail beast. Just one shot can destroy a mountain or several mountains. In the early days of Naruto, this was a killing move that even the 5 Kage couldn't withstand. As a result, this large group of root ninjas had no time to react, even less time to dodge. The purple-black, gigantic tail beast ball quickly flew over a distance of more than 1,000 meters, arriving in an instant. It suddenly exploded right above the group of root ninjas. In the next moment, an orange-red light burst forth, as if the sun had fallen to the earth, instantly engulfing everything around. The intense light was blinding, and the violent shockwave spread out, uprooting countless trees and creating a boundless hurricane. The massive booming and rumbling sounds could be clearly felt even over 10 kilometers away. The power of the tail beast ball is indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, this was the full-force explosion of a little turtle under life-threatening pressure, naturally grand in scale and terrifying in power. Chapter 68. Crazy framing at this moment. Looking at the large orange-red light ball rising in the distance and the huge mushroom cloud that followed, Natsume was quite satisfied. He reached out and stroked the head of Sanbai, Isabu, praising, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Well done. You still have some use after all." Sanbai quickly rubbed against him with its head, appearing very obedient. After all, it knew very well that the consequences of disobedience would be dire. Moreover, this human brat had the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even if it didn't obey, it would still be controlled by illusions and forced to comply. It had no right to resist. As the saying goes, since resistance is futile, one might as well enjoy it. Perhaps cooperating a little and changing positions might even be more comfortable. The aftermath of the explosion of the tailed beast bomb was still spreading among the more than 50 root ninjas. Aside from a few lucky ones who had scattered in advance, the rest were all engulfed in the center of the explosion. It's not to say there would be 10 dead out of 10, but there would definitely be nothing left, not even bone fragments. After all, these were the elite backbone of the root. After this wave of annihilation, the root would undoubtedly be severely weakened for the next several years, no longer able to stir up trouble. And this was exactly the effect Natsume needed. It was worth the effort to design this plan, using these 5 Uchiha ninjas as bait to lure that old thief Danzo onto the hook. Otherwise, gathering more than 50 elite root members together for a complete wipeout would not be easy. In any case, he had to thank that Kagesama for his strong support. Unfortunately, that old thief Danzo had learned his lesson and did not show up in person this time. Otherwise, that recent tailed beast bomb might have taken him out as well, which would have been even better. Of course, in reality, with Natsume's current strength, even without relying on Sanbai or the tailed beast bomb, he could quickly eliminate that group of root ninjas. The reason he specifically used the tailed beast bomb to attack was merely to hide his identity and continue framing others. After all, Natsum was well aware that his recent actions in Konoha, while successful, were not without flaws. Whether it was the fire at the orphanage or the theft at the emergency vault, if Konoha investigated further, he and Ian Village would still be the prime suspects. If he were to reveal his true self outside the village and activate Susanoo to wipe out a bunch of root ninjas, that would be giving himself away. However, if he used the tailed beast and the tailed beast bomb to attack, the situation would be completely different. After all, it was well known that only the 5 great hidden villages and Takigakure controlled tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Where would his own Ian Village get a tailed beast? Therefore, once Konoha was attacked by a tailed beast, it would naturally shift suspicion to the other great hidden villages, greatly reducing his own culpability. After that, with a little provocation, it might quickly ignite a new round of hidden village wars, allowing him to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And this was the fundamental reason Natsum used Sanbai to release the tailed beast bomb attack. After all, no one in Konoha knew that Sanbai was in his hands. As for the large number of shadow clones he had just created, that was merely to deceive the Konoha ninjas and divert the blame. Now it seemed that the entire plan was going very smoothly. Seeing the plan succeed, Natsum no longer hesitated. He immediately had his clones help the 5 Uchiha ninjas up and released his control over them. The next moment, the 5 of them took a deep breath and quickly got up, looking at Natsum with bewildered expressions, then glancing back at the massive explosion. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Clearly, the scene of these 5 Uchiha ninjas collapsing dead on the ground was just an act by Natsum. The few shurikens had barely hit any vital spots. Their sudden fall was merely an illusion created by Natsum's character binding technique. Time was of the essence, and Natsum couldn't afford to explain anything to the 5. He directly took out 5 prepared substitute corpses from a space scroll and threw them on the ground. The eyes of these corpses had long been removed, and their bodies were charred beyond recognition, making it impossible to discern their faces. They were perfect for disguising as these 5 Uchiha clan members. Then, without hesitation, Natsum led the Still Days clan members and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away from the scene. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb was indeed magnificent. It shook the ground so violently that it woke countless villagers from their sleep. The dazzling explosion illuminated half of the village's sky in orange-red hues. Such a sudden change prompted many to recall that terrifying night 7 years ago, remembering the rampaging beast that had dealt a heavy blow to Konoha, the fearsome Nine-Tails. At the same time, on the lookout tower at the village's outskirts, Danzo, sitting in a wheelchair, felt his mouth twitch and his expression change drastically as he watched the astounding explosion rise in the distance and sensed the overwhelming and terrifying chakra of the tailed beast. What is that? An attack from a tailed beast? How could there be a tailed beast? Itachi's intel was false. No way, absolutely impossible. Those Uchiha traders couldn't possibly have a tailed beast. Could it be that another hidden village has launched a surprise attack? Wait, damn it, what about my men? Are they all gone? Danzo was filled with shock, his teeth gritting in fear as he speculated. For this operation, he had staked all his resources. The first team had over 50 members, nearly half of whom were Jonin. If they were inexplicably wiped out by a tailed beast, he was afraid he would vomit blood from the losses. Of course, amidst the shock, Danzo also secretly felt relieved. It's a good thing he hadn't rashly attacked. Otherwise, he might have been buried in that tailed beast bomb explosion as well. Swish, swish. Soon, 2 figures landed quickly in front of Danzo, appearing extremely tense and vigilant. Lord Danzo, quick, take me back to the village. Also, have the second team retreat immediately. There seems to be an external village attack. Retreat to the village first, and then plan. Danzo steadied his breath and pretended to command calmly. No matter what the situation was with the first team, whether they were annihilated or not, since there was a tailed beast attack, he could not risk the remaining personnel anymore. If he lost all his manpower, how would he compete for the position of Hokage afterward? He had survived for so many years. He was very experienced in the art of caution. The matter of the tailed beast invasion should be left to Sarutobi to handle. Understood. The 2 loyal root ninjas showed no hesitation. They immediately lifted the wheelchair and Danzo, retreating towards a village. Similarly, in a corner of Konoha, at the ruins of the Uchiha clan's residence, Fugaku was jolted awake by the tremor and quickly jumped onto the roof. From a distance, he watched the brilliant orange light explode in a large circle outside the village. The head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, was momentarily stunned, his heart racing, thinking it was an enemy village attacking. Then, As he contemplated, he suddenly realized and couldn't help but smile faintly, secretly sighing. That kid is too reckless. This has really escalated, but perhaps it's for the best. Maybe with the war coming, the village won't have time to target our clan anymore. In fact, they might even have to rely on us. At the same time, in a makeshift wooden house, the second pillar, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up by the noise and groggily ran outside. Curiously, he looked up at Fugaku and asked, "Dad, why are you standing on the roof? What are you looking at?" Fugaku looked down at his young son Sasuke. In a good mood, he rarely made a joke. "I'm watching fireworks. Outside the village. Someone is setting off big fireworks." Sasuke laughed and excitedly shouted, "I want to see too. I want to see too." Chapter 69. Wild speculations. The turmoil in Konoha lasted the entire night. Whether it was the fire in the village or the explosions outside, countless villagers were filled with anxiety and fear throughout the night. They speculated wildly. Is there going to be another war? Fortunately, after a night of chaos, the village did not suffer any further attacks, which eased the worries of many. However, with the fire at the orphanage subsiding, the dark secrets hidden within began to surface, causing another wave of shock. After all, in any hidden village, the loss of ninjas is significant. During wartime, the casualty rate could increase several times. This has resulted in a large number of orphans. Originally, these orphans would be uniformly adopted by the village or the orphanage, providing some assurance and closure for the heroes who sacrificed themselves. But now, with the orphanage burned down, the bloody laboratory underneath was exposed. The villagers then realized that this was not an orphanage at all. It was simply a den of horrors that devoured children without a trace. As the corpses of children were unearthed, the onlooking villagers were furious. No ninja would want to see that after fighting desperately for the village, their children, sent to the orphanage, ended up as experimental sacrifices. They were tortured and trained to death, or turned into emotionless puppets. Who could endure this? Consequently, many ninjas quickly launched a vigorous protest, demanding a thorough investigation of the orphanage and severe punishment for the mastermind behind it. After all, the battles outside the village were too far away. Since the village had not suffered significant casualties, it meant little to most villagers. Instead, the issue of the nearby orphanage concerned the safety of every ninja's descendants. Compared to the two, people naturally cared more about the latter. Meanwhile, compared to the righteous indignation of the lower-level villagers, the high-ranking officials in Konoha were in a state of panic. There were simply too many incidents that occurred last night. The orphanage was destroyed, the reserve treasury was robbed, a high-ranking advisor died suddenly, and there were suspected attacks by tailed beasts from other villages. Each incident alone was enough to give the administrative department of Konoha a headache. But now they were all piled together. This was simply unbearable. At this moment, the third Hokage, Tsunade, with his white hair, worried expression, and listless demeanor, sat alone in the Hokage office, secretly sighing. He couldn't understand why so many terrible things always happened during his term. He could only blame his old age and the lack of the prestige and strength of the first Hokage. Otherwise, who would dare to covet Konoha? Sigh. Knock. Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Komin, an Umbu ninja, entered, kneeling on one knee and removing his mask. Oh, it's Kakashi. Have you gathered the statistics? Where are the casualties among the Umbu en route? Sarutobi collected himself and asked, pretending to be calm. Kakashi lowered his head and quickly reported. Inside the village, 11 Umbu ninjas were killed. Outside the village, 8 Umbu ninjas were killed, and 46 root ninjas were killed. Hiss! Sarutobi inhaled sharply, his face darkening further. Such losses were the most painful since the Third Great Ninja War. Not to mention the Umbu. This time, it was likely that the backbone of Root had been broken. Danzo's subordinates probably didn't even have half of their usable personnel left. Were there any clues regarding the robbery of the reserve treasury? No. Kakashi shook his head. The Umbu had thoroughly searched the treasury and the reserve treasury, inside and out, digging 3 feet into the ground. They even deployed various ninja dogs and beasts to assist in the search. Yet, there were still no clues. It was as if the thieves had completely vanished into thin air. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's brows furrowed deeply. This was the second time the treasury had been robbed. However, this time they didn't even know who the thieves were. They could only vaguely speculate that it might involve the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, they had lost a high-ranking advisor due to this. Such humiliation would disgrace all of Konoha. How could he not be angry? Sigh, what about the attack outside the village last night? Kakashi quickly handed over a stack of reports. Inside was a detailed account of the events from the remaining ninjas of the Umbu and Root, who had collaborated last night. Sarutobi took the report and read it carefully. After a while, he let out a deep breath, his expression complex. After all, based solely on this report, the attack that occurred last night was simply absurd. It included Itachi's proactive whistleblowing, the secret defection of Uchiha ninjas, Danzo and Root's designed ambush, and the sudden appearance of a tailed beast attack. The coincidences in these events were simply too many. Initially, Sarutobi suspected that the group attacking outside the village was connected to the thieves of the reserve treasury. But now it seemed that the connections behind this were increasingly elusive. The most critical issue was that after a night of hard work, they couldn't even uncover the identity of any enemy. They were truly in a passive position. Kakashi, what do you think? Do you believe these incidents are related? Sarutobi took the initiative to ask Kakashi, hoping to leverage his sharp mind to clarify the relationships involved. I can't analyze the situation at the orphanage, but the robbery of the reserve treasury and the attack outside the village should not be from the same group. If both were from the same group, then since they could silently infiltrate the village, they wouldn't need to attack outside the village. They could directly launch a surprise attack within the village with the Jinchuriki or tailed beasts, which would surely cause greater casualties. Therefore, I speculate that the group outside the village should be an attacking force dispatched by another hidden village. They just happened to encounter a few Uchiha members who were preparing to defect. That's why they quickly silenced the five. Then they suddenly discovered that a large number of root ninjas were following behind the five. Thus, thinking their ambush was exposed, they had to hastily launch an attack using the tailed beast bomb and quickly retreat. Kakashi shared his deductions. This was the most reasonable explanation he could come up with. After all, they had no idea that someone had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing for easy back-and-forth movement between the village and the outside. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi slightly nodded. To him, this was indeed a very reasonable hypothesis. It clearly explained the doubts surrounding this botched attack. Sarutobi, are those five definitely Uchiha ninjas? Kakashi, I'm not sure. Their bodies were extensively burned, making it impossible to identify their faces. But all five had their eyes gouged out. If it weren't to collect the Sharingan, there would be no reason to deliberately remove the eyes from corpses. All right, I understand. Sarutobi nodded and fell silent. While tapping on the wooden table, he racked his brain in thought, beginning to match up the suspect from the five great hidden villages in his mind. Since tailed beasts were involved, there's no doubt that the suspects have been narrowed down to the other four great hidden villages and Takigakure. The Uchiha from Yagakure should have been the prime suspect, but they can be ruled out. Next, while Takigakure has tailed beasts, it is just a small village. Unless they had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, they wouldn't dare to offend Konoha. Therefore, they're not very suspicious either. Furthermore, Sarutobi had also suspected Kirigakure, which had allied with Yagakure. However, the upheaval in Kirigakure happened 3 days ago. News from there just barely reached the village yesterday. A large hidden village experienced a coup, with the Mizukage suddenly dying and a change in power, and so on. There must be a ton of administrative affairs waiting to be handled. How could they possibly organize manpower and deploy Jinchuriki to attack Konoha without pause? In just 2 days, with an ocean in between, the ninja from Kirigakure wouldn't even have time to reach Konoha. Thus, Sarutobi ruled Kirigakure out of suspicion. What's left? With the highest suspicion are Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Tsunade. Damn it, which one could it be? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, muttering his guesses. Chapter 70. 10,000 gold coins, sage body with 5 newly joined clansmen, along with Yano Yu and others. Natsum directly teleported back to Inyan Village, 1,000 miles away. Since the battle was over, there was no need to worry too much about chakra consumption. After returning to his own village, Yano Yu happily took the rescued orphans to the newly built orphanage for placement. The 5 new clansmen were also taken care of by Natsum's orders. However, it would likely take them a long time to recover from the shock of tonight. After sending these people away, Natsum set down his burdens and went to the hot spring pool in the backyard. With 2 fire techniques, a pot of spring water was heated up, producing wisps of white steam. Natsum jumped in and lay back in the pool. Meanwhile, a little sea turtle quietly escaped from Natsum's grasp and swam to the edge of the pool, trying to keep its distance. After all, if Natsum kept rubbing against it, its shell would be worn down. Ah, so comfortable. Natsum sighed in delight, feeling extremely content. He couldn't tell if it was the comfort of the hot spring or the excitement from the successful operation tonight. The people in Konoha must be scared out of their wits now. The tailed beasts up close. They should be in a bit of a panic. Natsum chuckled to himself. Putting aside future thoughts, during this period, the deterrent power of the tailed beast was still significant. He then carefully recalled the entire process. Confirming there were no oversights, Natsum excitedly closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into the system, ready for another round of indulgence. Host, Natsum attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning. Earth In Chakra, 72 cards ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique, S-Class Spacetime Ninjutsu. 8 Gates of Doujia Formation, S-Class Taijutsu. Spirit Transformation Technique, S-Class Soul Ninjutsu. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki, Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Pain, 1000 Flame Blade. Special Skills, Chakra Extraction Method Special Weapon. Kunlun Blade Current Balance, 10. 892 gold coins. Looking at the full 10,000 gold coins, Natsum couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile again. Konoha really is the best. The strongest of the 5 hidden villages is indeed rich. 3 backup vaults, and just one of them hold a whopping 40 million Ryo. This doesn't even count the 70 million Ryo he took during his first heist. It's definitely much wealthier than a Wagakure. Such vibrant resources are truly rare. Once Konoha gets fattened up, he'll continue to reap the rewards. After a moment of reflection, Natsum didn't hesitate any longer. He directly entered the system store in exchange for another powerful ability he had long desired. Do you wish to pay 10,000 gold coins to exchange for the Sage Body? Confirm. Initially, Natsum had hesitated about whether to exchange for the Evil God Body or Tailed Beast Body, which possessed immortality. However, considering the prevalence of sealing techniques in the ninja world, he ultimately chose the Sage Body, which would clearly enhance his overall strength. In the next moment, 10,000 gold coins scattered like snowflakes. At the same time, the system began to transform Natsum's body. Under an indescribable great power, the cells of Natsum's entire body rapidly evolved and upgraded. Cell vitality, bone hardness, muscle resilience, and so on all experienced explosive growth, far surpassing the previous time when Orochimaru implanted Hashirama cells for him. Even the few incomplete Hashirama cells in his body were completely assimilated and devoured, transforming into the pure Sage Body cells unique to Natsum. In fact, the capabilities of this Sage Body are quite simple, comprising 3 main points. 1. A vast amount of chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. 2. Strong vitality and recovery ability. 3. Exceptional physical strength. Moreover, with these 3 enhancements, any ordinary ninjutsu can be transformed into something miraculous in the hands of the Sage Body. The power of ninjutsu can indeed be linked to the amount of chakra. However, measuring combat power solely by chakra quantity is absolutely a fallacy. For instance, in the early days of Naruto had 10 chakra, and the 3rd Hokage had 5. Could Naruto defeat the 3rd? The 4th Raikage also possessed tailed beast-level chakra, along with speed surpassing Hashirama's. Could he defeat Hashirama? Furthermore, Hashirama's wood release, while incredibly effective at suppressing tailed beasts, was not the pinnacle of attack or defense. Its true strength lay in its rich functionality, strong control, and comprehensive abilities. Later, Madara also possessed wood release capabilities. However, when they fought seriously, Hashirama used wood release while Madara relied on Susanoo. Thus, it proves that power does not stem from wood release, but from the first Hokage himself, his Sage Body. In short, even with the same ninjutsu and the same chakra consumption, the power wielded by someone with this Sage Body will undoubtedly far exceed that of an ordinary ninja. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Sage Body. This complete body transformation took significantly longer than before, lasting nearly 10 minutes before finally concluding. As soon as it ended, Natsum could clearly feel the terrifying increase in his strength and chakra. Along with that, his cell vitality was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary people. He felt that in his current state, going at it 10 times a night, 7 times a night should still be manageable. At the same time, the fearsome boost in power made Natsum unable to resist wanting to try it out. In the next moment, Natsum slightly curled his fingers and flicked them. Clang, violent chakra erupted, directly scattering all the spring water in the pool, which floated into the air. It formed a vast and dreamy array of colorful floating snowflakes. Then, the endless snowflakes quickly gathered into a massive water sphere, rapidly spinning in a spiral motion. Clearly, after obtaining this Sage Body, Natsum's mastery over the transformation and nature of chakra had instantly elevated to a whole new level. With just a thought, he could easily manipulate the changes and transformations of chakra. It was simply outrageous. Such a magical scene, along with Natsume's suddenly overwhelming aura, frightened a certain three tails, which hit at the bottom of the pool, shivering. Whoosh! Natsume released this chakra. The giant water sphere fell, transforming back into a pool of spring water. Then, Natsume eagerly opened his personal system panel to check. Host, Natsume attribute. Fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, yang chakra. 1800 cards ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique. S-rank spacetime ninjutsu. 8 gates of Doinjia formation. S-rank taijutsu. Spirit transformation technique. S-rank soul ninjutsu. Bloodline limit. Sharingan. Eternal Mangeki Rinnegan. 18. Taijutsu. 1000 years of pain. 1000 flames blade. Special skill. Chakra extraction method special weapon. Kunai knife current balance. 892 gold coins at this moment. Looking at the 1800 cards on the system template and feeling the vast chakra within him like an ocean, Natsume couldn't help but show a brilliant smile again. Wow. Compared to the previous double amplification from transplanting Hashirama cells, this time the complete sage body has directly increased Natsume's chakra by a full 50 times. 1800 cards. That's comparable to the chakra reserves of a tailed beast. Even the 1 tail to 7 tails may not have such a massive amount of chakra. Moreover, Natsume is very clear. This is not even the limit of his sage body. As long as he continues to train hard and dig deeper into his body's potential, he will surely continue to break through, to continue to become stronger. Even raising the amplification of chakra to over 100 times is possible. After all, neither the former sage of 6 paths, Ashura, nor the first Hokage Hashirama was born invincible. They also gained their peak power through step-by-step training and development. It is evident that the potential of the sage body is indeed astonishing. Of course, besides these obvious amplifications, the incredibly noticeable Rinnegan progress of 18 on the system personal template also caught Natsume's attention. Seeking updates, seeking gifts. Chapter 71, Protests and Severe Punishment, plus Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Natsume estimated that his overall strength had reached a level above that of the average Kage. Even when compared to the peak periods of Hashirama and Madara, he should not be too far behind. Of course, if he were to truly compare himself to those 2 titans of the Warring States period, with their rich combat experience and unparalleled martial skills, there would still be quite a gap. Even with comparable power, Natsume, at only 10 years old, likely wouldn't stand a chance against either of them. This is not about boosting others' confidence while diminishing one's own, but rather a straightforward acknowledgement of reality. Only by recognizing his shortcomings can he better compensate for them and improve himself. Overall, with his current strength, he could easily navigate the entire shinobi world. Next, he should take the time to familiarize himself with the recent surge in power. However, before he could settle down, he had just caused quite a stir in Konoha, allowing the Akatsuki and several other major hidden villages to take the blame. It would be a shame if these attacks didn't yield some results. The shinobi world at this time is still too peaceful. For his own hidden village to rise, he must stir chaos throughout the shinobi world, creating turbulence to ride the winds and gain advantages. It seems that Konoha is currently seething with anger and on high alert, right? All that's left is for him to give the final push for a full outbreak. As for that last push, it should be arriving at Konoha soon. Just as Natsume predicted, the situation in Konoha was indeed grim. A large number of protesting villagers had gathered in front of the Hokage's office building, demanding the truth be uncovered and the mastermind behind the orphanage be severely punished. This significantly increased the pressure on Konoha's higher-ups. Initially, if it were just the issue with the orphanage, the impact would not be so great. However, with the advisor's tragic death, the treasury being robbed, and tailed beasts invading, all these shocking events occurring right at their doorstep made half of Konoha tense and anxious. They feared that war could break out at any moment. Moreover, once a conflict erupted, there would inevitably be casualties and an increase in orphans. Given the current state of Konoha, where the orphanage had become a den of horrors, who would dare to fight on the battlefield? Who wouldn't fear for their children being sent to such a place? The heirs of the prominent ninja clans might be fine, as their families could take care of orphans after their parents fell in battle. But the vast majority of ordinary ninja families do not have such privileges. Once they die, their sons and daughters would end up in the orphanage, subjected to bullying. Haven't they seen how the once-renowned 4th Hokage, Minato, has had his son ostracized? Therefore, for many ordinary ninja families, uncovering the truth and severely punishing the mastermind naturally became their primary objective. Otherwise, they wouldn't even feel secure about going to war. In response, many prominent ninja clans also adopted a wait-and-see attitude. After all, in recent years, the expansion of Konoha's Umbu and Root, as well as the oppression of many ninja families, had become excessively harsh. The division and plight of the Uchiha clan served as a cautionary tale. Thus, these clans were also keen to take this opportunity to pressure Konoha's higher-ups. At this moment, in Hokage's office, the elderly third Hokage, Sarutobi, stood by the window, looking down at the mass of agitated, protesting ninjas, listening to the cacophony of accusations and insults. "How many people are down there?" Sarutobi frowned, deeply pained as he asked. This was the first time in his many years as Hokage that such a large-scale protest had occurred. "It's already over 700 people." A member of the Umbu quickly replied. "Hokage-sama, should we disperse them?" Sarutobi shook his head. "No need. Their demands are reasonable. They deserve a proper explanation regarding the orphanage. Furthermore, this issue also involves Root and the Umbu. If we send you to handle it, it will only escalate the conflict." Sarutobi still had the basic judgment to avoid using violent means to disperse these protesting villagers, lest it incite a larger riot. In summary, Konoha was like a powder keg, unable to withstand any provocation. "Hokage-sama, what should we do?" Sighing, Sarutobi ordered, "Have the Hokage's assistant come here." "Yes, sir." The Umbu ninja immediately retreated to invite a certain Danzo. It was clear that after the turmoil surrounding the orphanage, Sarutobi had realized that the mastermind behind it all must be Danzo. Only he had the capability, opportunity, and ruthlessness to carry out such cruel acts. In the past, a small reprimand might have sufficed. However, this time, the issue with the orphanage had far-reaching consequences. It had already enraged the masses. The fury of so many people could not be easily quelled. Thus, Sarutobi had been conflicted moments ago. But now, it was evident that to calm the public's anger, he had to severely punish Danzo and Root. Soon, Danzo, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed into the Hokage's office. The other guards quickly exited and closed the door. Moments later, the familiar sounds of a heated argument echoed in the office. "Danzo, Hiruzen." The argument lasted nearly 10 minutes before it finally came to a close. Compared to previous confrontations, Sarutobi was clearly angrier this time. If it weren't for Danzo's incapacitated legs and unhealed injuries, he would have wanted to physically assault him. It was known that Danzo and his Root had previously handled many dark matters for the village, taking on a lot of blame. But look at the recent events. It was Danzo who forced the Uchiha clan to rebel. He was responsible for the deaths of dozens of elite Root ninjas. And it was he who secretly infiltrated the orphanage, leading to this massive protest. At this point, Sarutobi could no longer protect him. "Danzo, this incident has blown up too large. I can no longer tolerate you. From this moment on, you are officially relieved of your position as Hokage's assistant." "But Hiruzen, Danzo suddenly shook, unwilling to accept this, eager to defend himself. However, this time, Sarutobi was resolute, directly scolding him. "Stop making excuses. This is for your own good. Additionally, all inhumane training in Root must cease. Furthermore, without my orders, Root is not allowed to participate in any operations. I will personally take responsibility for calming the public and the reconstruction of the orphanage. Your punishment will be formally announced to the entire village later. Until then, you will be confined to your home to reflect on your actions." Sarutobi was, after all, the Hokage. For Danzo, who served as the Hokage's advisor, there was almost absolute control. With a single sentence or a few orders, he could directly strip Danzo of most of his real power. After all, Sarutobi was well aware that nothing was more painful for Danzo than the loss of actual authority. It was foreseeable that after losing the position of Hokage's advisor and the real command of Root, Danzo would, for a long time, be like a bow without arrows, unable to cause any trouble. However, although this punishment was severe, it was also for Danzo's own good. Otherwise, the hundreds of angry protesters outside might just tear him apart. Last night, Sarutobi had already lost Koharu, and he really didn't want to lose another old comrade. Chapter 72, Stirring Up Trouble. A great war is about to begin upon hearing Sarutobi's severe punishment. Danzo's face nearly turned green with anger. Having always been ambitious and eager to ascend to the position of Hokage, the one thing he could not accept was the loss of power in his hands. That was his lifeline. However, as the saying goes, as long as Sarutobi was around, he could only passively accept it. It was impossible for him to suppress Sarutobi and sit on top of him. Attack is attack, and defense is defense. It couldn't be changed. But to accept punishment and voluntarily give up all power was even more impossible. He hadn't even become Hokage yet, and he hadn't taken revenge on that little brat Natsum. How could he let go? However, looking at the situation today, it seemed that Hiruzen was determined to deal with him. Just relying on words wouldn't work anymore. He had to take some actual action. After a moment of gritting his teeth, Danzo made a decision. I know who the enemy that attacked the village last night is. As soon as Danzo spoke, he immediately captured Sarutobi's attention. From the perspective of the entire village, calming the anger of the protesting villagers was indeed very important. However, identifying the attackers from last night to prevent the village from being attacked again was even more critical. After all, the former could potentially cause chaos in the village, while the latter could overturn the entire village. The distinction between the two was self-evident. Therefore, as Hokage, Sarutobi was more eager than anyone else to know the true identity of the attackers. It's a Wagakure. A Wagakure? Do you have evidence? Sarutobi exclaimed, furrowing his brows in doubt. Without evidence, he would not believe it recklessly. Danzo shifted in his wheelchair, pulled out a scroll from underneath him, and handed it to Sarutobi. Sarutobi recognized it at a glance. Such a small encrypted scroll must have been used by Root to convey top-secret information. It was equipped with complex ninjutsu seals, and only someone who knew the decryption method could read it safely. If it were forcibly opened, it would damage the internal top-secret messages as well. It was considered one of the most effective and reliable ways to transmit confidential information in the ninja world. The secret scroll had already been opened once and did not need to be decrypted again. Sarutobi directly opened the scroll and began to read. Soon, as he read the contents, his expression changed dramatically, and he was suddenly startled. This is a message from a spy I planted in a Wagakure, who risked his life to send it back. It records that a Wagakure is preparing to launch a surprise attack on our village. The secret scroll only reached me this morning, and it is intact. Besides me, no one else knows the decryption method, which basically eliminates the possibility of false messages. Danzo explained calmly. In fact, this secret scroll was prepared by Orochimaru. Upon learning of a Wagakure's conspiracy, he sealed the scroll and prepared to send it to Konoha. However, he was saved by Natsum. This unopened scroll naturally fell into Natsum's hands. It wasn't until the day before that Natsum used Orochimaru's influence to quietly return the scroll to Danzo. Therefore, in Danzo's eyes, this clearly meant that Orochimaru had completed his cooperation with him, eliminated both Kabuto and Nono, and brought back this scroll. Thus, when he saw this information, it nearly drove Danzo to anger. In his view, it was that group of damned IWA ninjas who ruined his good plans. Otherwise, he could have ambushed those Uchiha traitors last night and captured them all. Now, not only did he fail to gain anything, but he also ended up with a mouthful of dirt, causing his root to suffer significant losses. How could he not be furious? After receiving the explanation, Sarutobi fell silent and looked at Danzo, his expression serious, staring intently. After a while, he finally withdrew his gaze. He admitted that Danzo indeed had many small flaws. But when it came to the safety of the village, he had never deceived himself. Like him, Danzo loved the village. Otherwise, over the years, Sarutobi would not have appointed Danzo as Hokage's advisor just because of an old acquaintance's status and granted him such great authority. Moreover, unless Danzo had lost his mind, he would not risk the lives of over 50 elite root members to fabricate such a false message. It wasn't worth it. It was even less profitable. Therefore, this message should be true. And with the information on this secret scroll, combined with the attack that occurred last night, it seemed that there was a 98% probability that a Wagakure was the real culprit. Additionally, there were rumors that a Wagakure seemed to have a mutually beneficial relationship with the Akatsuki organization. Although this could not be confirmed yet, looking at various details, it was indeed clear who the true culprit was. With this in mind, Sarutobi frowned even more, anger swelling within him. 8 years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, in the Battle of Kemonerabashi, Konoha had already formed a deadly feud with a Wagakure, and his outstanding disciple, Obito, had also died in that battle. Unexpectedly, so many years had passed, and while he had not sought trouble with a Wagakure, they audaciously struck first at Konoha. It was truly detestable. Sarutobi felt like he wanted to immediately gather troops and march on a Wagakure to avenge past grievances. However, having enjoyed peace for so long, he truly did not want to drag the village back into the quagmire of war. No one understood the cruelty and bloodshed of war better than him. However, just as Sarutobi hesitated, Danzo suddenly shouted loudly, "Hiruzen, Are you going to endure this any longer? Are you going to remain cowardly? They have already reached the gates of the village. Next time, perhaps that tailed beast bomb might explode in the village. What are you hesitating for? Are you going to watch Konoha perish? Clearly, Danzo was urging and motivating Sarutobi. It was for the village and also for his own power. After all, once the Great War started, his root would inevitably have a place to shine, and he would not lose power. Moreover, through a Great War, it was not impossible for him to ascend to the position of Hokage again. Danzo's reproach indeed pushed Sarutobi, making him resolutely make a decision. This was also the first time in his life that he made a mad decision to take the initiative. Of course, the main reason was that a Wagakure had gone too far. They had brought the tailed beast right to his doorstep. If he endured any longer, Konoha might be finished. Even the most patient person would not tolerate being ridden on and having excrement dumped on them. To vent his anger, to ensure the village's reputation, and for the sake of future peace, he had to take the initiative and strike back hard. Otherwise, just the current anger of the villagers would be impossible to redirect. Send out personnel, spread the news, and let that guy Jiraiya hurry back. Tomorrow, I will personally go to Tsunade village to discuss the alliance. When I return, we will immediately deploy troops to Iwa village. Since they want to fight, then let there be another ninja world war. Sarutobi gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Chapter 73. Undercurrents. The series of upheavals indeed forced Konoha to make changes. That noon, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, personally stepped forward to deliver a series of important speeches and provided subsidies to all protesting citizens. This barely extinguished the public's anger and dispersed the many protesters gathered in front of the Hokage building. At the same time, early the next morning, the Konoha Administrative Department, in conjunction with the Hokage office, issued a new announcement detailing the explosion incident at the orphanage and severely punished the mastermind behind it, the deputy commander of route. Additionally, the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, who had been lax in his duties, also resigned in shame and was placed under house arrest. The reconstruction plan for the new orphanage was quickly approved, allowing all villagers to monitor the process to prevent similar incidents from occurring again. Of course, anyone with clear eyes could see that the so-called mastermind, the route deputy commander, was merely being scapegoated. After all, even the shadow of the pot Danzo couldn't bear the burden of such a large pot. Whoever bears it will die. However, throughout this process, the protesting citizens received compensation. The new orphanage was rebuilt. The observing ninja clans were pleased to see roots suffer and took the opportunity to suppress some of the higher-ups. The Konoha higher-ups also quelled the public's anger, demonstrating fairness and justice, gaining a bit of public favor. All parties got what they needed. Thus, no one would excessively investigate who the real Black Hand was or what punishment they received. Of course, from that day on, compared to the lower-level villagers, the mid to high-level officials in Konoha began to get extremely busy. A series of political orders were transmitted from the Hokage office. They issued death compensation, raised war funds, prepared logistical supplies, recalled ninjas on missions, and redeployed sentry posts outside the village. In short, Konoha began to operate like a massive war machine. Essentially, this so-called hidden village was a war tool for the major nations. However, due to the contributions and construction of generations of ninjas, it had become more like a village, especially the defenses outside the village. Sarutobi almost deployed more than half of the remaining Umbu ninjas, establishing one warning line after another outside the village. In any case, such a scandal as the previous night must never happen again. The enemy had brought tailed beasts right to their doorstep, and they failed to notice in time. If it happened again, that tailed beast ball would fall into the village. Therefore, similar oversights had to be immediately remedied. It was crucial to strengthen defenses. Soon, as the orders were issued and Konoha began to operate, Sarutobi quickly set aside his administrative duties. Accompanied by 2 guards, he secretly left the village, heading towards the Wind Country's Tsunade. Going to war with the Wagakure was a policy he had set. It must be done. But Sarutobi did not act recklessly and initiate war without thought. He knew that in previous ninja world wars, it was often the case that external villages would launch surprise attacks, forcing Konoha to respond in a panic, suffering heavy losses. This time, to achieve victory and avoid dragging the village into a prolonged war, Sarutobi needed to prepare carefully. Forming alliances was one strategy among them. After all, once war broke out, regardless of whether the situation was advantageous or not, allies could still be useful. Even if they couldn't send troops, they could still intimidate the enemy and boost morale. Look at the newly established Yane village, which allied with Kirigakure. Now, they have gained a great reputation in the ninja world, making it difficult for others to act against them. If Konoha could ally with Tsunade this time, at least they wouldn't have to worry too much when beating Iwagakure later on. Of course, the reason for not choosing to ally with Kumogakure was twofold. Firstly, because Kumogakure was farther away, making coordination inconvenient. Secondly, it was known that the traitors from Kumogakure, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku were responsible for the death of Sarutobi's beloved second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Therefore, for both emotional and logical reasons, Sarutobi was not keen on allying with Kumogakure. However, considering the deep-seated grudge between Konoha and the elder Chiyo of Tsunade, this journey to form an alliance would not be easy. Fortunately, the current power in Tsunade was held by the 4th Kazekage and not Chiyo, so there was still a chance. The theft of the reserve treasury, the death of high-level advisors, and the tailed beast attack outside the village. These major events were cleverly hidden under layers of Konoha's secrecy. Although many rumors and whispers circulated, at least most villagers and ordinary ninjas did not know the truth. However, such important information, combined with the undercurrents in the village over the past 2 days, made it almost impossible to keep some ninja clans in the dark. The most notable clans such as the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, and the ostracized Uchiha clan had all clearly sensed the impending war and were quietly preparing. Ninja clans that had survived from the Warring States period to the present were not to be underestimated. Of course, the decline of clans like the Senju and Uchiha was the result of various factors and coincidences working together. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence in the clan leader's mansion, Uchiha Fugaku was having a secret conversation with Uchiha Shikadame. Was the tailed beast attack last night done by that kid Natsum? Clan leader, I don't know. You don't know? Yes. Young Master Natsum did not disclose any information to me, only that I should relay that message to you. Shikadame shook his head and answered truthfully. Fugaku nodded, not probing further. He merely sighed with a smile. That kid is indeed cautious. But this time it has caused quite a stir. The tailed beasts have been mobilized. Which major hidden village has been dragged into this mess? It seems like it has startled the village as well. Soon, it seems, war is about to break out again. As for war, Fugaku, Shikadame, and all Uchiha clansmen were not afraid. After all, compared to being monitored, discriminated against, and opposed within the village, they would rather throw their lives on the battlefield. At least, even if they died in battle, they would still earn some honor. Far better than being secretly executed by Konoha. Moreover, it was precisely because of high-level orders that their clan did not participate in the battle on the Night of the Nine Tails, which led to many villagers rejecting and opposing them. If war really breaks out, clan leader, what about us? Shikadame asked softly. To be honest, the vast majority of the clansmen had no good feelings towards Konoha anymore. Therefore, he truly did not want to fight for Konoha again. Fugaku frowned slightly, hesitating. To be honest, after that night, after witnessing the ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness of the Konoha high-ranking officials towards the Uchiha clan, he lost the last bit of goodwill he had towards the village. Otherwise, this time, he wouldn't have cooperated with Shikamaru's actions by sending out those 5 decoy clan members. However, just as Fugaku was preparing to decisively agree and never lend his strength to Konoha again, there was a knock at the door. The great filial son Itachi pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing him, Hakadai immediately fell silent and revealed a rather kind-hearted smile. After all, without this great filial son leaking information, the previous operation would have been impossible to succeed, let alone wipe out the elite of the root and directly interrupt their backbone. Such a great contributor naturally deserves praise. Itachi, what brings you here? Fugaku asked with a stern face, maintaining a fierce demeanor. Itachi stepped forward a few paces, glanced at Hakadai, seemingly having forgotten the great merit he had accomplished, and directly handed a scroll to Fugaku. Father, this is a secret order from Lord Hokage for you. Oh, so it has indeed arrived. Fugaku took the scroll, squinting his eyes as he pondered. Without even looking, he could guess the general content of the secret order. Chapter 74. Hinata's troubles. The content of this secret order is quite simple. It requires Fugaku to start preparing the remaining ninjas of the Uchiha clan from this day forward. Then, within the specified time, go to the Een Hidden Village established by the Uchiha defectors to ambush the Een Hidden Village. Be sure to kill more than 20 Uchiha defectors and bring back their corpses. Otherwise, the tone and demands of the secret order are extremely severe, starkly contrasting with the usual style of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is evident that this time, the death of Koharu and the attack of the tailed beast from the enemy village have truly angered him. For this reason, he specifically issued this secret order. The goal is to use the remaining strength of the Uchiha clan to obstruct the actions of the In Hidden Village during the battle between Konoha and Nawaki, to prevent that kid Natsum from directly stealing their home, Konoha, during the war. Moreover, the hard requirement of at least 20 corpses is also Sarutobi's motivation for Fugaku and the others. With this requirement in place, they need not worry about not being able to engage in a serious fight with the In Hidden Village. Otherwise, they should not blame Konoha for being ruthless towards the remaining Uchiha clan members in the village. Fugaku put away the secret order, his expression unchanged. It seems he had already anticipated this. Instead, he calmly looked at Itachi and asked, "Itachi, you know about the battle that happened outside the village last night, right?" "I know. This time, I used you." "I know," Itachi replied flatly. Fugaku was slightly surprised. "Did you intentionally inform the higher-ups?" "Yes. But this shouldn't be your father's intention. Do you know who it is?" Itachi glanced at Hakadai on his left, but did not answer. However, it was already self-evident. Fugaku raised his eyebrows and pressed. "Then shouldn't you report again?" "No. Why?" "I wanted to test it, to give the root another chance. To see who is stronger." "And the result?" "The root was wasted." "And then?" "I want to choose again." "Have you made a choice?" "Not yet." The silent exchange between Fugaku and Itachi left Hakadai increasingly confused. However, the logic was not complicated. In short, Itachi wanted to use the calculations and counter-calculations from last night to test again. Who was stronger, the root or his cousin Natsum? The result, of course, was that Natsum won overwhelmingly. He even directly incapacitated a large part of the root. As a result, the root that weighed on the shoulders of the Uchiha clan and on himself had withered. Therefore, Itachi naturally had to choose again. The choice was either to continue sacrificing himself for the village or to return to the family's stance. In fact, from the perspective of the clan members, Itachi, who decided to wield the butcher's knife against his clansmen to protect his younger brother and Konoha, is indeed despicable. It is truly hateful. There is no need for any justification. However, human nature is complex. No one is purely black or white. If someone else were in Itachi's position, caught between family and village, also threatened by the root and Danzo, they might not do any better. Of course, part of the reason lies with him. After all, as Itachi himself said, at that time, shortly after he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he indeed became arrogant under the influence of the Sharingan, thinking he could solve everything by himself, allowing emotions to override rational judgment. This led to the tragedy. But now, after witnessing the strength of his father and cousin Natsum, and seeing another way to resolve things, he gradually abandoned his original obsession. In simple terms, he was struck down. After all, even if he still obeyed Danzo's orders at this moment and wiped out all the remaining clan members, it would not affect the In Hidden Village and Natsum outside. Moreover, the exposure of the orphanage revealed its crimes, greatly diminishing Itachi's view of the root. He could not imagine what would happen if he wiped out his clansmen and left only Sasuke. If Sasuke were also controlled and eroded by the root's evil claws, that would be terrifying. Clearly, after experiencing this series of events, Itachi's choice between the village and family began to waver. After a heartfelt exchange, the two benevolent fathers and devoted sons fell into a rare silence. After several minutes of silence, Fugaku finally spoke again. "Itachi, take a break for a while. Then, get ready to go attack the In Hidden Village with me. Let's hunt down those traitorous clansmen. Also, let's see how your cousin Natsum's newly established hidden village is doing. After that, we can decide." Fugaku did not force Itachi. Instead, he once again gave the choice to Itachi. Of course, the premise was to first go see the In Hidden Village. "Understood. Thank you, father." Itachi knelt down to express his gratitude. He then stood up and left, not lingering. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga main house, in the spacious training dojo, a small and adorable figure was practicing gentle fist alone. Next to Hinata, as the head of the main family, Hyuga Hizashi was chatting with his father while watching Hinata train. Hizashi sighed. "It looks like war is coming." "Yes. This time, the Hokage is very resolute. Perhaps it is because of the death of advisor Koharu." "Sure. Something should not be said even if you know." Hyuga Hizashi nodded and immediately changed the subject. "Last night, we lost 4 clan members. What about their bodies?" "We only retrieved one. One is at the orphanage. But there are too many charred corpses there to identify. The other 2 were turned to dust under the tailed beast bomb. Be careful not to lose the Byakugan again." "Hyuga Hizashi, the caged bird seal connection of the 4 has disappeared. It is confirmed they are dead." "Sigh. Luckily, they were all branch family ninjas. In any case, if another great battle breaks out next, we must be careful. We cannot let the Mist Village take our Byakugan like last time. Hizashi, when it's time to be ruthless, don't hesitate. Hyuga Hizashi understood. Just then, in the center of the dojo, Hinata, who failed to control her chakra flow, lost her balance and fell to the ground. The pain in her bottom made the 7-year-old Hinata's nose tingle, and her eyes moistened, almost crying out loud. However, seeing her father's and grandfather's stern expressions, she endured the pain and quickly stood up. To be honest, her talent and physical skills is quite ordinary. She has never been very interested in training in physical skills. After all, aside from her identity as the eldest daughter of the clan, she is just an ordinary girl from the neighborhood in every aspect, although she is very cute. Therefore, she has always had some resistance in her heart towards the clan's rigorous training courses. At this moment, seeing her eldest daughter Hinata's mistake, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but sigh and continued to scold with a stern face. Keep practicing. Simply practicing alone yields very little progress. Hizashi, find someone to spar with Hinata. All right. Hyuga Hizashi nodded and stepped out of the dojo. He quickly returned with another boy slightly older than Hinata, Hyuga Niji. Chapter 75, Defection. Niji lowered his head and followed the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, into the dojo. Let's start sparring. Yes. Niji respectfully responded, then made a hand gesture, looking at his cousin Hinata in front of him. He suppressed the resentment in his heart as much as possible, not wanting it to show. And Niji, brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. Hinata on the opposite side responded politely, feeling a bit awkward. Soon, the two began to spar. For over 1,000 years, the Hyuga clan has adhered to the primogeniture system. Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga are twins, but because of a slight difference in birth time, Hizashi was relegated to the branch family, never to rise again. However, when it comes to Hinata, Hayashi has not once considered abolishing the primogeniture to make Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, the heir of the main family. Why do you think he wants to change the rules? It can't be just because Hinata's talent is too good, right? Therefore, it can be seen how poor Hinata's talent must be in her father's eyes. There's a very realistic joke. It says that geniuses in Naruto can be roughly divided into several types. Sasuke, fire style, fireball jutsu. Fugaku, as expected of my son. After watching it once and practicing diligently, he can do it. Itachi, fire style, fireball jutsu. Fugaku, as expected of my son. He can do it right after watching it once. Niji, 8 trigrams, return. Hayashi, who taught him that? Of course, it doesn't mean that Niji's talent is definitely better than Itachi's. It just proves that as a member of the branch family, under the restriction of the Byakugan and in an almost free-range state, Niji learned the 8 trigrams, 64 palms without a teacher before he was 13 years old. Meanwhile, as the eldest daughter of the main family, Hinata, who enjoyed the best resources and superior guidance, only managed to perform the 64 palms during the 4th Great Ninja War after being inspired by Naruto and receiving Niji's dreams, and even then, she didn't defeat a single minor enemy. The gap in talent between the two is evident. Thus, during more than 10 rounds of sparring, Niji easily defeated Hinata each time. He even intentionally withheld most of his strength to avoid truly harming this young lady of the main family. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Finally, Niji grew tired. He really didn't want to continue spending his precious training time playing house with this young lady Hinata. Hey, Niji brother, master, is it okay to have someone else as a sparring partner? Please allow me to train on my own. After all, ever since his father's death 4 years ago, rigorous training was the only thing that could slightly calm his heart, preventing him from excessively hating the distinction between the main and branch families. No, it's not over yet. Continue. Hayashi Hyuga replied coldly, arms crossed. Please, Niji brother, Hinata quickly pleaded. The kind-hearted Hinata didn't want to see Niji continue to argue with their father. Niji snorted quietly, and the long-standing dissatisfaction in his heart quietly rose. I understand. In the next round, Niji easily interrupted Hinata's attack with a single palm, pushing her back, and couldn't help but ridicule. What's wrong, Lady Hinata? This isn't a game. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. With just a few moves, he broke through Hinata's defense. With such little ability, can you bear the fate of the Hyuga clan? Fueled by anger, Niji scolded while intensifying his assault. Soon, he struck Hinata's shoulder and chin hard, knocking her to the ground. Without any intention to stop, he continued to strike. However, just as Niji's final palm was about to hit Hinata, the head of the main family, Hayashi, suddenly intervened. He grabbed Niji's hand and easily flipped him, slamming him heavily to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he activated the caged bird curse mark. In the next moment, Niji on the ground instantly covered his head, his eyes trembling, his expression twisted, struggling in extreme pain, and screamed, "On my head, my head." In the midst of excruciating pain, Niji tore off the forehead protector, revealing the curse mark pattern that was glowing with the green light. Under the erosion of the caged bird curse mark, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his brain, unbearable agony. That kind of pain was something that no human could withstand or endure. Otherwise, so many generations of branch family ninjas would not have continuously submitted to the main family's control. Just like that, after a moment, the intense pain gradually consumed Niji's consciousness, causing him to faint. Hinata, hiding behind her father, looked on in terror, at a loss. "Foolish," Hayashi scolded angrily. Then he said, "Today's training is suspended. Hinata, go and familiarize yourself with it well." "Yes." Hinata nodded timidly. "But, father, what about Niji, brother? You don't need to worry about him. Someone, take him back, he won't die." Soon, several clan members entered the dojo and carried the unconscious Niji out of the main family residence. When Niji woke up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. In a large residence, he was the only one left. For years ago, his father was forced to die for the main family, and shortly after, his mother also left in deep sorrow. He was left alone to guard the entire residence. That's why he trained desperately, tried to numb the pain in his heart through training. At the same time, he tried hard to hide the resentment and dissatisfaction he felt toward the main family. He never expected that today he would slightly overdo it against Hinata and receive a severe punishment from the main family. Even now, his brain, which had been eroded by the curse mark, still throbbed with pain. "Damn it, I need to be more careful in the future," Niji gritted his teeth and muttered. He struggled to stand up, preparing to go to the kitchen to eat something to avoid exhausting his body. But after taking just a couple of steps, the pain in his head caused him to stagger and fall to the ground. The cruelty of the caged bird curse mark was evident. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Niji. "What mess? Who?" Niji was startled, quickly getting up and forcing himself to be on guard. "What? Niji, don't you remember me?" A figure with a mask gradually walked out from the dark courtyard and approached Niji. "Who are you? Is it Brother Fukawa?" Hearing that familiar voice, Niji immediately realized the identity of the visitor. Although he wasn't very familiar with this Brother Fukawa, as fellow branch family ninjas controlled by the main family's curse mark, they inevitably shared a sense of sympathy. Moreover, during the 2 years after his father's death, this Brother Fukawa had looked out for him several times. However, in the past 2 years since he joined the Umbu, his contact with the family has decreased significantly. Often, several months would pass without him returning to the Hyuga household. To be honest, Niji felt a bit envious. At least after joining the Umbu, he could largely separate himself from the clan. He no longer had to overly worry about the cursed seal on his forehead. Ideally, if possible, after passing the Chunin exams, Niji planned to try joining the Umbu as well. "Brother Fukawa, what brings you here? Wait, you're still alive? They all said you had died in the commotion the other night." Niji lowered his voice in shock. Being clever, he also guessed that Brother Fukawa's visit at this time was certainly not simple. Hyuga Fukawa smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, I am indeed dead. At least, in the eyes of the Hyuga family. That Hyuga Fukawa is truly dead, Niji." Hyuga Fukawa did not answer directly, but sharply retorted, "Niji, how many times have you been punished as a cage bird by the main family?" "The 4th time. It's very painful, isn't it?" Niji looked at Brother Fukawa in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke honestly. "Yes, it's very painful." "Very resentful? Very bitter?" "Yes, extremely resentful." "Do you want to change all of this?" Niji gave a bitter smile. "I want to. I dream of it, but I can only think about it. If there's a chance to lift this cursed seal, Niji, were you willing to sacrifice?" Hyuga Fukawa continued to entice him. It seemed he had learned some essence from that Lord Natsum. "Everything, all of my everything." Niji gritted his teeth. The death of his father, the humiliation of being a branch family ninja, and the pain of today filled him with resentment. If he could truly lift the cursed seal and change his fate, he would indeed be willing to risk everything. Unfortunately, he knew this was just a wishful thinking. Hearing this, Hyuga Fukawa smiled slightly after getting the response he wanted. "Niji, there's an opportunity. Look at me." Saying this, Fukawa took off his mask, revealing his smooth forehead. Upon seeing the scene, Niji was shocked, holding his breath, with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 76. The Return of the Toad Sage. At this moment, in a Konoha bathhouse, a group of female ninjas, drenched in fragrant sweat, were joyfully playing in the steamy hot spring. No one noticed that in the distance, behind a small hole in the wooden fence, a pair of wide-open-toed eyes, was lewdly observing the beautiful scenery inside. Hee hee, not bad, this is really good. That one's body is also great. Inspiration strikes again. My novel has new material. A series of lewd chuckles came from the mouth of this white-haired middle-aged man. The bright red nosebleed and the swaying buttocks were enough to prove how excited Jiraiya was at this moment. Until suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Stop messing around. I am Buse. Jiraiya waved his hand impatiently. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi called out. Upon hearing the voice of his own disciple and loyal reader, Jiraiya immediately stood up and turned around. Oh, Kakashi, long time no see. How did you find me? I heard you returned to the village. So it was almost certain you'd be around the bathhouse. Kakashi shrugged, responding matter-of-factly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed, this is the sacred place for inspiration, the source of my creative bursts. So, what do you think of my latest issue? If my greatest masterpiece. Jiraiya wiped away his nosebleed, boasting proudly. As soon as the topic of Ica Paradise came up, Kakashi perked up. Of course. I've read it 10 times already. It truly is a rare gem. Is the latest issue not out yet? Don't worry, don't worry. It'll be ready soon. I'm just gathering material. Jiraiya raised his nose, looking quite pleased with himself. Despite his questionable methods of gathering material, he was genuinely talented in literature. His serialized adult novel Ica Paradise was a bestseller in more than 10 countries. Even some small nation leaders were his loyal fans. Moreover, he had made a fortune from these novels, enjoying both fame and wealth. Of course, even though this legendary Sannin Jiraiya seemed a bit careless and frivolous, he was quite sensible when it came to important matters of right and wrong. After gathering material for just half an hour, once the batch of young female ninjas finished and a new group of older women entered, Jiraiya consciously ended his research and switched to a small tavern to discuss serious matters with Kakashi. Lord Jiraiya, when did you come back? Kakashi asked. Just today. The third Hokage really went overboard, sending so many ninjas to look for me, spreading news, issuing notices and bounties. I thought something major had happened in the village. Jiraiya sipped his drink, chuckling. He was relieved to have rushed back upon hearing the news, almost thinking Konoha might be facing annihilation. As for the recent defection of the Uchiha clan, he had heard some rumors but didn't pay much attention. After all, Konoha was made up of more than 10 prominent ninja families. The defection of one Uchiha clan didn't amount to much. Moreover, considering Konoha's poor treatment of the Uchiha clan, he had anticipated something would happen long ago. In fact, he had grown weary of the power struggles within the village. With only 2 close friends having left, he specifically left the village to embark on a journey. Don't worry, it's not just to seek more diverse material. What about you, Kakashi? Still in the Umbu? Yes. The Umbu isn't suitable for you. Staying there won't bring you any relief. Jiraiya advised softly. It should be known that in the ninja world, there were no psychological counselors or systematic post-war psychological rehabilitation. All pain had to be borne alone. If one couldn't bear it, they would collapse, plain and simple. Thus, throwing oneself into intense training or busy Umbu missions was merely a way of escaping. Kakashi hesitated, not refuting anything. He knew he couldn't continue like this. But often, the pain in one's heart couldn't be resolved with just a few words. It's okay, you're still young. Take your time to change. You're the prized disciple of Minato. You'll find your way out eventually. By the way, how's Naruto doing lately? Naruto, Kakashi paused, unsure how to begin. After all, he couldn't exactly say that Naruto was currently living in poverty, all alone, surviving on a meager amount of relief money from the third Hokage, eating expired instant noodles, and drinking expired milk just to get by. To be honest, Naruto's hard life was even worse than that of the orphans in the orphanage. Kakashi also didn't understand why the third Hokage had to create such a harsh environment for Naruto. Even if it was for honing, it was a bit cruel for a child. At least he's alive. That's good, that's good. Jiraiya chuckled, not thinking too much. In his view, given Minato's status and contributions, the village wouldn't make things too difficult for such a heroic offspring, right? When the time was right, he could teach Naruto and see if he was willing to follow in his father's footsteps and become a toad ninja. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, is the village preparing to go to war? You know about it. It's obvious. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. After all, he had grown up in the village and lived there for decades. He was almost intimately familiar with it. Upon returning, just by observing the defenses outside the village, the mobilization of personnel within, and the allocation of resources, he easily sensed the atmosphere of impending war. So, who are we going to fight? I don't know, but it's speculated to be against the Rock Village, one of the 5 great hidden villages. Teacher Sarutobi must have made a crazy decision, Jiraiya lamented. In his memory, as he aged, his similarly lecherous teacher, Sarutobi, had become increasingly conservative and cautious. It was unlikely he would provoke a conflict between the great hidden villages just because of one attack, right? 2 weeks ago that night, Lord Conan also died in the invasion. The culprit is suspected to be related to the Akatsuki organization. What? Lord Conan actually died as well? Jiraiya was taken aback. It was clear that Konoha's news blackout was quite effective. At the same time, it was no wonder Sarutobi was so furious. After all, they were comrades who had fought together through life and death. Just like him, if Tsunade and Orochimaru were killed, he would undoubtedly seek revenge at all costs. Despite that, Orochimaru is unlikely to die. What about now? Is the third Hokage still in the village? When will the war start? He called me back. He can't possibly want me to be the vanguard, right? Kakashi, the Hokage, secretly set off 2 weeks ago to Tsunade to seek an alliance. If the alliance goes well, when the Hokage returns, it will be the time for the Great War to begin. Hearing this, Jiraiya took a big gulp of alcohol, feeling somewhat depressed. Sigh, another war. War only creates more hatred. Kakashi, if we don't fight, the enemy village will only become more aggressive. Jiraiya, with a flushed face, drunkenly prayed, I know. I just hope that this time the casualties will be fewer and it will end quickly. To him, fighting is nowhere near as interesting as observing voluptuous female ninjas taking baths, getting inspired, and writing novels. Why can't everyone in Ninja World just give up on war and sit down to appreciate their own masterpieces? Affection is the right path. However, just as the two were speaking freely and getting slightly tipsy, an AMBU ninja hurriedly burst into the tavern and reported to Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has returned and is ordering you to quickly go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Kakashi were suddenly startled, a chill running down their spines, and their drunkenness disappeared instantly. They exchanged glances, both understanding that the Great War was likely about to begin. Chapter 77. Strike. It has been over 2 weeks since the night the village was attacked. One can clearly feel that the atmosphere in Konoha has become increasingly tense during this time. Even the number of pedestrians on the streets has dwindled. At this point, even the dullest person can sense that something is amiss. Such a strict atmosphere resembles the alertness before Great War. As a result, many spies from other hidden villages embedded within Konoha are also feeling anxious and attempting to relay information. Unfortunately, it is still too late. Since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, secretly left Konoha 2 weeks ago, the village has entered a state of heightened alert, pushing the protective formations surrounding the entire village to their limits. During this period, only entry is allowed, exit is forbidden. This has eliminated all possibilities of information leaks. This upcoming war is no joke. If they're to fight, it must be unexpected and decisive. Otherwise, before their own ambush can take place, Iwagakure will have received the news and be prepared. That would only lead to greater casualties. Thus, despite the spies and undercover agents hidden within Konoha being anxious and restless, they remain helpless, waiting for their fate. And so it was until this night, on the very night the third Hokage, Hiruzen, returned, Konoha sprang into action. Without any delay, all logistical preparations had been completed in these 2 weeks, demonstrating Konoha's determination to go to war this time. Soon, under the cover of night, a large group of ninjas split into 3 teams and charged out of Konoha. The first team, personally led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, heading straight for Iwagakure. A total of 800 ninjas, including half of the elite Umbu, support from various clan members, and more than half of the civilian ninjas. This team is well equipped and is Konoha's strongest main force. The second team, led by the famous Sannin, Jiraiya, consisting of 21 members. Beside Jiraiya, the rest are elite ninjas selected from the Umbu and civilian ninjas, all of whom are Jonin level. This team can be considered a sharp strike force. However, their exact movements and mission remain unclear. The third team, led by the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, consisting of about 50 Uchiha ninjas. Their target is Enkakure. Their goal is to hold back the rogue ninjas from Enkakure during the war. The remaining forces are to ensure that Konoha has some personnel left for self-defense. All of this is under the command of the advisor, Mitarashi Anko. At the same time, for safety's sake, Hiruzen lifted the house arrest on Danzo, but did not restore his position as Hokage's advisor. He only allowed Danzo to lead the remaining personnel from Route to assist Mitarashi Anko in protecting the village. Naturally, Danzo was pleased with this arrangement. Being able to regain his leadership over Root was enough for him to accomplish many things. Although Root had suffered a significant blow previously and its strength had greatly diminished, its foundations still held. Moreover, the absolute loyalty to Danzo is a significant advantage. Thus, as long as he is present and the attackers are not tailed beasts, Danzo is confident that he can defend Konoha. He even secretly hoped that during the war, he could lead Konoha to victory, significantly boosting his own reputation. At that time, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Of course, that was just a fantasy. This time, all remaining Uchiha ninjas have been mobilized. Aside from a few overly young genin, only the elderly, women, and children remain behind. This shows the Uchiha clan's determination. After leaving the village, under Fugaku's lead, the group quickly headed north. Before long, Itachi quietly accelerated and came to Fugaku's side, whispering, "Father, will Konoha win this war?" "Yes." Fugaku answered without hesitation. "Itachi." "Fugaku, don't underestimate that old monkey, the third Hokage. He's quite shrewd. 2 weeks is enough time for him to prepare everything. With Konoha's overall strength, ample preparation, and an unexpected ambush, the outcome of this war was determined from the start. The only concern is the extent of the losses. Having experienced the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, Fugaku understands Hiruzen's strength and strategy very well. Even though Hiruzen is now old and his combat power has declined, he is still deserving of the title professor of ninjutsu. With him personally leading the attack, the chances of victory are definitely not small. Then, are we really going to fight to the death with Enkakure? Itachi, have you manifested the god's power? Itachi paused for a moment and nodded. Stimulated by the battle a month ago, he had focused on developing his Manjiki Sharingan during this time. Just a few days ago, he had finally manifested the third power and successfully activated Susanoo. However, due to his lack of proficiency, he could only maintain the initial form for now, struggling to hold the complete second form skeleton. Fugaku, do you think you can defeat that kid, Sakumo? Itachi shook his head. Fugaku, then do you think we have a chance if we work together? Itachi remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. If we go all out, there's a chance, but we might also die. Fugaku, you're right. That kid's strength is indeed impressive. However, your assessment is based on a month ago, right? With that kid's monstrous talent, he has probably improved significantly since then. Do you think our chances of winning are still high? Itachi, so, are we not going to fight? But what about those two behind us? Itachi glanced back at the last 2 members of the team, who were masked Umbu ninjas. They were sent by Konoha's higher-ups to monitor the Uchiha clan. If, during the subsequent battle, Itachi and the others displayed reluctance to fight or engaged in delaying tactics, they would report back to Konoha and punish the Uchiha clan members left in the village. In simple terms, they were 2 overseers. With these 2 around, it would be difficult for them to feign reluctance in battle. Fugaku shook his head, not concerned about the 2 behind them. They would have to fight, that was inevitable. However, where they would fight was still uncertain. It was likely that Sakumo would not be unprepared either. How it would unfold would have to wait until they reached Enkakure. Don't worry, I will never abandon Sasuke and your mother. Hearing this, Itachi finally felt at ease. Clearly, his greatest worry was that his father would recklessly choose to side with Enkakure, putting his mother and younger brother Sasuke, who remained in Konoha, in danger. Now, having received his father's promise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for that cousin Natsum, he should be able to see him soon. Hopefully this time, he can bring a little more surprise to himself and his family. Chapter 78. First arrival at Yenin. Boldly rebelling, the reason Konoha chose to strike at night was to quietly avoid the various spies from surrounding villages scattered around Konoha. Although the Umbu had repeatedly taken action before to eliminate batches of spies outside the villages, it was still hard to ensure that no lucky ones remained. However, as long as they could take advantage of the night, bypass those spies, and rush to their destination before the spies could relay the information back to Iwagakure, the attack would remain undisclosed. The initiative would still be on their side. Similarly, after leaving the village, Fugaku and Itachi were also urged by the 2 Umbu commanders to accelerate their pace towards the Land of Rice, located north of the Land of Fire. Since the Land of Rice was not too far from Konoha and everyone was rushing, they arrived at the borders of the Land of Rice by the following evening, spending less than a day on the journey, and continued moving towards Yenin Village. As they got closer to Yenin Village, the emotions of the Uchiha ninjas grew increasingly complex. After all, There was a new ninja village established by their own clansmen who had risked their lives to defect. Their acquaintances, friends, and even their secret crushes were all living peacefully there. Now, however, they were going to destroy it with their own hands, bringing pain and disaster back to them. As fellow Uchiha, how could they not feel conflicted and shaken inside? But they had no choice. Their families and children were being held as hostages in Konoha. If they did not act ruthlessly now, death might descend upon their loved ones. At the same time, watching the pained expressions of their clansmen behind them, Fugaku, leading the group at the front, felt a deep sorrow and reluctance. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan had come to this point not only because of the difficulties and hostility from Konoha's higher-ups, but also due to his own shortcomings as the clan leader. If he had been able to make a decisive move earlier or planned an alternative path sooner, his clansmen would not have to suffer such inner turmoil. Sigh. It's useless to regret now. I should think about how to deal with the upcoming challenges. Fugaku sighed inwardly. At this moment, their entire team was already very close to Yin-In village, with a straight-line distance estimated to be no more than 1,000 meters. They could even see the smoke rising from the distant area, indicating that many families were cooking dinner. Everyone, keep silent. First, disperse the formation and wait for my instructions. The experienced clan leader Fugaku immediately halted the team, preparing to adjust the formation and slowly approach. To be honest, he was uncertain about the current attitude of Yin-In village and that brat Natsum. If they charged in recklessly, what if they were met with righteous condemnation and Natsum directly killed all the clansmen behind him? He would be left in tears and unable to explain to the rest of the clan. Therefore, he had to be cautious. However, Fugaku was still somewhat better off. Compared to his carefulness, the last two Umbu ninja commanders at the back were so tense, they were almost trembling, their palms sweating profusely. There was no way around it. They had been present the night Natsum and the others defected. They had witnessed the explosive scene of the two Susanoo fighting each other with their own eyes. If a real fight broke out, that brat Natsum might spare the other Uchiha, but he would certainly show no mercy to them as outsiders. With their small builds, they probably couldn't withstand even one punch from Susanoo. They would undoubtedly die. Could they not be afraid? So much so that both of them began to consider whether they should find a place to hide. Unfortunately, before they could make up their minds, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, several figures dashed out from the distant forest, blocking the path of the entire team. Naturally, these 5 figures were Uchiha Natsum and his 4 bodyguards. Yo, Uncle Fugaku. Long time no see. Natsum cheerfully greeted, clearly having been waiting for them for a long time. You brat, you knew we were coming? Fugaku was slightly taken aback. They had rushed here non-stop after leaving the village. Logically speaking, even if they were discovered, it shouldn't be possible for the spies to relay the information back first, right? Of course, I knew the moment you set out. Natsum smiled calmly. After all, this battle was instigated and intensified by him. How could he not be aware of Konoha's movements? At the same time, while speaking, Natsum nodded and smiled at Itachi beside Fugaku. Last time, if it weren't for this great filial son actively leaking information, he probably wouldn't have been able to easily take down those elite root members. Nor would he have been able to smoothly instigate the outbreak of this war. This cousin had indeed made significant contributions. It's just a pity that his head wasn't too bright, filled only with thoughts of his dear Odo. On the side, Itachi felt somewhat uneasy under the intense gaze of his cousin, Natsum. Little brat, so everything was in your calculations? Fugaku sighed, feeling increasingly old. Pretty much. And you? Fugaku wanted to ask something more, but at that moment, the last 2 Umbu ninjas at the back had to harden their resolve and remind him, clan leader Fugaku, please be mindful of your words and actions, and do not engage in too much conversation with the defectors. They were also worried that if the conversation continued, emotions might develop between the two sides, and the battle might not need to happen. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Fugaku glared back fiercely, his expression intimidating. The 2 Umbu ninjas immediately shook their heads and stepped back, not daring to say another word. It was no joke. At this moment, the area around them was filled with Uchiha clan members. If they angered the Uchiha clan leader, they would undoubtedly be doomed today. Seeing the 2 back down, Fugaku turned back to Natsum and continued the conversation. Are we going to fight or not? Not in a hurry. Can you tell me how you knew in advance? Fugaku intentionally delayed, hoping to buy Natsum more preparation time or give himself a moment of hesitation for the final decision. Well, it's quite simple. Natsum smiled lightly and then waved his right hand. A kunai shot through the air, aiming directly at Fugaku in the distance. Immediately, the expressions of the Uchiha ninjas behind changed drastically, thinking a fight was about to break out. However, the next moment, Fugaku easily caught the kunai with his left hand and waved to signal the crowd behind him to stop. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Natsum suddenly threw a kunai towards him. Was there something special about this kunai? It wasn't until he glanced over that he suddenly noticed a complex and familiar mark engraved on it. A mark that his former friend Minato was best known for. This. Fujikawa's heart jolted, and he exclaimed. But before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. Natsum gripped the handle of the kunai and pulled it back. How is it? Uncle Fujikawa, do you understand now? He said, raising the kunai in his hand. Looking somewhat smug. Seeing this, Fujikawa's eyes flashed with clarity as he instantly understood everything. Now he finally knew why Natsum was so bold. It turned out he already had a plan. At the same time, he also realized how he should choose. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and exhaled the stale air vigorously. In the next second, Fujikawa suddenly opened his eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, symbolizing all things, suddenly appeared. At the same time, a roaring surge of ocular power and chakra erupted, instantly forming a towering Susanoo. However, this Susanoo was not meant to deal with Natsum. Instead, when everyone least expected it, Fujikawa controlled the Susanoo, turned around, and swung a punch, directly smashing down on the two Umbu ninjas, instantly turning them into meat patties. P.S. The coolest and prettiest readers, please don't keep raising books. It's very easy to kill them. Also, I beg for updates and gifts. Chapter 79. Can't you be a little reserved? This sudden turn of events truly startled everyone. No one knew why their usually indecisive clan leader suddenly became so resolute. And it was the kind of resoluteness that led him to rebel outright. Without a word, he directly killed the two Umbu ninjas sent to monitor him, leaving no room for negotiation. The rest of the clan members were left dumbfounded. Even Itachi, who was standing beside him, was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his father's attitude had changed so drastically. Why had he gone so far as to kill those two Umbu ninjas as a sort of declaration of loyalty? Was his father truly planning to sever ties with Konoha? Wasn't it agreed that he would still consider their mother and younger brother, who remained in Konoha, after raising his Susanoo's fists and confirming the deaths of the two? Fugaku finally stopped. To be honest, compared to his friend Minato, who had been willing to sacrifice himself for Konoha, Fugaku knew he was not a good clan leader. However, if he couldn't be a good leader, at least he could be a good father. It was precisely because he had been worried about his family, about Mikoto, about Sasuke's safety, that he had been so restrained and seemed rather passive. But now, upon discovering that this kid, Natsum, had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, all his worries dissipated in an instant. No one understood better than him the terrifying power of this S-rank ninjutsu. Although its destructive power was not on par with those of other offensive forbidden techniques, it was undoubtedly the most flexible, practical, and hardest to learn among S-rank ninjutsu. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could almost be considered invincible. He could attack up close, pursue from afar, and escape if defeated. Minato had relied on the fame of his yellow flash to dominate the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, Minato had left too early. Otherwise, not only would there have been no rogue ninjas from the Uchiha clan, but the entire Konoha would likely never have seen another traitor again. It was no wonder Natsum seemed to have such a clear understanding of Konoha's movements. He probably had been using this technique to quietly monitor Konoha's actions from within. From now on, under the threat of this kid's incredible speed, the entire ninja world would probably tremble for decades to come. Fugaku didn't dwell on where Natsum had learned this technique. That wasn't important. What mattered was that this kid had truly mastered it. Most importantly, with the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, he no longer needed to worry about how to rescue the remaining clan members still trapped in the village. He could just zip over, grab them, and bring them back. Thus, with no more concerns about rescuing his family and clan members, Fugaku naturally became much more resolute. Why be timid now? He had long been dissatisfied with Konoha and no longer wanted to endure it. This was why he had boldly rebelled and killed those two Umbu ninjas, treating it as a statement of intent. At this point, if he hesitated any longer, he would truly be foolish. Fugaku took a deep breath, withdrew his Susanoo and Manjiki Sharingan, and turned to look at Natsum. Welcome to the family, Uncle Fugaku. Natsum greeted cheerfully. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each understanding the other's thoughts. You're impressive, kid. This surprise really caught me off guard. Fugaku sighed. Ever since Minato, he thought no one would ever learn the Flying Thunder God technique again. But seeing it in action today genuinely shocked him. Well, it's just an S-rank ninjutsu. Natsum casually replied, subtly showing off. As for Fugaku's change of attitude, Natsum wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had made ample preparations before coming today. The Flying Thunder God technique was just the first act. If Fugaku still refused to turn away from darkness and embrace the light, then Natsum had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve: tailed beasts, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, sage mode, and so on, all of which would make him experience what true despair and absolute power felt like. Natsum was confident that Fugaku and all the Uchiha ninjas would willingly abandon resistance and surrender. However, he hadn't expected Fugaku to be so perceptive. Without a moment's hesitation, he had thrown his lot, even preparing a declaration of loyalty. Couldn't he at least show a little restraint? Demonstrate some dignity as the former clan leader? Oh well, still, being able to recruit so many clansmen without bloodshed was a good thing. After all, their own Hidden Flame village was in desperate need of personnel. Natsum had been eagerly anticipating new blood to invigorate the village. If Konoha had delayed their attack any longer, Natsum would have been ready to snatch people away. Of course, even if Fugaku had turned away from darkness and embraced the light, he couldn't retain his position as clan leader. After joining the Hidden Flame village, he would at most be a nominal elder, tasked with guarding the village. Real power would definitely be out of the question. Natsum wouldn't be foolish enough to do what Konoha did: voluntarily share power and create a root organization to create trouble for himself. As for Itachi, he would have another important role. Natsum, my cousin. Hey, traitor, how are you? Itachi. Natsum, it's nothing. I haven't seen you in a while. Brother Itachi, Sister Izumi has missed you a lot. Izumi, is she doing well? Very well. Itachi sighed in relief, then looked at the kunai in Natsum's hand, pondering. Was that just now a space-time ninjutsu? Yes, the Flying Thunder God technique. You should know about it, right? I know. You actually learned it? Itachi was shocked, even more astonished. As an Umbu ninja, how could he not have heard of the renowned S-rank ninjutsu? Even his leader, Kakashi, who had led him, praised this ninjutsu to no end, longing to learn it. Unfortunately, even Kakashi, who had outstanding talent and became 8 J-nin at 12 as the 4th Hokage Minato's disciple, had not been able to master this technique. This clearly illustrated the high difficulty of learning it. Natsum-kun, how did you? Natsum waved his hand, interrupting Itachi's questioning. Let's talk later. Right now, Uncle Fugaku and I need to go back and rescue people. Tuka, Nichiyu, you all take these clansmen back to the village first. Yes. Nichiyu and the others responded in unison, their spirits high. As the personal guards of the young clan leader, they did not want to lose face in front of these new clansmen. At the same time, upon hearing that Natsum and his father were going back to rescue his younger brother, Itachi immediately became excited and said, I want to go too. Cousin, you stay here and keep an eye on everyone for me, Natsum instructed. After all, if he brought this brother complex back to rescue people, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Furthermore, Natsum still wasn't sure whether Itachi had truly abandoned Konoha or not. Hearing this, Itachi hesitated for a moment and looked at his father. In the end, he did not insist. Listen, everyone, behave yourselves. If anyone causes trouble in our Hidden Flame village, don't blame me for disregarding family ties. Immediately, Natsum swept a sharp gaze over the group of Uchiha ninjas and warned them sternly. Although most of the Uchiha clan despised Konoha, among those who had previously refused to defect with him, there might still be a few ninjas who held feelings for Konoha. It's best to give a warning first. If someone truly doesn't know their place later, Natsum can naturally act decisively and make an example out of them. Everyone, be obedient and follow orders. We're going back to save all the remaining clan members, including your families, so don't cause me any more trouble. Fugaku also shouted in cooperation, warning them in a deep voice. Yes. The other Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances and quickly agreed. All right, let's go. Move. After saying that, Natsum activated the Flying Thunder God technique, with Fugaku disappearing from the spot and flashing back to Konoha. After all, at this moment, Konoha's forces were on the move, making the village the most vulnerable, and it was the perfect time to bring the remaining clan members out as well. Of course, if there were still clan members who were uncooperative and unwilling to leave this time, Natsum could only let them fend for themselves. Chapter 80. Seduction and confidence looking across the entire ninja world. Unless an individual possesses extraordinary power that can rival tens of thousands of troops, like a super shadow-level expert. During ordinary times, war remains a brutal game of intelligence, numbers, and strategy. After all, even the mighty second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, died under the siege of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although there were various coincidences involved, it still illustrates the importance of war strategy. As long as the coordination is appropriate, A dozen elite jonin have a chance to surround and exhaust an ordinary shadow-level expert. Moreover, the wars between the great hidden villages are far from simple exchanges of pawns. Otherwise, the two families could directly compare the number and level of ninjas, and whoever has fewer would concede defeat. There would be no need to fight at all. Therefore, this time, Sarutobi personally led the team into battle, gathering all his strength. Nearly 1,000 leaf ninjas rushed forward day and night, even using chakra, aiming to reach the hidden stone village as quickly as possible, catching the opponent off guard. They even went so far as to equip each ninja with soldier pills to recover the chakra consumed during the journey. Thus, the original 3-day journey from the leaf to the hidden stone village was shortened to less than 2 days. By the evening of the 3rd day, they stormed into the land of earth, arriving outside the hidden stone village. Huff, huff, the elderly Sarutobi, after such a long time and high consumption of travel, was clearly feeling a bit strained. He halted the team while catching his breath. Everyone, rest in place. Barrier team, set up a concealment barrier. Scout team, spread out to investigate the enemy's sentries. Half an hour later, launch a strong attack. Sarutobi arranged in an orderly manner. As an experienced old ninja, despite having many shortcomings, he indeed had a good grasp of military operations. If it weren't for being blindsided by his beloved disciple Orochimaru and dying too early, the Leaf Village wouldn't have pushed a gambler of his generation into the position of Hokage. Hokage-sama, have some food. Kakashi approached and handed him some dry rations. It was evident that the elderly Sarutobi, with his diminished digestive capacity, wasn't suited to eat too many soldier pills. If he were to upset his stomach before the battle, there would be no need to fight at all. Kakashi, do you think it's right to launch this war? Sarutobi asked with a hint of nostalgia while chewing on the dry rations. As his great-grandson, Sarutobi trusted Kakashi quite a bit. Moreover, the Hitaki family had been loyal throughout generations, making them a prominent ninja clan in the village. Of course, he wasn't genuinely questioning his own decision. He merely wanted to chat with someone he trusted before the great battle. The older one gets, the emptier one feels inside. Hokage-sama, we no longer have a way out. Kakashi responded honestly. Although they had eliminated many of the hidden stone village's scouts along the way, there were certainly omissions. Thus, even if the Leaf were to retreat at this moment, once those scouts returned, the hidden stone village would still learn of the Leaf's actions. At that point, what awaited the Leaf could very well be the second attack from the hidden stone. That would only lead to a more passive situation. In Kakashi's view, the Leaf simply had no way out. They could only attack and inflict pain on the hidden stone. Only when the opponent was unable to resist could they retreat successfully. Indeed, we have no way out. Sarutobi nodded, feeling even more resolute. By the way, Hokage-sama, is the Sand Village really reliable? Kakashi pressed on. The night before, when Sarutobi had just returned to the village, he learned that the Sand Village had decided to ally with the Leaf. However, he also understood that his father, Hitaki Sakumo, had killed the parents of the Scorpion during the Second Ninja World War. The hatred between the two sides had built up for a long time and should be very difficult to resolve, right? Don't worry. Perhaps the Sand Village is even more eager for victory than we are now. Sarutobi reassured him calmly. He had secretly visited the Sand Village to seek an alliance. Initially, he was met with strong opposition from many of the elders led by Chiyo. However, when Sarutobi revealed his trump card, the fourth Kazekage immediately changed his stance, overpowering the entire village to agree to the alliance. The trump card was quite simple. Sarutobi ruthlessly promised that after this war, half of the war profits would be shared with the Sand Village, along with an additional financial aid of 50 million ryo. Such a large sum of inducement was undoubtedly a godsend for the Sand Village, which was located in the desert and struggling financially. Moreover, the Leaf's demands were not excessive. They only needed the Sand Village to assist the Leaf in the upcoming war. If the Leaf Village were invaded, they would simply help with defense. There was no need for the Sand Village to send troops to fight against the Hidden Stone Village. They could sit at home and earn tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of ryo in compensation. How wonderful was that? The Sand Village had no reason to refuse and naturally agreed readily. Upon hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at Sarutobi's bold gamble. It was important to note that due to the repeated thefts from the Leaf Treasury, there was only about 50 to 60 million ryo left in reserve. Furthermore, a large portion had already been spent on appeasing protesting villagers and preparing for this war. Now, how could they afford to pay the Sand Village 50 million ryo? Increase taxes? Borrow from various ninja clans? Regardless of the choice, it would only make the already strained Leaf even more difficult. Kakashi expressed his concerns. Hokage-sama, can the village still afford it? Sarutobi shook his head. Then no need to worry. The money is over there, just waiting for us to take it. Sarutobi raised his head and gazed towards the direction of the hidden stone village. From the beginning, he had no intention of using his own impoverished ninja's money. Having actively initiated a war, what he aimed to earn was the hidden stone village's money. This way, he could not only compensate for the losses in his treasury, but also pay the Sand Village's compensation. This was the very reason he personally led the charge. It was also the confidence that allowed him to take a bold gamble to entice the Sand Village into an alliance. All right, we've rested enough. Prepare to move. If we delay any longer, we might expose ourselves. Sarutobi clapped the dust off his clothes, stood up, removed his Hokage hat, tightened his wrist guards, and coldly ordered towards the hidden stone village. The next moment, countless leaf ninjas surged out, charging straight towards the hidden stone village. Chapter 81 Pack and Leave Whoosh. Within Konoha, two figures suddenly appeared. Despite Konoha having repeatedly changed the password for the Great Barrier to restrict all outsiders. It was a pity that for Natsum, who had long left multiple flying thunder god marks in Konoha, the entire village had already become his backyard. He could come and go as he pleased. At this moment, having been instantly transported thousands of miles away, he returned directly to Konoha. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. This was the true space-time ninjutsu. After so many years, someone from his Uchiha clan had finally learned this kind of space-time ninjutsu. In the future, when he descends to the underworld, he could boast about it to that guy Minato. Fugaku, you go to the clan and gather everyone. Those who are unwilling to leave, let them be. The rest, gather at the shrine in 30 minutes to leave. Natsum quickly arranged. The reason he brought Fugaku back was to rely on the former clan leader's charisma to gather the remaining clansmen. After all, a large portion of the remaining clansmen would still listen to Fugaku's orders. Understood. Fugaku immediately set off. At such a critical moment, he dared not delay. Seeing Fugaku begin to act, Natsum was also not idle. He directly headed towards Konoha's sensing unit's barrier central station. After the previous incident, Konoha would undoubtedly strengthen its monitoring of the barrier surrounding the entire village. Bringing Fugaku, just one or two people teleporting here would be hard to detect. However, if he brought the remaining hundreds of Uchiha clan members to teleport together, it would very likely be detected by the sensing unit, and he could not expose the secret of Flying Thunder God technique to Konoha to avoid them making targeted defenses in the future. Therefore, before leaving, he had to destroy Konoha's barrier central station as the core location maintaining the entire village's barrier. The location of the barrier central station had always been a closely guarded secret. Apart from Konoha's high-level officials and the Yamenka clan, others had no idea where it was. However, the last time he controlled T-Rin SHKO with Genjutsu, Natsum had extracted most of Konoha's secret from her, including the location of the barrier central station, set up by the sensing unit. Soon, Natsum arrived at his destination. It was a 6-story building disguised as an inn, located just 100 meters away from the Hokage building. The barrier central station was hidden on the top floor of this tall building. A group of Yamenka clan ninjas were maintaining and controlling the barrier inside. At this moment, upon arrival, Natsum did not hesitate for a moment and directly attacked. Fire style, great fireball technique. In the next moment, a gigantic crimson fireball, resembling a small mountain, roared forth. With 1,800 calories of chakra enhancement and the boost from Sage Body, Natsum finally unleashed his most proficient ninjutsu with a devastating feeling. It resembled Madara's great fire destruction, having surpassed the threshold, and could almost be considered another kind of forbidden technique. In fact, it could no longer be called a fireball. It was almost comparable to a small sun. It was even larger than the entire building. Boom! The sun-like fire engulfed everything, instantly swallowing the entire building. The ninjas of the sensing unit inside were annihilated on the spot. The entire barrier central station was completely shattered. The large barrier enveloping the entire village of Konoha quickly dissipated. From this point on, Konoha's eyes were officially blinded. In the future, even if they could rebuild the barrier central station and restore the barrier, it would require a massive amount of time, manpower, and resources. The intense chakra fluctuations and the massive fireball explosion immediately caught the attention of Konoha's remaining forces. A group of ninjas were startled and quickly looked in the direction of the explosion. What happened? What was going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The barrier central station has been subjected to an unknown assault. What? Where did the attack come from? How many enemies are there? It's a fire-style attack, and its power is immense. It couldn't possibly be done by just one or two people. There must be at least a squad of enemies. A large number of Konoha ninjas began to stir, shouting and alerting each other, rushing towards that direction. After all, the range of that fireball attack was too large. It was terrifying. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like an attack that could be unleashed by just one or two ninjas. Therefore, it was estimated that there must be a considerable number of attackers. Damn it, the Hokage and the others just set out not long ago. And the enemy is already attacking? Could it be that someone leaked information? Or was it exposed by a spy? For a moment, the remaining Konoha ninjas were all anxious and uneasy. After all, having the Hokage present and not having the Hokage present in the village was two completely different concepts. As for the current advisors responsible for defense, Mito, Kazan, and Danzo, well, let us not mention them at this moment. Inside the Hokage building, Danzo, who was originally staring daggers at Mito Kazan, suddenly heard the explosion and realized that the village was under attack again. Instead of feeling worried, he felt delighted. Great! The opportunity has come. With Sarutobi absent, this is my chance to shine. As long as I can repel this wave of attacks and annihilate the enemy forces, my prestige will undoubtedly rise to a new level. Danzo excitedly anticipated and quickly drew a kunai from his back, preparing to lead the charge. But just as he straightened up, he accidentally fell off his wheelchair. Then, lying on the ground, Danzo could only look at his empty legs, lost in thought. After one wave destroyed Konoha's barrier central station, Natsum did not linger and immediately left. The chaos here was enough to distract Konoha for a while and would make it easier for the remaining clansmen to gather together. As for the remaining treasury reserves of Konoha, Natsum did not overly covet them. After all, as long as Sarutobi wasn't foolish, he would definitely have moved the remaining money again. Moreover, this time, probably only Sarutobi himself knew the new storage point. Therefore, going to raid the previous two backup treasury locations was almost meaningless. Instead, it could lead into another trap, which would be counterproductive. In life, one must be content. Konoha had already been generous to him twice. Let the chives take a breather and grow a bit more. After all, there is plenty of time in the future. Soon, Natsum returned to the Uchiha clan's Nenga shrine. At this time, under Fugaku's summons, the remaining Uchiha women, children, and the elderly gathered here. It could be seen that Fugaku, the former clan leader, still had a bit of prestige. At the same time, hundreds of remaining Uchiha clansmen suddenly gathered at the shrine, which naturally drew the attention of the Konoha Umbu. However, due to the ongoing battle with the Wagakure, a large number of Umbu personnel had already been dispatched. Additionally, the unexpected explosions within the village had attracted quite a bit of attention. As a result, there were only 6 or 7 Umbu ninjas monitoring the Uchiha gathering at that moment. After Natsum arrived, he quickly took action. In just a few seconds, he easily dealt with these few Umbu monitoring ninjas. Upon seeing Natsum, the remaining Uchiha Hakadai immediately approached him, looking excited. Young Master Natsum. Oh, it's Hakadai. Is everyone here? Basically, yes. However, there are still a very few who are unwilling to leave. No need to worry about them. Natsum frowned and waved his hand, not insisting. In any large clan, there will always be a few stubborn individuals who still hold on to their ties to Konoha. However, people must always pay the price for their choices. Good or bad, it's all their decision. Of course, those unwilling to leave are only about 10 people. It's not a significant number, so it doesn't matter much. Then, Natsum scanned the area and noticed that Fugaku was missing. Hakadai, where's Uncle Fugaku? Hakadai replied, The captain said that there is an ancestral stone tablet in the shrine's basement that is very important. He should be digging that up. Natsum. Chapter 82 What? The shameless Konoha is coming? Go. Get him out immediately. Stop moving that stone tablet. Natsum said with a dark face, urging Hakadai. That damn stone tablet has long been changed into a mother-saving fairy tale by that great filial son Kagaya. I don't know why not a single person from the Uchiha clan is suspicious. Do they really believe everything their ancestors said? It's just absurd. Hearing this, Hakadai immediately rushed into the shrine to urge Fugaku. At the same time, Natsum also caught a glimpse of Uchiha Makoto and Sasuke nearby. At this moment, Sasuke was hiding behind his mother, quietly watching Natsum. After all, in his impression, this cousin always liked to find various excuses to beat him up. Although it wasn't too harsh, and he would buy him candy afterward, it still made Sasuke both love and fear this cousin Natsum. He didn't dare to approach him. Of course, from Natsum's perspective, how could he miss such a good opportunity? After all, this is the second pillar. the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, one of the destined main characters of Hokage. If he didn't take the chance to bully him while he was still young, it would be harder to do so when he grows up. "Hello, Aunt Mikoto," Natsum greeted politely. Back when he lived in Konoha, besides Aunt Hazuki, Aunt Mikoto often took care of him. Therefore, he understood the basic principle of gratitude. "You child, really bold, but thank you. Without you, Itachi would have fallen into the abyss." Mikoto sincerely thanked him. She was the kind of traditional Japanese housewife who supported Fugaku's decisions. However, she knew better that if it weren't for this child Natsum, Fugaku might still be struggling in pain every day. And Itachi might have even borne a heavy burden of blood debts, unable to extricate himself. "By the way, Sasuke, come out and greet your cousin. I remember you used to play together often, right?" Uchiha Mikoto pulled Sasuke out from behind her and urged. "Hello, Natsumeni." Sasuke stuttered, greeting with a face full of reluctance. At just 7 years old, he was unaware of the danger at that moment, nor did he know what his father and Natsum were actually doing. "Good evening, second pillar," Natsum said cheerfully, feeling very pleased. It's a pity there was no camera to capture this moment. Otherwise, when Sasuke grows up in over 10 years, showing him this would definitely embarrass that aloof second pillar. Just thinking about it was amusing. However, at that moment, Fugaku and Hakadai also came out of shrine. At this moment, the former clan leader Fugaku had indeed pried up the stone tablet from the basement and was carrying it on his back. I wonder if any Uchiha ancestors saw this scene. Would they jump up in anger and give this unfilial descendant a beating? But since it had already been dug out, Natsum didn't bother to dwell on it. He would consider it a souvenir to take away. In the future, this could serve as evidence to prove the absurdity and loopholes of the Eye of the Moon plan. "All right, let's set off. If we delay any longer, other Konoha ninjas will arrive," Natsum urged. Soon, Fugaku directed the clan members to gather their hands and prepare to relocate. In no time, Natsum took the prepared clan members and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly disappearing from a spot. Transporting nearly 400 people across a distance of over 1,000 miles from Konoha to Inazuma Village was no easy task. It was even more exhausting than using the Flying Thunder God technique 400 times by himself. If he hadn't obtained the Sage Body, which multiplied his chakra by 50 times, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even so, it still consumed a small half of Natsum's chakra. Arriving from Konoha to Inazuma Village also startled these Uchiha clan members. But since they were all from a ninja family, their acceptance capacity was still quite good. Coupled with the reassurance from Fugaku and others, they quickly stabilized their emotions. Next, how to receive and accommodate these new clan members. Natsum entrusted to several elders of the clan. Although their prestige and strength were not as great as Fugaku's when they were in Konoha, they had all participated in the Ninja World Wars in their youth, with strength generally at the Jonin level, and they had all awakened their 3-Tomo Sharingan. In this past month, they had managed civil affairs and contributed significantly to the construction and development of Inazuma Village. They were trustworthy. They had strength and were not lacking in prestige. With them around, it wouldn't be a problem to settle these newly joined clan members. Of course, the most important thing was that Natsum still had things to do next. Therefore, he couldn't spare time to handle these mundane matters. Of course, that said, if someone dared to cause trouble in Inazuma Village, regardless of whether they were a member of the Uchiha clan or not, Natsum would not show mercy. Soon, sitting cross-legged on the ground, he swallowed a large handful of chakra recovery pills. After quickly replenishing his consumed chakra, Natsum moved again. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, once more directly teleporting from Inazuma Village to outside Iwagakure. How could Natsum miss such a good show of the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure? This chaotic battle was a perfect opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits. After all, it had been almost a month since their last separation. It was time to harvest this big leak from Iwagakure again and give his scythe a baptism. Meanwhile, at nightfall, inside the Tsuchikage building of Iwagakure, the elderly third Tsuchikage Noki was busy reviewing various official documents. Recently, it seemed that the ninja world was becoming increasingly turbulent. The defection of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, the attack on their own Iwagakure, and the coup in Kirigakure. Not only were they causing ripples across the ninja world, but they also made Noki feel uneasy. He sensed that something big was about to happen. However, upon careful investigation, he couldn't find any clues and had to give up. Of course, there was good news as well. His son KT had recovered significantly after a month of tireless treatment in the village and should fully heal in another month. With no major hidden dangers left, which was a good thing. However, his granddaughter and apprentice Deidara were causing more and more trouble, especially Deidara. After losing to that unknown enemy's Sharingan last time, had been trying various ways to enhance his mental resistance, insisting on practicing with the few illusion ninjas in the village every day, causing chaos and complaints everywhere. It's fortunate that Noki only has back problems and not heart issues. Otherwise, he would have been driven to death by anger long ago. That said, I have to admit, Deidara's talent and drive are indeed exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been accepted as Naka's disciple. At this moment, while Noki was rubbing his back and sighing, suddenly, an Umbu ninja burst into the office, urgently reporting. Report. Lord Tsuchikage, we have discovered a team of foreign ninjas 2 kilometers southeast of the village. They are suspected to be a reconnaissance team from Konoha, acting suspiciously. Noki was taken aback and immediately erupted in anger, cursing. Konoha? A reconnaissance team? Are they coming to attack us? We haven't settled the score from last time. And those bastards from Konoha dare to come here? Clearly, Naka's heart was filled with rage towards Konoha. But at this critical moment, he suppressed his anger and calmly assessed. No, that's not right. If it were Konoha's main force, they wouldn't arrive so quickly. Our spies and scouts planted in Konoha wouldn't be caught off guard either. How many are there? The Umbu ninja replied. More than 5, but fewer than 10. That shouldn't be the main force. It's just a reconnaissance team sent by Konoha. However, to dare to come to our village's doorstep is truly audacious. If we don't teach them a lesson, they might think a Wadikure is easy to bully. Relay the order to the 3rd and 5th guard squads, and join forces with Umbu's 7th and 11th teams to launch an attack. Try to capture this reconnaissance team alive. If necessary, lethal force is permitted. Of course, if unexpected circumstances arise, remember to retreat immediately and report back. Thinking of his son, who was still bedridden, and the heavily damaged treasury, a fire ignited in Naka's heart. He resolutely ordered, we must wipe out this Konoha reconnaissance team. This would also help clarify Konoha's movements. To be safe, he specifically sent out 2 squads along with 2 Umbu teams, totaling nearly 30 people. This way, even if something unexpected happened, they would have enough to cover each other and retreat. Ultimately, Noki still didn't believe that Konoha, having just experienced the defection of the Uchiha clan, would dare to launch a full-scale war while still recovering. Chapter 83. The dark heart of tactical play after the order to strike was issued. The 3rd Tsuchikage did not worry too much. After all, as long as Konoha wasn't launching a large-scale attack, it wasn't considered a major issue. Shortly after, a crisp child's voice echoed through the air, and a lively girl burst into the Tsuchikage's office. Grandpa, what are you doing here, girl? I'm busy. On the surface, Anoki said this, but he was quite pleased in his heart, as this was his most beloved granddaughter. He quickly set aside the documents in front of him, ready to pull Kuratsuchi onto his lap for some affectionate interaction. However, with a sharp crack, a sound from his lower back caused Anoki's expression to change instantly. Grandpa, did you hurt your back again? I told you not to sit here all day. It's bad for your back. Kuratsuchi, on her long legs, hopped over to Anoki's side, lightly tapping his lower back while scolding him with a smile. It was well known throughout Awagakure that Anoki had back problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't only have one son, Kuratsuchi's father. Akatsuchi, be gentle, Anoki said, holding onto the desk, gritting his teeth. If Kuratsuchi kept this up, his back would really break. By the way, where's Deidara? Brother Deidara? He's still training his Genjutsu resistance. He hasn't practiced ninjutsu with us lately. Kuratsuchi pouted, sounding displeased. She could understand that self-proclaimed genius, Deidara, was still feeling indignant after his last defeat. But recently he had been training too crazily, almost day and night, and she really worried he might collapse. However, from another perspective, Deidara, busy training his Genjutsu resistance, had indeed caused fewer explosions in the past month, bringing an unusual peace to the village. For this, Anoki even granted him special permission to move back from outside the village. That kid, let him be. Failing once isn't necessarily a bad thing. By the way, my dear granddaughter, what brings you here? I came to find Brother Akatsuchi. Grandpa, isn't he here? Kuratsuchi curiously glanced around, but didn't see Akatsuchi. As Anoki's disciple and bodyguard, Akatsuchi usually stayed nearby the Tsuchikage's office. Akatsuchi? He went on a mission, just left. So late, what mission? A team of Konoha scouts appeared outside the village, so I sent Akatsuchi and the others to check it out. It would be best if they could capture them alive for interrogation. Kuratsuchi was taken aback, somewhat shocked. Konoha? Scouts? Are they attacking Konoha? Anoki supported himself with his hands, sitting back down, and smiled to reassure her. it shouldn't be. It's just 5 or 6 reconnaissance ninjas, nothing to worry about. But what if? What if what? Kuratsuchi insisted. What if these ninjas are bait, and Konoha's main forces are hiding behind them? Then wouldn't Brother Akatsuchi and the others be walking into a trap? If it were me, I would definitely do that. Otherwise, how could those Konoha ninjas expose themselves so easily? Inoki fell silent. No, it wouldn't be that coincidental. Konoha doesn't have the time to start a war right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the Akatsuki to launch a surprise attack last time. Moreover, they still have the Inkaku village choking them. Inoki's forehead began to sweat as he stuttered to console himself. As an old-timer of a Wagakure, he had experienced 3 shinobi world wars and was indeed rich in experience and insight. However, it was precisely because of his wealth of experience that it hindered his judgment. After all, in his eyes, Konoha had never taken the initiative to attack over the years. The 3 shinobi world wars had all been defensive battles. The once-renowned first Hokage and second Hokage had never instigated war. Moreover, the current aged third Hokage, Sarutobi, wouldn't dare to start a war either, right? Of course, there was also the reason of lacking intelligence. If he knew that Konoha had encountered an attack half a month ago and mistakenly thought it was the work of a Wagakure, Inoki would never be so dismissive right now. Grandpa, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, you can't risk Brother Akatsuchi's life. If it's real, the entire village will be in danger. Hearing this, Inoki's face darkened further. After thinking carefully, his granddaughter was indeed right. At such a time, one couldn't gamble, as long as there was even a 1 in 10,000 or 1 in a million chance. If they lost the bet, it would be a disaster for a Wagakure. It was my mistake. Quickly go home. Take care of your father. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Inoki urged her and sent Kuratsuchi out of the Tsuchikage's office. Then, without saying another word, he pressed the alarm button onto the desk. Soon, a loud alarm rang throughout a Wagakure, waking up many villagers who were preparing to sleep or had already fallen asleep. The Wagakure Level 1 combat readiness status. The alarm indicated that a large number of ninja from outside the village were invading. At this moment, about 2 kilometers away in the southeast direction of a Wagakure, a one-sided massacre was unfolding. Over 100 elite Konoha ninjas were attacking 30 Iwagakure ninjas. Without a doubt, these 30 were the team Inoki had sent out earlier to eliminate Konoha's reconnaissance team. Unfortunately, they never expected that what lay in ambush was not a small reconnaissance unit from Konoha, but a large main force. As a result, the 30 ninjas directly walked into the encirclement, instantly being overwhelmed by the Konoha army. Lord Hokage, the target has been completely annihilated. Kakashi quickly reported as he arrived before Sarutobi. Very good, well done. Sarutobi felt a slight joy in his heart and praised him with a calm expression. As Konoha's first proactive strike, Sarutobi naturally couldn't charge directly into the fray. Otherwise, even if they won, Konoha would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, before setting out, Sarutobi led Nara Shikaku and a group of black-hearted think tanks to formulate several combat plans, striving to achieve the greatest victory with the least casualties. At this moment, luring out and annihilating these 30 Iwagakure ninjas was merely an appetizer. Just after defeating this group of Iwagakure ninjas, Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas sent back word. Lord Hokage, Iwagakure has raised the alarm. It seems they have discovered us. So soon? That old guy Inoki is indeed sharp. However, Nara Shikaku's side should be here too. Clean up the battlefield and begin executing Plan B. Sarutobi ordered in a low voice. This time, no matter what, he is determined to take a big bite out of Iwagakure. Chapter 84. Strong assault on Iwagakure at this moment, outside Iwagakure to the south. About 100 meters behind a large rock, around 20 Konoha ninjas were hiding there. The leader was none other than the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya was having 3 summoning toads cast an auxiliary barrier around them, capable of concealing their presence and aura. This shrouded everyone within it, allowing them to avoid detection by the Iwagakure ninjas. As the vanguard team of this battle, they were lying in wait for a special mission. However, the time had not yet come, and they needed to remain patient a little longer. Lord Jiraiya, the alarm in Iwagakure has sounded. Have they discovered us? One of the ninjas asked. No, it shouldn't be, Jiraiya replied confidently. He had great faith in his barrier. Unless a master of the level of the 3rd Tsuchikage approached, other ninjas would find it hard to see through it. Moreover, within Iwagakure, there were no bloodline limits like the Byakugan that excelled at detection. What we do now? Another ninja inquired. We wait. Jiraiya suppressed the restlessness in his heart and continued to lie in wait. Regardless of whether he liked war or not, as a member of Konoha, He could not afford to fail. He understood very well that if they failed, it would not only cost him his life, but also the lives of the 20 teammates behind him. It could even affect the entire course of the battle. Just a minute after the alarm sounded, a huge explosion echoed from the west side of Awagakure, accompanied by the sounds of various dazzling ninjutsu attacks. Mixed with roars and screams, it seemed that a fierce assault was erupting over there. Jiraiya continued to lie in wait. He knew that the attack was launched by the second unit, led by Nara Shikaku, comprising nearly 200 Konoha ninjas. This was part of a plan that Konoha had devised long ago. First, if they could annihilate Awagakure's reconnaissance team undetected, then the main force would naturally rush in and directly assault Awagakure. Second, if they were fortunate enough to be detected, they would immediately activate Plan B. The second unit, led by Nara Shikaku, would launch a strong attack from the west side, tearing through Iwagakure's main barrier and drawing the main force of Awagakure to the western defenses. Meanwhile, the main first unit, led by Sarutobi, would then charge in from the southeast, smashing in like a heavy hammer, aiming directly at the Tsuchiki's building, poised to destroy Awagakure. In short, tonight, the flames of war would undoubtedly engulf the entire Iwagakure. At this moment, when the barrier on the west side of the village was suddenly torn apart and flames erupted, Inoki, hovering above the Tsuchiki's building, was instantly alarmed. Damn it, Konoha has really come. How shameless. I haven't even settled the score from last time. As Inoki cursed, he quickly issued orders, mobilizing personnel to resist the invasion and directing villagers to evacuate quickly. No matter what, Inoki could not let Awagakure perish on his watch. Of course, since he had been easily lured away last time, Inoki had learned his lesson. This time, he remained stationed at the Tsuchiki's building and did not rashly rush to the west side of the village to fight, fearing to fall into another trap. However, seeing the flames on the west side grow larger and more intense, Inoki felt an immense heartache. Previously, when invading other villages, it always felt exhilarating. Now that it was his own village being invaded, the discomfort hit him hard. He had to split forces to face the enemy and send people to assist ordinary villagers in evacuation. It required at least double the manpower. Meanwhile, the enemy had no such concerns. A single ninjutsu could destroy several houses and cause massive casualties. It was truly infuriating. Now, Inoki deeply regretted not stopping the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Inoki, and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han when they left the village. He had not sought to retrieve them in time, all due to the so-called political discord and lingering grudges. As a result, now that the village was in danger, there was not even a decent shadow-level master apart from himself. Otherwise, just a single Jinchuriki sent to the west side could have delayed and obstructed most of the enemy forces. They wouldn't be so passive now. The fierce battle on the west side of Awagakure continued. Although the alarm was raised more than a minute in advance, waking many ninjas, the time was still too short. Many hadn't even put on their pants properly. Some were so scared they froze in place, unable to react. Moreover, with Konoha's aggressive assault pushing through, Iwagakure suffered significant casualties. To amplify the effect, this second unit of Konoha, comprising only 200 men, had also deliberately created hundreds of shadow clones to serve as a feint, creating the illusion that a main force of over 1,000 ninjas was launching a fierce attack on the west side. This led Inoki to misjudge the situation, continuously reallocating personnel to the west side to intercept. Before long, he had sent over half of the capable ninjas in the village to the west side. After several minutes of continuous defeat and the sacrifice of over 100 lives, Iwagakure, under Inoki's strategic command, gradually stabilized its decline and began to suppress the advance of Konoha's second unit, relying on their numerical advantage. After all, fighting against over 1,000 ninjas with just over 200 was still quite challenging. However, at that moment, boom, fire erupted again from the southeast direction of Awagakure, startling Inoki. The main first unit of Konoha had entered the fray, and their offensive was even fiercer. 8 gates release, 5th gate open, 5 elements, great explosive technique. Raikiri, my guy, covered in green light, performed a large composite explosive ninjutsu alongside Sarutobi and Kakashi, who was using S-rank lightning ninjutsu. Just these 3 charged ahead and directly tore apart the weak defenses on the southeast side of Awagakure. They were unstoppable, especially the beast radiating green light, which was incredibly ferocious. Any Awagakure ninja struck by him was injured or killed without exception. The remaining Awagakure ninjas changed their expressions dramatically, hesitating to advance. After all, they were the leading village among the 5 great hidden villages. They had to admit that the average quality of Konoha ninjas was indeed slightly superior to that of other hidden villages. Moreover, they were attacking a village that had already been thrown into disarray and had diverted a large portion of its forces to the west side. Seeing this scene, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, Onoki was instantly awakened and realized that the Konoha forces on the west side were just a feint. The real assault was from the southeast. The enemy aimed to lure him into moving the Iwagakure defenses, creating an opportunity for them to strike hard and penetrate deep into Iwagakure, to destroy the Tsuchikige's building, to break the backbone of Iwagakure. Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will pay for this, Onoki shouted with gritted teeth. He never expected that Konoha, which had never taken the initiative to attack, would strike so dirty, so maliciously. A scheme within a scheme, truly insidious. At the same time, crack. In his fury, Onoki felt a sharp pain in his old back again. But at this moment, he couldn't care about the pain. He had to quickly gather forces to stop the main Konoha troops from their assault. They must not be allowed to penetrate the heart of the village. Fortunately, he had stayed behind and did not fall for the trick to respond to the west side. Otherwise, Konoha's cunning plan would have succeeded. Chapter 85. Fierce Battle and Retreat. The battle is still ongoing. The Konoha offensive is indeed fierce. In just 10 minutes, they have advanced over 1,000 meters and killed hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas. The losses on Konoha's side, however, are only about 50 or 60. This is already a remarkable achievement. After all, this is the stronghold of Iwagakure. For Konoha to engage thousands of Iwagakure ninjas with less than 1,000 troops and achieve such results is quite impressive. Of course, the main reason lies in their unexpected tactics and the ferocity of their elite forces, which gives them a significant advantage. Soon, just as Konoha's ninjas were about to penetrate deep into Iwagakure, ready to destroy the Tsuchikage Tower that symbolizes Iwagakure's spiritual pillar, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, led his elite guard and Umbu ninjas into battle. It must be admitted that despite Konoha's fierce raid, Onoki's strength is not to be underestimated. Even without considering his unique Kekkei Genkai, dust release, his overall strength is not much inferior to that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi. If we account for the lethality of dust release, he might even have a slight edge. However, Sarutobi is not to be trifled with either. Although his strength has diminished with age compared to his prime, if he truly uses his trump card jutsu and fights to the death, the outcome is still uncertain. Moreover, Sarutobi has publicly acknowledged that he has witnessed Inoki's dust release, which proves that they must have clashed in previous ninja world wars. As the leaders of their respective villages, if they meet and one can kill the enemy's commander, it would be a tremendous strategic and morale boost. Therefore, whether it is Sarutobi or Inoki, both will exert their utmost effort to take the other's life, showing no mercy. Yet, to this day, both are still alive, which indicates that the gap in strength between them is not too great. Of course, it is also possible that Inoki was outmatched by the younger Sarutobi and fled in defeat. After all, with Inoki's flight, technique and long-range lethal dust release, if he wanted to escape, no one in the ninja world at that time could have stopped him. But this time it was different. Behind Inoki was the heart of his village, the Tsuchikage Tower, and he had no place left to retreat. Sarutobi, you bastard, are you trying to start another ninja world war? Inoki cursed as he performed his jutsu. Giant rock monsters created by the earth release, solidification technique, rose from the ground, joining the battle to block Konoha's forces. You thieves taking advantage of the fire. You deserve to die. There is no point in talking. Today, I will annihilate your Iwagakure. Sarutobi roared loudly. Thinking of the tragic death of Koharu and the sacrificed Konoha ninjas, he was filled with rage and had no time to waste on Inoki. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Combined ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Summoning, Monkey King Inma. One after another, the combined ninjutsu, refined to the extreme through chakra nature transformation, erupted from Sarutobi and his clones, instantly engulfing a vast area around them. Dozens of Iwagakure houses collapsed in an instant. Don't be fooled by Sarutobi's indecision in his own village. Once on the battlefield, he never holds back. If he were to hesitate on the battlefield, he wouldn't have survived until now. Sarutobi, you seek death. Dust release, original world separation technique. As he watched the enemy rampaging without restraint and the casualties in the village increasing, Inoki nearly went mad. Desperate, he unleashed his Kekkei Genkai, dust release, seeking to severely injure this batch of Konoha ninjas. It must be admitted that when Inoki got furious, he was indeed terrifying. The almost unstoppable dust release swept through, taking the lives of several Konoha ninjas along its path. Although using such a wide-ranging lethal jutsu in his own village could easily harm innocents, at such a critical moment, he couldn't care less. Just like that, Inoki alone managed to fend off a large portion of Konoha's fierce assault. Seeing this, Inoki felt a surge of joy. After all, he realized that the number of Konoha ninjas attacking was not many, certainly not more than 1,000. As long as he could withstand their current offensive and pull back reinforcements from the west, he could turn the tide. It might even be possible to annihilate Konoha. However, just then, a change on Konoha's side left Inoki dumbfounded. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, who had been fighting the fiercest, suddenly halted his assault. He directly led a group of Konoha ninjas to retreat. Without a hint of hesitation and without any dragging of feet, several hundred Konoha ninjas retreated while covering their backs, leaving behind a scene of devastation and ruins. Seeing Konoha retreat so decisively, Inoki was stunned. After all, if he could just hold on a little longer until Iwagakure's main forces surrounded them, this batch of Konoha's main force would surely be trapped. But now, they were simply retreating. Konoha is retreating? Could it be that they have seen through my plan? No, it doesn't matter if they have seen through it. I absolutely cannot let Konoha escape so easily. Inoki growled in his heart. They came and went as they pleased, causing such great casualties to the village. If Konoha manages to escape easily, then Iwagakure has no future. I won't be able to keep my position as Tsuchikage. No matter what, Konoha must pay the price. In a rage, Inoki did not hesitate. He immediately organized his forces and led a group of Iwagakure ninjas to chase after the direction Konoha was retreating. He had considered that this might be Konoha's luring the tiger away from its mountain strategy. But with the village already destroyed nearly half, there was nothing left to lose. Conversely, Konoha was unlikely to have any hidden forces left. Therefore, if he could lead thousands of Iwagakure ninjas to annihilate Konoha's main force and the third Hokage, it would be a total win. How could Inoki not be tempted? Meanwhile, outside Iwagakure, behind an inconspicuous rock to the south, Jiraiya and his team finally got their chance. What's the situation? Reporting to Lord Jiraiya, Lord Narashikaku's forces have retreated from the west. The Hokage's forces from the southeast have also retreated. However, there's still a large number of pursuing Iwagakure forces behind them, approximately over 3,000. A Hyuga clan ninja, using his Byakugan, gazed into the distance and quickly reported. Jiraiya, can you see who is leading the Iwagakure pursuing forces? It's hard to see clearly. However, that person looks short and is flying in the sky. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. Flying in the sky? That must be Inoki. Sarutobi-sensei and the others have indeed lured the third Tsuchikage out. Great, it's time for us to take action. Everyone prepare to strike. Remember the orders. If you encounter enemy ninjas, aim for a quick kill. Absolutely do not get entangled, to avoid exposure. Yes, with a command. The vanguard squad led by Jiraiya immediately launched their attack. All concealed their figures and charged back into Iwagakure. Chapter 86. Sorry, you arrived late 2 days ago. Before the Konoha army set out, the third Hokage Sarutobi had a secret conversation with Jiraiya. Jiraiya, do you know why I decided to initiate this war? Is it to gather materials from the rock-hidden village? Were you being so unserious for a time like this? Sarutobi scolded. Is it for Lord Tsuin Komatsu? Or, there is some reason for that, but the main reason is still for the future of the village. I'm getting older, and my strength is no longer what it used to be. Over the years, while Konoha still holds the top position among the 5 hidden villages, its reputation is no longer what it once was. The previous Uchiha defection was just a fuse that attracted the covetous eyes of the rock-hidden village. The fact that they even resorted to using tailed beasts says a lot. That's why I plan to take the initiative while I still can fight, to secure the next 10 or 20 years of peace for Konoha. Sarutobi sighed, but in his eyes, there seemed to burn a fierce will of fire. Teacher Sarutobi. Jiraiya's heart trembled as he looked at this once lecherous teacher who had peeped at women's baths with him, now full of wrinkles and gloom. He felt a pang in his heart. Jiraiya, I did not seek the consent of the daimyo to start this war. No matter the outcome, even if I return alive, I will inevitably be held accountable by the daimyo. At that time, I will take all the blame, willingly accept punishment, and resign from my position. Jiraiya, after that, Konoha will be entrusted to you. Jiraiya was taken aback again, hurriedly refusing, but I'm not cut out to be Hokage. You know my personality, teacher Sarutobi. Besides, even if we had to choose, Tsunade would be more suitable than my lazy self, right? The one he loves cannot be obtained. The one he trusts turns against him. The one he teaches either betrays or perishes. This is the tragic life of Jiraiya. Although he has made a name for himself as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya does not recognize himself and considers himself a failure. In his eyes, being Hokage is a high standard, and he feels he is far from it, thus lacking the confidence to succeed the position. It is not because being Hokage allows one to openly engage in power and sex trading, but for a gentleman with taste. Nothing is as thrilling as peeping. Jiraiya, can only the Hokage protect Konoha? Whether you inherit the Hokage position or Tsunade does, in any case, the future of Konoha is entrusted to you. You must protect it well for me. Sarutobi solemnly entrusted. Perhaps in his youth, he once coveted power and made many mistakes. But at this age, what he cannot let go of is still the village. Jiraiya stroked his white hair and pouted. All right, I will. But, teacher Sarutobi, don't say it as if you were arranging your last affairs. Before leading the Sharp Blade team to infiltrate the rock-hidden village again, Jiraiya couldn't help but glance southeast. Clearly, his mission had long been set. Whether it was the A plan, B plan, or the subsequent CDF plans, there were only 2 goals. First, destroy the rock-hidden village as much as possible and eliminate its active forces. Second, lure away the ninjas from the rock-hidden village as much as possible to create opportunities for Jiraiya and the others to raid the vault of the rock-hidden village. In war, aside from gaining prestige, one also wants to reap some benefits. In this great battle, Konoha was practically putting all their coffin money on the line. If they couldn't make a significant profit from the rock-hidden village, even if they ultimately defeated the rock-hidden village, Konoha's own economy might collapse. Therefore, Konoha formed such an elite Sharp Blade team and entrusted it to the capable Jiraiya to lead, aiming to take the opportunity to empty the rock-hidden village's vault. For this, Sarutobi even personally took the bait to lure Inoki and most of the rock ninjas away. Even though facing over 3,000 rock ninjas' pursuit, Sarutobi and the others would inevitably be in grave danger. Even their lives would be at stake. But as long as they could empty the rock-hidden village's vault, they could make a huge profit. The risks and rewards are often proportional. Konoha's plan was not particularly brilliant. However, under specific circumstances, combined with the rock-hidden village being completely caught off guard, made this plan surprisingly effective. The vast majority of rock ninjas followed Inoki in pursuit. Coupled with the aftermath of the recent battle, the rock-hidden village was in chaos. There were wounded everywhere and villagers waiting for rescue. The remaining rock ninjas were simply not enough. They were all frantically searching for trapped individuals, treating the injured, and clearing the rubble. They were completely oblivious to the fact that a small team of Konoha elites, all invisible, had once again infiltrated the village and were rushing toward the location of the rock-hidden village vault. Along the way, indeed, a few keen rock ninjas noticed their tracks. Unfortunately, under the peak strength of 1 Shadow level and 20 Jounin level ninjas, these lucky rock ninjas were almost instantly killed without even having time to sound the alarm. Thus, Jiraiya and his team rushed almost unimpeded into the depths of the rock-hidden village. Thanks to the long-term infiltration of Konoha spies like Yamanaka, Ino, Kabuto, and others within the rock-hidden village, they had basically figured out the entire structure and layout of the rock-hidden village. Therefore, under the guidance of a detailed map, Jiraiya and the others soon arrived at the location of their target vault. This was located in the heart of the rock-hidden village, behind the Tsuchikage building, and had not been attacked, remaining intact. However, it was evident that nearly 20 rock ninjas were stationed around the vault, the weakest among them being Chunin, and there were even 5 Jounin-level ninjas. Moreover, each person's position was very well thought out, providing mutual support with no blind spots, effectively eliminating any possibility of a stealthy infiltration. One could see how vigilant the rock-hidden village had become in defending its vault after suffering a loss once. Are the rock-hidden village ninjas all miserly? Their village is in such disarray, yet they still guard their vault so tightly. It seems there's no way to sneak in quietly. It looks like we can only launch a strong attack. Jiraiya secretly frowned and sighed. If possible, he really didn't want to launch a strong attack. Otherwise, once exposed, his entire team would be in danger. Lord Jiraiya, let me do it. At this moment, a capable female voice rang out. Yuhi Kurenai stepped out from the team. With her long black hair and striking red eyes, this beautiful Konoha Genjutsu master volunteered. Although she was a woman, she showed no fear on the battlefield, fully displaying the essence of a ninja. Do you have confidence? Give it a try, Yakumo said solemnly. Among the 20 elite jonin, she was the only special jonin, with overall strength almost at the bottom. However, as a rare Jinjutsu genius in Konoha, at just 22 years old, her skills in Jinjutsu were indeed outstanding. She even subtly had the momentum to surpass Sarutobi and take the title of Konoha's top Jinjutsu master, excluding the Uchiha clan. At this moment, in such a covert operation, if she could use Jinjutsu to silently subdue the rock ninjas guarding the treasury outside, it would be ideal. Alright, give it a try. If it fails, we'll launch a strong attack, Jiraiya decisively said. Yakumo immediately focused her mind, preparing to cast her Jinjutsu. However, at this moment, both they and all the rock ninjas were unaware that inside the supposedly impenetrable rock treasury, a young boy was already sitting on the windowsill of the top floor of the attic, sipping watermelon juice, eagerly watching the grand performance about to unfold below. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival to everyone. Seeking updates, seeking rewards. Chapter 87. Even mice shed tears after bringing the Uchiha clan back to his home village, Yane Village. Natsum activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly teleported to outside Iwagakure, in the land of Earth. He happened to see the main force of Konoha preparing to attack. Then, Natsum tried to sense whether the Flying Thunder God marquee had left in the Iwagakure treasury during his last visit still existed. To his surprise, it worked, and he directly teleported into the treasury. Evidently, for some unknown reason, after Natsum's last visit, Iwagakure had not conducted a thorough investigation of the entire treasury, completely ignoring the marked kunai hidden in the beams of the treasury. Instead, they foolishly focused on strengthening the defenses around the treasury. Logically, the wise Noki, who knew Natsum could use the Flying Thunder God technique, should not be this foolish. However, this was a good thing for Natsum. The more foolish Iwagakure was, the easier it was for him to act. Natsum was quite pleased. Due to his previous gift of 70 million, the Iwagakure treasury now appeared somewhat empty, with only about 40 million left. The extra 10 million was likely the reserve funds deposited in the treasury over the past month. It was clear that while Iwagakure could not compete with Konoha, they could still squeeze out some funds. At this moment, his gaze shifted downwards, and in the center of the first floor of the treasury sat a serious-looking Iwagakure ninja. Natsum recognized him as Kari, a member of the Iwagakure demolition team. He possessed the rare bloodline limit of explosion release, was an elite Jainin, and had outstanding overall strength. When fully unleashed, his explosion release could rival the attacks of some Kaga-level strongmen. Moreover, using explosion release in such a confined space as the treasury would be even more devastating. No wonder Iwagakure had sent him to guard the treasury. With him there, even a Kaga-level strongman would find it extremely difficult to seize the treasury quickly. Instead, the loud noise from explosion release would reveal their presence and attract the entire Iwagakure village to surround and kill them. Unfortunately, no matter how well Noki calculated or how meticulously Iwagakure arranged their defenses, they still underestimated the situation. After all, they could never have imagined that this thief who was attacking the treasury again was not a Kaga-level strongman at all. Instead, he was a super Kaga-level freak with Sage Body and eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In this moment in the ninja world, such a freakish level of power could not be countered by any strategy. Therefore, when Kari, sitting in the treasury, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura appearing inside and was preparing to stand up and search, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, the strikingly eerie red glow of the Sharingan flashed before his eyes. To be safe, Natsum directly opened his Mangeki Sharingan and, relying on his powerful ocular power, instantly pulled the opponent into a Jinjutsu. Poor Iwagakure Nin Kari hadn't even uttered a word before falling into the Jinjutsu, his mind confused. Natsum gently pushed him, and he sat back down in his chair. Meanwhile, under the control of the Jinjutsu, Natsum erased a small portion of his memory, causing him to fall asleep. When he woke up again, he would probably only find an empty treasury. Having dealt with this Iwagakure ninja and confirming that he hadn't alerted the other guards outside, Natsum began to happily rob the rich to help the poor. 40 million Ryo. That was a significant income. While it wasn't as wealthy as Konoha, it was still considerable. It was quite normal for him to take some souvenirs back after making a rare trip, right? Consider a protection fee paid by Iwagakure. After all, if he really made a move, more than half of Iwagakure would be annihilated. The losses at that point would far exceed 40 million. Before long, all 40 million Ryo had fallen into Natsum's pocket, leaving behind an empty treasury that would make even mice shed tears. Initially, Natsum intended to leave a bit behind. However, considering that Konoha's scapegoat team was on their way, he decided that there was no need to leave anything. After all, it was Konoha that had emptied Iwagakire's treasury. What did it have to do with him? Just like that, Natsum had just cleared out the treasury when Jiraiya's Konoha team arrived outside the loft. To be honest, Natsum was quite interested in this famous perverted sage of Konoha. Putting aside the man's personality, his sage mode inherited from Mount Mayaboku had many admirable qualities. After all, only the sage modes of the three great holy lands were powers that originated from the ninja world itself, unlike the chakra system of the god tree. Therefore, in a good mood, Natsum swiftly made his way to the top of the loft, sitting by the window and concealing his presence. He leisurely drank watermelon juice while watching the battle that was about to erupt outside the treasury. Thanks to the unique abilities of Sage Body, Natsum, who was in a still state, could completely blend into the surrounding environment without emitting any chakra. This allowed him to avoid detection by the numerous Iwagakure guards outside and quietly watch the show. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu. As one of the three major systems of ninjas, Jinjutsu has always been the most difficult to grasp and the most mysterious. Jinjutsu typically uses the five senses as a medium, and to evade it, one must close off their senses. In simple terms, it can be divided into ocular Jinjutsu and non-ocular Jinjutsu. The former, represented by the Sharingan, has a fast activation speed and strong effects. Once one makes eye contact, there is an 80% chance of falling under the jutsu. Of course, the disadvantages are also quite obvious. As long as one closes off one of their senses, such as their eyes, or avoids eye contact, or uses blindness techniques like darkness technique, they can greatly counter ocular Jinjutsu. The latter does not have a representative Jinjutsu. Auditory Jinjutsu, Magic Flute by Aoi, Olfactory Jinjutsu, Big Harry from the second Mizukichi, etc. all have their unique uses. Compared to the former, these types of Jinjutsu activate more slowly and have weaker effects, but they excel in being silent, varied, and difficult to resist. In short, each has its strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, as a Jinjutsu genius from Konoha, Yujito is an outstanding representative of non-ocular Jinjutsu. Although some people always compare her to Itachi, the pinnacle of Jinjutsu, as a Jinjutsu ninja, she lost to Itachi with dignity. After all, if I won the regional basketball championship and challenged Kobe, even if I lost, I couldn't say that I'm bad at basketball, right? At this moment, hiding in the distance, Yujito quickly formed hand seals to cast her technique. Trying to use a one-time large-scale Jinjutsu to control over 20 ninjas was no small challenge for her. Illusion Release, Tree Binding Kill, Jinjutsu, Falling Cherry Blossom Viewing Technique. As soon as these two ninjutsu were unleashed, they drained most of her chakra. After all, her chakra was already limited. As a special Jainin, her chakra barely equated to that of an ordinary Chunin, not even half a card's worth. Clearly, she was not good at prolonged battles. Chapter 88. Where's the money? Despite being far weaker than other ninja of the same level in ninjutsu and taijutsu, Yuhi Kurenai's Jinjutsu was indeed exquisite and subtle. Unbeknownst to them, she had constructed 20 illusory vine trees behind this group of Iwagakure guards, firmly binding them and quickly putting them into a Jinjutsu-induced slumber. Quick, move. I can't hold them for long, Kurenai urged. To put so many Iwagakure ninja to sleep at once was a huge burden for her. Even to the point of being an extraordinary feat thus, with barely any chakra left, she could only keep these IWA ninja trapped for about 10 seconds at most. As for whether the few Iwagakure Jainin could be subdued for even 10 seconds was uncertain. Therefore, they had to act quickly. While these Iwagakure ninja were still unconscious, they had to take them down. Attack. Try not to use overly flashy ninjutsu, Jiraiya grunted, dispelling his invisibility and charging out first. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair rapidly grew long, forming 3 lion heads that directly ensnared 3 Iwagakure ninja. With a powerful strangling force, he snapped the necks of those 3 Iwagakure ninja instantly and silently. At the same time, the other elite Konoha ninja charged out as well. They intentionally employed various low-sound ninjutsu, or taijutsu, to avoid exposure. Furthermore, as the enemy was basically immobilized by Kurenai's Jinjutsu, they had no resistance at all. Thus, in a single encounter, over 10 Iwagakure ninja were swiftly taken down. However, at that moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, near the entrance of the Iwagakure vault, forcibly broke free from the control of the Jinjutsu and awakened. Seeing this, Jiraiya was slightly startled. The older one appeared to be an Iwagakure Nin, and he seemed to have strong mental power, likely also skilled in Jinjutsu. It was normal for him to break free from Kurenai's Jinjutsu in just a few seconds. But the boy beside him, who looked to be just over 10 years old, probably not even a genin, how could he also break free from the Jinjutsu so quickly? Was there such an outstanding Jinjutsu prodigy in Iwagakure? Jinjutsu? Another Jinjutsu. I've broken free. This time, you won't defeat me with Jinjutsu. Deidara, whose eyes were bloodshot and spirit exhausted, couldn't help but shout in excitement. His month of crazy training had finally paid off at a critical moment. It's the Konoha ninja. Their target is the vault. Damn it, I'll stop them. Deidara, quickly send a distress signal. The Iwagakure Nin exclaimed in shock, immediately taking action to block two Konoha Nin charging from both sides. Fortunately, the Konoha side didn't want to expose themselves and didn't use any powerful ninjutsu. Otherwise, just a round of ninjutsu attacks from these 20 Konoha ninja would have been enough to overwhelm the last remaining Iwagakure Nin. Faced with the immense pressure from Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the 20 elite Konoha Nin, even the proud Deidara had to retreat a bit. This was war, not a game in the village. In the village, those who knew him wouldn't go all out against him, but the enemy would show no mercy and could easily kill him. Therefore, Deidara, who was not foolish, did not forcefully step forward. Instead, he took advantage of the time the Iwagakure Nin bought for him and hurriedly produced clay bombs, hoping to attract more Iwagakure reinforcements with the explosions. Unfortunately, how could the experienced Jiraiya given the opportunity? As soon as he saw someone break free from the Jinjutsu, Jiraiya immediately prepared another jutsu. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. The next moment, a large area of soft, sticky, pinkish meat walls appeared, directly trapping the Iwagakure Nin. Two Konoha ninja, and Deidara, who had just released his clay bird bomb. Don't underestimate this toad mouth binding technique. It summons the stomach wall of the great toad of Mayaboka Mountain, serving a wide range of purposes, both defensive and restraining, slowly digesting the opponent. Unless one possesses strength surpassing that of the great toad or has a special jutsu to break free, basically no one can escape. Of course, Jiraiya's true intention in using this toad mouth binding technique was to trap the Iwagakure Nin and Deidara to prevent them from using ninjutsu and alerting the entire Iwagakure. Just like that, as soon as he trapped Deidara and the others, several muffled explosions echoed from within the elongated stomach wall. Boom, boom, clearly, it was Deidara's clay bombs that had exploded. Unfortunately, such explosions still couldn't break through the toad's stomach wall, compressing the sound and scope of the explosions perfectly to avoid exposure. Soon, more muffled sounds of combat and explosions could be heard from within the toad's stomach wall. Then, after just over 10 seconds, the battle abruptly ceased. Clearly, Jiraiya had emerged victorious. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. If he activated Sage Mode, even facing Inoki would be a tough match. At this moment, dealing with an ordinary Iwagakure Nin and an undeveloped Deidara was naturally a piece of cake. Jiraiya dismissed the long toad's stomach wall and appeared before everyone, holding the unconscious Deidara in his left hand. As for the other Iwagakure ninja, he had already been killed. Lord Jiraiya, are we not going to kill this brat? Jiraiya lifted Deidara and replied, this brat is named Deidara. If I remember correctly, he should be the disciple of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Keeping him alive could lead to a hefty ransom from Iwagakure later. It's much more profitable than just killing him. Of course, from another perspective, Jiraiya, who disliked killing, didn't want to harm a child like this. I see. Your foresight is impressive, Lord. You all, quickly clean up the battlefield, set up a concealment barrier, and buy as much time as possible. Jiraiya quickly ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone, follow me into the vault. Jiraiya handed the unconscious Deidara to Kurenai, then rushed with the others into the Iwagakure vault. After all, raiding the Iwagakure vault to recoup the losses from this battle and make a big profit was the fundamental task of their strike team. But the next moment, when Jiraiya excitedly pushed open the vault door and took a look inside, he suddenly froze. Where's the money? Shouldn't this vault be filled with silver and gold? Have these beasts from Iwagakure hidden the money away? They didn't leave the money here, and there are so many ninja guarding outside? Have the people of Iwagakure gone mad? Not only Jiraiya, but the other Konoha ninja who came in were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Iwagakure had already emptied this vault, leaving only an empty shell behind. They were so cautious all the way, fighting hard just to launch a surprise attack here. Yet in the end, they didn't get a single hair. This damned rock shinobi is truly shameless. But before Jiraiya and the others could react, the rock shinobi ninja, who had just been knocked out by Natsum, slowly woke up in the middle of the vault. Upon waking, the ninja had no memory of Natsum's earlier attack and thought he had simply been too tired and fell asleep. However, when he opened his eyes, he found the entire vault empty. Instead, there was a group of Konoha ninjas standing at the entrance. The ninja looked around at his empty vault, then glanced at Jiraiya and the others. His expression gradually changed from confusion to realization, and finally to rage. In this situation, who could the thieves of the vault be? The answer was already obvious. Konoha, rock. With two furious roars, an explosion erupted, blowing the entire vault attic to pieces. Chapter 89, Retreat. Accidentally entering, haha. Looking at the sudden eruption of battle between Konoha and Nawaki, Natsum on the top floor of the loft laughed heartily. To be honest, it couldn't be blamed on either side being too foolish. After all, people tend to instinctively believe what they see with their own eyes. As for whether there are hidden truths behind this fact, few would pay attention to that. Moreover, in such a fierce battlefield of life and death, who has the leisure to analyze everything in detail? Of course, it was also because the Flying Thunder God technique was too outrageous. No one could have guessed that Natsum could pass through layers of guards in an instant and silently appear inside this vault. The laughter from the loft shocked Jiraiya, who quickly looked over, only to find it empty. Logically speaking, if someone was really there was no way that person could escape his sensory range in such a moment. Unable to do anything, Jiraiya could only consider it a figment of his imagination. After all, seeing the empty Iwagakure vault and realizing the plan had failed, he was indeed agitated enough to hallucinate. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to slowly sort through the information. The Iwagakure ninja, Katsu, wasted no time and activated his bloodline limit, explosion release. A violent explosion instantly destroyed the entire vault's loft, blasting Jiraiya and the others out. At the same time, the amazing sound of the explosion quickly drew the attention of a good portion of Iwagakure. It wouldn't take long before more IWA ninjas stationed in the village would surround them. Jiraiya retracted his long, hard hair, and if it weren't for using the ninjutsu, Needle Kazashi to extend his hair to protect everyone, several of his team members would have been injured by the explosion. In a closed space, the power of explosion release was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone tightened the formation and retreat immediately. Jiraiya shouted without any hesitation. Since the mission had failed and they had been exposed, continuing to delay would only put the entire team at risk of annihilation. It was better to retreat quickly and preserve their fighting strength. Fire release. Great fireball. Jiraiya concentrated his chakra into oil, suddenly spitting it out, while simultaneously igniting it with fire release ninjutsu. In an instant, a vast sea of flames poured down, immediately engulfing a large area ahead. Its power was far stronger than a regular fire release fireball. It was very suitable for covering their retreat. Explosion release. Landmine fist. Iwagakure ninja Katsu punched the ground, using the power of explosion release to blast countless fragments of stone into the air, barely blocking the surging sea of flames in front of him. This fierce fire was oily in nature, and once contaminated, it was difficult to extinguish, making it extremely dangerous. Despite the danger, this IWA ninja Katsu did not wait for the flames to die down. He lifted a large rock and broke through the sea of fire, chasing after them. He couldn't help but pursue. In his view, it was precisely because of his negligence, because he had fallen asleep, that Konoha had found the opportunity to steal from their vault. Therefore, he was determined to capture those Konoha thieves no matter what. Jiraiya was blocking the pursuers while following the team in retreat. Unfortunately, the number of surrounding Iwagakure ninjas was increasing. Get that brat. Everyone, disperse and regroup at the number 3 marker outside the village. Jiraiya ordered, taking Deidara from Yugao's hands. Since they had already been exposed, if 20-some people gathered together to retreat, they would become too big of a target. If the Iwagakure ninjas completed the encirclement, it was likely that none of them would escape. It was better to disperse and escape using their own methods. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas quickly agreed and dispersed to flee. They were all jounin, with considerable strength and rich experience. It was likely that they had a decent chance of breaking through the encirclement and escaping, even if there were still casualties. It was better than being completely wiped out here. At this moment, Jiraiya, with Deidara, was blocking the pursuing enemies while buying time. Seeing that the Konoha team members began to disperse and escape, he no longer held back his strength. Najutsu, Summoning Technique. In the next moment, a giant toad, Fumida, appeared, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust, looking quite impressive. Jiraiya, you bastard, why'd you call me out? The enormous toad, Fumida, holding a large pipe, yelled angrily. He had been in the middle of something and suddenly summoned by Jiraiya. How could he not be upset? Hey, Fumida, sorry to trouble you again. This isn't Konoha, is it? Are you all fighting again? Fumida scanned the surroundings and frowned. We'll talk later. Fumita, use oil first. All right. Fumita nodded. He and Jiraiya had known each other for a long time and had developed a tacit understanding. As soon as Jiraiya squatted down, Fumita knew what he wanted to do. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. The toad took a deep breath, spewing out a large mouthful of black oil, which combined with Jiraiya's fire release, instantly forming an enormous oil fireball. This technique was dozens of times more ferocious than the previous great fireball. The resulting sea of fire even covered a 1,000-meter range ahead, engulfing countless approaching Iwagakure ninjas. The high temperature of over 1,000 degrees instantly incinerated a large number of Iwagakure ninjas. Only a few competent jounin could barely hold on for a moment within the sea of flames. In summary, it significantly delayed the speed of the Iwagakure encirclement, buying more time for Jiraiya's teammates to escape. Fumida, thanks. I'll bring you some good tobacco next time. Jiraiya, you bastard. Before Fumida could finish cursing, he was sent back to Mount Myaboku by Jiraiya. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, Jiraiya hurriedly concealed his presence. Najutsu, Toad Conseil Technique. In the next moment, Jiraiya, along with Deidara, jumped into the mouth of a small toad, concealing all their chakra signatures. Using this inconspicuous little toad, they quietly hopped to the right. One must admit that Jiraiya's toad escape technique was indeed very effective. This inconspicuous little toad easily passed through layers of IWA ninja encirclement, bringing Jiraiya to an ordinary building in the heart of Iwagakure. It should be noted that the toad concealment technique also has a time limit and cannot stay inside the toad's belly indefinitely. Rather than fleeing to the outskirts of the village and continuing to evade the pursuit of numerous Iwagakure ninjas, it was better to do the opposite and hide in the heart of Iwagakure for now. After the situation calmed down, they could make an easy escape. Thus, after Jiraiya and Deidara crawled out of the toad's mouth, he immediately infiltrated the building, preparing to subdue the villagers inside to hide for a while. However, as soon as he entered, he saw a robust man lying on the large bed inside, completely wrapped in bandages. It looks like he is not an ordinary villager, but a ninja? But this ninja is injured too severely, right? What kind of injury requires his whole body to be wrapped up? Boo! Just as a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector rushed into the house, Huangtu was startled and immediately struggled to warn him. Unfortunately, in order to recover quickly, his whole body was tightly bound with sturdy bandages and wooden boards. Even his mouth was blocked, making it impossible for him to speak clearly. He could only keep making muffled sounds to warn. Huh, Dad? Are you calling out again? Are you thinking of Mom? Don't worry, Grandpa is here. Mom will be fine. Outside, Haitu, who was boiling medicine, responded loudly. He thought it was his father worrying about his mother and the battles outside. But when she peeked into the room, she discovered that there was a strange middle-aged man with squinting eyes inside, and her senior brother Deidara was being held by him. Chapter 90. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's mouth? The pursuit from Iwagakure was relentless. After all, it was the dead of night. Just as they were relaxing in bed, the enemy barged in with a crash, leaving them no time to even put on their pants. They were left dazed and confused, suffering heavy casualties. Anyone in such a situation would find it hard to swallow their anger. Although the third Tsuchikage had already led a large force to pursue the main forces of Konoha, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas were all seething with rage. At this moment, they were shocked to see Konoha ninjas infiltrating the village, stealing from the treasury, and preparing to escape. The other IWA ninjas were naturally furious and relentlessly pursued the 20 elite Konoha ninjas. Despite the fact that Jiraiya's Konoha team consisted of the best with outstanding strength, they were still bound to suffer losses in the face of the overwhelming numbers of Iwagakure ninjas. After all, not everyone possessed Jiraiya's level of strength, summoning techniques, or stealth skills. As a result, the weakest among them, Yuhi Kurenai, who had already expended a great deal of chakra, was the first to fall. Relying on her jinjutsu, she managed to eliminate 4 pursuing IWA ninjas, but just as she was about to escape the village, she was surrounded by more than 10 Iwagakure ninjas and was knocked to the ground. A tall rock and earth puppet held her up, and a sharp rock and earth spear pierced her clothing, exposing large patches of her snow-white skin, mixed with the crimson blood flowing from her wounds, adding a tragic beauty to the scene. There was nothing she could do. She had tried her best, but her chakra was insufficient, and the enemy was too brutal. At this moment, seeing that they had captured a Konoha kunoichi, the surrounding IWA ninjas began to close in. Their eyes, filled with rage, displayed an unrestrained aggressiveness. After all, everyone knew what happened to captured female ninjas during the Shinobi World War. Moreover, this was a young and beautiful elite kunoichi from Konoha. The cruelty of a ninja world was beyond ordinary imagination. Quick, this girl seems to want to take her own life. Don't give her the chance. Soon, an Awagakure ninja threw a kunai laced with paralyzing poison, hitting Kurenai and leaving her incapacitated, stripping her of the ability to take her own life. Captain, this Konoha kunoichi is quite lovely. Oomph. What is there to hide? I know what you're thinking. Hee hee, Captain, then we. Oomph. This Konoha has killed so many of our brothers tonight. It's time for their women to pay blood for blood. The captain is wise. Understand. After receiving permission, the bloodshot-eyed and murderous ninjas wasted no time and lunged toward the fallen Kurenai, like a pack of hyenas that had been starving for half a month, eager and depraved. Seeing this, Kurenai, in despair, unwillingly closed her eyes, awaiting the endless torment from hell. Unfortunately, what followed was not a series of clawing hands, but a splash of warm blood. Kurenai opened her eyes and suddenly found that everything around her seemed to have frozen. After a moment, the gears of time began to turn again. In the next instant, the more than 10 Awagakure ninjas surrounding her simultaneously had their necks slit, blood gushing out, and they fell to the ground, dead without exception. Seeing this, Kurenai's heart trembled, and her pupils constricted. Besides high-damage ninjutsu, she truly had no idea what other techniques could take the lives of so many ninjas in the blink of an eye. This was too terrifying. Who did this? Was someone here to save me? Does Konoha have such strong warriors? In her confusion, as the blood rain fell, a young boy stood before her, holding a kunai, atop the pile of corpses. Natsum did not use a blade to avoid leaving obvious wounds that could hint at clues. After all, theoretically, he had never been to a Awagakure tonight. Everything here had nothing to do with him. The reason he saved Kurenai was not because he wanted to play the hero saving the damsel in distress role. After all, Natsum did not consider himself a hero. If anything, he was more like a developing Dark Lord, a villain. Moreover, it wasn't because Natsum was lecherous. It was just that seeing such an excellent and beautiful kunoichi being defiled by those filthy Iwagakure brutes was a pity. It was better to take her back to his own hidden village. After all, his side was much more humane than Iwagakure. They generally wooed team as street captives. Furthermore, a master of non-D jutsu, genjutsu, could do many things. In the future, his village would need her non-D jutsu, genjutsu for development. Not a Konoha ninja? Am I just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth? Seeing that Natsum was not wearing the familiar Konoha forehead protector, Kurenai sighed inwardly but still felt a sense of relief. She knew that, even though she had not escaped danger, to be at the mercy of a somewhat refined young boy was certainly better than being ravaged by a group of IWA ninjas. Who are you? Natsum glanced at Kurenai, a flash of crimson light appearing in his eyes. At this moment, he had no time to slowly explain things to her, nor did he have the mood to deceive this Konoha genjutsu master. To save her life was already a rare exception. Therefore, Natsum directly activated his Sharingan, putting Kurenai into a deep sleep. Then, after lifting her, he used the Flying Thunder God technique again and vanished from the spot. In an instant, thousands of miles away, at Natsum's residence in Yain Village, Yanoyu, dressed in a maid outfit, was diligently tidying up the bedding for Natsum, ensuring that he could return at any time to sleep comfortably. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded in the living room. Yanoyu hurried over to check. Sure enough, she saw Natsum appearing in the living room, holding a blood-soaked, slender young kunoichi. Natsum-sama, you're back. Do you recognize this person? This is Konoha's Yuhi Kurenai. Yanoyu exclaimed. While she was at the root, she had heard much about this rising star of genjutsu in the village. It was said that Danzo had personally recruited her, but unfortunately, she had refused. Unexpectedly, the other party was brought back by Lord Natsum at this moment, and in such a battered state. Natsum pointed to Yuhong and instructed Yanoyu, as long as you recognize her, treat her. Don't let her die. She's a rare tool for the future of the village. She can't die here. Tool? Natsum waved his hand, providing no further explanation. The reason he brought Yuhong back was solely because he valued her non-eye technique illusion technique for its strong potential applications in livelihood and culture. He never expected this person to serve as a combat force. His own Sharingan was already at the pinnacle of illusion techniques. Why would he abandon the essentials to pursue Yuhong's minor illusion techniques? Moreover, even if he wanted to cultivate an illusion genius, his entire Uchiha clan was in the village. With nearly 1,000 people, what kind of illusion potential stock couldn't he find? Thus, capturing Yuhong was merely to use her as a tool. As for whether she would willingly serve? Nonsense. Even Tsuzi's Sharingan could control the fourth Mizukage obediently. Could his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan not handle a special Jonin? By the way, you should know her illusion abilities as well. Don't let your guard down. Therefore, before I return, it's best to keep her unconscious. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Understood. Yano nodded. For a medic ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu, getting someone to sleep a little longer was incredibly simple. In the next moment, just as Yano blinked, she found Natsum disappearing from the living room once again. Clearly, he had teleported away again. She immediately followed the instructions and began to provide aid. P.S. Everyone, please don't scold me. Keep reading, and you'll understand. This book won't randomly collect female characters, nor will it have ambiguous relationships with Konoha. Bringing Yuhong back is purely to promote the village's development and greatly increase its influence. The specific methods will be revealed later. Please be patient and give it a chance. Chapter 91, the last great gift at this moment, outside Awagakure. Noki and his group were frantically chasing. They had no idea that their crystal had been stolen once again. Even if Natsum didn't intervene, the defenses outside the Iwagakure treasury would not be able to stop Jiraiya and the others. It would just be another robbery by Konoha. Although they had tricked Noki and most of the Iwagakure ninjas out, giving Jiraiya and his team a chance, the situation for Sarutobi and the others was quite dire. They were running for their lives while the Iwagakure ninjas were desperately pursuing them. However, Konoha ninjas, some only at the level of Genin or Chunin, could not possibly keep up with the speed of the elite Jonin. Soon, the team of over 600 people was stretched thin. Despite using various traps and ninjutsu to significantly slow down the pursuit, among the thousands of pursuing IWA ninjas, there were still many powerful Jonin who quickly crossed the traps and steadily closed the gap. Moreover, in the sky, Noki was soaring with the super light heavy rock technique. His dust release was terrifying. From a distance, he could inflict great damage on the Konoha side. Thus, Konoha was forced to repeatedly leave people behind to delay the pursuers. But every time a ninja was left behind, they could hardly escape death. In a short time, dozens of Konoha ninjas had already perished while trying to hold the line. If this continued, before their main force could escape, Konoha might suffer more than half of their ninjas. Lord Hokage, let me stay behind, Mike said, showing his white teeth, sincerely requesting. If he unleashed his full power, he could certainly take down a large number of Iwagakure ninjas and buy more time for the main force to retreat. No, Lord Hokage, let me go. Kakashi, wearing a mask, quickly asked as well. Besides Kakashi and Guy, many other ninjas around also requested to stay. Seeing this familiar scene, Sarutobi couldn't help but recall 21 years ago when he and the second Hokage, Tobirama, stayed behind together. How reminiscent. Unfortunately, he could not afford to get lost in memories at this moment. Every moment of delay would only put the main force in a more dangerous position. Kakashi Guy, continue to protect the main force's retreat. You're still young. The village needs you. Additionally, Umbu Team 4, Team 9, Team 13. Stay with me to hold the line. Sarutobi commanded with unprecedented determination. Lord Hokage, you mustn't. This is an order. Momins lete. Sarutobi personally led more than 10 elite Umbu ninjas to detach from the main force, setting up ninjutsu traps in preparation to hold the line. Looking at the large number of pursuing IWA ninjas, Sarutobi's expression was calm. He quickly tore open a cloth bag and wrapped his injured right arm, which had just been hit by Naki's dust release. Although Sarutobi knew that by staying behind, he had a high chance of dying here. Being able to die on the battlefield like the respected Tobirama to protect his juniors was a worthy end. Meanwhile, in a vast, dark, rocky wilderness, a figure was watching the fierce chase in the distance. Without a doubt, it was Natsum, who had once again flashed back to outside Iwagakure. At this moment, Natsum hesitated slightly. To be honest, if he charged in now, it was very likely he could take out both Sarutobi and Noki. After all, Sarutobi's right arm was already useless, and even if he could still perform the Shiki F gene, it would definitely require more preparation time. In such an interval, with his current strength, he could definitely kill him several times over. However, what Natsum worried about was that once he made a move, his involvement in this war would be exposed. At that time, not only would he not be able to intensify the hatred between Iwagakure and Konoha, but it might also cause them to unite against Hai no Kuni with the other two hidden villages. If the Akatsuki organization, which had been waiting for an opportunity, also joined in, even if he could win and defeat the four hidden villages, his own, Hai no Kuni, would likely suffer a catastrophic disaster. The prosperous and extravagant life he yearned for would be declared bankrupt. It was not worth it at all. He had already secretly stirred the pot, inciting this war between Konoha and Iwagakure, making them fight like dogs. He had once again emptied Iwagakure's treasury and framed Konoha for it. He had really gained a lot. There was no need to expose his identity for a small gain. However, since he was already here, he had to leave a big gift. He couldn't expose himself, but other people were different. Sanbai, you agree, right? Natsum took out the small turtle's Sanbai from his pocket and gently flicked the turtle's head, saying with a kind expression, "How about it? Have you rested well? It's time for you to work again. It looks like you should be able to shoot a few more times, right? It's your time to shine." Of course, for a certain little turtle, it could negotiate, but it had no right to refuse. Soon, Sanbai succumbed to Natsum's pressure again and obediently began to gather the tailed beast bomb, slowly draining its energy. Under Natsum's control, it shot towards the center of the two opposing forces. At this moment, the vanguard pursuit team of Iwagakure caught up with Sarutobi and the others once again. Looking at Sarutobi and the others who had voluntarily stayed behind, Noki, hovering in the sky, felt no joy. Although he really wanted to kill Sarutobi, taking down this third Hokage would indeed deal a huge blow to Konoha. However, compared to the 600-plus Konoha main force, taking out just one Sarutobi was not worth it. But since Sarutobi wanted to seek death, Noki was more than happy to oblige. "Sarutobi, you shall kill him," Noki shouted angrily, issuing orders without hesitation. Below, hundreds of elite Iwagakure ninjas surged forward with killing intent, rushing towards Sarutobi and the others. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, whoosh, several piercing sounds echoed. Before anyone could react, three enormous, tailed beast bombs suddenly flew into the center of the battlefield and exploded instantly. The next moment, an incredibly blinding orange light erupted, as if illuminating the entire night. The explosion of three tailed beast balls stacked together was even more terrifying in power. The range was even larger. Sarutobi and the others, the hundreds of vanguard troops from Iwagakure, and even the giant Onoki flying in the sky, were all instantly enveloped. All of this happened too quickly. Added to the pitch-black night, no one even saw where these several tailed beast balls came from. Boom! The earth let out a mournful roar, shaking in all directions. Even from thousands of meters away, it could be distinctly felt. For a moment, whether it was the large Leaf Village forces fleeing in front or the Iwagakure forces chasing from behind, everyone was stunned in place, gaping at the three little suns rising in the distance. At the same time, both sides couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Iwagakure, damn, are the Leaf Village people this ruthless? They've even used tailed beasts? To escape, they're even killing their own? Leaf Village, damn, are the Iwagakure people this ruthless? They've even used tailed beasts? To hunt down, they're not even sparing their own? Chapter 92, Free Ride? That's impossible after exhausting the three tails chakra. Natsum fired three tailed beast balls towards the battlefield where Sarutobi and Noki were located. After confirming that the tailed beast balls had all exploded, Natsum simply left. As for how many people the tailed beast balls could kill, or whether they could directly take away the two old geezers, Sarutobi and Noki, it didn't matter. What was important was that both sides would mistakenly believe this was an attack by the other side, further intensifying the hatred between the two villages. As long as this hatred could continue, making Konoha and Iwagakure remain highly antagonistic towards each other would be most beneficial for the covert development of his own Enkai village, allowing him to reap the benefits. After leaving Iwagakure, Natsum didn't rush home. Instead, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly visit Konoha village. Yesterday, he had blown up the entire sensory division's Barrier Central Station in Konoha and quietly taken away the remaining Uchiha clan members, which had infuriated the ninjas left behind in Konoha and the remaining high-ranking officials, especially Danzo. He watched as those hundreds of potential future Sharingan, which were like treasures, slipped away from right under his nose. A cooked duck could fly away. How could he not be angry? He was so furious that he almost wanted to beat up Mito Gaiden. Unfortunately, given Danzo's current condition, whether he could defeat Mito Gate was a big question. At the same time, taking advantage of the chaos in Konoha, with people panicking and the Great Barrier covering Konoha being destroyed, Natsum moved within Konoha as if in a no-man's land, completely unhindered. Soon, Natsum found the already recruited Hyuga branch ninja, Hyuga Fukawa. Greetings, Lord Natsum. How is the mission investigation going? We have identified 2 secret bases of the route, both located outside the village. Here are the detailed maps. Hyuga Fukawa respectfully handed over a scroll with detailed markings of the 2 secret base locations. Good. Continue investigating. Ensure safety and try to uncover all the secret bases of the route. Natsum nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that recruiting this guy wasn't in vain after all. Understood. Also, how many Hyuga branch ninjas have you managed to persuade so far? Reporting to you, my lord. So far I have persuaded 38 branch ninjas. Natsum raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted. In such a short time, Fukawa had already turned 38 Hyuga branch ninjas, which showed just how much resentment they harbored. They probably couldn't wait to defect from the Hyuga clan. They just lacked a spark to ignite the explosion. The hope that Fukawa presented was exactly the freedom that the branch ninjas desired the most. It was also the spark that could ignite their anger. No wonder so many branch ninjas were willing to give everything for it. Lord Natsum, should we prepare to gather the defectors? No, not yet. You must understand that in this world, nothing is given for free. The cost of longing for freedom is bound to be high. Tell those branch ninjas yearning for freedom that each person will need 8 million ryo. I will then help them unlock the caged bird seal. Moreover, there will be no restrictions. After it's unlocked, they can go wherever they wish. Natsum laid out his conditions. Taking advantage of Konoha's main forces being deployed and the internal defenses being weak, it was a good opportunity to take away the Uchiha clan and willing Hyuga branch ninjas. However, Natsum did not rashly take away the ninjas of the Hyuga branch. The reason was simple. He simply couldn't afford it. To unlock the cage bird seal for each Hyuga branch ninja, it would cost at least 1 basic recruitment order worth 500 gold coins. That was a staggering 500 million ryo. If it were just for Niji, such a rare genius, it'd be worth it. But if he had to pay for those lower-ranking and intermediate-ranking ninjas from the Hyuga branch with low potential, even if he calculated for 50 people, it would still amount to a whopping 5 billion ryo. Such a huge sum could not even be raised by selling the entire Enkai village. Moreover, this does not account for the fact that the basic recruitment order also carries a certain risk of failure. This was the real reason why Natsum did not rashly bring back the ninjas of the Hyuga branch to Enkai village. At this moment, allowing these freedom-seeking Hyuga branch ninjas to prepare the required fees themselves would pose no problem. Why is there an extra 3 million ryo? That's quite normal. It's just a little extra for the hard work. Exchanging recruitment orders and lifting seals is quite exhausting. Anyway, while the price of 8 million ryo is expensive, compared to eternal freedom, it seems very cost-effective. With the abilities of the Hyuga branch ninjas, whether earning or robbing, as long as they want to, they can still gather enough. After all, there are many wealthy ninja clans in Konoha. Their hidden vaults might even have more surplus than Konoha's treasury. Of course, Natsum did not rigidly set the conditions. He also promised, those under 18 who have learned Gentle Fist, 64 palms, and are willing to join Enkai village will be exempt from the 8 million ryo unlocking fee. Those under 25 who have learned Gentle Fist, 128 palms, and are willing to join Enkai village will also be exempt. Any age, who have comprehended the essence of Bagua, mountain crushing strike, and are willing to join Enkai village will also be exempt. In simple terms, if they wanted freedom, it was possible. The prerequisite was to pay a reward or possess talent. They had to have one. The former was a one-time buyout, while the latter was to be repaid slowly with time and effort. Moreover, they had to have a certain level of talent to be worth exploiting. Natsum didn't T1 recruit a bunch of useless old folks who couldn't even learn the basic Gentle Fist. In summary, if someone thought they could get a free ride, that simply did not exist with Natsum. After receiving Natsum's instructions, Hyuga Fukawa understood very well. After all, he was the one who knew the high cost of freedom the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively joined the route and entered that incredibly bloody and dark place for just a little bit of freedom. Moreover, despite the high price, it also provided a sense of security, didn't it? If someone were truly willing to help you obtain your long-desired item at a great cost without asking for anything in return, you would have to be careful. That person was most likely trying to take advantage of you or seeking greater benefits from you. Go ahead, spread the word. In half a month, I will return. By then, those willing to return to freedom should prepare their rewards early. The opportunity is given to them. Whether they can seize it depends on themselves. Natsum waved his hand and solemnly advised. Understood. Hyuga Fukawa respectfully replied, stepping back a few paces before disappearing into the darkness, quickly leaving. Chapter 93. Advanced Recruitment Order. By the time Natsum left Konoha and returned to his village with the three tails, it was already late at night. In the village, most of the clansmen had gone to sleep. The newly arrived Uchiha clansmen had also been mostly settled in. Over the past month, with ample financial support and the enthusiastic efforts of the clansmen, the entire Enkai village had undergone a complete transformation. The living area had expanded several times compared to the beginning, not to mention the more than 400 new clansmen. Even if there were several times more, it would still be fully accommodating. Although these new clansmen were somewhat uneasy at the moment, it was undoubtedly much better than the current state of Iwagakure, which was in ruins and engulfed in smoke and war. After returning home, Yanoyu had already gone to bed, and Natsum didn't disturb him. The future Toibi Kirin had also nearly healed from her injuries. At this moment, she was tied to a single bed by Yanoyu, her body pierced with dozens of medical steel needles, sealing her chakra points. Even if she woke up, she would be absolutely powerless to escape. Natsum nodded in satisfaction and didn't rush to train Yuhi Kirin. Instead, he went to the backyard hot spring and used fire release to heat up a pool of hot water. While comfortably soaking in the bath, he sorted through the rewards of the night. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 41,860,000 value points. Would you like to recharge 41,860,000 value points to exchange for 186 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 186 gold coins. Current balance, 5,078 gold coins. Natsum casually exchanged the souvenirs he brought back from Iwagakure's treasury for gold coins. Suddenly, he had over 4,000 more gold coins, which was indeed delightful. However, if this had happened before, such a large sum of gold coins would have made Natsum ecstatic. But now, he was much calmer. It was probably because he had been spoiled by the previous tens of thousands of gold coins. Indeed, it is easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. Feeling that today's luck was good, he decided to do a 10 consecutive draw to calm his nerves. Natsum rubbed his hands together and excitedly made his decision. It had been a while. The goddess of luck should be done having her fun and would be ready to show some favor to him now, right? Would you like to pay 888 gold coins to start a 10 consecutive draw? Confirm. Natsum resolutely chose to confirm. Splash. 888 gold coins instantly disappeared like flowing water. Following that, 10 brilliant treasure chests opened in sequence. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 1 chakra recovery Dan. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 1 intermediate space scroll. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the secret technique shadow imitation technique. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 1 advanced recruitment order. Soon, all 10 treasure chests have been opened. Natsum counted his gains. 3 chakra recovery Dan, 2 primary healing Dan, 1 intermediate space scroll, 1,000 ordinary shuriken, 100 wind style shuriken, 1 secret technique shadow imitation technique, and 1 foot advanced recruitment order. Among them, the various medicinal pills, scrolls, and shuriken were mostly for filling in, although they had some use. Exchanging them purely for precious gold coins still felt a bit unworthy. As for the Nara clan's secret technique shadow binding technique, valued at 1,000 gold coins, it was a bit more expensive than ordinary A-rank ninjutsu, which was not bad. However, while this hard control secret technique was useful, it also had many limitations. It could be used against average ninjas, but it would be a bit challenging to use against shadow level or even super shadow level powerhouses. Unless supported by a vast amount of chakra, it could exert strong limiting effects. However, with Natsum's current strength, along with the convenient Sharingan word binding technique, learning another shadow imitation technique would merely be an embellishment. That said, the value of this secret technique was still there and quite practical in battle. It could allow the other clansmen to study and learn it. After all, as a secret technique of the In attribute of chakra, it was very suitable for the Uchiha clan to learn. What delighted Natsum the most was drawing an advanced recruitment order. Its value was a full 5,000 gold coins. Moreover, based on its effect, unless used on strong individuals with exceptionally resilient minds like Madara or Might Guy, it would definitely have effects comparable to Baishinshin on others. It was basically guaranteed to work. Did Natsum need to recruit new personnel at this moment? Of course. His village urgently needed a large number of talents to build it up. Looking across the entire ninja world, there were still many practical talents available. If he could recruit members from the Akatsuki organization like Kakuzu or Sasori, he wouldn't have to worry about money every day in the future. A single outstanding piggy bank would naturally manage the economy of Enkai village superbly. Therefore, Natsum truly needed this high-probability recruitment order. Unfortunately, he had refrained from exchanging it before due to its high price. He never expected to draw one now. His luck was quite good. It seemed that the goddess of luck had indeed had her fill of fun and was ready to hand things over to him. Of course, as long as he could draw good items and produce golden legends, Natsum didn't mind whether he was taking over or not. 888 gold coins had yielded physical items worth over 6,000 gold coins. If this kind of good fortune came 10 times, 100 times, Natsum wouldn't mind at all. After the 10 consecutive draws, Natsum still managed to suppress the impulse to continue splurging with immense willpower. He decided to quit while he was ahead. Excessive greed could lead to trouble. Moreover, with the remaining 4,000 gold coins, Natsum didn't act rashly. He planned to wait for the shipping company to sell the jewelry and earn back a large sum of wealth to quickly gather 10,000 gold coins. This way, he could exchange for the immortal, evil god physique and other bloodlines. By then, he could finally showcase the 8 gates of Duinjia that he had been hiding for so long. With the immortal buff and the 8 gates of Duinjia activated, kicking the 6 paths to death wouldn't be a problem. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Speaking of which, during these days, he had been running around and instigating this great war. He had finally created a relatively stable development environment for his village. At present, Kirigakure was still under reconstruction and allied with his village, so he could basically rest assured. Konoha had been robbed by him several times, and with the losses from this great war, they would probably lose even their underpants. For a long time to come, they wouldn't have the energy to stir up trouble. The Wagakure had become almost a ruin, and with its empty treasury that could barely maintain itself. It was good enough that it hadn't fallen apart. The remaining Yunin village and Shine village are not a cause for too much concern. After all, not to mention contending with the united forces of the 5 great hidden villages, with Xiaomu's current strength. It is still not a problem to single-handedly wipe out 1 or 2 hidden villages while ensuring the safety of his own village. Therefore, the only external threat that requires a bit of attention is Akatsuki. After all, a certain Runta brother has always been filled with malice towards him, right? However, overall, the external threats have been reduced to below baseline levels. Thus, for the time being, it is time to enjoy. It is time to focus on the development of his own village, right? Mooncake, Isabu. Xiaomu comfortably stretched and looked towards the edge of the pond. There, he saw the proud panda Mooncake riding on the weak, 3-tailed Isabu's back, happily splashing water in the hot spring pool as if surfing. Poor Isabu, just finished being exploited by Xiaomu, only to fall into the clutches of Mooncake again. Chapter 94. The Collapsing Noki. Ouch, ouch. Take it easy. Take it easy. My back. Fienne. Those damned leaf ninjas actually use tailed beasts. They even blew themselves up. Crazy. Konoha is really out of its mind. At this moment, Noki, covered in injuries, with his beard and hair all burnt, lay on a stretcher being carried back to a Wagakure, cursing madly. He really couldn't understand why Konoha suddenly went insane and attacked their own Wagakure. Was it because of the grudges accumulated from the Third Shinobi World War? That still didn't justify such desperation. They even used tailed beasts. That old monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, really has no regard for his life. If it weren't for his tough life and flying high enough to avoid being at the center of the tailed beast bomb explosion, he would have been dead by now. Damn Konoha. One day, I will destroy the entire Konoha. Cough, cough. Noki coughed and fumed. It's important to note that in this battle, just from those few tailed beast bomb explosions, over 200 elite Iwagakure ninjas had died. And more than half of them were Jainin. Adding to the massive casualties within the village, it was conservatively estimated that in just one night, Iwagakure lost over 1,000 ninjas. This was no longer just about serious injuries. It was almost complete annihilation. The most critical issue was the extensive destruction within their own village. This was even more devastating than previous ninja wars. Just the repairs and casualty compensations would cost a fortune. Moreover, their treasury had just been robbed once. Even if they took out all the reserve funds from the treasury now, it would probably still be far from enough. If this wave of chaos wasn't handled well, the entire village could fall into a crisis of collapse. Thus, lying on the stretcher, Noki, along with over 2,000 Awagakure main forces, quickly returned to the village. At this moment, the village was still filled with flickering flames and thick smoke. There were cries and pleas for help everywhere, a truly horrific scene. Seeing this, Noki felt even more heartbroken, pounding his chest and clenching his teeth in anger. But just then, another piece of news arrived. Lord Tsuchikage, the village's treasury has been robbed again. What? Noki instantly sat up in shock, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How could this happen? The treasury was under such tight security. How could it be robbed? Who did it? Konoha. It was Konoha. They took advantage of your departure to chase and sneaked in again. There were over 20 of them, all elite J-nin. Currently, all the guards around the treasury, except for the demolition team member, have all been killed. The Awagakure ninja gritted his teeth and reported quickly. Hearing this, Noki and the others returning to Awagakure were filled with rage. In an instant, they realized the village treasury was actually Konoha's real target. No wonder Konoha retreated so decisively before. They only intended to lure out the main forces of Awagakure. Cough, cough, cough. How much is left in the treasury? Noki covered his chest, his face flushed as he loudly asked. All of it has been emptied. Noki, the Awagakure ninjas, Konoha, Sarutobi, you beast. Ka! Noki roared to the sky, an unprecedented fury in his shout. Unfortunately, he strained his old back again, falling back onto the stretcher in pain. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Tsuchikage. The surrounding Awagakure ninjas rushed over, fearing that this old man might die from anger. If that happened, without this pillar of support, Awagakure would truly be on the brink of destruction. Noki struggled to wave his hand, signaling everyone not to worry. He gritted his teeth through the intense pain and continued to ask, "Did you capture any alive?" "We killed 6 and captured 1. There was 1 who could have been captured, but it seems like someone unexpectedly rescued him." "Did you find out who was leading the enemy?" "It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha." "That lecherous sage?" "I see. No wonder you couldn't defeat them. All right, you can go now. Focus on treating the injured first. We'll talk about the rest later." Noki sighed. His dark face looked even more haggard, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Since the situation had already happened and the treasury had been emptied, there was no use in obsessing over it. After living for so long, despite his immense anger, Noki still had some composure. In any case, he was still alive. His son, Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, Akatsuchi, and others were still alive. The future of Awagakure was still there. His village would surely endure through this. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Noki continued to hold on to his spirits, directing the ninjas to begin the aftermath, treating the injured, counting casualties, and fortifying the village. However, before he could relax, another piece of bad news came again. "Lord Tsuchikage, here's the list of temporarily missing personnel." Noki took the list and glanced at it. At the top of the list were the names: Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, Deidara. Kuro Kuratsuchi, my dear granddaughter, and Deidara Kuratsuchi. How could this be? How could they possibly be missing? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Noki once again sat up in agitation. He didn't even notice that his back had flared up again. He just glared with his reddened eyes and fiercely retorted, "Kuratsuchi is my own granddaughter. She is the future of Awagakure. If anything happens to them, there's no point in me living." No wonder Noki was so agitated. Deidara had gone missing outside the treasury. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi had disappeared from their home. Someone claimed to have seen them being taken away by a white-haired ninja. They must have been captured by Konoha. Hearing this, Noki's face darkened, and he felt a heavy pressure on his chest. "Konoha, damn you!" Noki cursed hoarsely, but due to the anger overwhelming him, before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black, and he fainted. The surrounding Awagakure ninjas were startled, rushing around in a flurry, unsure of what to do. There was no doubt that Kuratsuchi and the others had indeed been captured by Jiraiya. As the son and granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, the other high-ranking members of the village naturally had reviewed their relevant information. Just now, Jiraiya had coincidentally snuck into Kuratsuchi's home. Seeing 2 important Awagakure figures, he naturally took the opportunity to take them away. After all, the paralyzed yellow earth had basically no resistance. Although the black earth had decent potential, it was still too young. In front of the experienced, lecherous immortal, it naturally had no power to resist and was instantly knocked out. Although the plan to raid the treasury and plunder military funds failed, as long as these 3 could be captured alive, they could serve as important hostages to extract a large ransom from Awagakure. This was about his son, granddaughter, and beloved disciple. He didn't believe that the old man Noki would not comply. In this way, it could be considered a way to indirectly compensate for the failure of this mission. Although Jiraiya did not particularly like such despicable methods, he had no choice but to play the villain for the sake of his village. After all, he was well aware of the heavy economic burden this war had brought to Konoha. Moreover, the northern Tsunade was still waiting eagerly for Konoha to pay a large alliance fee. If they couldn't gain anything at all, Konoha would truly be in danger. Chapter 95. Distinguishing the Heavenly Gods. Fearless when the morning sunlight shone into the wooden house, Itachi woke up. He skillfully crawled out of bed, tucked the covers around Sasuke, who was still sleeping next to him, and then quietly walked out of the wooden house. Ever since he joined the Umbu, he rarely slept with Sasuke anymore. In fact, he seldom stayed overnight at home. Therefore, after such a rare good dream, he didn't want to wake Sasuke too early. As he pushed open the door, the bright sunlight outside was a bit overwhelming for Itachi. He instinctively reached for the fox mask of the Umbu at his waist. After a moment of pause, he remembered that this was no longer Konoha, and there was no need to wear any Umbu mask. "Itachi, you're awake?" A steady, deep male voice sounded. Itachi looked over to see his father, Fugaku Uchiha, sitting under a cherry blossom tree in the front yard, leisurely sipping from a small pot of sake. Good grief. Drinking early in the morning without any snacks, Itachi thought. After leaving Konoha, resigning as the captain of the police force, has my father become so idle? He didn't voice his thoughts, as he didn't know how to begin. He simply nodded lightly and closed the door behind him. Sasuke is still sleeping? Yes. Your mother is still tidying up the kitchen, so there's no rush to cook breakfast today. Itachi, go to the street and buy some breakfast. Also, bring back some snacks for me. It's a good opportunity for you to see what this new village built by the Uchiha clan looks like. Fugaku took a sip of sake, squinting his eyes, in a good mood as he instructed. It was certainly not because he had left in such a hurry that he forgot to bring his private stash of money and couldn't afford any snacks. Okay, Itachi nodded and quickly stepped out of the front yard and onto the street. To be honest, he was indeed curious to see what the new village, led by his cousin Natsum and a group of clansmen, looked like. As soon as he arrived on the street, a figure quickly appeared behind Itachi. "My name is Uchiha Nichiyu. We've met twice. I've been assigned to monitor you these days. Of course, as long as you don't cause trouble. I want to interfere with you." Nichiyu introduced himself coldly. As a well-known genius within the clan, Itachi was already known to Nichiyu. "Monitor? Do as you please." Itachi glanced at Nichiyu behind him and muttered. This was the first time he had seen such blatant monitoring. Yes. However, this isn't the order of the young clan leader. To be honest, Uchiha Itachi, we simply do not trust you. Nichiyu suppressed his anger and questioned coldly. As one of Natsum's personal guards, he had some understanding of Itachi's information and decisions. For this reason, he didn't understand why, apart from the young clan leader, the more talented members of the Uchiha clan prefer to stand against the clan and side with Konoha. Previously, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui, and now Uchiha Itachi were all like this. What kind of nonsense is this will of fire? Does it really have such great power? Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head without explaining. At this point, any further justification was meaningless. As long as Sasuke was alive, nothing else mattered. "Where are you going?" "To buy food." Itachi replied calmly, no longer paying attention to Nichiyu, and turned astride toward the main street. Based on the aroma of food wafting through the air, he could tell that there should be places selling breakfast over there. As he walked, Itachi confirmed that the construction of Yain Village was indeed very organized. The streets, houses, shops, drainage, and transportation were all thoughtfully built. It was far more organized and atmospheric than the Uchiha residence in Konoha. Just the fresh scent of the wooden houses invigorated him. Soon, upon reaching the main street, the lively scene before him made Itachi slightly tremble. On the main street, which was only about 100 meters long, more than 30 shops had already opened. More than half of them were snack shops selling various foods. Dozens of Uchiha clansmen with smiles on their faces were bustling about, enjoying their breakfast, ready to start a vigorous new day. Wow, they've built a commercial street so quickly here? Itachi marveled internally. In fact, the most obvious standard for measuring whether the people of a village live and work in peace is whether commerce is prosperous. After all, if a village is ravaged by war, and the villagers dare not buy things, while merchants dare not sell things, how can we talk about peace? How can we talk about prosperity? Previously, the first group of Uchiha clansmen who arrived was just over 400 people. Now, there were more than 30 shops open. This ratio was indeed very high. Moreover, And most importantly, Itachi saw long-lost smiles on the faces of these clansmen. Workers eating breakfast were chatting and laughing with each other. The elderly selling food were chatting happily. And even the children fighting over candy at the street corner were laughing loudly. Just the sound of laughter added color and vitality to an otherwise monochrome picture. Itachi remembered that ever since he could remember, the entire Uchiha residence in Konoha had been shrouded in a dark, oppressive atmosphere. He had hardly seen his parents, let alone the clansmen, show smiles. Laugh. That was impossible. You evil Uchiha dare to laugh? Who are you mocking? Or what are you trying to satirize? Hurry up and come back with us for an investigation. That was the scene inside the Uchiha residence at the time. It might be a bit exaggerated, but the hostility, indifference, and contempt that the entire village of Konoha had towards the Uchiha clan were definitely not exaggerated at all. In contrast, the clansmen here seemed like a completely different group of people. It turned out that the Uchiha clansmen could also laugh so freely, so relaxed, just like ordinary people. Living here must be much, much easier. How does it feel? Is it different from when you were in Konoha? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside Itachi. He was startled and quickly looked over, only to find that his cousin Natsum had appeared beside him without him noticing. Was he too absorbed in watching? Indeed, the clansmen here are much more relaxed than in Konoha. It's been a long time since I've seen them smile so freely. Itachi nodded and responded candidly. Ninjas. They endure pains that ordinary people cannot bear. But why can't they enjoy the simple happiness that ordinary people can? Life is short, and living happily is what matters. Itachi, don't you think so? Natsum squinted and asked with a smile. Itachi frowned, wanting to refute. But looking at the scenes before him, he didn't know where to start. Natsum, my cousin, what on earth? No, calling me cousin sounds weird. Just call me Natsum, or Natsum-kun is fine. I'll call you Itachi then. Itachi, okay. Natsum. By the way, to be honest, before your defection, I did consider whether to eliminate you first. Natsum raised an eyebrow and suddenly confessed. Although Itachi had various reasons for choosing the village and betraying his family, Natsum still quite disliked this kind of traitor behavior. After all, his family and parents gave him life and raised him. Even if he didn't repay them, he shouldn't just turn around and slaughter his clansmen, right? Even if it was to protect Sasuke, with Itachi's strength, there were many choices, right? If it really didn't work, couldn't he just escape with Sasuke? Why did he choose the most cruel and painful path? However, after considering his own strength at that time, Itachi's role, Konoha's reaction, and other factors, Natsum still didn't take action. Itachi was taken aback again. He didn't expect Natsum to be so honest. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Yes, I'm a traitor. It's normal to want to eliminate a family traitor like me. Natsum, yeah. At that time, your family really made things difficult for me. One big traitor and another indecisive clan leader. You two were like two big fish bones stuck in the throat of the Uchiha clan. Can't swallow, can't pull out. In fact, I even thought about directly eliminating your whole family. At this point, Itachi's expression changed. This whole family seemed to include Sasuke as well, and whenever it involved his younger brother, Itachi was always 100 serious. He couldn't even take jokes about it. Thus, Itachi immediately looked at Natsum beside him, his eyes filled with a hint of vigilance and killing intent. Enough, don't look at me like that. I know Shirsue's other eye is in your hands, and you can activate Kodo Amatsukami at any time. Natsum waved his hand, calmly exposing it. Hearing this, Itachi was suddenly shocked. After all, Shirsue giving his other eye to him was supposed to be a secret. It should only be known to Itachi himself. How could Natsum-kun know? Could it be that he was spying on Shirsue when he went to his death? That's impossible. Itachi, how do you know? Natsum, that's not important. What matters is, I advise you not to use it on me recklessly. With your current strength, trying to use Kodo Amatsukami to control me silently will only drain your ocular power, and there's a high probability of failure. Natsum confidently reminded. Right now, he was no longer the fledgling that had just defected. He was now a villainous big boss with eternal Manjiki Sharingan and Sage Body, with Itachi's current strength and chakra reserves. It was impossible to erode his eternal Manjiki Sharingan just by relying on one Kodo Amatsukami. Not to mention, the difference in ocular power between the two was at least dozens of times. After all, while Kodo Amatsukami is powerful, it still requires ocular power to activate. Or is there really someone who thinks that a single Kodo Amatsukami can easily rewrite Madara's will and Hashirama's will? It's worth noting that even Sasuke's ocular power can withstand the infinite Tsukuyomi. When the gap in strength reaches a certain level, it can't be compensated by one or two techniques. Itachi took a deep breath, silently nodded, and didn't say much. He didn't think Natsum was lying to him, because at this moment, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura hidden beneath the calmness of his cousin beside him, a strength that was almost beyond his comprehension, unfathomable. It made his scalp tingle uncontrollably. In just a month, Natsum's strength had clearly surpassed what could be described as rapidly changing. It could be said to be spiraling upwards. With such strength, did Konoha still have a chance? Chapter 96. The true use of Tsumi Itachi was silent for a long time, just standing there quietly, not knowing if his father Fugaku and the others at home were getting anxious. Until Natsum, feeling hungry, finally spoke up first. Aren't you afraid I'll make a move? You won't. Why? Because I'm still useful. Otherwise, our family wouldn't be able to enter Shin village alive, Itachi said confidently. In his view, this cousin Natsum was an extremely pragmatic person. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the Senju Tobarami of the Uchiha clan. If he were not useful, he would not have specifically come to save himself and the others. Natsum nodded. It was indeed easy to chat with someone smart. Unlike that fool Jin, he couldn't understand the meaning of a sentence unless it was broken down into 3 parts. All right, since we've made things so clear, let's get straight to the point. Itachi, I don't know what you're thinking right now, nor do I know if you still choose to stand with Konoha. But I'm sure of one thing. What you value the most is still your brother Sasuke. For him, you're willing to do anything, right? Itachi didn't respond, only nodded. But that determined gaze had already said it all. Natsum continued. How about this? The chip I'm offering is, as long as I'm alive, Shin village will remain safe. I can ensure that Sasuke grows up happily in the village until adulthood. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Natsum's proposal indeed tempted him. With his cousin's strength, there were almost no threats to him in the entire ninja world. Furthermore, even setting safety aside, letting Sasuke live in a happy and free environment was much better than enduring discrimination in Konoha. What are the conditions? Natsum replied. It's simple, do a job for me. Itachi interjected. I won't make a move against Konoha. That's my bottom line. Despite having hesitations in his heart and feeling the warmth of Shin village, Itachi still did not want to act against Konoha. He was unwilling to destroy the village that Shui had protected with his life. After all, Shui was his only close friend and the older brother who guided his growth. Natsum said, no one is asking you to fight. Seriously, why does your mind only think about killing? Itachi asked, what then? Natsum suggested, come be a special instructor at the Shin village Ninja Academy. Itachi was taken aback. Natsum continued, your Manjiki Sharingan's left eye ability is probably the legendary Tsukuyami, right? Itachi was stunned. This time, Itachi was even more shocked. If before, Shui had entrusted his eyes to him, it could still be understood that it was learned through eavesdropping. But how did Natsum know about his left eye's Manjiki ability? How was it exposed? Was he a parasite in his stomach? How did he know everything? He had just developed the unique ability of his left eye and had not even used it on outsiders yet. This was impossible. Itachi stammered you. Natsum interrupted. Don't worry about how I know. Your Tsukuyami Jinjutsu is exactly what I need. Once Tsukuyami is cast, it can pull the enemy's mind into a Jinjutsu space. In the world of Tsukuyami, you can control all factors and fabricate any scene or storyline you want, right? Yes. And for our Uchiha clan, to awaken or evolve the Sharingan, it generally requires strong mental stimulation, right? Correct. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Based on his own experiences and the situations of his clan members awakening the Sharingan, it wasn't difficult to guess this condition. Natsum continued, but no one said that this mental stimulation must come from real-life experiences, right? If you used Tsukuyami to pull our clan members into the Jinjutsu space and create realistic stimulating experiences for them, making them believe it was real and receive strong mental stimulation, do you think they could awaken a Sharingan? Could they evolve it? And this was the real reason Natsum was reluctant to take action against Itachi. Ordinary Jinjutsu had very limited realism in the simulated illusions. For ninjas with a bit of discernment, it was not difficult to distinguish whether they were an illusion or not. But Tsukuyami had none of these drawbacks. If Natsum's hypothesis came true, there would be no need to sacrifice any friends or family to stimulate the clan members to awaken their eyes. Directly relying on Itachi's Tsukuyami, they could mass-produce Sharingan like a factory assembly line and gradually promote them to 2-tomo, 3-tomo, Manjiki. Plus, with Orochimaru's Hashirama cell transplantation surgery, the side effects of the Manjiki would be greatly reduced. At that time, in Shin village would probably not have just one or two Susan, but several or even dozens. Just thinking about that scene was exhilarating. Similarly, the intelligent Itachi instantly guessed Natsume's plan and felt a shock run through him, his scalp tingling. But he had to admit that this idea indeed had a high chance of success. Moreover, if successful, the benefits it would bring were immeasurable. If they could truly succeed and produce a bunch of Mangeki like a cheat, what would Konoha or the tailed beast matter? The Uchiha clan would be peace. They would be a symbol of peace. What? You don't agree? Shall I send a few Susanoo to have a chat with you? Under such a crazy assumption, Itachi hesitated. Rationality and emotion were fiercely clashing in his mind, forcing him to yearn to agree. Natsume said, "Don't rush. I'm just making a suggestion. You don't have to make a decision right away. You can weigh it slowly. I believe you will make the right choice." Itachi replied, "All right, let me think about it." Natsume added, "By the way, there's one more thing you need to guarantee." "What is it?" "During this time, you must not disclose any information to Konoha, nor do anything that would harm in Shin village." "Okay, I understand. Do we need to sign any contracts?" "No need. I've already reminded you. And you won't be foolish enough to that extent. Moreover, if you really dare to act, I would truly dare to take action against your family. Can you guess which village in this world can protect your brother's life if I go all out?" Natsume flashed a bright smile, threatening coldly without reservation. At this moment, saying a few harsh words was better than becoming a real villain after the matter was exposed. And just as Natsume said, looking at the ninja world, there truly isn't anyone he can't kill, even if he tries his hardest. "Natsume, brother, is that Itachi?" In the distance, a clear and bright female voice broke the coldness between Natsume and Itachi. Upon seeing Natsume and the longed-for Itachi, Izumi immediately ran over. "Itachi, it's really you." "Izumi, hello." Itachi nodded slightly, responding stiffly. "Sister Izumi, why are you here?" "The ingredients in the store ran out, so I helped Mom bring some from home." Izumi pointed to a large bag of ingredients in her hand, smiling brightly. However, her gaze was fixated on Itachi. Seeing this, Natsume shook his head helplessly, feeling a sense of regret. Clearly, if he stayed any longer, he would be fed a mouthful of dog food. It would be better to go home early, enjoy the service of the shrine maiden maid, and train the captured prisoners he brought back. "Sister Izumi, Itachi hasn't had breakfast yet. You should take him to eat something." "Huh? Natsume, brother, aren't you going to eat something too?" "No, I'm heading back first. I have something to do." "All right then." Izumi blushed, holding the ingredients, and glanced at Itachi. "Itachi, if you figure things out, remember to come find me." Natsume waved his hand, pulling the following Nichio along as they left.